In the Central Plains, the heartland of the immortal dynasty, legendary sacred sites abound, and among them, the Jiang family stands out as one of the most illustrious. For the Jiang family are true descendants of an emperor, possessing a formidable legacy that is nothing short of astonishing. Today, the Jiang family's ancestral grounds are abuzz with the grandeur of dragon chariots and phoenix carriages, their radiant splendor and the roars of mythical beasts permeating the atmosphere. Despite the bustling activity, the scene is suffused with a joyous and harmonious aura. This is because today marks the betrothal of Jiang family's esteemed daughter, and emissaries from various sacred realms and ancient dynasties have gathered to witness the occasion, each presenting their congratulatory gifts. The gathering of dozens of prodigies and mighty experts truly provides onlookers with a spectacular sight. However, much of the attention is centered on a young man who is surrounded by a group of talented individuals, as if they are stars encircling the moon. He has the bearing of jade, with black hair flowing down his shoulders, and his gaze is indifferent, as if he were a sovereign above all. Even when he suppresses his cultivation, one can still sense an aura of divine might, as if the very heavens were pressing down. He is the son of the prison king, the groom that the Jiang family is fervently promoting, Ziruo. At this moment, the so-called peerless genius Ziruo in the eyes of the crowd lowered his head and calmly took a sip of tea. Beneath the gaze of the crowd, a hint of panic suddenly surfaced in his eyes. What's going on? Did I cross over? Ziruo was a bit confused in his heart, but managed to suppress it. How did I suddenly end up in this place? What's the deal with being the son of the prison king? As a surge of memories flooded his mind, Ziruo carefully pondered, finally understanding where he was now. Sacred lands, dynasties, emperors, cultivation, betrothal. Ziruo exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of awe in his heart. Indeed, he had crossed over into a high-level martial and mystical world. Moreover, his identity after crossing over was extremely extraordinary. Unlike other crossers who started as orphans, he had living parents, a remarkable background, and unparalleled talent. He was a peerless genius. It seemed he was also about to be betrothed to a divine maiden, directly stepping onto the peak of life. However, after careful consideration, a sense of unease suddenly arose in Ziruo's heart. His betrothed didn't seem to like him, but rather had a crush on an orphan genius named Xiao Xu. And this Xiao Xu seemed to have incredibly good fortune. The original owner, upon learning of Xiao Xu's existence, had sent several subordinates to eliminate him, but all of them had escaped death and even counterattacked while severely injured. Finally, the original owner himself went, almost killing Xiao Xu, but under the plea of Jiang Ningen, he made a 3-year agreement with Xiao Xu. In these 3 years, Xiao Xu had encountered one fortuitous event after another, his cultivation advancing rapidly, and he had also made friends with a large number of reclusive masters. Thinking of this, Ziruo couldn't help but curse inwardly. Isn't this just giving away an experienced baby? He seemed to understand his role. A character with a lot of screen time, extremely talented but still reduced to a background character for the protagonist. And Xiao Xu was that protagonist. What should I do now? I've stolen the protagonist's woman, following the first iron rule of the villain's inevitable demise. At this moment, a loud shout seemed to echo across the heavens. Ziruo, the 3-year agreement is up, come out and die. The Jiang family's ancestral grounds, spanning across the 9 heavens, with countless islands standing tall, silver waterfalls cascading from the floating islands, all part of the Jiang family's mighty array, set up by their powerful ancestors. And now, accompanied by a roar of anger, the waterfall at the edge of the sky also trembled, a terrifying aura surging forward. The elders of the Jiang family were slightly shocked. This array had been passed down through generations, never once trembling like this. Although the aura was strong, it shouldn't be able to shake the array. It was very likely that the visitor had brought some supreme treasure, secretly triggering the array's runes. Who goes there? A powerful Jiang family expert snorted coldly and inquired. Xiao Xu. The voice was thunderous, and a young man's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Tall and slender, majestic and heroic, with a face like jade. His expression carried an extremely proud air. Many female practitioners couldn't help but light up when they saw him. This Xiao Xu has actually come. The peerless genius of the South Ridge, rumored to have a very good relationship with the Jiang family's bright moon. What's he doing here? What's this 3-year agreement? I've heard of it. He once fought with Ziruo over Jiang Ningguan's hand, and finally lost to Ziruo, so they made a 3-year agreement. 3 years ago? He only started gaining fame in the past 2 years, right? It seems that losing to Ziruo accelerated his growth. The Jiang family elders watched as Xiao Xu, without permission, directly pierced through the array and entered. Although the array had only activated a small portion of its power due to the many guests, they still felt somewhat embarrassed. But Xiao Xu's body exuded an aura that made them slightly uneasy, so they could only ask, "What business do you have here?" Xiao Xu smiled proudly, his words like thunder, echoing through the sky. "I come to visit the Jiang family, and to slay Ziruo." The crowd fell silent upon hearing this, then immediately erupted in commotion. This genius from the South Ridge is so arrogant? He actually dares to say he will slay Ziruo. You must know that Ziruo's emperor-like demeanor isn't just a boast. It's a reputation earned by crushing the entire younger generation of the Northern Realm, a prestige forged through countless battles. Moreover, Xiao Xu had once lost to Ziruo. What exactly does he rely on? At this moment, the 9 living ancestors of the Jiang family, along with Jiang Ningguan, appeared. They looked up and saw Xiao Xu standing proudly in the air. Jiang Ningguan, who had been somewhat gloomy, immediately brightened up when she saw Xiao Xu, full of emotion. "Xiao Xu, you really came." Xiao Xu, standing high in the sky, also noticed Jiang Ningguan and grinned. "Ningguan, I'm here." A man and a woman, facing each other from afar, their eyes filled with an inextricable tenderness. The crowd, seeing this scene, couldn't help but turn their gazes to the true protagonist, Ziruo, who was calmly sipping tea. At this moment, Ziruo was muttering to himself. The martial strength of this world is divided into 10 levels: Initial Mystery Realm, Entering Mystery Realm, True Mystery Realm, Spirit Mystery Realm, Earth Mystery Realm, Heaven Mystery Realm, King Mystery Realm, God Mystery Realm, Saint, and Emperor, each realm divided into 5 grades. This Xiao Xu is only at the beginning of the Earth Mystery Realm, while I have already broken through to the 2nd grade of the Heaven Mystery Realm. What does he rely on to dare to come and say he will slay me? This is a full major realm apart. You must know that below the Heaven Mystery Realm are still ordinary practitioners, but above it are semi-immortals, a gap as vast as the heavens. Although some exceptionally strong geniuses can cross realms to fight, they usually only challenge weaker opponents. I am almost invincible within the same realm, a reputation earned through countless battles. Doesn't Xiao Xu know this? Ding! Detected a protagonist template luck child, anti-hero luck system activated. Ziruo's heart immediately jolted, and as he immersed his mind into his thoughts, a virtual interface appeared before him. Host, Ziruo. Identity, son of the Prison King, successor of the ancient emperor. Cultivation, Heaven Mystery Realm 2nd grade. Physique, Sacred Bone with Demonic Heart. Techniques, Prison King Sutra, Ancient Emperor Techniques, Demonic Heart Secrets, Heavenly Eye of Martial Arts. Anti-hero points, 500. Luck points, 90, black, dot. Ziruo frowned slightly. It seems I am truly a supporting villain, the kind that exists solely to be slapped in the face by the protagonist. Even my luck points are black. Wouldn't that mean I could choke to death just eating a meal? Chapter 2. The Elegant Gentleman Persuades with Reason. Ding. The normal range of luck values for people is between 1 and 100. Those with protagonist templates can exceed this upper limit. Once someone becomes an antagonist by provoking a protagonist, their luck value will turn black, transforming into misfortune. Ziruo's eyes lowered slightly as he glanced around. With the help of the system, he could see the luck values of everyone present. Indeed, as the system had said, Xiao Xu's luck value was a staggering 2,000 points. Even Jiang Ningen's luck value was 900 points, making her a definite protagonist. Ding! By publicly humiliating Xiao Xu in response to his provocation, Xiao Xu's luck value has decreased by 100 points, and your antagonist value has increased by 1,000 points. Ziruo felt a bit tempted to curse. This Xiao Xu had clearly come prepared. Could he really be defeated so easily? The original owner of this body was a bit too naive, insisting on giving the protagonist time to develop. If he had just killed him while he was still weak, none of this would have been necessary. But then again, this seemed like just a humiliation, not an actual confrontation. Slowly setting down his teacup, Ziruo's eyes opened and closed, releasing a terrifying aura that swept through the surroundings. Everyone present couldn't help but feel a chill. This Ziruo had actually broken through Heavenly Soul's second layer. He could almost look down on the leaders of some small sacred lands. He had only broken through to the heavenly mystery realm a year ago. How had his progress been so rapid? Indeed, he was worthy of being called a peerless genius who had swept through the entire northern territory. Xiao Xu, who was standing high in the sky, also changed his expression, but after a moment, he regained his composure. Ziruo, who had been discreetly keeping an eye on Xiao Xu, inwardly sneered. It seemed this guy had some kind of hidden trump card, as he showed no fear even after Ziruo's breakthrough to the second layer of the heavenly Shenji. At this moment, Ziruo's gaze was cold, and his not-so-imposing figure exuded an intimidating aura. He scanned the surroundings and spoke. What is the meaning of this, Jiang family? Allowing a mere insect to barge through your grand array and spout nonsense here? If the Jiang family is lacking in capable hands, then I shall lend a helping hand. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly in the ears of everyone present. With the might of the heavenly Shenjing's second layer backing him, no one dared to question the gravity of Ziruo's words. Xiao Xu's expression changed, and the members of the Jiang family also looked embarrassed. As a lineage descended from great emperors, having their ancestral array breached by someone of merely Earth Shenjing level was indeed a significant blow to their reputation. With a cold snort, the silver waterfall suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance, and an overwhelming force erupted. Silver array patterns appeared, directly suppressing Xiao Xu, who was high in the sky. The array of a great emperor's lineage was activated, capable of suppressing even saints, let alone Xiao Xu at the Earth Shenjing level. Xiao Xu's body glowed brilliantly, but under the onslaught of the silver waterfall, he couldn't even withstand half a breath before being crushed and falling from the sky. His entire body was instantly drenched in blood. An old voice echoed. No need for the young friend to trouble himself. A mere insect can be crushed with a single hand by the Jiang family. A card not yet played wasn't considered a card. Watching Xiao Xu, who had just been so arrogant, now lying on the ground like a dead dog, creating a deep crater in the ground, Ziruo inwardly sneered. Did he think I would charge at him like some hot-headed fool, only to be tricked and become his stepping stone? How naive. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully humiliating the target. You have gained 1,000 antagonist points, and Xiao Xu's luck value has decreased by 100 points. Antagonist points have exceeded 1,000, and the system store has been unlocked. The Cultivation Assistance system has been activated. Seeing Xiao Xu fall to the ground, someone in the crowd couldn't help but let out a derisive chuckle. The contrast was simply too stark. Xiao Xu had made a grand entrance, arrogantly proclaiming he would slay Ziruo, who was at the heavenly mystery second layer. Yet, Ziruo didn't even need to raise a hand, and Xiao Xu was already defeated. What kind of farce was this? No one present doubted that Ziruo could defeat Xiao Xu. Back when Ziruo was at the heavenly soul tier, Tanshenjing Yipian, he had once fought an opponent at the divine soul tier, Sun Shenjing, and ended in a draw. That was a feat of fighting against a higher realm. Now that Ziruo had broken through to the second layer of the heavenly Shenjing, could he possibly lose to someone at the initial Earth Shenjing level? The reason he didn't act was merely to save face for the Jiang family. After all, the Jiang family was the host here. If an outsider stepped in to teach Xiao Xu a lesson, It would truly be a loss of face for the Jiang family. System, can I take this opportunity to eliminate Xiao Xu right now? Ziruo asked quietly in his mind. He didn't care about being accused of winning unfairly. Eliminating potential threats early was what a true antagonist should do. Otherwise, was he supposed to wait for Xiao Xu to collect his corpse in the future? Besides, even if he did kill Xiao Xu, no one would say much. After all, in everyone's eyes, Xiao Xu had no chance of winning. Moreover, it was Xiao Xu who had first declared he would kill Ziruo and had even flirted with Jiang Ningen in front of everyone. Being killed by Ziruo would be more than justified. Until the protagonist's luck value falls to its lowest point, the host may not be able to kill him, and it could trigger a series of unforeseen changes. Hearing the system's explanation, Ziruo frowned slightly. The protagonist truly was a protagonist. Killing him was unexpectedly troublesome. But looking at the newly opened system store and the cultivation assistance system, Ziruo inwardly smirked. If he couldn't kill him, then so be it. Being a tool for cultivation assistance wasn't bad either. Ziruo was confident that with the system's help, he could slowly toy with and destroy this so-called protagonist. The system store contained countless treasures and techniques that could be exchanged for antagonist points. There was also a cultivation assistance system that could improve one's cultivation techniques and even raise one's own cultivation level with enough antagonist points. And these antagonist points? They would have to come from the so-called protagonists. Ziruo looked at Xiao Xu, who was lying on the ground, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Then, with a calm expression, he sat back down, and the terrifying aura around him subsided. Cough, cough. Accompanied by a series of weak coughs, Xiao Xu slowly got up from the ground. His entire body was covered in blood, clearly heavily injured, but he still managed to stand up. After glaring at Ziruo, who was calm and composed, Xiao Xu quickly took out a pill that glowed with a precious light and emitted a fragrant aroma, and swallowed it. As the pill entered his body, Xiao Xu's injuries began to rapidly heal. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "That aroma! Could it be the rejuvenation pill from the Medicine King Valley? They only produce 3 every 10 years. How does he have one? Isn't it only the direct lineage of the Medicine King Valley that possesses them? I heard that this Xiao Xu might have some connection with the Medicine King Valley's missing great elder, Ming Qiao. Could he be that great elder's disciple?" Chapter 3. A beautiful master by his side, stirring up trouble. Ming Qiao of the Medicine King Valley? Isn't she the one who failed to break through to the Saint Realm and perished, body and soul? I haven't heard of her having any disciples either. Then where did he get this rejuvenation pill from? The crowd below buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with astonishment as they looked at Xiao Xu. Ziruo, listening to these murmurs, felt a slight surprise in her heart. What? This? Medicine King Valley? The Grand Elder? Ming Qiao? Could it be the Medicine Elder? Then, sure enough, Ziruo noticed an ancient ring on Xiao Xu's finger. The style of the ring resembled a woman's design, and only under the careful observation of her martial Tao, heavenly eye could she detect a faint, subtle spiritual fluctuation. Even an ordinary Saint King would likely be unable to detect it without her martial Tao, heavenly eye. A beautiful master by his side, and one who teaches him alchemy. Truly, isn't he just the protagonist? As she watched Xiao Xu being suppressed, Jiang Ningen, who was full of worry, finally calmed down slightly. She was then brought to Ziruo's side by the 9 elders of the Jiang family. Jiang Qin, the second elder of the Jiang family, looked at the snow-white-robed Ziruo, whose deep and indifferent eyes exuded an aura of detachment. He sighed softly. "No wonder you are the son of the prison king. At such a young age, you've already broken through to the 2nd level of the heavenly essence realm. No wonder they call you the destined emperor. It makes an old man like me feel somewhat ashamed." Ziruo smiled lightly. "Elder, you flatter me. Being called the destined emperor is just the praise of ordinary people. I was merely lucky to have accidentally broken through to the 2nd level of the heavenly essence realm." Her tone was calm and humble, giving people a sense of affinity. The 9 elders of the Jiang family, couldn't help but secretly admire Ziruo's extraordinary demeanor. Weren't there rumors that this son of the prison king, despite his formidable cultivation, was somewhat arrogant and overbearing? It seems these rumors are indeed unreliable. Then, Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Ningen, who was still watching Xiao Xu, and frowned slightly. Ningen, don't you greet the son of the prison king? Don't embarrass our Jiang family. Jiang Ningen gritted her teeth, but still said softly, Greetings, son of the prison king. Ziruo, looking at Jiang Ningen, who still seemed reluctant, smiled as if unconcerned. Ningen, there's no need for such formalities. After all, I came today to discuss the matter of our engagement. After today, you will be my future Dao companion. It's better to be closer. Jiang Ningen's expression darkened, and she slightly turned her head. Ziruo also frowned slightly and said, I see that your expression doesn't seem very good, Ningen. Is it because of that insignificant ant today? I'll make sure this ant disappears from your sight right away. As Ziruo's tone grew colder, Jiang Ningen's face paled, and she widened her eyes to look at Ziruo. No. Before she could finish, Jiang Chen interjected. This matter is due to our Jiang family's negligence. There's no need for the son of the prison king to intervene. A mere earth essence realm ant dares to be so brazen? Does he think our Jiang family is made of paper? As his voice fell, a group of Jiang family guards quickly moved towards Xiao Xu, who was recuperating, intending to apprehend him. A sigh echoed softly. Is this how the Jiang family treats its guests? Accompanying the sigh was an overwhelming surge of power. Ziruo's eyes lit up. So it has appeared. Revealing your trump card too early isn't really a trump card, little brother. A faint figure appeared beside Xiao Xu. Her gauzy attire was graceful, her appearance stunning, and her red dress fluttered without wind, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. Seeing this, even Ziruo was momentarily stunned. Elder Ming Qiao, who she had thought to be an old woman, turned out to be an exceptionally beautiful woman. Truly, the protagonist is indeed extraordinary. This bad luck with love is simply too good. It's Ming Qiao of the Medicine King Valley. She's still alive. The 9 elders of the Jiang family all stood up in shock. Although they had speculated earlier upon seeing Xiao Xu consume the rejuvenation pill, now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were still greatly shocked. Elder Ming Qiao was indeed an extraordinary talent. Apart from her rapid advancement in cultivation, her main strength lay in her mastery of pharmacology and alchemy. At just over 30 years old, she had compiled the renowned Herbal Compendium, which had saved countless people from illness. The 9 elders of the Jiang family had all owed her favors. This was common knowledge among the people. As soon as the figure appeared, an overwhelming surge of power swept across the area like a tidal wave. The guards who had intended to apprehend Xiao Xu all collapsed to the ground like dead dogs, unable to move. Even as a remnant soul, Ming Qiao's strength as a half-step saint was still terrifying. Those closer to the scene, the young talents, struggled to withstand the pressure. The vast energy surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming the surroundings. Among the crowd, the older, more powerful generation managed to remain composed on the surface, though they were undoubtedly shaken. However, the younger generation, despite their exceptional talent and being considered elite among their peers, struggled under the pressure of a half-step saint. Some were drenched in cold sweat, their faces pale, barely managing to stand, while others collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the energy, and fainted. Is this the power of a saint? It seems today's battle is still uncertain. Her soul is already so perfectly refined. She's just a step away from the saint level. If she were to rebuild her body, with the resources of the Medicine King Valley, she would become another saint. Goodness, no wonder this girl is so arrogant. She has such a powerful figure backing her. The crowd below buzzed with discussion. After all, although there were 2 or 3 elders in the Jiang family who were close to saint-level strength, and the current head of the family had reached the peak of the divine essence realm, in terms of strength alone, taking down these 2 wasn't impossible. However, in the central continent, what mattered most wasn't just personal strength, but also one's background. Not to mention the great favor Ming Qiao had done for the elders of the Jiang family. Just the mere mention of the powerful Medicine King Valley behind her was enough to make most sects in the central continent think twice before crossing her. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze to Ziruo, who was sitting in the main hall, their eyes filled with subtle implications. This is going to be interesting. Indeed, the Jiang family now faces a tough choice. I wonder how Ziruo plans to handle this. He's not just facing a small fry like Xiao Xu anymore. He's practically up against the entire Medicine King Valley. The crowd below buzzed with discussion. Only Ziruo remained calm, leisurely sipping tea, his black eyes still exuding that air of looking down on all beings, as if everything was under his control. As the son of the prison king, when he came to this family's outer trial, how could he not have a couple of top-tier protectors to ensure his safety? After all, exceptional talent doesn't equate to formidable strength. Necessary protection is still essential. Ziruo closed his eyes lightly. Earlier, he had already secretly contacted 2 guardians. One had gone to mobilize some of the Yin family's resources here, while the other remained hidden among the crowd, protecting his safety. Chapter 4. The Dragon Plays with the Pearl, reversing the situation. The peak strength of the divine realm was enough to ensure his safety, but if Xiao Xu, as the chosen one of fortune, only had a beautiful master as his trump card and dared to challenge him, it was truly suicidal. Ziruo stood up, acting surprised despite everything being within his expectations, and said, "No wonder you have the audacity to come here to die. So, you have Elder Ming Qiao backing you up?" Prince Ziruo of the prison realm greets Elder Ming Qiao. Ziruo showed full respect to Elder Ming Qiao, which put the latter at a disadvantage as she had been targeting him from the start. Reluctantly, Elder Ming Qiao had to tone down her imposing aura. Such politeness made Elder Ming Qiao, who had heard enough of Prince Ziruo's negative reputation from Xiao Xu, feel a bit uncertain. She began to develop a slight liking for Ziruo. Xiao Xu, who had been suppressed, finally saw a chance to turn the tide. His plans had been going so poorly that he was now desperate. He ripped off his tattered clothes, revealing his muscular physique, and pointed his massive ruler at Ziruo, shouting, "Enough talk! Today, I will clear this place and take Ninghan away from this hellhole." Ding! Elder Ming Qiao's favorability towards you has increased. Xiao Xu's fortune value decreased by 10 points. Antagonist value increased by 100. This works? Ziruo was pleasantly surprised and immediately began plotting how to make Xiao Xu alienate himself from everyone. Upon hearing Xiao Xu's words, the 9 ancestors of the Jiang family were visibly displeased. "What does my Jiang family's marriage have to do with you?" The array patterns of the emperor's ancestral land also emitted a terrifying fluctuation. The silver array patterns flowed, signaling an imminent activation, which made Xiao Xu pale with fear, as he had been suppressed once before. Old fools, you weren't this impressive when you came to me for medicine. Do you think you can suppress me before any of these Jiang family brats survive? Elder Ming Qiao let out a clear shout, and the silver array patterns in the sky instantly dissipated. "Take this girl, and leave quickly. From now on, our debts are settled." An old voice echoed from the heavens, accompanied by a powerful aura that quickly withdrew the restrictions. The direct descendants of the Jiang family began to evacuate in an orderly manner. The 9 ancestors of the Jiang family, who had been hesitant, now advanced in a semi-encirclement, making their intentions clear. This was a clear dismissal. Seeing that Xiao Xu was also considering retreat, Ziruo naturally wouldn't let this tool for cultivating go. If he left, where would Ziruo find another way to boost his antagonist value? Moreover, he wasn't foolish enough to let a chosen one of fortune escape to grow stronger. Who knew what great opportunities the guy might encounter next? Xiao Xu, hiding behind a woman isn't very manly. I'll give you a fair chance to compete with me. If you win, I'll unilaterally cancel this marriage. What do you say? Ziruo stepped forward and looked down at Xiao Xu. Is this true? Fine by me, Xiao Xu said excitedly, stepping forward to prepare for the fight. But he was pulled back by Elder Ming Qiao, who frowned and said, "Sewer." Ziruo is calm and calculating. This sudden proposal must have a catch. Don't be hasty. Before she could finish, Xiao Xu shook off her hand and strode toward Ziruo. He couldn't afford to hesitate when he saw his beloved watching him. Seeing his plan succeed, Ziruo revealed an unnoticeable smile. Reversing the situation? Still holding back, are you? I'm looking forward to it. Ziruo bent his legs slightly, exerting a little force to leap into the air, landing lightly in the square like a white lotus. Seeing Ziruo enter the arena, Xiao Xu raised his massive ruler, crouched slightly forward, and his eyes flashed with a sharp killing intent. He muttered softly, "Ziruo, heaven has a path you don't take, but you insist on stepping into the gates of hell. Let me send you on your way." A faint green energy gathered under his feet, and his figure disappeared like a phantom in front of everyone's eyes. Before anyone could react, he appeared behind Ziruo, raising the heavy ruler to smash it down on Ziruo's head. The ruler, filled with powerful energy, sliced through the air, causing slight distortions in the surrounding space due to the immense energy. Xiao Xu is really going for the kill right from the start. What a fast figure! Without energy perception, it's impossible to see this speed with the naked eye. Despite being only at the Earth realm, he already possesses such terrifying strength. No wonder he's called a monstrous genius of the southern ridge. The crowd exclaimed. On Ziruo's side, there was no sign of defense, whether he hadn't reacted yet or simply didn't intend to act. Just as Xiao Xu's ruler was about to touch Ziruo's body, a swoosh sound was heard. The place where Ziruo had just stood erupted in thick dust. Xiao Xu's ruler slammed heavily onto the ground, shattering the square's stone tiles. Xiao Xu was shocked. His movement technique, the thunder step of the thunder sect, was an inner door secret skill. This technique had been gifted to his master, Elder Ming Qiao, as a thank you gift after she saved a senior of the thunder sect. It was silent and extremely fast, like a ghost. Without strong energy perception, it was impossible to see his movements with the naked eye. Even if someone could see, their body might not react in time. Moreover, Ziruo's flash seemed to vanish out of thin air, with no trace of his presence. "Sewer, be careful behind you." Xiao Xu heard Elder Ming Qiao's urgent voice and realized something was wrong. He instinctively raised his weapon to block behind him, but even so, he felt a numbing pain in his back, as if hit by a boulder. Xiao Xu flipped through the air, his feet pressing hard against the ground to steady himself. Even so, a shocking mark was left on the square, as if cut by a blade, exposing the earth covered by thick stone. After stabilizing himself, Xiao Xu looked at his previous position. There, Ziruo stood. With his right hand behind his back and his left fist covered in red energy, Ziruo looked at him with disdain. Just this one move showed the vast difference between the Earth realm and the Heaven realm. Himph, why didn't I feel his presence at all just now? Xiao Xu was secretly shocked. Ziruo's flash seemed to vanish from this space entirely, with no trace of his existence. Xiao Xu's energy perception was even recognized by Elder Yao. No matter how fast or subtle the movement, it would be captured clearly by his powerful energy perception. But why this time? Xiao Xu slowly stood up, realizing that Ziruo was a tough opponent. If he was careless even a little, he might lose his life here. Chapter 5. The Elaborate Trap, the Cage of Heaven and Earth. At this thought, cold sweat began to trickle down Xiao Xu's forehead. In the great hall above the plaza, Jiang Ningen was nervously watching every move on the field. Although outwardly she appeared calm and composed, her heart was filled with concern for Xiao Xu's safety. However, due to her status, she could not reveal her worries. "Please be careful, Xiao Xu," she silently prayed. After a brief analysis of the situation, Xiao Xu stored his giant ruler back into his spatial ring. It seemed that killing Ziruo in one strike was impossible. If that was the case, Xiao Xu clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and let out a loud roar. In an instant, immense energy burst forth from his body. He leaped into the air, using the overwhelming momentum to charge once again at Ziruo. With another use of his thunder step, he appeared right in front of Ziruo. Xiao Xu unleashed a flurry of punches, each one as sharp and fierce as a raindrop, mixed with piercing fist winds. Ziruo, however, dodged calmly and casually deflected each of Xiao Xu's powerful punches with his palms. The immense force of Xiao Xu's punches dissipated into nothingness under Ziruo's left and right parries, as if they had hit cotton. In the plaza, the overwhelming energy and howling fist winds raged around the two combatants, flipping up the surrounding floor tiles. The bricks flew about like bullets. Many young people around them felt a chill down their spines under the intense pressure and instinctively raised their arms to shield against the roaring wind. These two young men were of similar age, or even younger, than the other young people present, yet their strength was worlds apart. If not for witnessing it with their own eyes, no one would believe that such young individuals could possess such terrifying power. With time, their accomplishments would far exceed what this small region of Zhongzhou could contain. Truly, as the saying goes, a golden-scaled Kirin is no ordinary creature. Once it encounters the right circumstances, it transforms into a dragon. Even the third ancestor of the Jiang family couldn't help but voice his confusion. Strange. Young Master Yin doesn't seem to be using his full strength. With his abilities, killing Xiao Xu should be as easy as slaughtering a pig or a dog. Why is he holding back? Third ancestor. Enough of your chatter. Jiang Chen glared harshly at the third ancestor. At this, the third ancestor could only sheepishly lower his head and refrain from further comments. Your Highness, the elders of the Yin family from the northern border, along with the top warriors of the various clans, have arrived and are waiting in the back mountains of the Jiang family, awaiting your orders. Ziruo heard this message transmitted by Elder Ming. A sinister smile appeared on Ziruo's face as he secretly replied, "Set up the locking immortal formation. Not only Xiao Xu, but also his master, the Alchemist Valley's Ming Qiao, must be captured. Absolutely no letting their souls escape." Understood. I will proceed immediately, Elder Ming responded. Whether you're the chosen one of fortune or an elder of Alchemist Valley, today you will all stay here. Ziruo continued to engage Xiao Xu in battle, waiting for news from Elder Ming. At this moment, Xiao Xu also sensed something amiss. Ziruo seemed to be holding back, as if testing him. Despite using nearly all his strength, his opponent was able to easily deflect his attacks. On the surface, it looked like he was dominating the fight, but in reality, Ziruo hadn't even used a third of his power. It was then that Xiao Xu recalled his master's warning. Do not engage in prolonged combat. Ziruo must be plotting something sinister. This thought sent a chill down Xiao Xu's spine. This enemy was unlike any he had faced before. Calm, ruthless, deeply calculating, immensely powerful, yet extremely cautious. Xiao Xu's confidence was waning. Ziruo was like an abyss, slowly swallowing him. Suddenly, a surge of energy like a demon god swept over, sending a shiver through Xiao Xu. Before he could react, a searing pain erupted, making it difficult for him to even breathe. A sweet taste filled his throat, and blood gushed out. Just moments ago, Xiao Xu had been charging with overwhelming momentum, but now he was like a broken kite, hurled far away. His body smashed into the ground, creating several large craters, rolling from the center of the plaza to the very edge before finally coming to a stop. Sorry, I've lost patience playing with you any longer, Xiao Xu. A killing intent flashed in Ziruo's eyes. Chapter 6. Sealing the heavens and locking the earth. The hidden card is about to be revealed. In the vast square of the Jiang family, a white-clad youth stood tall. His sharp eyes and handsome features exuded a calmness and depth far beyond his years. The pale blue robe fluttered in the wind, yet his stance was as firm as a blade, unyielding. That person was Ziruo. In the distance, a pitiful figure lay sprawled on the ground, his mouth full of blood, his matted hair stained with gore, and his body covered in countless abrasions. The one lying on the ground like an insignificant ant was none other than Xiao Xu, who had been so arrogant just moments before. The crowd in the square was stunned by the scene. Just moments ago, Xiao Xu had been pouring all his strength into his attacks, forcing Ziruo to retreat repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, he was lying on the ground, on the verge of death. Such a scene left even the younger generation of the Jiang family, as well as the clan leader himself, wide-eyed and gaping, at a loss for words. The entire square was frozen in shock, the air thick and heavy, as if time itself had stopped. What just happened? A gasp broke the deathly silence. That was terrifying. Just one punch, and he knocked his opponent down. Even though there's a gap in their cultivation levels, it shouldn't have ended so disastrously. And yet, young Master Yin only needed one punch. The son of the prison king is truly destined for greatness. The square erupted into chaos. Though everyone had expected the outcome, Ziruo defeating Xiao Xu, no one had anticipated it would happen in such a manner. In the great hall, Jiang Ningen's delicate brows were furrowed, her red lips lightly bitten, her slender fingers clutching her robe tightly. Her face was filled with anxiety. If not for her father's presence, Jiang Ningen would have rushed to the square already. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully humiliating the protagonist. The protagonist's fortune value has been reduced by 100 points, and the host's villain value has increased by 1,000 points. The system's notification rang in Ziruo's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the protagonist. The protagonist's fortune value has been reduced by 100 points, and the host's villain value has increased by 1,000 points. Oh, so I unlocked 2 achievements at once? Ziruo's lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed that reducing the protagonist's fortune value wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. In less than half a day, he had already reduced Xiao Xu's fortune by 500 points. Meanwhile, Xiao Xu felt as if his internal organs were being churned inside out by that single punch. Fortunately, during his training, Ming Qiao had specially used precious medicinal baths every day to strengthen Xiao Xu's body. For Xiao Xu, superficial injuries could heal within the time it took to burn a stick of incense, and his close combat abilities were significantly enhanced, reducing the impact of his opponent's attacks. If not for this, Ziruo's punch might have ended Xiao Xu's life right then and there. Xiao Xu managed to pull a faintly greenish glowing pill from his robes and swallowed it with great effort, his complexion finally improving slightly. The Qi Tiandan? The 4th ancestor of the Jiang family exclaimed in surprise. Next to him, the 2nd ancestor, Jiang Chun, asked in confusion, "Old 4th, what kind of pill is that? How can it make Xiao Xu, who was on the brink of death just moments ago, stand up again?" After all, the Jiang family was a prestigious clan in the central continent, and those in power had a broad perspective. Rare treasures, spiritual medicines, mystical beasts, divine weapons. The Jiang family had a fair collection of such items. But this Qi Tiandan was something Jiang Chun had never heard of. This is a supreme grade of medicinal pill. Across the entire continent, only the Medicine King Valley has the ability to refine such a pill. The 4th ancestor paused before continuing. And even within the Medicine King Valley, only a handful of people can refine the Qi Tiandan. This pill is a top-tier 9th grade medicinal pill. As long as you have a breath left, it can bring you back from the brink of death. Even if your body is severely damaged, once the pill is swallowed, it can repair your body. Back in the day, when our ancestor's cultivation was tainted by turbid energy and his life was hanging by a thread, it was thanks to the pills sent by Ming Qiao from the Medicine King Valley that he was able to survive. That's why our entire Jiang family owes Ming Qiao a debt of gratitude. Xiao Xu's heart sank. He had planned to save the Qi Tiandan for the final moment, but now, after just one punch from Ziruo, he had been forced to use this 9th grade pill. As Xiao Xu pondered, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. In a flash, the once clear sky was overshadowed, and the wind howled with a mournful wail. "Your Highness, the locking immortal formation is complete." At that moment, not only Xiao Xu, but everyone in the square, including the Jiang family ancestors, showed expressions of unease. What is this? Such a strong sense of oppression. It's a formation. When was it set up? The square was filled with panicked murmurs. Everyone, please remain calm. This is merely a formation I've set up to prevent Xiao Xu from escaping. It only serves to seal the area and will not harm anyone. Please rest assured. Hearing Ziruo's words, the agitated crowd calmed down. Xiao Xu's face, however, was far from relaxed. No wonder he felt that Ziruo hadn't been using his full strength during their fight. It turned out he had been secretly setting up a formation to prevent Xiao Xu from escaping. Everything had just been a ruse to keep him occupied. Realizing this, Xiao Xu was filled with regret. He regretted not listening to Ming Qiao's advice and leaving earlier. Now, not only was he unable to escape, but even his master was trapped here with him. Truly, a moment of youthful impulsiveness could lead to lifelong regret. Looking down at Xiao Xu, who was struggling like an ant, Ziruo spoke slowly. Xiao Xu, no matter how you struggle, it's all just the futile resistance of a trapped beast. Surrender obediently. At this moment, Xiao Xu was driven to the edge of despair, his face a mixture of unwillingness and helplessness. Sewer, we can only use that move now. Ming Qiao's voice, which had been silent until now, once again echoed in Xiao Xu's ears. Xiao Xu's face showed a hint of shock, and he inwardly sighed bitterly. Then, he took a deep breath, stood firm, and fixed his gaze on Ziruo. His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. Xiao Xu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and let out a cold snort. Himph, if I were to die so easily here, why would I have dared to come today? Ziruo, if you want to bite off my tough bone, you'd better have strong teeth. Chapter 7. Xiao Xu's defeat and Ming Qiao's imprisonment. Xiao Xu stood with his hands, forming a seal in front of his chest. A faint, cherry-red energy began to materialize, gradually deepening in color until it solidified into a tangible flame. The flame crackled with lightning-like energy around its edges, seemingly weak but radiating a terrifyingly powerful aura. The primordial divine flame. Recognizing the flame, the elders of the Jiang family instinctively took a large step back almost simultaneously. Their eyes, usually so composed, now revealed a rare fear. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, confusion spread across their faces as they watched their esteemed elders react in such panic. These elders had seen countless storms and trials, so why were they so shocked by the flame that this young man had summoned? Could there be more to this flame than met the eye? Even Ziruo, who was known for her unflappable demeanor, could no longer remain calm. The primordial divine flame was a spiritual fire that had existed since the beginning of the universe, growing alongside all living things. It was a monstrous force in the world. Born during the primordial division of the chaotic realm, this flame had existed for thousands of years, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. It had developed its own consciousness and contained boundless energy. Those injured by it not only had their physical bodies destroyed, but also their souls dissipated into nothingness. The most terrifying aspect was that regardless of whether you were a novice in the early stages of the Xian realm or a peak expert in the divine Xian realm, as long as you were not a saint, touching this flame would result in complete annihilation of your soul. No wonder the elders of the Jiang family were so frightened that they retreated in fear. It's the primordial divine flame? I never expected Xiao Xu to have such a trump card. Even the son of the prison king would struggle to withstand this attack. At such a young age, Xiao Xu is already so powerful, with so many rare treasures. His future is unimaginable. Xiao Xu ignored the noisy chatter around him. Indeed, the primordial divine flame was incredibly powerful, but he hadn't fully mastered its control. This flame, with its intelligence far surpassing that of humans, was not easily subdued. Throughout history, countless people had sought it, most ending up being toyed with and left chasing shadows. Even those who found it rarely succeeded in taming it, often falling victim to its backlash, with their bodies and souls destroyed. Xiao Xu had spent 3 months under Ming Qiao's protection, barely subduing the flame in the depths of the Yellow Spring Abyss. This process had nearly depleted half of the top-tier medicinal pills stored in Ming Qiao's ring. Now, Xiao Xu's eyes glowed with a murderous intent that sent shivers down everyone's spines. His fierce determination caused even the bravest to break out in cold sweat. Ziruo, today I will repay you twofold for the humiliation and pain you've inflicted on me. With that, Xiao Xu silently gathered energy beneath his feet and vanished into thin air. In the next moment, he appeared like a hawk diving from above, directly above Ziruo. His left palm, filled with earth-shattering power, held the primordial divine flame, which glowed like a ghostly fire from the underworld, so terrifying that even looking at it seemed to steal one's soul. In the Jiang family's plaza, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They all understood that if Xiao Xu's flame touched anyone, even a heavenly Xian realm expert would be annihilated. From the start, Xiao Xu had no intention of sparing Ziruo's life. As Xiao Xu swung the flame toward Ziruo, it grew closer and closer, the red glow illuminating her face. But just as the flame was about to touch her, it suddenly vanished into thin air. Ziruo raised her hand and blocked Xiao Xu's punch. With a swift motion, she bent her left leg and stepped forward with her right, slamming him to the ground with force. Xiao Xu's eyes rolled back, and blood burst from his throat as he lost consciousness. That final attack had been his last resort, but even that decisive move had failed at the critical moment. Now, Xiao Xu was completely exhausted, both physically and mentally. He lay on the ground, lifeless, as if all vitality had left him. The wind howled through the plaza, carrying sand and dust. Everyone was baffled, unable to understand how Xiao Xu, despite pulling out his ultimate move, had still ended up defeated. And why had the terrifying primordial divine flame disappeared into thin air? Only Ziruo understood what had happened. Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. This was a divine ability inherent to her original body. Although it didn't cause direct harm, it allowed her to see through the opponent's energy flow and energy fluctuations. Xiao Xu's stealth techniques and short-range spatial teleportation were as clear as a blazing torch in the dark night. The primordial divine flame, though fearsome, was not difficult to control when jointly suppressed by several semi-saint elders of the Yin family, especially since Xiao Xu had already weakened it significantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the protagonist and successfully humiliating them. Protagonist's aura reduced by 500 points. Villain value increased by 500 points. Ziruo's heart raced with joy. Having such a cash cow to continuously harvest experience points was a dream come true. Thinking of those who wanted to use her as a stepping stone for the protagonist's growth, she sneered. It wouldn't be that easy. At that moment, Ming Qiao reappeared. Even if it meant her own destruction, she would protect Xiao Xu and help him escape. But before she could act, several black chains descended from the sky like venomous serpents, binding her translucent form. A group of black-robed figures slowly descended around her. The chains, infused with chaotic energy, further suppressed Ming Qiao's already ethereal form. There's no point in struggling, Elder Ming Qiao. These chains are specially forged to suppress souls, designed for the likes of you, fallen remnants of the dead. A chilling voice emerged from the black robes, sounding like a vengeful spirit from the depths of the underworld. In this battle, Xiao Xu was defeated. Chapter 8. System Store, Breakthrough in Cultivation. A single battle made him famous. Ever since Ziruo and Xiao Xu had their showdown at the Jiang family's plaza, Ziruo's reputation had spread across the central continent. Now, everyone in the central continent knew that a formidable young man had arrived at the Jiang family. Not only was he incredibly powerful, but his background was also deeply rooted. Even Elder Ming Qiao of the medicinal King Valley had been subdued by him. Moreover, the terrifying primordial divine fire, which could instantly kill a peak divine soul expert, had no effect on him. Such overwhelming power, coupled with a formidable background, made Ziruo an extraordinary figure at such a young age. Across the entire central continent, there were few who could rival his strength. This battle once again showcased the Yin family's strength to the entire central continent. Of course, Ziruo also gained many benefits from this. Not only did he completely defeat his nemesis, Xiao Xu, but he also earned a significant amount of villain points. The items in the system store could cause a frenzy among various factions if they appeared in the black market. Some of the high-end items were virtually priceless. At this moment, Ziruo was sitting in his study, meditating with his eyes closed, browsing through the store interface. Heavenly level techniques, cultivation experience, talent reformation, rare treasures, nuclear bombs, fighter jets. The system store had a wide variety of items. Although Ziruo's current villain points didn't allow him to purchase much, it was enough for his current needs. Wait, what's this? Ziruo's attention was suddenly drawn to an item in the store. Fragment of a parallel world seed. What is this? Curious, Ziruo opened the item's description. Fragment of a parallel world seed, split from a complete parallel world seed. Collecting all fragments will yield a complete seed. Once planted within the host's body, it can sprout and form an inner world. This world is immune to external interference, with time and spatial dimensions fully controlled by the host. In essence, it creates a world completely under the host's control. This was an extraordinary treasure. Ziruo was overjoyed. His former self had heard of such a precious item within the family, though only in passing. Many powerful figures had exhausted their wealth trying to obtain such a treasure. Such an item could save his life in critical moments, allowing him to escape. Without reaching the level of a saint or emperor, no one could tear through space to find him. Elder Ming Qiao of the Medicinal King Valley, Xiao Xu's master, had relied on such an item to preserve a sliver of his soul before his body was destroyed, allowing him to retreat into his inner space and await the opportunity to rebuild his body. Looking at the price, 5,000 villain points. It was a bit pricey, but such a treasure was worth every point. Click to exchange. With the remaining villain points, Ziruo exchanged for a few powerful life-saving techniques. The last of his points were reserved for boosting his cultivation. Daotian Shangdian, one of the secret techniques Ziruo practiced. With this technique, his cultivation speed would be greatly enhanced. Even in the upper realms, this technique was coveted by many. Now, Ziruo had reached the 6th level of this technique, making him a leading figure among his peers. Although his original self was naturally talented, he had been stuck at this level for about half a year. Since villain points can increase my cultivation, why not give myself a boost and break through this barrier? Thinking this, Ziruo commanded the system. System, allocate all remaining talent points to my cultivation experience. As Ziruo's voice echoed, a clear and pure energy began to flow from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body. Ziruo felt as if every cell in his mind had been rejuvenated. Various insights about the Daotian Shangdian appeared before his eyes. His technique had broken through another minor boundary. Suddenly, Ziruo's body trembled. A surge of energy burst forth from his body, radiating in all directions. The void in the palace erupted with a thunderous boom. A powerful aura enveloped the surroundings. The area near the palace fell silent, and the guards on duty were filled with terror. The two guards exchanged fearful glances. What was that terrifying energy just now? It felt like a demon god was present in the palace. It seemed like the pressure of someone breaking through to the 2nd level of the heavenly phenomenon realm. Could it be that young master? Too terrifying. At such a young age, he's already reached such a peak level of strength. Inside the palace, Ziruo let out a triumphant laugh. Power, immense power. The power to control everything and look down upon all beings. At this moment, his internal organs were refined, crystal clear, and incredibly resilient. Although he had been somewhat fatigued recently, after breaking through to the 2nd level of the heavenly Shenjing, he no longer felt any weariness. Instead, he felt as refreshed as if he had just awakened from a deep sleep and taken a rejuvenating bath. But soon, Ziruo's expression grew serious again. Now, with his cultivation at the 2nd level of the heavenly mysterious realm, he was indeed a force to be reckoned with. However, in the vast and boundless mysterious realm, his current strength still limited him from venturing to many places. Although the system assisted him, The cost of improving his techniques was still too high. Just a minor breakthrough had consumed all his villain points. It seemed that besides strengthening his own cultivation, he would also need to find more luck-favored individuals to harvest. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Ziruo was about to check the store for any undiscovered items, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Ziruo asked coldly, "Who is it?" "It's me, Jiang Ningen. May I come in, young Master Yin, to speak with you?" The voice outside belonged to Jiang Ningen, as gentle as the spring breeze. Ziruo slowly opened his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He didn't need to guess to know Jiang Ningen's purpose. She must be here to plead for Xiao Xu. Otherwise, given his image as a great villain, Jiang Ningen would avoid him, not approach him. Well, it wouldn't hurt to see if he could soften their relationship a bit. After all, Jiang Ningen was also a beauty. Who wouldn't like a beautiful girl? Thinking this, Ziruo spoke softly, his tone much gentler. "Oh, it's Miss Ningen. Please come in." Hearing this, Jiang Ningen gently pushed the door open and entered. "I wonder what brings the Saintess Ningen to my room." Ziruo's handsome face was full of warmth, with a hint of a smile, just right. This sentence left Jiang Ningen momentarily at a loss. All along, Jiang Ningen had thought of Ziruo as a cold-hearted, ruthless villain, but at this moment, the young man before her seemed to have a touch of gentleness. Chapter 9. Temptress Disturbs, Prince Acts. At this moment, Jiang Ningen could no longer maintain the same calm as before. A peculiar feeling was stirring within her heart, leaving her unsettled. It was undeniable that Jiang Ningen's appearance was flawless. Her features were exquisite and elegant, her eyes as cold as frost, her brows like ink strokes on a painting. Her lips, a delicate shade of red, seemed to smile yet not. Her slender fingers like jade stalks, her waist as light as a willow branch. Even the pale blue long gown she wore couldn't hide her exceptional figure. As she walked, each step was like a lotus blooming, and beneath her flowing skirt, her long, fair legs occasionally peeked out from the gaps. Truly, she was a temptress of the mortal world. Few men could remain composed in the presence of such a beauty, and even Ziruo had to admit this to himself. But compared to Ziruo, Jiang Ningen's heart was even more restless and uneasy. Ever since she could remember, countless men had tried to win her favor. Even Xiao Xu, when in her presence, had been like a nervous child, fumbling with his hands and feet. But Ziruo was an exception. Not only did he remain coldly indifferent in her presence, but even on the night her father had sent her to his chambers, he hadn't touched her. It was as if she held no attraction for this man at all. Women, it seemed, preferred men who could conquer them. Those who vied for her attention and showered her with flattery, even if they gave everything they had, were looked down upon in their hearts. Holy Maiden? A magnetic voice pulled Jiang Ningen back from her thoughts. The Holy Maiden hasn't answered my question yet. Jiang Ningen's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Her eyes dared not meet Ziruo's, and she responded softly. Ningen has come to apologize for what happened a few days ago. Ziruo opened his eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed, his expression calm as he asked, "Oh? How so? What wrong have you done, Holy Maiden?" "The trouble with Xiao Xu was all because of me, yet it caused you difficulty. It was wrong of me, and I hope you can forgive Ningen's ignorance." Jiang Ningen then recounted how she had met Xiao Xu and his feelings for her, detailing everything to Ziruo. It would be foolish to hide the truth from someone who already knew everything. Not only would it make oneself look foolish, but it would also insult the other person's intelligence. So, being honest and not hiding anything was the right approach. Indeed, Jiang Ningen's emotional intelligence was quite high. Such a meticulous, intelligent, and spirited woman was something Ziruo deeply appreciated. Compared to those mere ornaments with pretty faces, women like her were far more appealing to men. Ziruo's face showed a hint of interest. This woman is intriguing. In the previous battle, Ziruo had demonstrated his overwhelming strength and the terrifying power behind him to the Jiang family. If he could knock Xiao Xu from the heavens to the ground, he could naturally sweep away any force he disliked, including the Jiang family. If Ziruo were to become the Jiang family's backing, their position in the central continent would be unshakable. Compared to the immature and impulsive Xiao Xu, Jiang Ningen would rather not offend the man before her. At this moment, Ziruo had a somewhat appreciative attitude toward Jiang Ningen. Of course, it was purely an appreciation. And, well, a certain attraction to her physical beauty. After all, he was a man. Ding, Jiang Ningen's personality has shifted, her favorability toward the host has increased, Xiao Xu's luck value has decreased by 100 points, the host's villain value has increased by 1,000 points. The system's voice rang in Ziruo's ears, and he narrowed his eyes. The system never lied, so it was clear that Jiang Ningen no longer held such animosity toward him. However, this was far from enough. A slap and a sweet, that was the way to make women devoted. Ziruo's lips curled into a teasing smile as he said, "You're saying all this to make me interested in you, so you can ask me to spare Xiao Xu out of consideration for your feelings?" His words were sharp and unyielding. Although Jiang Ningen had anticipated Ziruo's attitude, she hadn't expected it to be so direct. Jiang Ningen's face turned pale, and she quickly stood up from her seat to offer an apology. "Ningen knows she is but a common flower, unworthy of your discerning eye. However, everything I have said is sincere, and I hope you can see that. Xiao Xu, for your sake, dared to offend the entire Jiang family and even confronted me head-on. Now, he languishes in the dungeon, his life hanging in the balance. Isn't what you're doing a bit of a betrayal of his deep affection for you?" Ziruo's words stirred a mix of emotions in Jiang Ningen's heart. How could she feel nothing? She could clearly sense Xiao Xu's genuine feelings for her. But at this moment, the safety of the Jiang family rested on her shoulders, and she couldn't afford to consider personal feelings. In the face of the clan's interests, everything else is fleeting. It was clear that Jiang Ningen was deeply pained as she said this. Seeing Jiang Ningen's expression, Ziruo maintained a calm smile on the surface, as if the breeze had passed by, but inside, he was already laughing. To capture someone, one must first break their spirit. It seemed that Jiang Ningen had already submitted to him in her heart. Ding, Jiang Ningen's submission has emerged. Xiao Xu's destiny value has decreased by 50 points. The host's villain value has increased by 500 points. So, all in all, Xiao Xu's destiny value had been reduced by over 3,000 points. Ziruo's aura was so powerful that it often left people feeling uncertain and unsure. Unlike Xiao Xu, who was like a blank sheet of paper, his feelings were pure and straightforward. He liked you, and that was it, without any hidden agendas. But ironically, it was often women who were drawn to men like Ziruo, those who were enigmatic and hard to read. "You came to my room at night. Aren't you afraid I might do something to you?" Ziruo deliberately wore an inscrutable expression as he looked at Jiang Ningen. Jiang Ningen, however, remained composed and dignified as she replied, "Ningen has faith in your excellency's character." This remark made Ziruo chuckle. Character? Those are just labels others give. Who knows what one might do in a crucial moment? Hypocritical. Ziruo snorted lightly. Jiang Ningen remained silent, her lips pressed together. Outside the door, the rustling of bamboo swayed by the breeze could be heard, occasionally accompanied by the chirping of crickets. "It's getting late, holy maiden. Please return." Ziruo stood up, brushing past Jiang Ningen and stepping to the door. Chapter 10. Long-term fishing and the female lead's affection. Ziruo stood by the door, his demeanor suggesting a man devoted to cultivation and uninterested in women. At this moment, even Ziruo couldn't help but admire his own acting skills. A beauty stood right before him, yet his heart remained undisturbed. He knew the tactic of catching by letting go. After all, women had to be handled this way. Otherwise, how could they be made to devote themselves completely? Young Master Ziruo's behavior, however, left Jiang Ningen feeling uncertain. What she had just said was indeed from the heart, without any deceit. But for some reason, instead of easing their relationship, Ziruo seemed to harbor some prejudice against her. The room was unnaturally quiet. Jiang Ningen looked down at the ground, occasionally glancing up to steal a look at Ziruo. This man before her was so enigmatic that it was no wonder she constantly thought about how to deal with him. Through these interactions, she found herself paying more attention to Ziruo. I know you still have feelings for him. Don't worry, I won't force you. I'm willing to wait. Finally, it was Ziruo who broke the silence between them. Hearing these words, Jiang Ningen was stunned, feeling at a loss. What did this mean? Was this a confession? The aloof and enigmatic young Master Yin, who was even more reserved than herself, had just spoken such words to her. Just a few sentences caused Jiang Ningen's heart to flutter. At this moment, her fair cheeks flushed slightly, and her head felt warm, unsure of what to say. Ziruo, meanwhile, stood there without looking at her, as if the words had been muttered to himself. I like you, but I know you can't let go of him. I, Ziruo, am not the kind of lecherous man who forces himself on others. I also hope you won't force yourself. Ziruo continued to speak softly, his voice no longer cold but filled with tenderness and a hint of affection. Despite her usual icy demeanor, Jiang Ningen's heart could no longer remain calm. Ziruo's ambiguous words left her momentarily unsure of how to respond. Young master, are you speaking to me? Jiang Ningen asked, suppressing the complexity in her heart. Only then did Ziruo turn around, slowly walking over to her and lowering his gaze to meet hers. Do you think there's a third person in this room? Hearing this, Jiang Ningen hurriedly stood up, her hands tucked into her sleeves as she bowed. Thank you for your kindness, young master. Ningen dare not accept such affection. I hope you'll understand. Ziruo remained calm, smiling lightly. There's no need to panic. I merely expressed my feelings. Whether it's a mistake or not is my concern. You don't need to burden yourself. The room fell silent once more. The candlelight swayed gently in the night breeze, casting shadows on the walls that danced with the flickering flame. Young master, were your words sincere? This time, it was Jiang Ningen who broke the silence. As clear as the sun and moon. Ziruo replied softly with just 4 words. Although brief, these words stirred Jiang Ningen's composed heart. Who was this man before her? The heir of the prison king, the future head of the Yin family, a man respected by the entire Xian realm, an aloof and calculating man, known for his disinterest in women, had just confessed his feelings to her? Here, I have a token your father gave me. Take it. With this, you can have Xiao Xu pardoned. Saying this, Ziruo removed a jade token with a gold border from his waist and placed it in Jiang Ningen's hand. It seems I misunderstood you, young master. I didn't expect you to be so righteous. From now on, I will serve you wholeheartedly and cut all ties with Xiao Xu. I swear by the heavens that if I break this vow, I shall be destroyed. Seeing the earnestness in her expression, Ziruo chuckled softly, gently reaching out to tidy the stray hairs by her ear, saying nothing more. Young master, please rest early. Ningen will take her leave. After curtsying, Jiang Ningen left the room. Once outside the garden, the initial tension in her heart dissipated. Somehow, her heart felt lighter, no longer as oppressive and lifeless as before. The moonlight, like gossamer, bathed the floor of green jade, and Jiang Ningen couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Upon closer thought, Ziruo hadn't done anything wrong from the start. He was merely passing through the central continent when her father, the clan leader, asked him to stay. Even the engagement between them was arranged by her father, and Ziruo hadn't directly agreed to it. Later, when Xiao Xu heard of their engagement, he attacked Ziruo, but Ziruo didn't retaliate harshly, instead setting a 3-year deadline. During these 3 years, he didn't send anyone to hunt down Xiao Xu, nor did he make any improper advances toward her. Even when her father sent her to his chambers, Ziruo barely acknowledged her presence. Thinking about it, it seemed the Jiang family had been trying to secure him as a backer for their clan all along. From the beginning, he hadn't done anything wrong. Although Ziruo appeared reserved and calculating, as the heir of the prison king, he was naturally well-educated. Didn't she also rarely share her thoughts with others? Moreover, knowing Xiao Xu had feelings for her, he still gave her the token to pardon Xiao Xu. Such magnanimity was hard not to admire. Feeling drawn to him? A voice, both gentle and chilling, echoed in Jiang Ningguan's ear. She didn't respond directly, only dismissively said, "You talk too much. You know what I'm thinking, so why ask? Of course, you are me, and I am you. There are no secrets between us." This voice had been with Jiang Ningguan since her birth. A dual soul within one body. A secret only she knew, one she had never revealed to her father. It seems young Master Yin isn't as cold-hearted and bloodthirsty as rumors say. Her other self spoke in her ear. Yes, he seems cold on the surface, but his heart is quite upright. Jiang Ningguan replied. Why had she had such a preconceived notion about young Master Yin? Thinking of this, a sense of guilt surfaced in her heart. Ding! Jiang Ningguan's perception of the host has changed. Destiny points increased by 100, fortune points increased by 20. At the same time, the system's notification sounded in Ziruo's ear. A hint of helplessness and a wry smile appeared on Ziruo's face. In just one evening, without saying much, Jiang Ningguan seemed to have created a drama in her own heart. Of course, Ziruo's affectionate act was merely a performance. On one hand, it was to mend their relationship and clear up previous misunderstandings. On the other hand, it was to create a rift between the male and female leads, further reducing Xiao Xu's fortune. Women really were complex creatures. Thinking of this, Ziruo asked the system, does Jiang Ningguan's behavior count as voluntarily offering herself? Could this lead to heavenly retribution? The female lead's fortune is still higher than the host's. Forcing a relationship could still result in heavenly retribution with significant variables. Hearing this, a black line appeared on Ziruo's forehead. Well, it seems that unless the other party completely submits on their own, as long as their fortune value is higher than mine, there will still be some risks involved. I'm no saint like Lu Xiaohui. Desire is human nature. Even the sages have said so, let alone me, who is far from being a saint. If it weren't for the constant obstacles set by the system, why would I always have to sigh at critical moments? All right. Forcing a melon won't make it sweet. It's better to wait for a while longer. As Ziruo was pondering these thoughts, a rift in the void appeared behind him. From within emerged an old man, who knelt on one knee before Ziruo. This man was none other than the mysterious old man, known as Ming Qiao, who had been secretly protecting Ziruo all along. Your Highness, I trust you are well, Ming Qiao greeted respectfully. Ziruo waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities. He then asked, how is the task I assigned to you? Is everything going smoothly? Reporting to your Highness, Xiao Xu remains unconscious in the dungeon, and Ming Qiao of the Medicine King Valley has not yet appeared. Continue to keep a close watch. Remember, no matter what happens, do not intervene. Just report to me. After bowing deeply, Ming Qiao took his leave and departed. Ziruo sat by the tea table, fiddling with an object in his hand, a cold smile playing on his lips. I don't care if you're the chosen one of fate or the son of destiny. Even if heaven itself is protecting you, crushing you will only be a matter of time. Late into the night, Ziruo undressed and lay down on the bed, closing his eyes to rest while contemplating future plans. Meanwhile, Xiao Xu, after being defeated, had suffered a severe blow to both his spirit and body. Trapped in the damp and dark dungeon, devoid of sunlight, he had yet to regain consciousness. As for Ming Qiao, who had previously been suppressed by a special shackle designed to restrain souls, her soul remained extremely weak. Ming Qiao had always relied on Xiao Xu's essence to sustain herself, but with Xiao Xu now unconscious and his body in a frail state, if she were to absorb his essence to manifest herself, it could easily cost Xiao Xu his life. Thus, she could only wait within the ancient ring for Xiao Xu to awaken. Chapter 11. Imprisoned and Betrayed. After being confined for days and nights, Xiao Xu's breathing finally eased slightly. Additionally, Ming Qiao had not drained his essence during this time, so his recovery was relatively swift. Struggling to his feet, Xiao Xu still felt a lingering pain in his head. The surroundings were dark and damp, filled with the stench of decaying corpses. The copper walls, engraved with intricate runes, made it clear where he was. Xiao Xu knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant and his face haggard. 3 years. He had spent 3 years in rigorous training, enduring countless hardships and near-death experiences. Yet, driven by his obsession, he had repeatedly pulled through. All he wanted was to kill Ziruo with his own hands. However, the opponent had defeated him with a seemingly ordinary strike, and now he was shackled, a prisoner. The revenge he had dreamed of had turned into a mockery. Ziruo. Xiao Xu growled through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with a terrifying killing intent. The mere thought of Ziruo's disdainful expression, as if viewing all else as insignificant ants, ignited an uncontrollable rage within him. "Sewer," a gentle voice called out. It was Ming Qiao. Master, you've finally spoken. I thought you were angry with me and wouldn't speak to me again." Xiao Xu's tears streamed down uncontrollably. In such dire circumstances, the presence of someone who remained steadfast brought immense relief, a feeling only those who had experienced it could understand. "Sewer, why must you?" Ming Qiao's words were unspoken, but Xiao Xu understood. If he had listened to his master and left quickly instead of engaging in prolonged combat with Ziruo, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Now, not only was his life in danger, but his master, who had been so kind to him, was also implicated. "Master, can we escape from here?" Xiao Xu asked, but only received a heavy sigh in response. The answer was clear. The runes here are specifically designed to suppress spirits. The marks suggest they were recently engraved. Ming Qiao's voice remained gentle but seemed tinged with a hint of resentment. Without these suppressive runes, leaving would be relatively simple. Clearly, due to Ming Qiao's exposure, the Jiang family had prepared accordingly. Before Xiao Xu could say more, he heard footsteps and lay down, feigning unconsciousness. Light footsteps echoed across the damp stone floor, and a familiar voice made Xiao Xu's heart skip a beat. "Xiao Xu, are you all right?" It was Jiang Ningen. Ningen had come. Xiao Xu leapt up from the straw, rushing to the bars. Ningen, what are you doing here? Did they lock you up too? Are you all right?" he asked eagerly and joyfully. However, Jiang Ningen did not respond. She simply took out a silver key and unlocked the door, then removed Xiao Xu's shackles. Xiao Xu didn't question her. In his mind, it was obvious. Ningen must have secretly taken the key and come to rescue him. This proved that she still cared for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked coming to such a dangerous place alone. That was enough for him. Xiao Xu grabbed Ningen's wrist, wanting to leave together, but his hand met air. "Ningen, what?" Seeing Jiang Ningen pull away, Xiao Xu was puzzled. "Don't misunderstand, Xiao Xu. I did come to save you, but I won't be leaving with you." Jiang Ningen replied coldly. In an instant, Xiao Xu felt as if a transparent yet impenetrable wall had been erected between them. "What do you mean?" he stammered, stunned. Ningen seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. "I know, it must be them forcing you to do this, right? Did you agree to some vile condition from Ziruo to save me?" Xiao Xu's words were more for himself than for Jiang Ningen. Gongzi is not like that. He is a righteous gentleman. "Xiao Xu, please stop holding on to your prejudices," Jiang Ningen said. "Ziruo a gentleman?" That was the most absurd joke Xiao Xu had ever heard, and it came from the mouth of the girl who had once pledged eternal love with him. "Ningen, if you have any difficulties, tell me. I'll save you." Xiao Xu stepped forward, trying to grab her hand again, but he stopped, or rather, had to stop, as a sword now pointed at his chest, held by Jiang Ningen. Xiao Xu was completely bewildered. What had happened during the days he was unconscious? The girl who had once strolled under the moonlight with him had become so cold and distant. "Xiao Xu, I'll say it one more time. I won't be leaving with you," Jiang Ningen said coldly. "No one forced me, and Gongzi didn't coerce me into anything. It was all your own wishful thinking. She then tossed a badge from her sleeve, dropping it before Xiao Xu. This badge was given to me by Yin Gongzi. He forgave past grievances and allowed me to release you. I hope you can face reality and stop holding on to your biases. With that, she sheathed her sword and turned to leave, decisively. Left alone in the cold, damp prison, Xiao Xu slumped to the ground. He could clearly feel that Ningguang wasn't joking. Her coldness was genuine. A joke. He was a joke? Xiao Xu laughed bitterly to the heavens. Had he been deluding himself all these years? Was this the truth? Jiang Ningguang was just a fickle, power-hungry woman. A defeated man like him wasn't worthy of her. Countless thoughts flooded Xiao Xu's mind. His head ached unbearably, and with his injuries and weakened state, he felt a rush of blood. Blood spurted from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious once more. Chapter 12. A Garden Stroll with Beauty, Winning Hearts Strategically. Ding. The male and female leads have grown apart, reducing the protagonist's destiny points by 200 and increasing the antagonist value by 2,000. In the study, Ziruo's hand holding the teacup paused for a moment. Then, a look of realization dawned on his face. Heh, it seems Jiang Ningguang hasn't disappointed me, he murmured. With the assistance of the system, Ziruo was well aware of what had transpired. It seemed Jiang Ningguang had indeed developed a genuine inclination to submit, even going so far as to break ties with Xiao Xu. This made Ziruo feel even more reassured. After all, he had previously harbored doubts about whether Jiang Ningguang was truly submitting to him or merely acting. Now, the answer was clear. Young master, Xiao Xu has been released by Jiang Ningguang and is likely still within the Jiang clan's territory. Should I go and retrieve him? Behind Ziruo, a rift in the void opened, and an elderly man in a black robe emerged. This was none other than Ming Qiao, who had been tasked by Ziruo to secretly monitor Xiao Xu. No need. Let him go, Ziruo replied casually. Young master, although Xiao Xu is but an ordinary mortal and no threat, he is backed by the Alchemist Valley's Ming Qiao. In the future, she might pose a significant danger if left unchecked. Ming Lao's voice carried a hint of concern. After all, in the past 3 years, Ming Qiao's progress had been rapid, and leaving her alone could be a grave mistake. Ziruo chuckled, playing with a bonsai in the room. Ming Lao, to catch a big fish, one must cast a long line. Be patient. Ming Lao knelt on one knee, understanding Ziruo's intent. Young master is wise. He then disappeared back into the void, continuing his silent protection of Ziruo. Knock, knock. A soft rapping sounded at the door. Who is it? Ziruo asked coldly. It's me, Ningguang, came a voice that seemed calm but carried a hint of unease. Ziruo's sharp senses picked up on the subtle nervousness in her tone. Oh, come in. Jiang Ningguang pushed the door open and entered, today clad in a soft pink dress instead of her usual plain white attire. Her fair, pure face, complemented by the gentle pink hue, made her appear even more delicate and charming. Was this the fabled act of a woman adorning herself for her beloved? Ziruo mused. Heh, if not for the backlash of her fortune, how could any man remain calm in the presence of such a beauty? However, until her fortune points dropped to a certain level, he would have to continue playing the role of the virtuous man. Ziruo took a deep breath to calm himself. The spring scenery is at its best today, and seeing that you've been idle these past few days, would you do me the honor of accompanying me to the garden to admire the flowers? Jiang Ningguang curtsied, tentatively asking. Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Ziruo silently activated his powerful technique, enhanced by the system, to search for Xiao Xu's location. This technique, beyond its basic function of sensing spiritual energy, now provided a real-time 3D map of everything within a 50-kilometer radius, plants, animals, and even humans. As expected, Xiao Xu was still within the Jiang clan's territory. What's more, he was hiding in the garden. It seemed he had learned of Jiang Ningguang's intention to invite Ziruo to the garden and was lying in wait. It seems I was too abrupt, disturbing your meditation, young master, Jiang Ningguang said hurriedly, Thinking Yin Ziruo's silence meant he didn't wish to accompany her, she prepared to take her leave. But just as she turned, her wrist was gently grasped, sending a shiver through her. Turning her head, she found Yin Ziruo's face just half a palm's width away. With such beautiful spring scenery and a beauty by my side, how could I refuse? Yin Ziruo's face showed a mix of 3 parts indulgence, 5 parts charm, and 2 parts indescribable gentleness. His chiseled features, coupled with the closeness that allowed even their gentle breaths to be felt, left Jiang Ningen's heart racing. Her face, from her neck up, turned a rosy pink, and her breathing grew hot. Yin Ziruo chuckled lightly at her bashful expression, then exited the room first. Such control and finesse in handling the situation. Clearly, he was a seasoned player in matters of the heart. In modern terms, he would undoubtedly be labeled a playboy. The two strolled side by side through the corridors and into the garden. The Jiang clan's garden was magnificent, filled with exotic flowers, rare herbs, and precious medicinal plants. It truly was a microcosm of beauty, with birds soaring and willows swaying. With a beauty by his side, even Yin Ziruo felt tempted to retire and abandon his role as the great antagonist. As he admired the scenery, Yin Ziruo suddenly felt a warmth in his hand. Looking down, he saw Jiang Ningen's delicate hand gently holding his. Ding! Congratulations! The female lead has developed feelings for the protagonist. Your destiny points have increased by 100. Hearing the system's notification, Yin Ziruo was elated. Finally, he had won over the female lead. All those years of flirting had paid off. In the distant shrubbery, a pair of eyes, sharp and predatory like a wolf or tiger, glared intently at the two. Xiao Xu. Indeed, after escaping the dungeon, Xiao Xu had not immediately fled the Jiang clan's territory. Instead, he planned to confront Jiang Ningen once more to get clarity. Accidentally overhearing the maid's chatter, he learned that Jiang Ningen and Yin Ziruo were planning to visit the garden to enjoy the spring scenery. So, he had concealed his presence and hidden in the bushes. In his heart, he still clung to a sliver of hope that Jiang Ningen was coerced, that her previous words were insincere. However, what he witnessed dispelled any such illusions. There was no coercion, no words from Yin Ziruo. Jiang Ningen had taken Yin Ziruo's hand willingly. Bitch. The entire Jiang clan was made up of greedy, despicable people. When he was the top disciple of the inner sect, Jiang Ningen had treated him with smiles and kindness. Now that he had lost and fallen, she had immediately climbed into bed with Yin Ziruo, the scoundrel. Xiao Xu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and unconsciously rubbed the ring on his finger, preparing for another life-and-death battle with Yin Ziruo. Sewer, do not act rashly. You are heavily injured, and your Dao heart is shattered. Charging forward now would be suicide. Ming Qiao, seeing Xiao Xu's impulsive state, urgently advised. Indeed, even if his injuries were fully healed, Yin Ziruo was an unfathomable opponent, far from ordinary. A reckless attack could end disastrously, unlike the previous encounter. Revenge can wait 10 years. Yin Ziruo, I'll remember this debt. With that, Xiao Xu concealed his presence and disappeared into the dense shrubbery. Chapter 13. Shadow Follows, Divine Medicine of the Eastern Wilderness. Ding. The male lead harbors extreme hatred towards the female lead, and a break is imminent. The protagonist's luck value decreases by 200 points, and the host's villain value increases by 2,000 points. Huh? He can actually hold back from acting? Yin Ziruo sneered inwardly. Jiang Ningen's initiative had even slightly surprised him, and for Xiao Xu to restrain himself, it must have been due to Ming Qiao's persuasion behind the scenes. Good. Even cats play with mice until they're exhausted. Since an experienced baby has appeared, it's natural to squeeze out all his value. Thinking of this, Yin Ziruo's lips curled into a smile. Jiang Ningen's palms were sweating slightly. Seeing Yin Ziruo's smile, she thought he was mocking her initiative and quickly retracted her hand, lowering her head and blushing. Mr. Yin, what are you laughing at? Yin Ziruo smiled faintly and reached out to hold Jiang Ningen's hand, saying, It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered that you've experienced so much in one day, and your heart must be unsettled. How about I take you out to relax? The warmth from Ziruo's palm sent ripples through Jiang Ningen's heart, a completely different feeling from when she had taken the initiative to hold his hand earlier. What do you think? Hearing Ziruo's question, Jiang Ningen came back to her senses and blushed as she replied. This, wouldn't it be inappropriate? After all, the Emperor's tomb is about to open. It's fine, Ziruo said, pulling Jiang Ningen's hand and heading towards the Jiang family's elder courtyard. We'll be back before that time. Master, we're approaching the forbidden area of the eastern wilderness. Is it really possible to find the divine medicine here to rebuild your body? Xiao Xu looked at the desolate landscape ahead and couldn't help but ask. The area ahead was filled with weathered rocks and dust, resembling a scorched hell with no sign of life. I heard about it. Ming Qiao's gentle voice came from the ring. There's a legend about a sacred place in the eastern wilderness called the Yaoguang Sacred Land. Within it, there is a divine medicine that not only rebuilds the body but also significantly boosts one's cultivation. However, I'm not sure if the medicine still exists now. Hearing this, Xiao Xu's hope flared up like a dying fire meeting dry grass. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fervor. Boosting my cultivation. That's great. Then I can take revenge on Ziruo and that bitch. Sewer. Ming Qiao, sensing Xiao Xu's rising anger, couldn't help but reprimand him. Hatred can be your driving force, but never let it blind your eyes. Ming Qiao sighed, adding, moreover, based on your previous battles, whether in terms of cultivation or mentality, you are worlds apart from him. Before my body is rebuilt, you are not allowed to seek revenge on him. Hearing Ming Qiao's words, Xiao Xu's anger felt like it had been doused with hot oil. Even my master says I'm inferior to that bastard. I refuse to accept it. I refuse. Divine medicine? Huh? I must obtain it. Then I'll make that pair of dog lovers pay with their lives. Xiao Xu furiously kicked a pile of rubble, sending shards flying in all directions. Without looking back, he strode deeper into the eastern wilderness. Alas! In his mind, only a gentle sigh echoed. Several days later, at the Yaoguang Sacred Land, several elders stood in 2 rows, waiting for a carriage to approach from afar. The carriage was accompanied by several servants, all walking through the air effortlessly, clearly indicating that each was a top-tier expert. The son of the prison king has arrived. The elders quickly bowed and announced in unison. The Yaoguang Sacred Land welcomes the esteemed arrival of the son of the prison king. The carriage came to a halt, and the curtain was pulled back. A figure stepped out, and it was none other than Ziruo. He slowly raised his arm and extended it into the carriage. A delicate hand rested on his arm, and Jiang Ningen's graceful figure emerged from the carriage. Tired? Ziruo gently patted Jiang Ningen's hand. You've asked me that 7 times already, Jiang Ningen smiled faintly. Although I may not be as strong as you, I'm still a genius of the Jiang family, not some fragile flower. Just a few days in the carriage, I'm not tired at all. Ziruo finally broke into a smile. Following Xiao Xu's trail, he had traveled by carriage to the eastern wilderness. It was obvious that Xiao Xu had come here to seek the rare divine medicine. This was perfect. Not only could he milk the experienced baby, but he could also acquire precious treasures, a double win. Seeing this, one of the elders stepped forward, bowing and saying, Your Highness, you must be exhausted from your journey. A banquet has been prepared. Please follow me to rest in our territory. Ziruo nodded slightly and said softly, Thank you, esteemed elders. The elders had long heard of the son of the prison king's reputation, especially his ruthless nature, which made them somewhat fearful. However, seeing Ziruo's courteous demeanor, they were pleasantly surprised and vied to lead the way for him. Later, that disciple also became one of the top talents in our clan, just like the Yaoguang Holy Son. Of course, compared to your highness, he is far inferior. This time, if your highness could offer them some guidance, it would be immensely beneficial to them. Where? Throughout the journey, Ziruo simply brushed off the elders' introductions. His mind was already filled with the anticipation of Xiao Xu's shock and fury upon seeing him. He couldn't wait any longer. Ziruo led Jiang Ningen behind the elders, arriving at the reception hall. As soon as he entered, his eyes lit up. In the hall, a figure was glaring at him with intense hatred. It was Xiao Xu. How did he get here? Jiang Ningen also noticed Xiao Xu's fiery gaze and frowned slightly. Ziruo couldn't help but smile, pretending not to notice Xiao Xu's presence. Not only did he ignore Xiao Xu's almost murderous gaze, but he also pulled Jiang Ningen forward more boldly. Which one is the Yaoguang Holy Son? Ziruo feigned curiosity, glancing around. His gaze briefly swept over Xiao Xu before moving on, further stoking Xiao Xu's resentment. A figure stepped out from the gathering and bowed to Ziruo, saying, "Greetings, son of the prison king." Ziruo glanced at the man. Earth realm cultivation. Not bad. Indeed, the Yaoguang Holy Son is truly a dragon among men, with an extraordinary appearance, Ziruo said with a smile. Compared to everyone present, he certainly has an otherworldly aura, and his cultivation must be unrivaled. Of course, Ziruo's words were meant for Xiao Xu to hear. The Yaoguang Holy Son sighed and said, "Your Highness is joking. While I might be considered presentable, to say I am unrivaled would be an exaggeration. Not to mention the strength of the elders here, even among our generation, there is one who is not inferior to me." As he spoke, the Yaoguang Holy Son turned to someone and said, "Yang Qiyun, come and greet the son of the prison king." Ziruo smiled as he looked at the man, but a message in his mind instantly shook him. Ding! Detected a protagonist with great fortune. Spending 500 villain points allows you to view his past. Chapter 14. The Fortune Child and the Great Power Possession. Another fortune child. Ziruo's heart surged with joy. While Xiao Xu's fortune hadn't been fully drained yet, another one, Yang Qiyun, had just walked right into his grasp. Know your enemy and know yourself. In 100 battles, you will never be defeated. This 500 was worth it. Ding! Fortune child, Yang Qiyun, originally an ordinary disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land, accidentally gained possession by a powerful figure from another realm, causing a significant increase in his cultivation. Currently, he is in a state of incomplete soul, needing to borrow the soul of a strong person to repair his soul and restore his strength. So, he was possessed by a great power from another realm. Judging by his current strength, which was only at the Earth realm, he wasn't much of a threat. However, the fact that Yang Qiyun needed to borrow the soul of a strong person to restore his strength caught Ziruo's attention. Looking at Xiao Xu and Yang Qiyun, it seemed they had already established some connection. Could it be that Yang Qiyun was targeting Ming Qiao? Yang Qiyun pays his respects to the son of the prison king. Yang Qiyun stepped forward and bowed to Ziruo, who smiled and reached out to support him, only to suddenly feel a surge of energy from his hand. Testing me? Ziruo sneered inwardly, but outwardly, he remained calm, countering Yang Qiyun's energy with a subtle force. In an instant, a burst of aura erupted from both of them, sweeping through the surroundings. Yang Qiyun, do not be disrespectful to the son of the prison king. The elders and saints of the Yaoguang sacred land were shocked and immediately tried to intervene, but the shadow guards quickly blocked their path. Young people are naturally full of vigor. It's nothing, nothing. Ziruo smiled faintly, exerting internal strength to lift Yang Qiyun's bowed body back up, and the turbulent aura around them dissipated instantly. Yang Qiyun's face turned pale, and he said in a low voice, "The son of the prison king is indeed skilled." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully humiliating Yang Qiyun. Yang Qiyun's fortune decreased by 100, and the host's villain points increased by 1,000. The Yaoguang saint glared at Yang Qiyun and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Yang Qiyun is ignorant of proper etiquette. Please do not be angry, Your Highness. It's fine. Those who cultivate will naturally want to compete when they encounter a strong opponent. It's human nature." Ziruo waved his hand slightly and turned to look at the Yaoguang saint, saying, "Saint, the Yaoguang sacred land is truly full of talents." After the banquet, Could you show me and my fiancé around? Of course. Seeing that Ziruo wasn't angry, the Yaoguang saint breathed a sigh of relief. Offending this demon would bring nothing but trouble to the Yaoguang sacred land. The Yaoguang saint quickly ushered everyone to their seats. Ziruo glanced at Xiao Xu and noticed his furious expression, his hands clenched into fists and trembling slightly. Fiancé. Hearing the word fiancé, Xiao Xu's heart burned with rage. Bitch. Sewer, don't be impulsive. You've finally connected with Yang Qiyun. First, get the divine medicine. Xiao Xu managed to suppress his anger and turned to look at Yang Qiyun, who had retreated to his side, whispering, Brother Qiyun, how do you feel? Profoundly powerful. Yang Qiyun said gravely. Although Ziruo's strength is only at the heavenly realm, the pressure he exerts is far beyond that. Even if you and I join forces, we may not be able to defeat him, let alone the fact that he has so many guards around him. Xiao Xu snorted coldly and said grimly, Once I get the divine medicine, I will definitely take down Ziruo and that bitch. Yang Qiyun nodded, but inside, he glanced disdainfully at the ring on Xiao Xu's hand. All of this was clearly visible to Ziruo through the system's detection. The banquet table wasn't large, and as a distinguished guest, Ziruo was less than 3 meters away from Yang Qiyun. Even without the system, he could clearly see their small actions. Yang Qiyun's target seemed to be Ming Qiao within the spatial ring. This was the perfect opportunity to set the next step of his plan and push Xiao Xu into the ultimate abyss. At that moment, Jiang Ningen beside him suddenly let out a sigh. Ziruo turned to look at her and asked softly, What's wrong? Jiang Ningen shook her head, her slender eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she said in a low voice, I didn't expect to meet him here. Ziruo smiled and gently squeezed Jiang Ningen's hand, saying, The world is but a small place. Where the heavens meet, there is bound to be an encounter. Jiang Ningen looked at Ziruo in surprise, her eyes revealing astonishment. Those words didn't seem like something someone who had been through countless battles would say. How can you not harbor any hatred toward him after what he did to you? Jiang Ningen asked curiously. Hate? Such an experience-filled baby, he could hardly wait to love him. I've been through countless battles. If I had to hate every opponent, I would be buried in hatred for the rest of my life. Ziruo said with a smile. Life is short. Why should I be unable to let go of what mere passers-by have done? Jiang Ningen lowered her head, repeating Ziruo's words softly. At that moment, she finally understood how carefree and unrestrained this son of the prison king truly was. Seeing Ziruo and Jiang Ningen's intimate behavior, Xiao Xu's heart burned with endless fury. He suddenly stood up and said, Saint of the Yaoguang sacred land, Brother Qiyun, and esteemed elders, I am feeling unwell and will take my leave first. The Yaoguang saint frowned, about to say something, but Xiao Xu had already left without looking back. He then coldly glanced at Yang Qiyun and said, Yang Qiyun, your friend has quite the temper. As the only son of the Yaoguang saint, he had to humble himself and bow to Ziruo for the sake of the Yaoguang sacred land. Yet he was repeatedly humiliated by Yang Qiyun and his friend. How could he not be angry? Yang Qiyun stood up and smiled, saying, My friend is injured and may have suffered a relapse. Please do not blame him, your highness and saint. I will go bring him back. With that, Yang Qiyun chased after Xiao Xu. Seeing them leave, Ziruo frowned and asked, What is the relationship between these two? To be honest with your highness, the Yaoguang saint said, Yang Qiyun saved Xiao Xu, who was seriously injured and unconscious in the wilderness of the eastern frontier. Xiao Xu possesses medical skills, and after recovering from his injuries, he treated my father's old ailment. My father then went into seclusion to break through and handed over the governance of the sacred land to me. I allowed Xiao Xu to stay here to recover before leaving. Who would have thought he would be so rude? Ziruo nodded, understanding the general situation. After escaping from the Jiang family, Xiao Xu came to the eastern frontier in search of the divine medicine but was seriously injured and unconscious, saved by Yang Qiyun. Yang Qiyun coveted the soul of Ming Qiao within Xiao Xu's spatial ring and decided to first save Xiao Xu before finding an opportunity to seize Ming Qiao's soul. Both were protagonists with great fortune. Ziruo suddenly wondered, if he didn't interfere, which of the two would come out on top. However, letting curiosity delay his own plans wasn't Ziruo's style. He already had a nearly perfect plan in mind. Using Yang Qiun's hand, he would drive a wedge between Xiao Xu and Ming Qiao's relationship. At that time, whether it was the beauty of the master, the divine medicine, the protagonist's fortune, or the villain points, a child would make a choice. But he, Ziruo, would take it all. Chapter 15. Deception and Hidden Daggers. After the feast, Ziruo stood up and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Saint Z of the Azure Light. I plan to take Ning Han out for a walk, so we won't trouble you further." "How could that be?" Saint Z quickly responded, "You two are our esteemed guests. How could I be so neglectful?" "There's no need for such formalities," Ziruo said with a smile. "We are of the same generation, and our ages are not too far apart. If it weren't for our respective titles, I should call you elder brother. There's no need to stand on ceremony with me. I just want to take a stroll with Ning Han and have a private chat." Saint Z relaxed and said, "Then I wish you both a pleasant stroll. Oh, by the way, if you're going for a walk, remember not to exit through the eastern gate of the Holy Clan. Beyond that lies the true forbidden zone of the eastern wilderness, where savage beasts roam. Even a heavenly Shenjing expert would be doomed if they ventured there." Ziruo smiled faintly. The divine herb was located in the forbidden zone of the eastern wilderness. How could they not go? Ziruo led Jiang Ningen around the Azure Light Holy Land, always staying within a few hundred meters of Xiao Xu. Although the Azure Light Holy Land was located in the eastern wilderness, it was a place of great power and unique scenery. However, Jiang Ningen's brows remained furrowed throughout the journey. "Are you still thinking about Xiao Xu?" Ziruo asked with a smile, noticing her gloominess. Jiang Ningen seemed flustered and was about to deny it, but when she looked up and saw Ziruo's face, she couldn't help but nod. "You will be angry, won't you?" Ziruo smiled and took Jiang Ningen's hand, saying, "I would only be angry if you kept it from me. Since you're being honest with me, how could I possibly be upset? Do you know why I didn't let Saint Z accompany us?" Jiang Ningen looked at Ziruo with confusion. "That Yang Qiun seems to have ulterior motives toward Xiao Xu." Ziruo said seriously, "My family's secret technique, the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, can discern weaknesses within a person's body. Yang Qiun's soul appears to be damaged. For such soul damage, only a powerful living soul can compensate." As he spoke, Ziruo looked at Jiang Ningen and said, "And Xiao Xu happens to have a living soul within him?" Jiang Ningen was shocked and blurted out, "You mean Ming Qiao?" "Exactly." Ziruo said gravely, "If I'm not mistaken, Ming Qiao's soul is residing within Xiao Xu's ring. Yang Qiun's target is likely that ring." Jiang Ningen's face turned pale with worry, and she quickly asked, "What should we do?" "Silly girl." Ziruo chuckled and tapped Jiang Ningen's forehead, saying, "Now that I've told you, don't you understand?" Seeing Jiang Ningen's shocked expression, Ziruo pretended to sigh and said, "There's a rift between me and Xiao Xu, and he harbors deep misunderstandings about me. If I were to tell him directly, not only would it not make him wary, but he might even think I'm sowing discord. But if you tell him, it's different." Jiang Ningen squeezed Ziruo's hand gently, her eyes filled with warmth as she said, "Despite Xiao Xu's repeated provocations against you, you still care about him. Just in terms of your magnanimity, Xiao Xu is far inferior to you." "What are you calling me now?" Ziruo pretended to be annoyed and sighed. Jiang Ningen smiled faintly, her eyes teasing as she said, "If you want me to call you husband, you'll have to wait until after our wedding." Just as Ziruo was about to speak, a voice echoed in his consciousness. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the heroine's favorability. Fortune value increased by 100. Ziruo's heart leaped with joy. Unexpectedly, by having Jiang Ningen warn Xiao Xu, he had increased her favorability toward him. Seeing Ziruo's distracted expression and the smile on his lips, Jiang Ningen blushed and muttered, "You're thinking of something naughty again." Whatever you're thinking, that's what I'm thinking, Ziruo said with a smile. All right, enough joking. Go and warn Xiao Xu quickly. I'm afraid something might happen if we delay. Jiang Ningen nodded, feeling relieved, and waved goodbye to Ziruo before turning to leave. Ziruo chuckled inwardly. Young master, should we follow and keep an eye on her? The shadow guards transmitted. No need, Ziruo said with a smile, his hands clasped behind his back. You'd be detected by Ming Qiao if you got too close, which would be counterproductive. The outcome is already clear to me. Jiang Ningen had no idea that in Xiao Xu's heart, her position was now on par with Ziruo's. Her warning to Xiao Xu would only deepen his resentment, making his plan easier to execute. No wonder the great villain system chose me, Xiao Xu thought with a smirk. I really do have the talent to be a villain. Meanwhile, Jiang Ningen, guided by a disciple of the Holy Land, finally managed to meet Xiao Xu and Yang Qiun. When Xiao Xu saw Jiang Ningen, his brows furrowed tightly, and he sneered, "Oh, isn't this the fiancé of the prison king's heir? What brings you here?" Jiang Ningen's heart sank, and her brows knitted together as she said coldly, "Xiao Xu, I have something to tell you. Can we step aside?" Yang Qiun was about to rise when Xiao Xu grabbed his arm and glared at Jiang Ningen, saying, "Brother Yang, wait. I have no private matters to discuss with this woman." Xiao Xu. Jiang Ningen, who had still been holding onto the remnants of their past bond, now felt her heart turn to stone. Clenching her teeth, she spat out coldly, "If you don't want to listen, don't come crying later." As she turned to leave, Yang Qiun stood up and said, "Wait." He then added, "Brother Xiao, it's always best to resolve matters amicably. Since I have some business to attend to, I'll take my leave first." Before Xiao Xu could respond, Yang Qiun had already left. Seeing Yang Qiun's insistence, Xiao Xu glared at Jiang Ningen and said coldly, "What is it? Speak quickly." Jiang Ningen snorted and said, "It's nothing much. I just wanted to warn you that Yang Qiun seems to have designs on the soul of Saint Ming Qiao. Be careful." Petty suspicions. Xiao Xu scoffed. "When I was severely injured and unconscious, if he really had designs on my master's soul, he would have stolen the ring long ago. Why would he bring me back to heal? What about the fact that his own soul is incomplete? Did he tell you that?" Jiang Ningen retorted with a cold smile. "How do you know his soul is incomplete?" Xiao Xu asked. Jiang Ningen was about to speak when she remembered Ziruo's warning and quickly changed her words. "Just be more careful, that's all." To her surprise, Xiao Xu slammed his hand on the table, his anger flaring as he shouted, "It was Ziruo who told you, wasn't it? I should have known. He's deliberately sending you to sow discord, isn't he? You two really are a perfect pair of scoundrels. Get out of here. I never want to see you again." Chapter 16. Final Breakdown. Venture into the Forbidden Zone. Jiang Ningen was furious. She had come to warn him out of goodwill, and regardless of whether her words were right or wrong, he shouldn't have spoken to her like that. As she thought about the lingering affection she once had, which had now turned to ashes, even her anger seemed to dissipate. All that remained was disdain and contempt. She looked coldly at Xiao Xu and said, "I truly misjudged you. Not only are you inferior to Yin Gongzi in strength, but your heart and magnanimity are worlds apart. I regret waiting for you for 3 years." After speaking, Jiang Ningen turned and left, not wanting to see Xiao Xu for another moment. Xiao Xu's anger surged, and with a forceful slap, the stone table shattered into pieces. "Sewer, stay calm." Ming Qiao's voice echoed in his mind. "Master, I can't calm down." Xiao Xu's eyes were bloodshot. He pulled out his giant staff and swung it wildly, smashing the stone platform and chairs into pieces. He raged, "What right does she have to treat me like this?" Ming Qiao sighed and used her soul power to form a calming mantra, which finally stabilized Xiao Xu's emotions. "I'm sorry, Master," Xiao Xu said softly, putting away his staff. "Jiang Ningen's words aren't entirely wrong," Ming Qiao said. "Yang Qiun didn't steal the spatial ring because he currently lacks the ability to force my soul out of it." "Master, do you suspect him too?" Xiao Xu asked. One must always be cautious, Ming Qiao replied. If it weren't for never mind, it's not worth mentioning. In any case, if Ziruo suspects Xianxia, there might be truth to it. With his experience, his judgment is likely sound. Ziruo again. Xiao Xu's anger flared once more. Since his defeat at the Jiang family, not only had Ziruo won Jiang Ningen's heart, but even Ming Qiao often used Ziruo to reprimand him. Ziruo was like a demon haunting Xiao Xu's thoughts, impossible to shake off. He may be good at judging people, but so am I. Xiao Xu sneered. I'll prove it to you. Brother Yang is not the person you think he is. I'll have him take me to find the divine herb to restore your physical body, master. With that, Xiao Xu turned and left. Ming Qiao knew Xiao Xu's temperament and could only sigh deeply. Ding, the main characters have completely broken ties. Protagonist's fortune decreased by 500, villain points increased by 500. Ding, the female lead has aligned her heart. Host's fortune value increased by 200. Ziruo sat in the courtyard, sipping tea, when he saw Jiang Ningen walk in silently. He smiled faintly. The situation had unfolded exactly as he had predicted, and even better than he had expected. What's wrong? Ziruo asked deliberately. Nothing. Jiang Ningen shook her head. I just feel a bit disappointed. Ah, Ziruo sighed. It seems he didn't believe your words. But since you've delivered the message, we've done all we can. What happens next is up to him. Jiang Ningen nodded. Then Ziruo changed the subject with a smile. Let's not dwell on such sad matters. How about I take you to the Forbidden Zone for some hunting to vent your frustrations? Ah! Jiang Ningen exclaimed. Isn't that place very dangerous? Ziruo grabbed Jiang Ningen's hand and pulled her into his embrace. What are you afraid of? You have me. You! Jiang Ningen blushed, her delicate hands weakly pushing against him. Don't. Ziruo laughed and let go. Don't worry. I'm the son of the prison king. What can mere beasts do to me? Besides, the shadow guards are with us. We just have to avoid being seen by the sanctum's people, or it might cause trouble. Jiang Ningen nodded and followed Ziruo as they soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Xiao Xu found Xianxia, who had already prepared everything and was waiting for the right moment to approach Xiao Xu. Seeing Xiao Xu come to him, Xianxia readily agreed. The two quickly packed some supplies and left the sanctum, heading straight for the Forbidden Zone in the eastern wastelands. Beyond the sanctum and further east lay the true desolation. The eroded terrain resembled monstrous beasts, their gaping maws ready to devour any who ventured in. Occasionally, the wind howled, sounding like ghostly wails that chilled the soul. The Forbidden Zone is home to many powerful beasts, Xianxia explained as they walked. For example, the rattlesnake outside the zone is at most at the true mystic realm, but here, they can reach the earth mystic or even heaven mystic realm. The most ferocious beast in the Forbidden Zone is the Rock King, Xianxia said gravely. Legend has it that it's a giant eagle at the king mystic realm, with a wingspan as wide as 3 to 5 houses. Such a huge beast would be impossible to miss, Xiao Xu said. That's what I thought too, Xianxia replied. However, the divine herb is indeed guarded by a heaven mystic realm beast. We might have trouble dealing with it. Don't worry, Xiao Xu said. With my master, a mere heaven mystic realm beast is no threat. Good, Xianxia said, glancing at the spatial ring on Xiao Xu's hand. After walking for a while, they arrived at a half-eroded rock forest. Xianxia cautiously approached the rock forest. We're here. The divine herb is inside the rock forest. This is the territory of the heaven mystic realm beast. Once we're inside, we'll just focus on collecting the herb and avoid waking the beast, or we'll never make it out alive. Xiao Xu nodded. The two moved along the towering cliffs and eroded stone trees, carefully observing their surroundings. The rock forest was eerily quiet, with only the occasional wind and scattered stone trees. They searched the entire area but found no trace of the divine herb. Just as Xiao Xu was about to give up, Ming Qiao's voice echoed in his mind. There's a scent of medicinal herbs nearby. Xiao Xu's spirits lifted, and he began to look around. Ming Qiao's voice continued, Look up. Xiao Xu looked up and saw a peculiar plant growing under the crown of a nearly 6-meter-tall stone tree. The plant resembled withered grass, hanging upside down from the stone tree. Cactus thorn. It's truly a divine herb. Xiao Xu exclaimed in delight. Yes, Ming Qiao said happily. Cactus thorn only grows once every 1,000 years. This one seems to have matured long ago. We've come at the right time. At that moment, Yang Qiun said doubtfully, That's strange. Where's the beast guarding the herb? Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. The gravel and sand surged like waves, and the rock forest was uprooted, toppling over. Only the stone tree with the cactus thorn remained standing. It's under us, Xiao Xu shouted, leaping into the air. The sand and gravel below swirled like a whirlpool, and a massive, black, armored body emerged from the ground. Chapter 17. The Conspiracy Unveiled. Xiao Xu flees. The creature was clad in jet-black scale armor, its back adorned with intricate rock-like patterns. Its enormous pincers were razor-sharp, and its long tail ended in a slender, blue-glowing stinger. It was a giant scorpion, nearly 6 meters in length. Oh no, it's the heavenly realm beast, Black Rock Poison Scorpion. Yang Qiun exclaimed in alarm. Xiao Xu frowned and said gravely, Brother Yang, I'll hold it off. You go and get the divine herb. As he spoke, Xiao Xu pulled out a massive ruler and leaped, bringing it down with a forceful strike. The ruler was infused with intense heat, like a red-hot iron slab. If it hit, even the hardest stone would crumble to dust. However, when the ruler struck the Black Rock Poison Scorpion, sparks flew, but the beast seemed unharmed. With a casual flick of its pincers, it sent Xiao Xu flying. You vile creature! Take this, flame-splitting, wave-shattering ruler. Xiao Xu shouted, and the ruler in his hand erupted with even more intense heat, the gathered fire energy surging like a furnace toward the scorpion. But the Black Rock Poison Scorpion merely waved its pincers, and the sand and rocks in front of it shot up several meters, forming a wall of earth and stone. Not only that, but the ground beneath Xiao Xu's feet became soft and loose, quickly burying his feet in the sand. Brother Yang, are you done yet? I can't hold on much longer. Xiao Xu yelled. Yang Qiun, who was on the last remaining stone tree, held the shatterthorn in his hand and replied, Got it. Xiao brother, hurry and leave. The Black Rock Poison Scorpion, however, suddenly erupted in fury. Its power transformed into a whirlwind, whipping the sand and rocks into a frenzy. The varying size stones flew like heavy fists, slamming into both men. In moments, Xiao Xu was buried up to his neck in the sand, with only his head and hands visible. Yang Qiun wasn't faring much better. He had fallen to the ground, landing right under the scorpion's pincers. The Black Rock Poison Scorpion advanced menacingly, its stinger swaying slightly. Just as it was about to slice Yang Qiun in half with a single pincer strike, Xiao Xu shouted, Master! At that moment, the ring on Xiao Xu's finger glowed brightly. A sharp burst of energy erupted, splitting into countless blade-like flashes. The scorpion's movements halted abruptly, and its incredibly tough black scales shattered. The beast let out a painful screech, rolling on the ground before finally dying. Master! Xiao Xu, now safe, was overjoyed. Ming Qiao reached out and pulled him out of the sand, saying sternly, Sewer, don't be reckless in the future. Without your primordial divine flame, it's nearly impossible to challenge stronger opponents. Yes, I understand my mistake, Xiao Xu replied with a smile, standing up, but as he was about to speak, he noticed that Yang Qiun, who had been lying on the ground, was gone. Huh, where did Brother Yang go? Before he could finish, Ming Qiao's body suddenly sank, as if bearing an immense weight, and she knelt to the ground. For stone pillars rose from the earth, covered in dense incantations. Lightning-like chains extended from the pillars, binding Ming Qiao tightly. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. Master! Xiao Xu was shocked and quickly tried to free her, but a burst of energy struck him head-on. Unable to dodge in time, his left arm was torn open with a ghastly wound. Yang Qiyun stood atop the stone pillars, holding the shatterthorn and laughing. Xiao brother, I'm sorry, but to restore my strength, I had no choice. Don't worry, once I'm back to my full power, I'll personally help you get revenge. That little brat from the prison king's family, even his father won't be able to stop me. Xiao Xu looked at Yang Qiyun, filled with regret and rising anger. He was furious. Furious that Yang Qiyun had used him. Furious that he hadn't listened to Jiang Ningen. Furious that once again, he had lost to Yin Ziruo. The anger surged through his veins. His eyes turned red as he pulled out his massive ruler and growled, Yang Qiyun, you'll pay for this. Flame-splitting, wave-shattering ruler. The ruler gathered layers of heat, ready to unleash its power, but Yang Qiyun leaped down with lightning speed, landing beside Xiao Xu and delivering a powerful punch to his face. You overestimate yourself, Yang Qiyun sneered. A mere Earth Realm cultivation with Earth Realm techniques dares to challenge me? If you kneel and submit, I might consider helping you reclaim what you've lost once I'm back to full strength. Otherwise. As he spoke, Yang Qiyun conjured a ball of yellow flame. The powerful fire energy enveloped Xiao Xu, the scorching heat threatening to melt him. So it's the sand-melting divine flame. Xiao Xu thought, feeling a surge of despair. The world wasn't short of divine flames, and the sand-melting divine flame was as rare as his lost primordial divine flame. It was a top-tier fire of the earth element, capable of melting sand and burning stone with ease. With his knowledge of divine flames, Xiao Xu had no desire to fight. Well, hand over the ring, Yang Qiyun demanded. Xiao Xu clenched his teeth, yanked off the ring, and threw it at Yang Qiyun. A wise choice, Yang Qiyun said with a grin, catching the ring. Don't worry, Yin Ziruo has your primordial divine flame. I'll deal with him, and then I'll return that little beauty to you. Xiao Xu, looking at Ming Qiao struggling in the chains, hardened his heart and fled. Yang Qiyun smirked at Ming Qiao. Look how much your disciple cares for you. He couldn't bear to see you suffer, so he ran off. Bound by the soul-binding chains, Ming Qiao couldn't muster any energy, not even able to speak. Her eyes, however, were filled with disdain. Don't look at me like that, Yang Qiyun said, playing with the ring. If it weren't for the urgent need to repair my damaged soul, I wouldn't have resorted to this. After all, a living medicine elder is far more valuable than a dead one. As he spoke, he conjured a spell, and the chains tightened further. Azura's secret technique, soul dissolution. Ming Qiao felt her soul being drained by the chains, growing weaker until it seemed on the verge of collapse. Just then, a burst of imperial energy swept down, enveloping the area. The air was filled with the chilling aura of the underworld prison, and a powerful force instantly severed the four chains. Who dares to interfere with my plans? Yang Qiyun roared, throwing a barrage of spell-infused blades toward the source of the energy. But a black gold cape swept through the air, disintegrating the blades into nothingness. Yin Ziruo stood atop the stone tree, one hand around Jiang Ningen's waist, the other adjusting his cape. He looked like a divine warrior descending from the heavens. I'm late, I see. My apologies for the suffering of the esteemed Ming Qiao. Chapter 18. Seizing the Divine Flame, a minor punishment for a major lesson. Ming Qiao's restraints were released, but her soul power had yet to recover. She sat weakly on the ground, nodding at Yin Ziruo. Ninghan, take care of Saint Ming Qiao. Yin Ziruo exclaimed, leaping down and coldly staring at Yang Qiyun, saying, May I know your esteemed name, sir? Humph. Yang Qiyun snorted coldly, his hands behind his back, his voice deep as he said, Since you've figured it out, there's no point in hiding it. I am not from the same world as you. My name is of no consequence to you. Yin Ziruo chuckled. Yang Qiyun's cunning was far more intricate than Xiao Xu's. Seeing Yin Ziruo smile, Yang Qiyun's brows furrowed, and he spoke sternly. Miaozi, we have no grudge between us. Let me give you a piece of advice. Hand over that soul to me, and I'll owe you a favor. Ha ha ha. Yin Ziruo burst into laughter upon hearing this. I The son of the king of the prison realm? Need your favor? How about this? Hand over your ring, and I'll buy your favor. The face of the king of the prison realm's son is far greater than yours. Unfathomable arrogance. Yang Qiun sneered. I hid my true strength earlier in the sanctuary, allowing you a small advantage. Don't think you're invincible just because of that. Invincible? Not at all. But dealing with a few scoundrels is a breeze. Seeing Yin Ziruo's overbearing demeanor, Yang Qiun's heart surged with anger. The powerful soul he had nearly claimed was snatched away, and Yin Ziruo's attitude only fueled his rage. Fine, I had intended to deal with you after restoring my strength, but since you've come to me, I won't hold back any longer. Die! Yang Qiun shouted, leaping into the air. In an instant, the Rongsha divine flame materialized in his hand, its fiery energy concentrated in his fist. The surrounding sand and stones began to churn, the intense heat almost melting the grains into glass. Yin Ziruo's brows furrowed slightly. This Yang Qiun had been hiding his strength. Earlier in the sanctuary, his cultivation seemed only at the earth realm level, but now, with his full power unleashed, he was no less than the heaven realm. Combined with the Rongsha divine flame and the sandstorm environment of the forbidden land of the eastern wilderness, his momentum far surpassed even Xiao Xu's during the battle at the Jiang family. But that was all. The anti-hero systems enhancements to Yin Ziruo weren't just about leaps in cultivation. Yin Ziruo raised his hand, shielding Jiang Ningen and Ming Qiao behind him, and the primordial divine flame emerged, also condensing in his fist. Two divine flames appeared simultaneously, and the air around them grew scorching. The two exchanged blows, their fists and feet clashing, and the surrounding sand and stones were already glowing red from the intense heat. Jiang Ningen watched the battle with bated breath, her hands gripping Ming Qiao's, slightly damp with sweat. Ming Qiao glanced at Jiang Ningen and whispered, "Don't worry. Yin Ziruo is merely testing Yang Qiun's limits." Indeed, after a dozen exchanges, Yin Ziruo struck a blow that forced Yang Qiun back. He chuckled lightly and said, I thought you had more tricks up your sleeve. Turns out you're just relying on the power of the divine flame and soul to forcibly boost your cultivation. So what if I am? Yang Qiun sneered. As long as I can beat you. Yin Ziruo's mocking laughter rang out. I'm afraid you can't win. For someone like you, whose soul is stronger than your body, my house of the prison realm has a whole set of countermeasures. Yin Ziruo clasped his hands together, and the power of the prison realm scripture flowed out, transforming into a massive gate exuding an aura of death. The black prison of the netherworld, open. The gate creaked open, revealing a dark, bottomless void that seemed to connect to the depths of hell. A chilling, murderous aura instantly filled the area, and even this aura alone caused Yang Qiun's heart to churn. Black prison executioners, arrest him. As soon as the words left his mouth, two monstrous hands emerged from the dark void, grabbing Yang Qiun's body and pulling hard, nearly extracting his soul. Yang Qiun was shocked and immediately activated his cultivation technique, forcibly stabilizing his mind and pulling his soul back. You stinking Miaozi, trying to lock my soul? Dream on. Yang Qiun shouted, once again gathering the Rongsha divine flame in his hands. This time, however, it was the true form of the flame, and the intense heat instantly melted the surrounding sand and stones into lava-like streams. Yin Ziruo smiled faintly and said, I was waiting for you to do that. The next moment, several netherworld guards suddenly appeared, pinning Yang Qiun's arms. From the very beginning, I noticed your divine flame's essence was weak. It seems you've only recently acquired it and haven't had time to cultivate it. If that's the case, hand it over to me. Yin Ziruo gathered the primordial divine flame in his hand, its energy vibrant, unlike the weak Rongsha divine flame. Is that Xiao Xu's primordial divine flame? Ming Qiao's heart skipped a beat. The flame had been in Xiao Xu's possession for nearly a year, but had never fully recovered its vitality. Now, just a month after Yin Ziruo claimed it following the battle at the Jiang family, the flame was already brimming with energy, only a hair's breadth away from its peak state. Could it be that Yin Ziruo was the true worthy owner of this primordial divine flame? Seeing Yin Ziruo summon the primordial divine flame, Yang Qiyun was taken aback and asked, "What are you doing?" Divine flames are drawn to each other. The one with stronger firepower can absorb the other. You didn't know that? Yin Ziruo sneered, slowly bringing the primordial divine flame closer to the Rongsha divine flame. At first, the Rongsha divine flame resisted, but within moments, the primordial divine flame grew stronger, and the Rongsha divine flame could no longer hold out, eventually merging into the primordial divine flame. The primordial divine flame glowed with exhilaration, the cherry-red flames merging with gold, becoming even more radiant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully humiliating the Chosen One. Yang Qiyun's fortune value decreased by 100, anti-hero value increased by 1,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Chosen One. Yang Qiyun's fortune value decreased by 200, anti-hero value increased by 2,000. Yin Ziruo smirked. Despite all his efforts, he had only scraped off a thin layer from Yang Qiyun. Yang Qiyun, now stripped of the Rongsha divine flame, no longer exuded the arrogance he had shown earlier. He was more subdued now, though still glaring at Yin Ziruo, his eyes burning with resentment. Yin Ziruo smiled faintly and said, "Don't glare at me like that. You only have yourself to blame. You dared to harm Elder Yao of the Medicinal Valley. Taking your divine flame is just a minor punishment for a major lesson. Take him to the black prison of the Netherworld." Yin Ziruo commanded, then whispered to the Netherworld guards, "Give him an opportunity to escape." For a chosen one like Yang Qiyun, it was best to play the long game. After all, Xiao Xu's fortune value was already running low. Chapter 19. Healing Xiao Xu again. Rift between master and disciple. Wait. Ming Qiao suddenly spoke up as the spirit guard was about to take Yang Qiyun away. The divine herb Sicorium intibus is in his possession. Yin Ziruo's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Xiao Xu and Ming Qiao had ventured deep into the eastern wastelands, and their goal was naturally this divine herb. Ming Qiao's thoughts were still on Xiao Xu. If he were to obtain the divine herb and use it to reconstruct his physical body, it would be equivalent to giving Xiao Xu a legitimate saint-level ally. Turning to Yang Qiyun, Yin Ziruo said, "Hand over the divine herb." Yang Qiyun snorted coldly and handed the Sicorium intibus to Yin Ziruo. After obtaining the divine herb, Yin Ziruo gave a subtle glance to the spirit guard, who promptly took Yang Qiyun and flew away. As the two turned, a faint flicker of divine fire in Yin Ziruo's hand flashed momentarily before disappearing. Without a change in expression, he silently handed the divine herb to Ming Qiao, saying, "Saint Ming Qiao, the divine herb you sought." Ming Qiao hesitated. She was well aware of the enmity between Xiao Xu and Yin Ziruo. For Xiao Xu, she absolutely could not accept this divine herb. Seeing Ming Qiao's hesitation, Jiang Ningen took the herb and placed it in Ming Qiao's hands, saying, "Saint Ming Qiao, the enmity between Xiao Xu and young Master Yin is their own affair. There's no need to stand on ceremony." "Indeed," Yin Ziruo added with a smile. "Xiao Xu has some misunderstandings about me, but since they are misunderstandings, they will eventually be resolved." Ming Qiao nodded and said, "Su'er is impulsive and stubborn. I will advise him. This divine herb is indeed effective for reconstructing my body. I won't decline it." Ding. Ming Qiao's favorability toward you has increased. Xiao Xu's fortune value has decreased by 100. Antagonist value has increased by 1,000. Ming Qiao took the Sicorium intibus and her joy instantly froze. She examined it in shock, turning it over twice, before suddenly shaking her head and sighing, "Alas, this divine herb is ruined." "Ruined?" Yin Ziruo exclaimed in surprise. "How could that be? I only touched it for a moment." "It's not your fault," Ming Qiao quickly said. "I imagine the intense heat of the divine fire during the battle dispersed its medicinal properties. It's my fate, not anyone else's fault." Yin Ziruo spoke gravely. "Saint Ming Qiao, if you could tell me what other herbs you need, I would be happy to help. With the resources of the black prison of the underworld, Acquiring a few divine herbs is not a problem. No need, Ming Qiao replied with a slight nod. Su'er and I will find what we need during our journey. We won't trouble the young Master Yin. Jiang Ningguan's expression turned slightly displeased as she said, I already warned Xiao Xu to be cautious of young Qiyun, but not only did he not listen, he also left you behind. That's simply too much. Ningguan. Yin Ziruo quickly interrupted her, saying, Saint Ming Qiao, Ningguan is straightforward and speaks her mind. Please don't take offense. Ming Qiao shook her head. It's fine. I also warned Su'er about this. As they spoke, Xiao Xu arrived with a group, including the Saint of the Seven Stars. Seeing Yin Ziruo there, his expression darkened immediately. The Saint of the Seven Stars, noticing the battle traces around them, hurriedly descended and prepared to bow. I failed to discipline my subordinates, causing you distress, young Master Yin. Yin Ziruo stopped him with a gesture and smiled. There's no need for formalities, Saint. I merely brought my fiancée here for leisure and happened upon this matter. A mere young Qiyun is hardly enough to unsettle me. Xiao Xu, already displeased, sneered coldly upon hearing this. Isn't it only because of the spirit guard that you managed to drive young Qiyun back? Su'er. Ming Qiao sharply reprimanded. Enough. Xiao Xu was left momentarily speechless, his grievances and frustrations stifled within him. Ming Qiao stepped forward and bowed to Yin Ziruo, saying, Young Master Yin, my soul is severely injured. Please return Su'er's spatial ring so I can return to rest. Without hesitation, Yin Ziruo handed the ring to Ming Qiao, saying, If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to assist you. Ming Qiao nodded and handed the ring to Xiao Xu before silently returning to the ring. Xiao Xu gave Yin Ziruo a cold look and waved to the Saint of the Seven Stars. I have urgent matters to attend to. Farewell. Before the Saint of the Seven Stars could say anything more, Xiao Xu had already departed. The Saint's hand, half raised, awkwardly fell back to his side, and he chuckled coldly, muttering, If it weren't for you saving my father, just for trespassing into the Forbidden Lands, I'd have you locked up for 10 or 8 years. Jiang Ningguan said nothing more. Her feelings for Xiao Xu had long since withered, and now, seeing him only stirred feelings of disgust, leaving no room for any other emotions. Yin Ziruo, on the other hand, felt quite satisfied. If he could also take Ming Qiao away from Xiao Xu, he could completely eliminate him. However, for now, Ming Qiao's heart still leaned toward Xiao Xu. But judging from her attitude earlier, she had already begun to feel some disappointment in him, and that disappointment marked the beginning of the rift between master and disciple. In the eastern wastelands, Xiao Xu traversed the endless expanse of sand and stone, muttering to himself, If it weren't for Yin Ziruo taking my primordial divine fire, what would I have to fear from young Qiyun? Everything is because of Yin Ziruo. Ming Qiao, listening clearly from within the spatial ring, felt a surge of disappointment, thinking, Su'er, do you know where the gap lies between you and Yin Ziruo? My family background isn't as good as his. Xiao Xu retorted dismissively. If I had his background, I'd surely have achieved more than he has by now. Ming Qiao sighed and said sternly, If you truly had his background, you might not even be as you are now. Master! Xiao Xu was about to say something more when Ming Qiao interrupted him, saying, Young Master Yin has a broad mind. Whether he values someone or not, it's never apparent on the surface. That's depth of character, and it's also a way of dealing with people. Moreover, young Master Yin isn't the kind of arrogant, domineering young master you imagine him to be. You two are simply in a misunderstanding. Before Ming Qiao could finish, Xiao Xu suddenly stopped and said, Master, did Yin Ziruo give you the divine herb? Yes, but... Ming Qiao stopped mid-sentence, realizing what was happening. Xiao Xu was doubting her. You think I took Yin Ziruo's divine herb, and that's why I'm defending him? Ming Qiao felt a surge of indignation, a sense of being insulted, and even more so, by someone she held most dear. That's not what I meant. Hearing the anger in Ming Qiao's tone, Xiao Xu quickly backtracked. Seeing that Ming Qiao remained silent, Xiao Xu sighed and continued on his way. The two fell into silence for a while. Xiao Xu felt deeply wronged. Everything was Ziruo's fault, so why was everyone siding with him? Not only Jiang Ningen, but even his master, Ming Qiao, seemed to be leaning toward Ziruo. It even seemed to have caused a rift between them. "Master, where are we going now?" After a moment, Ming Qiao spoke a few words. The northern frontier, the 10,000 mountains. Chapter 20. The Emperor's Tomb, Assassination in the Capital. Ding. Ming Qiao's favorability toward Xiao Xu has decreased. Xiao Xu's luck has decreased by 100, and the anti-hero value has increased by 1,000. Hearing the system's notification, Ziruo already understood that there was a problem between Ming Qiao and Xiao Xu. The hatred Xiao Xu held toward Ziruo was unchangeable by anyone. This wasn't just the choice of those luck-favored protagonists, but also due to the influence of the great anti-hero system. In the original story, those luck-favored protagonists were considered the righteous side. No matter what they did, even if it was wrong, it was right. As their opposing force, the great anti-hero, no matter what the intention or action, was always wrong. The reason? Simply because they were on the opposite side of the protagonist. The great anti-hero system capitalized on this opposition, instilling an aura that instantly evoked aversion in those luck-favored protagonists. Only in this way could they be humiliated, making them even more resentful toward Ziruo. At this moment, Ziruo was sitting in a carriage, preparing to leave the Holy Clan. After Xiao Xu left, there was no longer any reason to stay in the eastern wilderness. According to the system's detection, Xiao Xu was constantly heading north, and the most likely destination was the 10,000 mountains. If they were to chase after him like this, it would seem a bit too deliberate. However, for a protagonist like Xiao Xu, if left alone for a while, he might encounter some fortuitous encounter. Seeing Ziruo's slightly furrowed brow, Jiang Ningen asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" Ziruo relaxed his brow and smiled, saying, "Have you ever been to the 10,000 mountains?" "No," Jiang Ningen shook her head and said, "but one of our elders has been there. It's said that the 10,000 mountains are filled with various exotic beasts, and there are even rumors of beasts comparable to the divine realm or even saints. Those human tribes ruled by the beasts call themselves beastmen. They worship the exotic beasts as their deities. There are as many tribes in the 10,000 mountains as there are beliefs, and each belief corresponds to at least a beast of the king realm. The highest ruler of these beasts is called the beast god, rumored to be a beast of the emperor level." Hearing this, Ziruo's brow furrowed again. The 10,000 mountains were vast, with many powerful beasts, which also meant numerous opportunities. For a protagonist like Xiao Xu, even if his luck was continuously reduced, once he entered the 10,000 mountains and managed to survive, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. "Shall we take a trip to the 10,000 mountains?" Ziruo asked. Wouldn't it be inappropriate?" Jiang Ningen said, "We've been away for half a month, and the Emperor's tomb will open in another half-month. If we don't return soon, we'll miss it." "Just a mere secret realm?" Ziruo said dismissively. Jiang Ningen looked at Ziruo curiously, "But that's the Emperor's tomb. You don't seem to care at all?" The Emperor's tomb was the mausoleum of dozens of emperors from the ancient Chaos Empire, opening once every 100 years. Each time, 5 slots were available, granted to the firstborn sons of the 5 royal princes of the ancient Chaos Empire. The Emperor's tomb was filled with countless opportunities and blessings. If one were to accidentally obtain the inheritance of an emperor, it wouldn't be difficult to rise to the top in one step. The original purpose of Jiang's family deciding to ally with Yan's family through marriage was so that the heir of the Jiang family could bring a family member into the emperor's tomb. However, for Ziruo, there was nothing appealing about this. The system shop had an endless supply of items that could be exchanged for anti-hero points. Whether in terms of quality or quantity, they far surpassed the emperor's tomb. Take the elixir for Ming Qiao to rebuild her body, for example. It was readily available in the system shop. Items worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of anti-hero points, if taken out, could shock the entire continent. With such a treasure trove, how could Ziruo be interested in the emperor's tomb? Yin Ziruo said, personal cultivation is what matters. How can one rely solely on fortuitous encounters to grow? That's because you have a steady temperament, Jiang Ningen nodded and said, I always thought my talent was top-notch in my family, but compared to you, it's still far behind. Yin Ziruo smiled and said again, if you want to go, I'll take you to see it. You're my fiancé now, so you're also considered a family member. Jiang Ningen's face turned red at once, and she said with a slight pout, how can that be considered a family member? Not considered? Then I won't take you. You annoying. With a beauty by his side, the journey back was far from boring. As they approached the imperial capital, a messenger from the Mingwei arrived with a personal letter from the prison king. Yin Ziruo opened the letter and couldn't help but purse his lips. The letter detailed the candidates for the emperor's tomb from the various royal princes, and his so-called father had also specifically reminded him to be careful in the secret realm. Yin Ziruo casually burned the letter and turned to Jiang Ningen, saying, let's take a stroll around the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, the imperial guard quickly added, young master, the prison king has already returned to the prison king's mansion. He specifically instructed that upon your arrival in the imperial capital, you are to return to the mansion immediately and avoid any unnecessary stops in the city. Why is that? Yin Ziruo frowned slightly. The prison king didn't say. Yin Ziruo pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, I understand. You can go back now. After the Mingwei departed, Yin Ziruo returned to the carriage and said, it seems this trip to the imperial capital won't be very peaceful. Jiang Ningen asked curiously, what's wrong? Not sure yet, just a guess. Anyway, taking you to tour the imperial capital will have to be postponed. Before the words had even finished, a loud explosion rang out. Without hesitation, Yin Ziruo grabbed Jiang Ningen and leaped through the roof of the carriage. A massive siege crossbow bolt, as thick as a fist, pierced through the carriage. The siege bolt was imbued with powerful energy, and the force after piercing the carriage toppled it over. Before Yin Ziruo could land, a torrential rain of hidden weapons shot out from all directions. The weapons gleamed with a blue light under the scorching sun, clearly poisoned. Yin Ziruo sneered, waved his hand, and the energy released instantly knocked all the hidden weapons to the ground. Yin Ziruo then activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, revealing dozens of masked figures hidden in the surrounding woods. Your master really underestimates me. Do you really think you can assassinate me with just a few of you? As Yin Ziruo spoke, his energy swept across, and the woods were instantly uprooted. The dozen or so masked men, seeing their hiding place exposed, immediately brandished their weapons and leaped out, surrounding Yin Ziruo and Jiang Ningen on the ground. A dozen people, not a single one at the heavenly realm. Afraid of exposing your master's identity? The masked men did not speak, just surrounded the two, seemingly discussing a strategy. Yin Ziruo sneered, one hand holding Jiang Ningen, the other gathering primordial divine fire, and said, you attacked me with mechanisms and hidden weapons. Don't tell me you're from the Xuanji prince's household? Chapter 21. The Gathering of the Five Kings, and a Startling Secret. The masked man, upon hearing this, immediately shouted in a stern voice, do not speak nonsense. Our master is definitely not Lord Xuanji. Yin Ziruo smiled and shook her head, saying, it doesn't matter, whoever it is. Since you've disrupted my enjoyment, you shall all stay here. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yin Ziruo's black and gold cloak left several afterimages among the crowd, with crimson divine flames dancing within the shadows. Almost simultaneously, several screams rang out, and the dozen masked men were instantly reduced to ashes by the divine fire. The battle had barely begun before it was over. Yin Ziruo gently clapped her hands and said, Ningen, were you frightened? Jiang Ningen shook her head. Yin Ziruo, known for her imperial demeanor, was decisive in battle, a fact known throughout the continent. Moreover, cutting the grass and eliminating the roots was the most basic principle of traveling the continent. Were they really from the Xuanji King's faction? Jiang Ningen asked. Yin Ziruo shook her head and said, They use siege crossbows and those hidden weapons, all of which are from the Xuanji King's family, but they are definitely not from the Xuanji King's faction. Guess whose subordinates they are? I'll give you 3 chances. Jiang Ningen smiled and said, there are only 5 royal dukes. Apart from your Jinyu King's family and the Xuanji King's family, which you've already ruled out, there are only 3 left. How stupid would I have to be for you to give me 3 chances? As she spoke, Jiang Ningen lowered her head and pondered. Their weapons are all from the Xuanji King's family, and they deliberately addressed him as Lord Xuanji, presumably to divert trouble and frame him. They must be from someone who is at odds with the Xuanji King's family. Ziruo smiled and said, clever. Please continue. Among the 5 kings, apart from Uncle Jinyu King, Xuanji King, there are also Yushan King, Fubo King, and Pingtian King. Jiang Ningen lowered her head and thought. Yushan King Yandaoji and Xuanji King Yandaoxiao have always been on good terms, while Pingtian King Yandaozhen and Uncle Yandaohan share a bond of life and death. It seems those masked men were the subordinates of Fubo King Yandaogue. Upon hearing this, Ziruo clapped her hands and said, truly worthy of being the talented daughter of the Jiang family, your analysis is clear and precise. The struggle for power has already begun before the imperial tomb, and once the secret realm opens, only a few of us will remain inside. Even if we die there, no one will ever know. Jiang Ningen frowned deeply, her worry evident. Ziruo reached out and tidied her hair, smiling and saying, don't worry, I'll protect you. Just then, a group of Ming guards flew over and, seeing Ziruo, said, young master, we are here under the orders of Jinyu King to escort you and Miss Jiang back to the mansion. Lead the way. Ziruo said, wrapping her black and gold cloak around her. By rights, the imperial capital should be built in an easily defensible location, but the imperial capital of Daijing is different. Daijing is located in the heart of the continent, surrounded by a moat only a few zhang wide, with no other natural defenses. Yet, everyone on the continent knows that Daijing is the safest place. Because the 16th generation Luangu Emperor is stationed in Daijing. The 16th generation Luangu Emperor, with a cultivation level of Emperor 2nd rank, is the closest to the 1st generation Luangu Emperor among all the emperors. No enemy dares to cause trouble under the watchful eye of the Emperor. Under the protection of the Ming guards, Ziruo and Jiang Ningen headed straight for the Jinyu King's mansion, too busy to admire the local customs of Daijing. As soon as they arrived at the Jinyu King's mansion, the Ming guards immediately took up positions around it. The entire mansion was heavily guarded, and even Jiang Ningen could sense that besides the visible guards, there were many hidden experts around the mansion. This level of security even made Ziruo slightly frown. Could something really be amiss? As soon as they entered the courtyard, a loud and powerful voice echoed. Is it the Jiang family's niece? Jiang Ningen immediately bowed towards the main hall and said, Jiang Ningen pays her respects to Uncle Yin. Why are you still calling me uncle? A man strode out of the main hall. He wore a black and gold robe embroidered with the intricate patterns of the underworld, his features sharp and defined like a sculpture. Were it not for the gray at his temples and his beard, he would not look like a man who had passed 50. This man was none other than the ruler of the underworld, Jinyu King Yandaohan. You're the one calling her niece. Ziruo said with a smile. You rascal, it's rare for you to come back once, and you don't even call me father. Yandaohan immediately frowned and said. Ziruo pinched his nose and looked at Jiang Ningen, saying, Come, I'll take you to rest. You rascal, do you still recognize me as your father? As Yandaohan spoke, he reached out to grab the back of Ziruo's collar. But Ziruo lightly stepped aside, creating some distance between them. This move, subtle yet effective, even surprised Yandaohan, who then said, Your cultivation has improved again? Come, let's have a sparring match. Yandaohan threw out a chain, black and shiny, which upon closer inspection, turned out to be formed from pure energy. Ziruo, however, paid no heed to the energy chain. With one hand holding Jiang Ningen and the other waving repeatedly, she used the energy of the Jinyu divine scripture to block the chain, never once looking back. Well done, rascal. Yin Daohan laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Take this. As Yin Daohan spoke, black light appeared in his hand, and the shadowy image of a dark, menacing gate materialized. At that moment, a faint purple energy flew from a distance, transforming into a key that instantly shattered the dark, menacing gate. You actually used the Sang Luoming gate to spar with your son. No sense of proportion. If my son even loses a single hair, you'll go back to the underworld. A woman walked out from the main hall. She wore a light, gauzy robe, her features delicate, looking as if she were just over 30, her makeup light, exuding a charm that suggested she must have been dazzling in her youth. She was none other than Jinyu King Yin Daohan's wife, Purple Orchid Azura Jiang. Mom, Yin Ziruo called out with a smile. Inheriting the memories of his former self, Yin Ziruo felt a deep affection for this stepmother. Like Jiang Ningen, she was from the Jiang family. In terms of seniority, Jiang Ningen would have to call Jiang Yu aunt. After some pleasantries, Jiang Yu took Jiang Ningen's hand and said, Ningen, come with Auntie to have a chat. Let them two discuss some matters. As she spoke, she led Jiang Ningen into the house. Yin Daohan turned and walked towards the study, saying, Follow me. Yin Ziruo followed Yin Daohan into the study. Yin Daohan set up a soundproof barrier with a wave of his hand and said in a deep voice, This time, you must be extremely careful in the imperial tomb. Why? Yin Ziruo asked, puzzled. Yin Daohan said in a deep voice, Because the emperor is on his last legs. Chapter 22. The Chosen One, the world's naughty child. The emperor pushed his cultivation too hard, resulting in damage to his meridians. By his own words, he has at most 1 year left to live. But what does that have to do with the opening of the emperor's mausoleum? Yin Ziruo asked, puzzled. Because this time, in addition to the sons of the 5 princes, the emperor's own son, Chu Tianhua, will also be participating. Yin Daohan said gravely. The first emperor was from the Jiang family. Later, the Jiang family declined, and in 3 generations, not a single one of them managed to inherit the legacy and ascend to emperor-level cultivation. For the development of the Luanggu Empire, the Jiang family stepped down, allowing the Chu family to take the throne. To this day, the Jiang family has even retreated to the background, and even the chance to participate in the emperor's mausoleum secret realm has to be won through marriage alliances. So the Chu family is determined to secure this secret realm. Anyone with a chance to obtain the emperor's legacy is their enemy. What about Chu Tianhua's strength? Yin Ziruo asked. The problem lies here. Yin Daohan said. Chu Tianhua is only 12 years old this year, mischievous and unruly, with cultivation merely at the initial mystery realm. But to ensure Chu Tianhua can smoothly obtain the legacy, the emperor will likely go to any lengths in the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Yin Ziruo's eyebrows furrowed. No wonder he was ambushed before even reaching the imperial capital. Those masked men were likely not from the Fubo prince, but rather sent by the emperor himself. Then, in your opinion, father, what should I do? Yin Ziruo asked. Simple, Yin Daohan said. Your talent is exceptional. Even if you return empty-handed from the emperor's mausoleum, it won't affect your cultivation. Just claim some minor encounter. As long as the emperor's men believe you have no interest in competing for the emperor's legacy, they won't rashly make a move against you. Yin Ziruo nodded. This aligned with his own thoughts. This secret realm of the emperor's mausoleum was just a formality for him. Taking Jiang Ningen along to gain some goodwill and casually reaping some benefits would suffice. Seeing Yin Ziruo nod, Yin Daohan changed the subject. I heard you dealt with a rising star from the Xiao family during your visit to the Jiang family? Yin Ziruo chuckled and shook his head. Just an insignificant nobody. Nothing worth mentioning. Yin Daohan nodded. Still, you mustn't underestimate him. The Xiao family has produced an emperor-level cultivator before, and at its peak, it was no weaker than the Jiang family. Don't forget what I've told you. When cutting grass, you must remove the roots. Yin Ziruo smiled. Got it. All right, that's all. Prepare with Ningen, and tomorrow we'll go to meet the emperor. Only then did Ziruo nod and leave the study. The emperor's mausoleum was set to open the day after tomorrow, leaving time to prepare supplies. As the son of the prince of the prison realm, he didn't need to personally handle such matters. However, he was somewhat concerned about what Yin Daohan had mentioned regarding the Xiao family's past emperor-level cultivator. Xiao Xu, just how much can the 10,000 mountains advance you? The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Yin Daohan led Yin Ziruo and Jiang into the Luanggu imperial palace. In the court, several princes' sons exchanged pleasantries. It wasn't until the sun was high that the current emperor emerged from the inner palace. Ding! Detected the chosen one. Spend 500 villain points to view their past. Yin Ziruo frowned. The chosen one? Could it be this emperor, who was already on the brink of death? Although the emperor appeared quite spirited at the moment, through his martial Dao heavenly eye, Yin Ziruo could already see that his meridians were severely blocked, and his energy was running wild. Indeed, his days were numbered. Was such a person also a chosen one? Yin Ziruo subconsciously confirmed the option. Chosen one, Chu Tian AI, entered the initial mystery realm at 3 years old, crossed into the king mystery realm at 25, and is now 67 years old, with cultivation at the second rank of the emperor realm. Due to rushing his cultivation, his meridians were damaged, leading to energy imbalance. Fortune value, 1500, destiny value, 1000. Ding! Detected the chosen one. Activating custom task. Option 1. Assist the chosen one in continuing their destiny. Success will grant fortune value. Option 2. Scheme to harm the chosen one. Usurp the throne. Success will grant villain points. Option 3. Abandon the task. Yin Ziruo frowned. The task seemed simple, but it was fraught with danger. The first option presumably involved healing Chu Tian AI's internal injuries, allowing him to further ascend the throne. Doing so would undoubtedly elevate Yin Ziruo's status in the Luanggu Empire, but it would also make him a target of those eyeing the emperor's throne. Among those people were undoubtedly many old monsters who had been in seclusion for ages, some of whom might even be saints. Similarly, the second option carried the same risks. With his current cultivation at the heavenly mystery realm, usurping the throne was not only uncertain in terms of stability, but he might not even withstand the counterattacks from the Chu family's old monsters. Abandon the task? Yin Ziruo wasn't foolish. He wouldn't take on such a risky task without certainty. Chu Tian AI exchanged a few words with the princes before turning and retreating back to the inner palace. The court immediately began to buzz with discussions. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Yin Ziruo was about to leave when a voice came from outside the court. What's the point of meeting them? They're all my father's subordinates. Do I need to see them? A young boy strode impatiently into the hall. He looked no older than 12 or 13, with a childish face that bore an air of arrogance. As soon as he entered the hall, he glanced around disdainfully, then said to those around him, "I've seen them. Satisfied?" This boy was none other than the emperor's son, Chu Tianhua. Yin Ziruo couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. With such a son, no wonder the emperor was going to great lengths to eliminate rivals for him. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Yin Ziruo's mind once more. Ding! Detected the chosen one. Spend 500 villain points to view their past information. Another chosen one. And it was this spoiled brat, Chu Tianhua. Without hesitation, Yin Ziruo spent 500 villain points. He really wanted to see what was so special about this Chu Tianhua, who had only reached the initial mystery realm at 12 years old. Chosen one Chu Tianhua, son of the current Luanggu Emperor Chu Tian AI, entered the initial mystery realm at 8 years old, reached the initial mystery realm at 12. His physique is extraordinary, born with imperial destiny. If he breaks through the true mystery realm before the age of 15, his cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. If not, he will never make further progress in his life. Fortune value, 5,000. Destiny value, 5,000. Ding! Detected the chosen one. Activating custom task. Option 1. Assist the chosen one in breaking through the life palace. Become the teacher of the emperor. Success will increase fortune value. Option 2. Scheme to exploit the chosen one's destiny value. Prevent his breakthrough into the true mystery realm. Success will increase villain points. Option 3. Abandon the task. Another custom task. Ziruo's heart tightened as he pondered how to choose. Just then, Jiang whispered beside him. How rude this child is. Chapter 23. Astonishing actions. The Emperor's favor. Jiang voice wasn't loud, but Chu Tianhua seemed to have heard it. Without hesitation, he pointed at Jiang and said, You wretched woman, what did you say? Guards, seize her. The surrounding imperial guards, knowing that Jiang was the daughter-in-law of the prison king, dared not step forward. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Seeing this, Chu Tianhua became furious. He leaped forward and said, Fine, then I'll teach you a lesson myself. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, ready to attack. Ziruo immediately frowned and leaped forward, grabbing Chu Tianhua's arm and saying, Apologize. What did you say? Chu Tianhua struggled, but the immense force on his arm made it impossible for him to move. Still, he continued to curse. Who do you think you are, you scoundrel? Release me at once, or else I'll have your entire family killed. Guards, there's an assassin. Annoyed by his shouting, Ziruo didn't hesitate to raise his hand and slapped Chu Tianhua across the face. With a loud slap, Chu Tianhua stumbled back 2 steps, clutching his face as he fell to the ground. Is Ziruo insane? How dare he hit Chu Tianhua? The Emperor is still here, and he dares to lay a hand on Chu Tianhua. Even if he's strong, he's just a reckless fool. I had some respect for him before, but now it seems I overestimated him. At this moment, Emperor Chu Tianai, who had retreated to the inner palace, observed the unfolding scene through the Weimu with clarity. Beside him, a guard inquired, Your Majesty, shall I intervene to stop the prince of the prison king? No need, Chu Tianai said. Cough. The prince of the prison king is said to have the demeanor of an emperor. He's not the kind of person who acts without thinking. Let's see how this plays out. In the hall, Chu Tianhua sat on the ground, clutching his face in shock. Ziruo coldly looked at Chu Tianhua and said, Get up. Hearing this, Chu Tianhua's temper flared. He quickly stood up from the ground, glaring at Ziruo without fear. Do you know where you went wrong? Ziruo asked calmly. I didn't do anything wrong, Chu Tianhua stubbornly replied. Before he could finish, Ziruo raised his hand again, slapping Chu Tianhua back to the ground with another powerful blow. He's gone mad. Ziruo has truly lost his mind. The nearby guards were also dumbfounded. On one side was the emperor's son, and on the other, the prince of the prison king. Neither was someone they could afford to offend. What should we do? Should we stop the prince of the prison king? Don't meddle. The emperor's personal guards must have seen this. Since they haven't acted, it means the emperor has allowed it. Hearing the whispers around him, Chu Tianhua couldn't care less. He stubbornly stood up again, glaring at Ziruo with wide eyes. What? You don't seem very convinced, Ziruo said with a cold smile. You're just relying on your superior cultivation. If we were at the same level, I'd definitely kill you. Chu Tianhua said through gritted teeth. Is that so? Ziruo smiled and said gravely, In that case, let's make a bet. Do you dare? What kind of bet? You're at the 1st level of the Transcendent Realm. I'll fight you using only the 5th level of the Primordial Realm strength. Ziruo said. If I lose, you can kill me without regret. But if you lose... As he spoke, he pointed at Jiang and continued. You must apologize to my fiancé and acknowledge me as your master. Although the 5th level of the Primordial Realm was only 1 level below the 1st level of the Transcendent Realm, the difference was still an entire realm. Hearing this, Chu Tianhua took a step forward and pointed at Ziruo, saying, Is that what you said? No backing out? A promise is a promise, and cannot be retracted. Ding! The favorability of the ancient Emperor Chu Tianai has increased. Host's luck value has increased by 100 points. At that moment, an elder walked out from the inner palace and announced, The Emperor commands that the duel between the Prince of the Prison King and young Master Chu will be overseen by me. The elder then approached Ziruo and whispered in his ear, "The emperor asks how confident you are." Ziruo smiled faintly and replied, 100%. "Then I apologize in advance," the elder said. With that, he gathered a burst of energy and struck Ziruo's body. Ziruo immediately felt the weak force circulating through his body, sealing most of his chi. His cultivation had been reduced to the 5th level of the primordial realm. "Don't worry, Prince Yin. I will protect you in secret," the elder said. Ziruo smiled and looked at Chu Tianhua, saying, "Well, shall we begin?" Without hesitation, Chu Tianhua leaped forward, gathering energy and throwing a powerful punch. Ziruo remained calm. With his martial Dao Heavenly Eye activated, Chu Tianhua's movement slowed down, and the direction of his energy flow became clear. He grabbed Chu Tianhua's wrist, his feet shifting lightly as he turned and used Chu Tianhua's own arm, guiding the energy flow, and threw him to the ground. The nearby guards quickly moved aside, and Chu Tianhua landed heavily on the ground. Yet, he still refused to admit defeat. He quickly got up, grabbed a short blade from one of the guards, and leaped toward Ziruo, slashing at him. Ziruo smirked, retreating while engaging Chu Tianhua in a battle of energy. After a dozen exchanges, Ziruo had already figured out Chu Tianhua's moves. With a light tap of his finger on the trajectory of the blade, he infused a spark of divine flame energy, instantly melting the blade in half. With 2 fingers, Ziruo caught the broken blade. With a light leap, the scorching blade pressed against Chu Tianhua's shoulder. With a sizzling sound, the fabric on his shoulder began to burn, releasing a plume of black smoke and a pungent smell that hit Chu Tianhua's nose. Chu Tianhua, startled by the blade pressed against his shoulder, didn't dare to breathe heavily. The blade in his hand clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. "Are you convinced?" Ziruo asked softly. Chu Tianhua frowned, stubbornly refusing to look at Ziruo but still turning to Jiang Ningen and saying, "I'm sorry." Ziruo smiled and dropped the blade, saying, "Do you know where you went wrong?" "I shouldn't have spoken arrogantly and cursed," Chu Tianhua said stubbornly. Ziruo shook his head and said, "No, speaking arrogantly and cursing is a matter of your character. Since you're young, it's not a major mistake. Your real mistake is that you're too weak. A weak person is wrong in everything they do. People fear you, respect you, and indulge you now only because you're the emperor's son. But if one day your father is no longer here, your arrogance and stubbornness will lead to your downfall due to your weakness." Before Chu Tianhua could respond, a voice rang out. "Well said. What a true emperor's demeanor." With a loud applause, Chu Tianhua walked out from the inner palace and said gravely, "Queerer, don't you hear me? Kneel and acknowledge your master." "Father!" Chu Tianhua exclaimed upon seeing Chu Tianhua. Ziruo also bowed and said, "I acted rashly, your majesty. Please forgive me." "Prince Yin, no need for formalities." "Queerer, didn't you hear me? Kneel and acknowledge your master at once." Chapter 24. The King of Revival, the Emperor of Prolonged Life. Seeing the situation, Chu Tianhua finally knelt before Ziruo and said, "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and becoming the master of the Destined Son, gaining 500 destiny points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a custom task. Option 1. Master of the Emperor. Assist the Destined Son in becoming the next Emperor. Succeed to gain a large amount of destiny points. Option 2. Tyrant emerges. Turn the Destined Son into a puppet. Control the Emperor to command the world. Succeed to gain a large amount of villain points. Option 3. Cunning Rogue. After the current Emperor's death, use the Destined Son's influence to become the Emperor. Succeed to gain a large amount of destiny points. This task has no time limit, and the final reward will be determined based on the host completion. Hearing the system prompt, Ziruo let out a long sigh of relief. All 3 tasks in the short term had one goal: to help Chu Tianhua break through to the Zhenshuan realm and obtain the inheritance of one of the emperors in the Emperor's Tomb's secret realm. Only then would the current emperor, Chu Tianhua, be able to pass the throne to Chu Tianhua without opposition or rebellion. As for whether to sincerely assist Chu Tianhua or use him to achieve his own ambitions, that was a matter for later. Thinking of this, Ziruo raised his hand to help Chu Tianhua up and said, "Get up. Being my disciple, you must be prepared to endure hardships." Chu Tianhua, though still unconvinced in his heart, couldn't say much in front of Chu Tianai. The other prince's sons couldn't help but shake their heads. Yin Daohan, the prison king, already had a renowned reputation as the guardian of the northern border, and now his son, Yin Ziruo, had become the master of the emperor's son. In terms of power, he was already a step ahead. As for strength, there was no need to say more. Tomorrow is the day the emperor's tomb opens. Everyone, go back and rest. Yin Prince, come with me to the inner palace. Qua, you come too. Yin Ziruo nodded, turned to look at Yin Daohan and Jiang Ningen, and said, "Father Ningen, you two go back first." Yin Daohan gave Yin Ziruo a meaningful look and patted his shoulder, saying, "Be careful with everything. Don't be so reckless." Yin Ziruo nodded and turned to head towards the inner palace. Inside the inner palace, Chu Tianai seemed to have shed all his vitality, instantly becoming listless, coughing uncontrollably, and even struggling to speak. The old man beside him took a pill, broke it in half, handed one half to Chu Tianai, and dissolved the other half in water to give it to him. After drinking the medicine, Chu Tianai sighed in relief and said, "Yin Prince, I'm sure you've heard the rumors outside?" Yin Ziruo nodded and said, "Yes, but I'm a bit curious. Normally, if there's a problem with the cultivation technique, causing qi imbalance and meridians disorder, with the emperor's cultivation, it should be easily resolved. Why has it come to this?" Chu Tianai shook his head and said, "Because my body isn't just a problem caused by the cultivation technique, but a backlash from forcibly breaking through my cultivation level." Breaking through cultivation. Could it be? Yin Ziruo was shocked upon hearing this. The technique passed down in my family allows for a forced breakthrough to the next realm once one reaches the second rank of the emperor. I had just attained the second rank and attempted it, Chu Tianai explained. Unfortunately, I fell just short. Over the millennia, fewer than 10 individuals in the Luanggu continent have truly succeeded in breaking through to the upper realm. I was too impatient. Yin Ziruo was astonished. Even the first emperor of Luanggu dared not attempt to break through to the upper realm lightly, ultimately exhausting his lifespan with regret. This Chu Tianai, however, either lacked knowledge or possessed an unwarranted boldness. Now, my time is running out, and Qua is not capable. That's why I let him enter the emperor's tomb to seek opportunities. Even if he can't obtain the emperor's inheritance, if he can improve his physique and allow his cultivation to steadily grow, that would be good enough. As he spoke, Chu Tianai started coughing again. Seeing this, Chu Tianhua sat beside Chu Tianai and gently patted his back. Yin Ziruo said, "Actually, I've already examined Qua's body." "Oh? What's the result?" Chu Tianai quickly asked. "His physique is extraordinary. If he can break through to the Zhenxuan realm before the age of 15, his future cultivation will be unimpeded. Otherwise, he will find it difficult to make any progress." Yin Ziruo said. Chu Tianai and the old man exchanged glances, and the old man said, "Actually, I've also examined him before, and the conclusion is the same as Yin Prince's, but I truly am powerless. Regarding the emperor's condition, I might have a solution." Yin Ziruo said, "Has anyone heard of Elder Ming Qiao of the Medicine King Valley?" The old man's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he sighed and said, "A masterful hand with a benevolent heart, a saintly genius, but she has been dead for many years. If she were still alive, not only could she heal the young master, but even the emperor's internal injuries would be no problem." Yin Ziruo nodded and said, "Actually, she's still alive." "What did you say?" The old man was immediately shocked and said, "Who told you that?" "I witnessed it myself," Yin Ziruo said, "a month ago. The young man from the Xiao family who fought with me at the Jiang family, he is Elder Ming Qiao's disciple. However, Elder Ming Qiao's soul now resides in a ring." So that's how it is. The old man's eyes actually welled up with tears upon hearing this. Seeing Yin Ziruo's surprised expression, he wiped his tears and said, "I've lost my composure," making the emperor and the prince laugh. "Old master, do you know Elder Ming Qiao?" Xiao Xu asked in confusion. Chu Tianai said, "Yin Prince, this is the elder of the Medicine King Valley from 100 years ago. Known as the King of Revival, Hisuague." "The King of Revival is just a joke?" Hisuague said. 100 years ago? That would be from the same era as Ming Qiao. Could it be that this Hisuague had a relationship with Ming Qiao? And judging by his reaction, their relationship was not shallow. "Yin Prince, please continue. What happened to Elder Ming Qiao after that?" Chu Tianai said. Yin Ziruo then recounted the events involving the Yaoguang Holy Clan. The old man immediately became furious and said, "As a disciple, abandoning his master and fleeing, such a person is unworthy to learn the medical arts of the Medicine King Valley. Fortunately, there is the prince, otherwise, Elder Ming Qiao would have been doomed." Yin Ziruo smiled and said, "It was just a small favor. That's also how Elder Ming Qiao gave me a pill, said to be able to prolong life and sustain vitality. Even if there's only a breath left, it can extend life by 10 years. The pill of prolonged life?" The old man immediately became excited and said, "Did she really develop it?" Yin Ziruo nodded and took out a pill, handing it over. The old man excitedly took the pill, but then his face showed a puzzled expression and said, "This doesn't seem to be the pill of prolonged life." Of course, it wasn't the pill of prolonged life, but a 9-sun revival pill that Yin Ziruo had exchanged for with 1,000 villain points. Chapter 25. The Emperor's Recovery and Hidden Schemes. Hisuague hesitated slightly as he held the medicine in his hand. But then Chu Tianai spoke. "Elder He, give me the medicine. How could the Prince of Yin begrudge it to a dying man like me? Moreover, I believe the Prince of Yin wouldn't think a dead Chu Tianai is more useful than a living emperor." Chu Tianai took the 9-sun revival pill and swallowed it. His complexion immediately changed dramatically. Seeing this, Hisuague anxiously exclaimed, "Your Majesty!" Chu Tianai raised a hand to stop Hisuague, signaling that he was fine, then let out a long, deep breath. In just a moment, a pale blue mist began to emanate from Chu Tianai's body, carrying with it a fragrant medicinal aroma. Hisuague exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, the phenomenon caused by a Earth-grade pill. Your Majesty, quickly circulate your energy to absorb this medicinal qi." Chu Tianai immediately sat cross-legged, and the medicinal qi slowly seeped into his pores. His previously pale complexion quickly turned rosy. After a short while, Chu Tianai stood up, and with a wave of his hand, an astonishing aura burst forth. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for healing the internal injuries of the Emperor of Chaos, Chu Tianai. The favorability of the destined son has increased, and you have gained 500 destiny points." Yin Ziruo, sensing the aura emanating from Chu Tianai, was deeply shaken, so much so that he didn't even notice the system's notification. That aura was incomparable to Ming Qiao's. Just a casual wave seemed capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. Was this the power of an emperor? The pinnacle of the lower realms? Indeed, an Earth-grade pill. Your Majesty's meridians have been fully restored. Congratulations to Your Majesty for regaining your power. Congratulations to Father for regaining his strength. Hisuague and Chu Tianhua exclaimed in joy. Yin Ziruo was rather surprised. Originally, he had only intended to extend Chu Tianai's life, but he hadn't expected the 9-sun revival pill to be so potent, even healing internal injuries. Now, Chu Tianai's meridians were clear, his scattered energy had been dispersed, and even through the heavenly eye of martial arts, one could see that the physical damage caused by his long illness had been repaired to a significant extent. Chu Tianai's recovery had both advantages and disadvantages for Yin Ziruo. The advantage was that he no longer needed to worry about Chu Tianhua's growth period. The disadvantage was that Chu Tianhua would likely not become emperor in the short term. Yin Ziruo immediately said, "Congratulations to Your Majesty for regaining your strength." Chu Tianai nodded and looked at Yin Ziruo, saying, "Prince Yin, Thank you for your miraculous medicine. Earlier, I even sent people to assassinate you. Fortunately, you are unharmed. Ziruo smiled and replied, Your Majesty never intended to harm me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived to see you even with 10 lives. Chu Tianyi smiled, then sighed and said, Your Yin family's 5 princes have been hereditary rulers guarding the 5 directions for thousands of years. I have no worries about you. What truly concerns me are the families of Qin, Ji, Long, and Han. Ziruo spoke gravely. Your Majesty suspects they will harm Tianhua in the secret realm? Not suspect, but certainty. Chu Tianyi said, So I can only rely on Prince Yin. Tianhua is now my disciple. Both by reason and by emotion, I should protect him. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Chu Tianyi nodded and said, Also, regarding my recovery, please don't inform anyone outside. Ziruo immediately understood Chu Tianyi's intentions. There were still those who coveted Chu Tianyi's throne, and they lurked in the shadows. Now that Chu Tianyi had regained his strength, as long as the outside world still believed him to be on the brink of death, it would reverse the situation, putting him in the dark. Your Majesty, rest assured. Ziruo knows what to say and what not to say. Ziruo said with a smile. Chu Tianyi nodded and said, Then I thank you, Prince Yin. I need to rest and adjust now that my body has just recovered. I won't see you out. Ziruo left the inner palace and exited the grand hall, only to see a few people standing at the entrance. Based on the memories of his original body, Ziruo instantly recognized their identities. The eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Shiguan. The eldest son of the Ji family, Ji Longsha. The eldest daughter of the Long family, Long Qinxue. The eldest son of the Han family, Han Yueguan. Ziruo sneered, seemingly ignoring them as he passed by. Ji Longsha sneered and said, The bearing of an emperor? That's all it is. He can't even see that the Chu family's fortune is waning. Han Yueguan also laughed. You're wrong. In my opinion, this bearing of an emperor might not be a compliment. After all, the current emperor. Heh, you know what I mean. Long Qinxue giggled and said, Stop it, you guys. He's now Chu Tianhua's master. Be careful the imperial guards throw you into the heavenly prison. Throw us into the black hell prison. After all, he's the prince of the prison king. Hearing their words, Ziruo stopped in his tracks, turned to look at the 4 of them, and asked with an expression of confusion, Where did these trash come from? What did you say? Qin Shiguan roared in anger. Ziruo, do you have the guts to say that again? In a flash, Ziruo appeared in front of Qin Shiguan, raising his hand to slap him across the face. You're not much better than Chu Tianhua. How dare you bark in front of me, you worthless trash. I wouldn't even waste my breath insulting you. With that, Ziruo looked at the other 3 and said, What about you? Want to try? Qin Shiguan struggled to his feet, spat out a mouthful of blood along with a few teeth, and sneered. Ziruo, don't be so arrogant. Just wait until the secret realm. You'll see. Humph. Ziruo disdainfully glanced at them and said, Fools. He didn't even consider them worth his effort. The Qin, Ji, Long, and Han families, like the Jiang family, were originally noble houses of the Chaos Empire. However, they were even inferior to the Xiao family, always playing the role of petty clowns. Striking them didn't even earn him any villain points. Ziruo disdainfully flew away, but in his heart, he was puzzled. Earlier in the hall, these 4 had been standing separately with the sons of the 4 princes. The feuds between the 4 princes, they should know better than anyone. So why were they gathered together here? And why did they seem to be waiting for him? Qin Shiguan's final words were even more baffling. These few were not even at the earth mystic level. Even if they banded together, what could they possibly achieve? Could there be another conspiracy in this emperor's tomb? Ziruo was puzzled, but didn't think much more about it. Now, he was at the 4th level of the heaven mystic realm. If he wanted, he could break through to the 5th level tonight. With such cultivation, he was undoubtedly the strongest among the 10 entering the emperor's tomb. The others were even inferior Xiao Xu. Combined with his primordial divine flame, even if the other 8 joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Chapter 26. The opening of the mausoleum and the scattering of the crowd. In the southeastern part of the imperial capital, there is a hill about 100 meters high. The hill is covered with green trees, and within the dense forest lies a mausoleum. From the outside, the mausoleum appears to be a stone pagoda, about 6 or 7 meters tall, with 6 levels. Outside the pagoda stands a stone tablet, engraved with the names of past emperors. This mausoleum is usually heavily guarded, but today, even more people have gathered here, including Emperor Chu Tianyi of the current Wangu dynasty. Today, Emperor Chu Tianyi seems even more unsteady than he did yesterday in the Grand Hall, almost faltering with every step. Ziruo Ningen, you two must be careful once you enter, Yin Daohan said gravely. Although the secret realm holds countless opportunities, there are also many dangers. My advice is simple. Do not force anything. Understood, uncle. Jiang Ningen nodded. Yin Ziruo, however, did not respond. Qin Shiguan continued to smirk coldly at him. The time has come. The mausoleum opens. Emperor Chu Tianyi stepped forward, holding a porcelain bottle the size of a finger. He approached the mausoleum's stone tablet and poured the liquid inside onto the tablet. Is that blood? Yin Ziruo exclaimed in surprise. Although there were only a few drops of blood in the bottle, the aura it emitted was astonishing. Opening the mausoleum of the great emperor requires the essence blood of the first emperor of the Wangu dynasty, Yin Daohan whispered. That blood has been preserved through a secret technique. It was essence blood of a great emperor of the 5th rank. No wonder the aura was so powerful. As the blood dripped onto the stone tablet, it suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Then, a golden energy surged from the top of the pagoda, piercing through the clouds, and transformed into golden dust that floated down from the sky, coalescing in front of the pagoda into a golden gate. Go. Be careful, Yin Daohan said. Yin Ziruo nodded, taking Jiang Ningen's hand and stepping forward. However, the other 8 individuals rushed ahead, leaping through the golden gate. Qin Shiguan even shot a cold glance at Yin Ziruo, saying, Yin Ziruo, I'll be waiting for you inside the mausoleum. Yin Ziruo smirked and replied, waiting to get another slap? Qin Shiguan did not respond further, disappearing into the secret realm. Yin Ziruo ignored him and turned to Emperor Chu Tianyi, asking, Where's Tianhua? Before the words had even finished, 2 figures descended from the sky. It was Chu Tianhua. Beside him was a woman who appeared to be around the same age as Jiang Ningen, with a graceful figure. However, her face was hidden behind a mask, for reasons unknown. Uncle. The woman bowed to Emperor Chu Tianyi, then pulled Chu Tianhua into the secret realm, seemingly unconcerned with the others around her. Yin Ziruo took Jiang Ningen's hand and said, Stay close to me. As soon as they stepped through the gate, Yin Ziruo felt a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelm him, and he lost consciousness without realizing it. When he awoke, he instinctively called out, Ningen, but there was no response. Looking around, he found himself completely alone. He was now standing beneath a massive waterfall, with the sound of rushing water all around him. Yin Ziruo's brow furrowed. He and Jiang Ningen had been holding hands when they entered, so the fact that they were now separated was either the work of the secret realm or some other unknown factor. Fortunately, Yin Ziruo had already placed a system tracker on Jiang Ningen. Through the tracker, he found that she was not far away, less than 3 li, and was moving in his direction. Relieved, Yin Ziruo began to carefully observe his surroundings. Aside from the waterfall, there was a rushing river and a dense forest. The system tracker can only sense Ningen, but I can't lock onto Xiao Xu or Yang Qiyun's positions. It seems this is an independent space. The size of this independent space was at least 100 li in diameter, and the waterfalls, rivers, plants, and trees were all real. The creator of this space must have been incredibly powerful. I'd better find Ningen first, Yin Ziruo thought after a moment of reflection. As he turned to leave, the torrential waterfall suddenly stopped. Time seemed to freeze, with countless water droplets suspended in midair. The mist, illuminated by the sunlight, formed a rainbow. Ziruo was stunned by the sight. At that moment, a faint green-white light appeared behind the waterfall. Then, the water began to flow again, and the sound of splashing water returned. There must be a treasure. Ziruo's heart raced. No wonder they say the secret realm is full of wonders. He had barely ventured 100 meters into the realm and already encountered something that could halt the flow of water. Just as Ziruo was about to leap into the waterfall to investigate, he noticed that Jiang Ningen had stopped moving according to the system tracker. She had turned and was moving in another direction at high speed. No matter how valuable the treasure was, it couldn't compare to the system's capabilities. Since Jiang Ningen hadn't fully pledged herself to him yet, he couldn't afford to let her come to any harm. Otherwise, he would lose a significant amount of luck and villain points. Suppressing his curiosity about the treasure behind the waterfall, Ziruo dashed toward Jiang Ningen. At that moment, Jiang Ningen was flying away without looking back. Behind her, the sounds of trees toppling, the earth-shaking footsteps of a charging creature, and occasional roars echoed through the air. After flying for what felt like an eternity, the sounds of pursuit and roars finally faded. Jiang Ningen slowed down, catching her breath as she turned to check the situation. Just then, a whooshing sound pierced the air, followed by a massive tree hurtling toward her like a speeding crossbow bolt. Jiang Ningen quickly drew her sword and channeled her energy, slicing the incoming tree into splinters. But before she could react, a massive figure charged toward her, swinging a gigantic fist. Jiang Ningen, unable to dodge in time, raised her sword to block. With a loud crack, the sword shattered into pieces, one of which embedded itself in her right shoulder. Jiang Ningen was sent flying, landing on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Glancing up, she beheld the colossal fist's owner, a towering giant ape, nearly 5 meters tall, with a physique as robust as a legendary Vajra. The ape glared furiously at the injured Jiang Ningen. Roar! The ape let out a roar and leaped into the air, as if intending to crush the intruder who had invaded its territory. In the nick of time, 2 streams of energy struck the ape, followed by a massive boulder that forced it back to the ground. The ape, unable to gain leverage in midair, was hit by the energy and knocked back by the boulder. It landed on the ground, glaring angrily at Jiang Ningen's back. Several figures leaped forward, one of them looking at the ape and saying, "This armored-back giant ape is mine. Do you mind?" The others shook their heads. More figures arrived, and one of them pointed at Jiang Ningen with a cold smile, saying, "Oh, isn't this Ziruo's fiancée, the Jiang family's eldest daughter?" Chapter 27. The Crisis of Ningen, the Raging Fury. Jiang Ningen's brows furrowed deeply. The situation was unfavorable for her. These people were neither friends nor foes, and that Qin Shiguan seemed to have some entanglement with Ziruo as well. Ningen immediately stood up, turning to leave. But Qin Shiguan leaped forward to block her, saying, "Your Jiang family is at least descendants of a great emperor. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ziruo is too close to the Chu family. Keep your distance from him, or else, when it implicates you, don't blame me for not giving face to your Jiang family." At his words, Ningen's heart jolted. From his tone, it seemed he intended to harm Ziruo. Before she could react, the other men leaped forward, one of them sneering. "Qin the Great Master, could it be that her looks have stirred your heart?" Qin Shiguan mocked back. "What are you saying? Once our plan succeeds, women of such beauty will be everywhere. Do you think I'd care about her?" Hearing their taunts, Ningen let out a cold snort, declaring, "Shameless." Qin Shiguan's expression darkened, about to retort, when a series of dull thuds sounded. Turning back, he saw the 4 princes of the royal clans being flung away by a giant ape. The ape, holding a freshly uprooted tree, swung it with a howling wind, its movements infused with the might of powerful beasts. Even the prince of the Yu Mountain King couldn't withstand it. "Useless," Qin Shiguan growled. "If you had dealt with it sooner, there wouldn't be trouble. Now the ape's gone berserk because of you. Charge together." With that, Qin Shiguan leaped forward, and the others followed suit. Ningen, intending to leave, suddenly felt stone walls rise beneath her feet, and a massive boulder fell overhead, sealing her inside. On the other side, Ziruo, noticing Ningen had stopped moving, felt a surge of curiosity. But then, a cacophony of desperate roars erupted ahead, sending a chill down his spine. Could Ningen be in danger? Thinking this, Ziruo sped up, and moments later, he saw several figures darting about, besieging a towering ape. It was the 4 princes of the royal clans and Qin Shiguan. Ziruo's brows knitted together. Why had they gathered so quickly? But there was no time to ponder. The system's tracking showed Ningen nearby, yet she was nowhere to be seen. Ziruo grew anxious. Then, he noticed stone walls and a boulder not far off, beside which lay a broken sword. He recognized it instantly as Ningen's. Without hesitation, he kicked aside the boulder, revealing Ningen leaning against the wall, her face pale, a shard of a blade embedded in her right shoulder. Blood had soaked her shoulder, and she had already lost consciousness. Ziruo took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, then lifted Ningen into his arms. Ningen, still unconscious, sensed someone approaching and jolted awake, ready to strike. "Ningen, it's me," Ziruo said softly. Ningen smiled faintly, allowing Ziruo to hold her. He carried her to the base of a nearby tree, swiftly exchanging for a healing pill and feeding it to her. Then, he pulled out the blade shard from her shoulder and applied a coagulant powder. Her complexion quickly regained its rosy hue. "Stay here and rest," Ziruo said gently. But Ningen clutched his arm, murmuring, "Don't go, forget it." Ziruo gently patted her, reassuring, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I know what I'm doing." With that, he stood up. Ningen could feel an overwhelming aura emanating from him, a mix of fury and coldness that made one feel like they were sinking into an icy abyss. Qin Shiguan and the others had already noticed Ziruo, but the ape was in a frenzy, and they were already drained just dealing with it. "Qin the Great Master, what do we do? If Ziruo attacks now, we'll be caught between 2 fronts." Long Qinshui said anxiously. "Should we use the secret technique?" Qin Shiguan remained silent, watching as Ziruo stood by, not making a move. "Wait," he said. "He's not attacking. It seems he's letting the ape wear us down before reaping the benefits. As long as he doesn't act now, once we deal with the ape, no matter his skills, he won't stand a chance against us." Ji Longsha declared. "Push harder. The ape's frenzy is almost over. Strike together when it ends." As Qin Shiguan finished, the ape let out a final roar, its strength visibly waning. "Now!" Qin Shiguan shouted, thrusting his spear with gathered force. The others unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously. 8 streams of power struck the ape, killing it in an instant. Its body disintegrated into specks of light, coalescing into a golden fragment. Qin Shiguan moved to pick it up, but a figure darted past, snatching the fragment. "You went through all this trouble for just this fragment?" Ziruo said disdainfully, holding it. "Tell me, what is it? What's its use?" Qin Shiguan sneered. "Ziruo, you chose the wrong path. Blame yourself for not attacking us earlier." Ziruo smirked. "You're not answering the question." With that, he darted forward, slapping Qin Shiguan away. "If you can't remember, I'll give you 3 more. Ziruo taunted. Immediately, the others surrounded him, and Qin Shiguan, rising from the ground, joined them, glaring at Ziruo. 3 slaps. I'll make you pay for those." Ziruo surveyed them all, declaring coldly, "Just a bunch of cowards relying on numbers." "And what of it?" "Today," Qin Shiguan began, but Ziruo cut him off. "Today, you'll learn that numbers don't always matter." With a wave of his hand, a black abyss gate appeared, spewing forth chains of darkness that instantly bound the 4 princes. Then, the power of the Jinyu divine scripture transformed into shackles, locking the princes in place. The Jinyu divine scripture was the hereditary art of the Jinyu king family, designed to guard the Yuming Black Prison. Once shackled, escape was impossible without superior cultivation. Seeing Ziruo subdue the force so quickly, Qin Shiguan panicked. Quick, use the secret technique. Long Qianxia immediately crushed a porcelain vial, releasing a mauve gas that entered her body. Chapter 28. Strange Secret Techniques, Mole's Gift. Chapter 28. Strange Secret Techniques, the Mole's Treasure Offering. Long Qianxia, though fairly good-looking, immediately became hideous as the purplish-brown gas entered her body. Her entire body was covered in purple runes, which seemed to form a kind of armor. What surprised Ziruo even more was that Long Qianxia's aura visibly increased, almost instantly reaching the peak of the earth Shenjing, and it continued to rise. Ziruo frowned deeply. This made him even more certain that Qin Shiguan and the others were plotting something. Soon, Long Qianxia's cultivation seemed to stop growing, and her eyes turned a deep purple, devoid of any whites. She looked around blankly, clearly having lost her mind. Her cultivation had skyrocketed from the first level of the earth Shenjing to the first level of the heaven Shenjing. Seeing this, Ziruo did not hesitate. Divine fire appeared in his hand, and with a powerful swing, it disappeared, leaving only thick fire energy covering his hands. Qin Shiguan pointed at Ziruo and said, "Attack?" Long Qianxia immediately pounced like a hungry tiger. Ziruo frowned, realizing that Qin Shiguan was the one controlling her. With a thought, he swung a punch filled with fire energy, shattering much of the purple armor on Long Qianxia. Ziruo was delighted. The divine fire was indeed powerful, capable of restraining such sinister techniques. Qin Shiguan narrowed his eyes, his teeth grinding, and coldly looked at Xianxia and Han Yueguan behind him, saying, "You too? Use it too?" Xianxia was shocked. "Are you crazy? Don't forget our objective. If we use all the secret medicine here, what will we do when we meet him?" Qin Shiguan gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Long Qianxia, who was fighting Ziruo, immediately flew back to stand behind Qin Shiguan. "Ziruo, don't think I'm afraid of you," Qin Shiguan said sternly. "I have important matters to attend to. I'll deal with you later." "You think you can escape just like that?" Ziruo said, preparing to chase after them, but he heard Jiang Ningan scream from a distance. He abandoned the pursuit and flew towards her. Qin Shiguan quickly ordered Long Qianxia to break the Ming Mun, releasing the 4 princes, and the 8 of them fled in panic without looking back. When Ziruo reached Jiang Ningan, she rushed into his arms, pointing behind her in panic. A mouse!" Ziruo turned to see a fist-sized hole in the ground, with a small head poking out. He laughed. "Look closely, it's not a mouse." Jiang Ningan slowly turned around and saw the little creature emerge from the hole, a completely black mole. "Ah!" she exclaimed in surprise. The little mole curiously glanced at her, then continued digging without a care. Ziruo laughed at her pale face. "I never thought the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family would be afraid of a mouse." Jiang Ningan blushed, about to speak, when the mole emerged from the ground, holding a stone in its paws and approaching them. Despite her fear, Jiang Ningan bent down and asked, "For me?" The mole pointed to where the ape had fallen, then to itself. Both Jiang Ningan and Ziruo understood. The giant ape had made life difficult for the mole, and now that the ape was dead, the mole had come to express its gratitude. Jiang Ningan hesitantly took the stone, feeling an icy coolness that refreshed her mind just by holding it. "This stone, it's strange," she said, handing it to Ziruo. He took it, sensing its peculiarity, and activated his martial arts divine vision. The stone's exterior was just a shell. Inside, something was slowly emitting energy. Ziruo crushed the stone, blowing away the dust, and discovered a ring glowing with silver light inside. At first glance, the ring appeared ordinary, with no gemstones. However, it was densely inscribed with runes, forming a small array that absorbed energy from its surroundings and converted it into a calming aura. Ziruo explained the ring's function and said solemnly, "Who would have thought such a precious item was hidden inside this unremarkable stone?" He placed the ring on Jiang Ningan's finger and crouched to ask the little mole, "Little fellow, where did you get this?" The mole seemed afraid of Ziruo, trembling as he crouched down. When asked, it quickly burrowed back into its hole. Ziruo touched his face in confusion. Am I really that unlikable? Jiang Ningen laughed heartily. Ziruo joined in the laughter and said, It seems this imperial tomb is full of surprises every few steps. By the way, I know of another treasure. Ningen, come with me. The two flew toward the waterfall. The small interlude had eased Ziruo's mind, but it also raised many questions. He and Jiang Ningen had met only because of his system's tracking function, yet even so, they had met later than the 8 of them. How had those 8 gathered so quickly upon entering the secret realm? What was that purple gas? What were they referring to as their important matter? Through the system's surveillance, Qin Shiguan was already at a considerable distance from them and still moving further away. Ziruo decided not to dwell on it. Qin Shiguan and the others were neither the protagonists nor the chosen ones. Killing or sparing them would bring no benefit. They could do as they pleased, as long as they didn't interfere with him. After flying for a while, they heard the roaring sound of the waterfall. The waterfall was flowing fiercely, making it impossible to see what lay behind it. Ziruo pointed to the waterfall and said, That's where the flash appeared earlier. Something powerful enough to stop such a large waterfall must be a great treasure, Jiang Ningen said. Ziruo nodded. Let's go in and see. He condensed divine fire into a protective layer around them and flew into the waterfall. Protected by the fire energy, they emerged completely dry. As Ziruo was about to investigate, he was startled by what he saw. Ziruo frowned deeply. This only confirmed his suspicion that Qin Shiguan and the others were plotting something. Soon, Long Qinshua's cultivation growth seemed to cease, her eyes turning a deep purple with no whites visible. She looked around blankly, clearly having lost her mind. Her cultivation had surged from the first level of the Earth Shunjing to the first level of the Heaven Shenjing. Without hesitation, Ziruo summoned his divine fire, which disappeared with a swing of his hand, leaving his palms covered in thick fire energy. Pointing at Ziruo, Qin Shiguan commanded, Attack? Long Qinshu immediately lunged at him like a ravenous tiger. Ziruo frowned, realizing Qin Shiguan was the one controlling her. With a thought, he threw a punch infused with fire energy, shattering much of the purple armor on Long Qinshu. Seeing this, Ziruo felt a surge of joy. The divine fire truly lived up to its name, effectively countering these sinister techniques. Qin Shiguan narrowed his eyes, his teeth grinding, and coldly glanced at Xianxia and Han Yuiguan behind him, saying, You too? Use it too? Xianxia was taken aback. Are you insane? Don't forget our objective. Using up all the secret medicine here, what use will we be when we finally encounter him? Qin Shiguan gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Long Qinshu, who was fighting Ziruo, immediately flew back to stand behind Qin Shiguan. Ziruo, don't think I'm afraid of you. Qin Shiguan said sternly. I have important business to attend to. I'll deal with you later. Trying to run? Ziruo said, preparing to chase after them, but hearing Jiang Ningen's shout from a distance, he abandoned the chase and flew toward her. Seeing this, Qin Shiguan quickly commanded Long Qinshu to shatter the nether gate, freeing the 4 princes. The 8 of them then fled in panic without looking back. As soon as Ziruo reached Jiang Ningen, she ran into his arms, pointing behind her frantically, Mouse. Turning around, Ziruo saw a fist-sized hole in the ground, with a small head poking out. Recognizing it, he laughed. Take a closer look. That's no mouse. Jiang Ningen slowly turned, only to see the creature emerge from the hole, a pitch-black mole. Ah! Jiang Ningen cried out in surprise. The little mole glanced at her curiously, but continued digging without concern. Seeing her frightened expression, Ziruo laughed. I never thought the great Miss Jiang would be afraid of a mouse. Jiang Ningen blushed, about to respond, when the mole scurried out of the hole, holding a stone in its paws, and approached them. Despite her fear, Jiang Ningen bent down and asked, For me? The mole pointed to where the ape had fallen and then to itself, making it clear to Jiang Ningen and Ziruo that it was here to thank them for the ape's death, which had made its life easier. Jiang Ningen hesitantly took the stone, feeling an instant cool sensation that left her feeling refreshed. "This stone, it's so strange," she said, handing it to Ziruo. Ziruo took the stone, sensing its peculiarity, and activated his martial insight to examine it. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the stone contained a silver ring, which he revealed by crushing the outer layer. The ring, at first glance, seemed ordinary, with no gemstones. However, it was covered in intricate runes that formed a small array, absorbing energy and converting it into a calming aura. Explaining its function, Ziruo said, "Who would have thought such a humble stone would hide something so precious?" He then placed the ring on Jiang Ningen's finger and bent down to ask the mole, "Little guy, where did you get this?" The mole, seeming afraid of Ziruo, trembled at his approach and quickly retreated into its hole at his question. Rubbing his face in confusion, Ziruo muttered, "Am I really that unwelcome?" Jiang Ningen laughed heartily, and Ziruo joined in, saying, "It seems this emperor's tomb is full of surprises. By the way, I know of another treasure. Ningen, come with me." The two flew toward the waterfall. Although the brief encounter had eased Ziruo's mind, it also left many questions unanswered. How had the 8 of them managed to gather so quickly upon entering the secret realm? What was that purple gas? And what were they really up to? Through his systems monitoring, Ziruo saw that Qin Shiguan was already far away and still moving further. He decided not to dwell on it. Qin Shiguan and the others weren't protagonists, nor were they destined for greatness. Whether they lived or died didn't matter to him. As long as they didn't interfere with him, he had no interest in their affairs. After flying for a while, they heard the roar of the waterfall. The rushing water made it impossible to see what lay behind it. Pointing to the waterfall, Ziruo said, "That's where the flash appeared earlier." Something capable of stopping such a massive waterfall must be a great treasure, Jiang Ningen said. Ziruo nodded. "Let's find out." Summoning his divine fire, he enveloped them both in a fiery aura and charged into the waterfall. Protected by the fire, they emerged dry. As Ziruo prepared to investigate, what he saw left him startled. Chapter 29. 3 Generations of Emperors, Infinite Treasures of Heaven. As soon as the two entered the cave behind the waterfall, they were startled into a cold sweat. Inside the cave, a dark, strange beast was slumbering. Its form resembled a bull, but it had no horns, and its head bore a large, pale white eye. It turned out that the pale white light wasn't a treasure, but the glow emitted by this bull-like monster's eye. Ziruo whispered softly, "Let's back out quietly. Don't wake it." Jiang Ningen nodded in agreement. The aura emanating from this monstrous bull far surpassed that of the ape, even rivaling the strength of a supreme realm expert. The two began to retreat slowly. At that moment, the waterfall suddenly stopped mid-air for no apparent reason. Ziruo's heart skipped a beat as she turned around to see the monstrous bull glaring at them with blood-red eyes. Moo! The bull let out a roar, and its massive eye flashed with pale white light. Behind them, the rumbling sound grew louder. Ziruo stepped in front of Jiang Ningen and whispered, "Find a chance to run. I'll hold it off." Jiang Ningen quickly replied, "No, let's go together while it hasn't attacked yet." Just then, the bull's giant eye flashed again with pale white light. The creature seemed to be under attack, letting out a painful howl as its massive body rolled violently in the narrow cave, causing the ground to tremble violently. "Ziruo, that eye doesn't seem to belong to it," Jiang Ningen said, puzzled. Ziruo nodded and activated her Taoist heavenly eye. She saw that beneath the eye, roots resembling plant tendrils had embedded themselves into the bull's forehead. With each flash of pale white light, a surge of energy shot into the bull's brain. It wasn't so much a part of the beast as it was a parasite. The bull, despite its pain, didn't attack them but instead looked at Jiang Ningen's hand with teary, pleading eyes. Ziruo followed its gaze and noticed the ring on Jiang Ningen's hand. "Ningen, lend me the ring for a moment," Ziruo said gravely. Jiang Ningen handed over the ring. As Ziruo held the ring and moved it, the bull's gaze followed her hand. "Can this ring help you?" Ziruo asked tentatively. The creatures in this secret realm seemed to understand human speech, just like the mole earlier. The bull blinked in response. Ziruo nodded and slowly approached the beast with the ring. The eye immediately flashed with pale white light, which flickered violently. The bull let out a painful roar and suddenly stood up, its eyes changing from blood red to pale white. It then lowered its head, pawed the ground with a single hoof, and appeared ready to attack. "This isn't good," Ziruo exclaimed. "Ningen, get out quickly." Before she finished, the bull charged at them at full speed, filling the narrow cave with its massive body, leaving no room to dodge. Ziruo swiftly swung her hands, invoking the prison realm scripture, which materialized 3 gates of hell in succession. The bull charged through the first 2 Mingmen as if they were made of paper, but it was finally halted by the ghostly hands of the 3rd Mingmer. Seeing this, Ziruo leaped forward and slapped the ring onto the pale white eye. The eye immediately stopped flashing and let out a piercing scream that echoed through the cave, almost piercing their eardrums. Through her Taoist heavenly eye, Ziruo saw the roots of the eye slowly detach from the bull's forehead. At that moment, the bull suddenly slammed its head into the cave wall. With a loud rumble, the eye fell off its body. But it wasn't done yet. The eye wobbled in the air and flew toward Ziruo. A black shadow flashed, and the bull stomped the eye with its hoof, crushing it into a puddle of pale white liquid that emitted a foul stench. The ring then glowed, and the bull grabbed it with its mouth, backing away while occasionally glancing at Ziruo and Jiang. Jiang said in confusion, "It seems to be leading us somewhere." Ziruo nodded and took Jiang's hand, following the bull. After walking several hundred steps, they arrived at a vast space. The ceiling was made of crystal-clear crystals, through which they could see the rushing river above. This was the source of the waterfall. The bull led them to a stone door, spat out the ring, and placed it on a stone step in front of the door. The stone door suddenly opened, revealing a hidden chamber. The two exchanged glances and stepped into the chamber. As soon as they entered, the previously dark surroundings lit up with several candelabras. In the chamber stood a stone statue. The statue depicted a woman in battle armor, riding a bull. In her left hand, she held a sword, and in her right, she raised a severed head high, giving her the appearance of a female war god. "Great-grandmother!" Jiang exclaimed in surprise. "Great-grandmother?" Ziruo asked, puzzled. "Is this statue your great-grandmother?" Jiang nodded and said, "She is my great-grandmother, the 3rd generation of the Luangu Emperor, Jiang Huanv." It was her. Ziruo recalled her own memories. Jiang Huanv was the 3rd emperor of the Luangu Empire and the only female emperor. At the time, the Luangu Empire was facing attacks from both the Western Mo Buddhist Kingdom and the Southern Tidal Sea Clan. Jiang Huanv personally led the army, first driving back the Tidal Sea Clan and then engaging in a decisive battle with the Mo Buddhist Kingdom. The head in the statue's hand belonged to the then ruler of the Mo Buddhist Kingdom, Jinaraka. However, that battle took a heavy toll on Jiang Huanv, causing her to pass away before the age of 60. With her death, the Jiang family lost its legacy and gradually declined. Judging by this place must be where Jiang Huan's legacy was hidden. Jiang looked at the statue and immediately knelt before it, saying solemnly, "Unworthy descendant Jiang pays respects to our ancestor. May you grant your blessing and protect the Jiang family from further decline." As soon as she finished, the statue of Jiang Huanv suddenly lit up, and a golden light enveloped Jiang. "Listen carefully, descendant of the Jiang family. I now bestow upon you the divine grade technique, Infinite Treasures of Heaven, as well as my sword, Luanghua. Remember, regardless of who rules the Luangu Empire, the Jiang family must always protect all its people. Do not betray my hopes." Chapter 30. Frozen Heart Returns, Demon Egg Lost. As soon as the words were spoken, the stone tablet shattered with a loud crash, revealing a simple, unadorned long sword. The sword had a narrow blade, only about the width of a finger, yet its length approached a meter. Ziruo stepped forward to pick up the sword. As soon as he drew it, A crisp, melodious hum echoed, and with a casual flick of his wrist, the thin blade sliced through the air, leaving a deep, long mark on the floor tiles after the wind subsided. Indeed, a fine sword. Ziruo handed the sword to Jiang Ningen. This sword is called Luan Xiaohua, as if it was tailor-made for you. Ziruo said with a smile. Jiang Ningen took the sword and said gravely, I will not disappoint my great-grandmother's expectations. Ziruo chuckled and said, Now that the inheritance has been received, let's leave. The two walked out of the secret chamber, and the bull-like beast hurried forward. Jiang Ningen gently stroked the beast's forehead and said, So you are Qingyun, our ancestor's mount. You've suffered all these years. The bull-like beast let out a low moo, then picked up the ring from the steps and handed it to Jiang Ningen. Its body then glowed, transforming into glittering specks that merged with the ring. This sight brought tears to Jiang Ningen's eyes. Ziruo sighed and said, No wonder every inheritor of the legacy in this secret realm eventually ascends to become an emperor. With a complete set of cultivation techniques, treasures, and weapons, even the dullest person could rise through the ranks effortlessly. Jiang Ningen couldn't help but laugh through her tears, giving Ziruo a playful glare. So you think I'm stupid, huh? How dare I? My lady is the smartest in the world. Ziruo said with a grin. Jiang Ningen let out a deep breath and said, Ziruo, thank you. These past few years, I've been worried every single day, never able to sleep well. Ziruo gently took Jiang Ningen's hand and said, Worried that I'm a playboy, a spoiled rich kid? Worried that Xiao Xu couldn't save you from this predicament? Yes, Jiang Ningen nodded. The Jiang family hoped I could rely on you to obtain the emperor's inheritance, and I needed it too. Even if Xiao Xu truly surpassed you and took me away from the Jiang family, it would only mean a complete break with them, and the consequences wouldn't be any better than now. Your actions have resolved all my inner conflicts and lifted my burdens. Jiang Ningen looked at Ziruo and said, Do you think I'm a calculating woman? Ziruo didn't respond with words. Instead, he pulled Jiang Ningen into his arms and kissed her, capturing her slightly startled lips. Ding! Jiang Ningen's favorability has reached its peak. Female lead Jiang Ningen has returned to your side. Achievement unlocked. Ningen's beloved. Gain 1,000 luck points. Ding! Congratulations. You have fully won the female lead's heart, successfully humiliating Xiao Xu. Xiao Xu's luck points decreased by 500. Gain 10,000 villain points. Ziruo's heart swelled with joy, and his tongue became even more daring. Jiang Ningen blushed and pushed him away, playfully scolding, You bad man. You want to do this here? Ziruo chuckled and said, Why not? No. Jiang Ningen quickly said, This is the ancestral tomb of the Jiang family. Ziruo burst out laughing and pulled Jiang Ningen along. I was just kidding. You've got the inheritance now, let's go. Where to? Jiang Ningen asked, puzzled. To find Chu Tianhua. Ziruo said gravely. I have a feeling they're plotting something big this time. Meanwhile, Qin Shiguan and the others were flying forward. The effects of Long Qinchua's secret technique had worn off, leaving her drained, her eyes dark and hollow, her face pale. She struggled to keep up with the group, her strength waning. Qingongzi, are you sure the demon egg is in this direction? Long Qinchua asked weakly. I don't have the strength to go on. If we don't find it soon, I'll have to rest. Qin Shiguan impatiently replied, I know. I'm sure it's in this direction. If you can't keep up, just rest. You've already used up your demonic elixir anyway. You're useless to us now. Long Qinchua's expression froze. Not only had her father repeatedly urged her to personally witness the hatching of the demon egg, but even if they were on the right path, encountering a giant ape could mean certain death. Realizing this, Long Qinchua gritted her teeth and continued to follow Qin Shiguan and the others. After flying further, Qin Shiguan suddenly said, Wait. He carefully observed the surroundings and pointed to a small lake nearby. It's over there. Look for a tree that was burned by fire near the lake. The group flew toward the lake, where the dense forest was a sea of emerald green. There was no sign of any burned trees. Qin Gongzi, it's been 100 years. Any burned tree should have regrown by now. Was your grandfather an idiot? The Prince of Fubo said sarcastically. What did you say? Qin Shiguan snapped, furious. Enough talk. If you want to join, keep looking. If not, leave. A mere 100 years won't erase all traces. The others fell silent and spread out to search for the burned tree. Not long after, the Prince of Pingtian shouted, "Over here!" The group gathered around and saw a tree that had indeed regrown but still bore bare, charred spots where the bark had been burned away. This is it. Dig here, Qin Shiguan said excitedly. The group quickly took out their weapons and began digging into the ground. After a few moments, Xianxia shouted, "I found something." Everyone hurried over, and in the pit, a wooden board was revealed. "Quick, bring it out," Qin Shiguan said eagerly. "Step aside, let me do it," the Prince of Yushan said. With a wave of his hands, the surrounding soil parted like churning water, revealing the true form of the object, a large wooden chest. They lifted the chest out, and Qin Shiguan exclaimed excitedly, "Do you see this? This is the demon egg my grandfather left behind. Once we pour the demonic elixir on it, it will hatch, and the ancient demon king's power will randomly pass to one of us. Then, the inheritance of the rebellious ancient emperor will be nothing to worry about." The group grew excited at his words. "Enough talk, let's get started," Han Yuiguan said. Qin Shiguan nodded and opened the chest. But to everyone's shock, the chest was empty, containing only a few blackened, decayed remnants. "What? Where's the demon egg?" Qin Shiguan exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, Long Qinxue felt something drop on her head. She looked up and saw a horrifying, monstrous face staring down at her. Chapter 31. The Emergence of the Demon Embryo and the Ancestor of the Xiao family. Long Qinxue immediately screamed and pointed at the sky above everyone. When they looked up, they saw the black shadow falling from the treetops, its claws directly aiming at Long Qinxue. Seeing this, Qin Shiguan pushed Long Qinxue aside, saving her from certain death. Only then did everyone get a clear look at the monster. It had a head of messy hair that dragged all the way to the ground, and its body was wrapped in clothes made of animal skins, now tattered and worn. It crouched on the ground, like a wolf crawling on the ground, its eyes locked onto Qin Shiguan and the others. What surprised Qin Shiguan even more was the violent energy emanating from its body. Judging from its appearance alone, its strength was no less than that of a divine realm expert. "Don't move," Qin Shiguan whispered. The monster seemed uninterested in the motionless group and instead turned its attention to Long Qinxue, letting out a low growl. Already weak, Long Qinxue was struck with panic, her face drenched in cold sweat. She looked at Qin Shiguan with pleading eyes and said, "Young Master Qin, save me." Qin Shiguan frowned, about to speak, when the monster suddenly turned and glared at him. Hastily he said, "Qinxue, be careful. We'll come back for you once we find the demon embryo." As he spoke, he turned to the others and said, "Go now." The others immediately took off. Long Qinxue, seeing this, was enraged. Just as she was about to speak, the monster lunged at her. In her panic and fury, she drew a short sword, ready to take her own life. But then, a flash of light shot toward her, a long sword, its blade adorned with several crimson talismans. When the monster touched the talismans on the sword, it was instantly repelled by the power of the talismans. Then, two figures, one large and one small, landed in front of Long Qinxue. "It's you," Long Qinxue said in surprise. The newcomers were Chu Tianhua and his cousin. "Miss Long, it's been a while." "My name is Chu Ning," the woman said as she waved her hand, summoning the long sword back into her grasp. She glanced at Long Qinxue and frowned slightly, saying, "You've used the demonic elixir, haven't you?" Long Qinxue stammered, "What demonic elixir?" "There's no need to hide it anymore," Chu Ning said. "My uncle already knew about your plan. Using the demonic elixir to unseal the demon embryo and sacrificing yourself to the demon. What a scheme. Once you've used the demonic elixir, demonic energy will course through your body. No wonder the demon embryo is following you. The demon embryo? You mean it's the demon embryo? Long Qianxia asked. Your elders have been planning this for decades, but they didn't expect that the demon embryo was already hatched 100 years ago, when it was first buried, did they? Chu Ning said calmly. When the great emperor's tomb opened 100 years ago, there was one person who never left the secret realm. You didn't know about that, did you? You mean Xiao Xu? Long Qianxia exclaimed in surprise. That's impossible. Xiao Xu didn't have the demonic elixir. How could he have hatched the demonic egg? Of course, he used his own blood. Chu Ning said sternly. Qin Shiguan's grandfather, along with the three great families, ambushed Xiao Xu in this secret realm. If not for that, with the strength of the Xiao family, how could your Long family ever have had the opportunity to enter the great emperor's tomb? Long Qianxia didn't say anything more. The Long family was already weak among the great clans. This time, they had managed to enter the great emperor's tomb only through the connections of the prince of Pingtian's family. Seeing that she had nothing more to say, Chu Ning spoke gravely. I won't say much more. Once you leave here, everything will become clear. As they spoke, the monster let out a roar and began pacing back and forth in front of Chu Ning, as if searching for an opening to attack. Tianhua, take Long Qianxia and leave. I'll hold it off here, Chu Ning said. Cousin, let's leave together. Chu Tianhua said hurriedly, glancing at the monster. Chu Ning waved her hand dismissively. My purpose in coming here is to settle this matter. Go now. Before the words had even left her mouth, the monster let out a thunderous roar and shot forward like lightning. Chu Ning held her sword with one hand, and as she swung it, the blade erupted with force, unleashing several talismans that repelled the monster once more. 100 years ago, the most brilliant genius of the Xiao family has now become this, Chu Ning said grimly. Today, let me help you find release. As she spoke, the talismans on her sword glowed, and with a single point of her blade, the talismans scattered into the air, forming a formation that trapped the monster within. Only then did Long Qianxia feel a sense of despair, murmuring, So that's how it is. You've mastered the demon suppression scripture? The realization that the decades-long scheme of the four great families had been seen through by others, and that even she had become a pawn in this plan, left her feeling utterly defeated. Seeing the monster trapped, Chu Ning let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, the demon suppression scripture truly is the nemesis of demons. I thought there would be a tough battle ahead. But just as she relaxed, the monster let out a sudden roar, and its body erupted with energy, almost dispersing the talismans. Chu Ning was shocked and quickly summoned her sword, reinforcing the talismans to strengthen the seal. However, with each roar and struggle from the monster, the seal weakened more and more, on the verge of being shattered at any moment. You all leave quickly. I can't hold on much longer, Chu Ning said urgently. Cousin. Before Chu Tianhua could leave, the monster's energy erupted once more. This time, it changed form, standing upright instead of on all fours. It looked up at the sky, its matted hair hanging over its body. After a moment, it turned its gaze to Chu Ning and spoke. Has it been 100 years already? Chu Ning was stunned. You've regained your senses? Regained? Perhaps, the monster sighed. Are you from the Chu family? I never expected that the demon suppression scripture, which I once urged the Chu family to study for emergencies, would be used against me. Senior Xiao, how are you? Chu Ning asked gravely. Senior Xiao? Heh, yes, I'm now just an old monster, Xiao Xu said with a bitter laugh. I'm fine, very fine. I feel as though the entire world is in my grasp. Chu Ning's heart skipped a beat. Senior Xiao, the demonic nature within you is only suppressed by the demon suppression scripture. You must control your emotions to prevent the demonic energy from taking over your mind again. Before Xiao Xu could respond, a group of people flew in from the distance. It was Qin Shiguan and the others, returning. Seeing the situation, they exclaimed, So it's true. I knew that monster must be the demon embryo. Chuning frowned and said sternly, Qin Shiguan, what are you doing back here? Chuning, this doesn't concern you. Step aside and let me take the demon embryo. Qin Shiguan said, taking a porcelain bottle from his robes. No. Before the words had even left her mouth, Xiao Xu suddenly turned to Qin Shiguan, his expression twisted with fury. Demonic elixir. Ha ha ha. It's the demonic elixir. Chapter 32. Arrival in the nick of time. Angering Xiao Xu. Idiot. Chu Ning cursed in anger as she saw the situation unfold. She activated the Jinma scripture, casting runes to reinforce the array once more. Chapter 32. Arrival in the nick of time. Enraging Xiao Xu. Idiot. Chu Ning cursed upon seeing the situation. She activated the demon suppression scripture, scattering talismans to reinforce the array once more. However, Xiao Xu only sneered and said, You think you can seal me with just your measly earth-shunging 5th rank? Xiao Xu swung his fists, which now glowed with intense energy, turning as red as flames. Burning heaven palm. With a sudden slam of his hands onto the ground, a scorching fiery force erupted, as if intending to scorch the heavens and destroy the world. In an instant, it scattered all the array talismans, and Xiao Xu swiftly moved, grabbing Qin Shiguan by the throat. Qin brat, hand over the demonic elixir, and I'll spare your life. Xiao Xu sneered. Otherwise, I'll make sure your grandfather, Qin Lianggong, mourns the death of his grandson. You know my grandfather? Qin Shiguan was startled and blurted out, You're Xiao Xu. Enough talk. Hand over the demonic elixir. Xiao Xu shouted harshly. Don't give it to him. Chu Ning quickly interjected. If he gets the elixir, we'll all die here. Shut up, Xiao Xu retorted, slashing out with a palm strike. The scorching fiery energy sent Chu Ning flying. If you don't give it to me, I'll still kill you, but you'll suffer a more painful death. Chu Ning, struck and sent flying, felt the fiery energy rampaging through her meridians, leaving her barely able to speak. Seeing this, Qin Shiguan hurriedly handed over the porcelain bottle, pleading, Here it is. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It was my grandfather who wronged you, not me. Xiao Xu snatched the elixir and, with a cold laugh, threw Qin Shiguan to the ground. I never expected the Qin family to produce a coward like you. What a fitting karma. With that, Xiao Xu opened the porcelain bottle and downed the elixir in one gulp. He let out a thunderous roar, and demonic energy surged around him, forcing Jiang and the others to descend from the sky. There's more elixir. You still have elixir on you. Xiao Xu, now even more monstrous in appearance after consuming the elixir, glared at the others and bellowed. Hand over your elixirs. Now, give them all to me. Chu Ning gritted her teeth, enduring the fiery pain in her meridians. She bit her finger and smeared the blood on her sword, saying in a low voice, Blood seal of the demon lord. A surge of blood-red chi erupted from the sword, shooting into the sky. The sword then glowed with crimson talismans, and a far more powerful array formed, charging toward Xiao Xu. But Xiao Xu only sneered, leaping forward to crush the red talismans with his bare hands. He snatched Chu Ning's sword and thrust it into her abdomen. Chu Ning, now impaled, could no longer speak. She trembled as she collapsed to the ground, struggling to shield Chu Tianhua. The Qin, Ji, Han, and Yin families, as well as your Chu family. Once I leave this secret realm, I won't spare any of you. Xiao Xu roared. Hand over your elixirs, and I'll spare your lives. Jiang and the others were already terrified by Xiao Xu's rampage, trembling as they knelt and produced the elixirs from their bodies. Xiao Xu laughed maniacally as he seized the remaining 7 elixirs and swallowed them all in one go. Chu Ning watched in despair, realizing that despite her decades of training in the demon suppression scripture, all her efforts had been in vain. Xiao Xu exhaled a cloud of demonic energy, his expression invigorated as he let out a triumphant roar. The demonic aura around him spread like a tidal wave, enough to make everyone present tremble with fear. Now, who should I deal with first? Xiao Xu asked, turning to face the group with a sinister grin. Chu girl, you're badly injured. To spare you further suffering, I'll start with you. Chu Tianhua immediately stepped in front of Chu Ning, shouting, Old monster, if you want to hurt my cousin, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Oh, you're also from the Chu family? Xiao Xu said coldly. Very well, I won't mind killing you first. With that, Xiao Xu raised his hand, gathering the fiery energy of the burning heaven palm and lunged toward Chu Tianhua, aiming for his chest. At that moment, a surge of black nether energy suddenly appeared, and a Ming gate materialized beside Xiao Xu. Several chains instantly bound his arm. Ziruo leaped down, scooping up Chu Tianhua and lightly stepping away from Xiao Xu, while Jiang Ningen carried Chu Ning to safety. The black prison Ming gate? The house of the prison king is here too? Xiao Xu said, looking at Ziruo. Ziruo ignored him, instead asking Chu Tianhua, Are you all right? Chu Tianhua nodded and quickly said, Master, save my cousin. Ziruo glanced at Chu Ning, then handed Chu Tianhua a pill and a packet of wound salve. Swallow the pill and apply the powder externally. Although these were system-generated items, they were cheap, costing only a small amount of villain points to obtain in bulk. Seeing that Ziruo ignored him, Xiao Xu sneered, The house of the prison king is still as arrogant as ever. Ziruo glanced at him briefly but said nothing, turning instead to Qin Shiguan and asked, What kind of monster did you idiots provoke this time? You nearly got my disciple killed. He's not a monster, Chu Ning said. He's Xiao Xu, the father of Xiao Xu, the ancestor of the Xiao family. He was a genius of the Xiao family 100 years ago. A member of the Xiao family? Ziruo looked at Jiang Ningen, who showed no reaction, then sneered, Does the Xiao family always crave so much attention? Enough! Xiao Xu roared in fury. Killing one is the same as killing 100. Today, I'll wipe out all of you youngsters to avenge my 100 years of imprisonment. With that, Xiao Xu unleashed his full strength, shattering the Ming gate behind him into fragments. Ziruo frowned, activating his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, only to discover that Xiao Xu's cultivation had already reached the divine Shen Jing, 2 whole realms higher than his own. What's his background? Ziruo asked gravely. Chu Ning sighed and said, Didn't I tell you? He's the ancestor of the Xiao family. 100 years ago, he entered this emperor's tomb and was ambushed and gravely injured by the Qin family and the other 3 families. Accidentally, he fused with the demonic embryo here. My carelessness suppressed his demonic nature, making him even stronger. Ziruo's brow furrowed deeply. If it were just 1 realm difference, he might still have a chance to fight back using his divine flame, perhaps even escape with the help of the others. But Xiao Xu was 2 realms above him. Even if the divine flame could affect him, Ziruo feared he wouldn't get close before being obliterated. Can you help me control him? Just for an instant, Ziruo asked, turning to Chu Ning. I can, but I'm badly injured right now, Chu Ning replied. Without hesitation, Ziruo exchanged for another healing pill and handed it to her. Heal quickly. With a swing of his fists, Xiao Xu gathered strength, his fists turning as red as flames. Blazing heaven palm. Xiao Xu slammed his hands onto the ground, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy that seemed capable of burning the heavens and destroying the world. The array's runes were instantly scattered, and in a flash, he darted forward, grabbing Qin Shiguan by the throat. Qin brat, hand over the demonic elixir, and I'll spare your life. Xiao Xu sneered. Otherwise, I'll make sure your grandfather Qin Lianggong mourns the death of his grandson. You know my grandfather? Qin Shiguan was shocked and blurted out, You're Xiao Xu. Enough nonsense, hand over the elixir. Xiao Xu roared. Don't give it to him. Chu Ning quickly interjected. If he gets the elixir, we'll all die here. Shut up. Xiao Xu lashed out with a palm strike, the searing fire energy sending Chu Ning flying. You don't give it to me, and I'll still kill you. Only you'll die a much more painful death. Chu Ning, struck and sent flying, felt the fiery energy coursing through her veins, rendering her barely able to speak. Qin Shiguan, seeing this, quickly handed over the porcelain vial, pleading, "Here it is. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It was my grandfather who wronged you, not me." Xiao Xu snatched the elixir, then coldly tossed Qin Shiguan to the ground, sneering, "I never expected the Qin family to produce a coward like you. Karma, indeed." With that, Xiao Xu opened the vial and downed the elixir in one gulp. He let out a roar, and demonic energy surged around him, forcing Jiang and the others to descend from the sky. "There's more elixir. You still have elixir on you." Xiao Xu, now even more monstrous in appearance after consuming the elixir, glared at the others and bellowed, "Hand over your elixirs. Now, all of them." Chu Ning gritted her teeth, enduring the fiery pain in her veins. She bit her finger and smeared the blood on her sword, saying in a low voice, "Blood seal of the demon lord." A surge of blood energy erupted from the sword, shooting into the sky. Crimson runes appeared on the blade once more, forming an array far stronger than before, aimed at Xiao Xu. Xiao Xu sneered, leaping forward to crush the crimson runes with his bare hands. He snatched Chu Ning's sword and plunged it into her abdomen. Chu Ning, impaled by the sword, could no longer speak. She trembled as she fell to the ground, struggling to shield Chu Tianhua. The Qin family, the Ji family, the Han family, the Yin family, and even your Chu family. Once I leave this secret realm, none of you will be spared. Xiao Xu roared, "You lot! Hand over your elixirs, and I'll spare your lives." Jiang and the others were already terrified by Xiao Xu's rampage, trembling as they knelt and produced the elixirs from their bodies. Xiao Xu laughed maniacally as he seized the remaining 7 vials of elixir and consumed them all in one go. Chu Ning watched in despair, her heart sinking. Just moments ago, she had mocked the Long family's decades-long schemes, yet now, after 20 years of practicing the Jinma scripture, she found herself powerless. Xiao Xu exhaled a plume of demonic energy, his expression invigorated as he let out a triumphant roar. The demonic aura around him spread like a tidal wave, enough to make everyone present tremble in fear. "Now, it's time to deal with you lot. Who should I start with?" Xiao Xu turned to the group, his face twisted with a cruel smile. "Chu girl, you're already badly injured. To spare you more suffering, I'll start with you." Chu Tianhua stepped forward, blocking Chu Ning, and declared, "Old monster, if you want to hurt my cousin, you'll have to step over my dead body first." "Oh, you're also from the Chu family?" Xiao Xu said coldly. "Fine, I won't mind killing one more." Before the words had even left his mouth, Xiao Xu gathered his blazing heaven palm energy and dashed toward Chu Tianhua, aiming a strike at his chest. At that moment, a surge of dark aura erupted around them, and a Mingmun, a gate of the underworld, appeared beside Xiao Xu. Several chains instantly bound his arm. Ziruo leaped down, scooping up Chu Tianhua and swiftly retreating from Xiao Xu's reach. Meanwhile, Jiang Ningen carried Chu Ning to safety. "Black Prison Gate? The House of the Prison King has arrived as well?" Xiao Xu said, gazing at Ziruo. Ziruo ignored him, turning to Chu Tianhua and asking, "Are you all right?" Chu Tianhua nodded and quickly said, "Master, please save my cousin." Ziruo glanced at Chu Ning, then handed Chu Tianhua a medicinal pill and a packet of wound salve, saying, "Swallow the pill and apply the powder externally." Though the pill and salve were system-generated and relatively cheap, they could still be exchanged for dozens of doses with a small amount of villainous points. Xiao Xu, seeing that Ziruo ignored him, sneered, "The House of the Prison King is still as arrogant as ever." Ziruo glanced at him briefly but said nothing, instead turning to Qin Shiguan and asked, "You lot, what kind of monster did you provoke this time? Almost got my disciple killed." "He's not a monster," Chu Ning said. "He's Xiao Xu, the father of Xiao Xu, the ancestor of the Xiao family. A genius of the Xiao family a century ago. A member of the Xiao family?" Ziruo looked at Jiang Ningen, who showed no reaction, then sneered, "Does the Xiao family always have to make such a scene?
Enough!
Xiao Xu roared in fury. Killing one is the same as killing two. Today, I'll wipe out all of you youngsters to avenge my century-long imprisonment. With a surge of power, Xiao Xu shattered the black prison gate behind him. Ziruo frowned and activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, only to find that Xiao Xu's cultivation had already reached the divine profound realm, 2 whole realms higher than his own. What's his background? Ziruo asked. Chu Ning sighed and said, Didn't I tell you? He's the ancestor of the Xiao family. A century ago, he entered this emperor's tomb and was ambushed and gravely injured by the Qin family and the other 3 families. Accidentally, he merged with a demonic embryo here, and now, thanks to my mistake in suppressing his demonic nature, he's become even more powerful. Ziruo's brow furrowed. If it were just 1 realm difference, he might still have a chance to fight back using the power of divine flames, perhaps with the help of the others. But Xiao Xu was 2 realms above him. Even if the divine flames were effective, Xiao Xu would likely kill him before he could get close. Can you help me control him? Just for a moment, Ziruo asked Chu Ning. I can try, but I'm badly injured right now. Without hesitation, Ziruo exchanged another healing pill and handed it to Chu Ning, saying, Heal quickly. Chapter 33. The Power of the Prison and the Flame. Chu Ning took the pill and immediately felt that this one was far more potent than the previous one. She rolled her eyes and said, At such a critical moment, you're still holding back. We're strangers, and besides, this medicine isn't ordinary. Once you leave here, you won't find it anywhere else. Ziruo chuckled. Xiao Xu, seeing that Ziruo still didn't take him seriously, was furious and roared loudly, You scoundrel, prepare to die. At that, Ziruo leaped forward, his hand glowing with divine fire, and struck toward Xiao Xu. Before Xiao Xu could get close, he already felt the intense heat radiating from Ziruo's palm. The Xiao family's inherited technique, the blazing heaven palm, was highly sensitive to fire. However, the fire energy in Ziruo's hand was 100 times stronger than Xiao Xu's blazing heaven palm, which surprised him greatly. After his initial shock, Xiao Xu hastily dodged and asked in a deep voice, You scoundrel, what kind of fire is that? Seeing Xiao Xu's inquiry, Ziruo went along with it and said, My fire has a significant origin. Have you heard of the sand-melting divine flame? Xiao Xu frowned and said, The sand-melting divine flame from the East Wilderness? Impossible. I've seen it before, and although its fire energy is strong, it's far inferior to yours. Ziruo smiled and said, I haven't finished yet. Besides the sand-melting divine flame, my fire also incorporates the 9 heavens luminous flame, the tidal blaze, and the 6 dark ice flame. Ziruo kept talking but never mentioned the primordial divine flame. The flames he mentioned earlier did indeed exist in the world, but they were inferior to the primordial divine flame. Although the primordial divine flame wasn't as intense as those others, it had one unique characteristic that no other flame possessed. That is, the primordial divine flame burns living beings. No matter what your cultivation level is, once burned by the primordial divine flame, even a great emperor would be helpless. Xiao Xu was quite surprised upon hearing this. Seeing Ziruo's smile, he sneered and said, No matter how many flames you have, it won't matter if you can't get close to me. As he spoke, Xiao Xu waved his hands, and a powerful fire energy shot out, arrogantly saying, Divine flames cannot leave their host, but my blazing heaven fire can kill from 100 feet away. Ziruo sneered, his movements swift as he dodged repeatedly, leaving the fire energy completely unharmed. This outcome suited him perfectly, as Ziruo's intention was to buy time for Chu Ning to heal. Xiao Xu continued to strike with his palms, but not even a single piece of Ziruo's clothing was hit. Frustrated, he turned to look at Xianxia Guan and the others nearby and said in a deep voice, You scoundrel, you can dodge, but let's see how they dodge. As he spoke, Xiao Xu struck out with a palm, and Xianxia Guan and the others, already frightened, were caught off guard and hit directly by the blazing heaven palm. Their cultivation levels were far inferior to Chu Ning's, and with Xiao Xu having consumed all the elixirs, The demonic energy in his palm strike was even more potent than the one that hit Chuning. Qin Shi Guan and the others immediately felt an intense fire energy raging within them, as if their entire bodies were engulfed in flames, and they couldn't help but jump into the lake. Long Qin Shui, seeing their predicament, didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Thinking of their cowardly escape without even looking back, she couldn't bear to watch but turned her head away. Ziruo, on the other hand, didn't care at all about their fate. Their lives had no significance to him, and even the relationship between the four princes and his family had long grown distant. If not for sharing the same surname, their bond would be even weaker than that with the Jiang family. Xiao Xu, seeing this, said in a deep voice, "You scoundrel! You don't care about their lives at all?" Ziruo shrugged and gestured for him to continue. Xiao Xu frowned and then noticed Jiang Ninghan and the others nearby, sneering, "You don't care about them, but surely you care about those women, right?" At that, Ziruo said in a deep voice, "You old scoundrel! Just like your grandson, one is full of ambition but has a fragile life. The other is an old fool who bullies the weak. No wonder your Xiao family is in decline." "What did you say? My grandson?" Xiao Xu was stunned and quickly said, "You mean I have a grandson? I'll tell you the truth," Ziruo sneered. "The divine flame in my hand was taken from him. If you have the ability, go take it back yourself." Xiao Xu, infuriated by Ziruo's arrogance, pointed at him and said, "You scoundrel! Just like your ancestors, you're utterly detestable. Today, I'll make sure you know the power of the Xiao family's blazing heaven palm." "Chu family, are you done yet?" Ziruo, seeing that Xiao Xu was genuinely angry, shouted loudly. From behind came Chu Ning's voice, "Are you in a hurry? Why didn't you just hand over the medicine earlier?" Ziruo, furious, turned back to see Chu Ning already standing with her sword in hand. The blade, stained with her blood, now glowed with a fierce red light, summoning the blood demon formation. Chu Ning raised her sword and drew a series of runes in the air. The runes, whether in terms of power concentration or size, were far superior to the previous ones. In an instant, the runes formed and shot toward Xiao Xu. Xiao Xu sneered and was about to unleash his blazing heaven palm to shatter the runes when suddenly, a dark Mingmun rose up behind him. Countless chains coiled around his hands, and a pair of shackles flew in, binding them tightly. Then the formation arrived, encircling Xiao Xu with a crimson light. Xiao Xu, however, continued to struggle against the shackles and the Hell Gate, showing no signs of being sealed by the formation, his state becoming even more frenzied. "What's going on?" Ziruo said in a deep voice. "Can't even seal him for a moment?" Chu Ning said in a deep voice, "Under his restored state of mind, he can use his demonic energy even more skillfully. Only by awakening the demonic nature within him can the formation be used to seal him." Xiao Xu's current state was indeed abnormal, his speech becoming unclear, interspersed with heart-wrenching screams. "This is the real sealing," Chu Ning said, raising her sword again. The blade was adorned with runes as she swung it, and another formation rose around Xiao Xu, causing him to suddenly calm down. "Now's the time." Hearing this, Ziruo leapt forward, his hand gathering divine fire. Hidden beneath the crimson glow of the sand-melting divine flame was the primordial divine flame. The golden flames instantly struck Xiao Xu. The crimson flames immediately ignited Xiao Xu's body. Chu Ning could no longer maintain the formation. In his agony, Xiao Xu let out a blood-curdling scream and thrashed about violently. Summoning his blazing heaven palm, he shattered the dark prison gate. Yet, even this act of desperation failed to extinguish the flames of the primordial divine flame that consumed him. In desperation, Xiao Xu jumped into the lake, scaring Qin Shi Guan and the others into swimming back to shore. Even submerged in the lake, the flames on Xiao Xu's body continued to burn fiercely. In no time, he was reduced to a charred corpse. Chapter 34. Seizing the Demon Embryo, the Great Emperor's Legacy. As the flames gradually subsided, Xiao Xu's body was completely reduced to ashes. However, at the spot where the flames had burned hottest, a deep purple mist swirled above the water's surface. "What is that?" Ziruo asked, puzzled. "It's the demonic aura of the demon embryo," Chu Ning said gravely. "That's what was inside Xiao Xu." Ziruo scoffed. "Is that what Qin Shiguan and the others were after? It doesn't seem like much." Chu Ning glanced at her and said, "What do you know?" Xiao Xu was influenced by the demonic aura of the embryo, losing his mind for nearly a century. If it were just demonic medicine causing the aura to attach itself, he wouldn't have lost his sanity like that. Instead, his cultivation would have grown alongside the demonic aura, and within 10 years, even without reaching the level of a great emperor, he would have been at least a saint. "So, it's like a great emperor's legacy?" Jiang Ningen exclaimed in shock. "A great emperor's legacy depends on individual aptitude, but demonic aura attachment doesn't require any talent at all. Even someone born crippled could do it. That's so domineering. There must be some kind of limitation, right?" Ziruo asked in surprise. "I don't believe there's anything in the world that comes without a price. Even the system requires completing corresponding tasks to enhance abilities. Could this demonic aura be even stronger than the system?" "You're not wrong about that," Chu Ning said gravely. "Those who are possessed by demonic aura can only consume raw flesh and have no interest in cooked food. Moreover, they lose the ability to procreate." Upon hearing this, Ziruo shook her head. "Becoming a eunuch after using it. What's the point of having great power then?" Qin Shiguan and the others also felt a chill run down their spines. For these spoiled young masters, being unable to procreate would be more painful than death itself. The demonic aura gradually condensed, forming a deep purple flesh egg floating on the water's surface. At that moment, a voice echoed in Ziruo's consciousness. "Ding! Detected demonic embryo seed. Spend 500 villain points to view detailed information." From previous experiences, Ziruo had learned about some hidden functions of the system. Such sudden prompts usually indicated follow-up tasks, and the rewards were generally substantial. Without hesitation, Ziruo chose to confirm. Demonic embryo seed, formed from demonic aura, can be hatched prematurely with blood or demonic medicine to generate demonic aura. Those possessed by demonic aura will become demonic, greatly increasing their power, but will also bear the consequences of demonization. With demonic aura cultivation, the demonic embryo can fully hatch, giving birth to a juvenile demon god. The juvenile demon god will only obey the one who hatched it and possesses formidable combat power. Ding! Optional task activated. Option 1. Prematurely hatch the demonic embryo to demonize, successfully gaining villain points. Option 2. Have someone else hatch the demonic embryo, gaining villain points based on the influence caused by the demonized person. Option 3. Collect the demonic embryo and fully hatch it with demonic aura, cultivating a demon god. Ziruo frowned. Among these three options, the first one was undoubtedly to be discarded. As for the second option, although it could provide villain points in the short term, even if someone here became demonized, how much influence could they really cause? The third option was intriguing. In the long run, cultivating a demon god seemed to be the most profitable approach, but he didn't have any demonic aura. Upon considering this, Ziruo promptly browsed the mall and discovered that demonic aura was available for purchase, 500 villain points per unit, exclusively for nurturing the demonic embryo and not for personal enhancement. He also found a separate space specifically for housing the demonic embryo and demon god, similar to a pokeball. It could be summoned in the consciousness when needed, priced at 5,000 villain points. What was even more astonishing was that the marketplace also offered demonic embryos for sale at 20,000 villain points, requiring 10 units of demonic aura to incubate. Calculating it out, cultivating a demon god would require at least 25,000 villain points, and if a separate space was needed, it would cost a total of 30,000 villain points. None of Ziruo's current techniques cost more than 10,000 villain points, so the price made him gasp. As he pondered, Chu Ning took out a yellow silk cloth from her robe. The cloth was embroidered with various talismans, looking exceptionally ornate. Chu Ning flew the yellow silk cloth to the side of the demonic embryo, then reached out and wrapped the embryo with the cloth, collecting it. Seeing this, Ziruo quickly said, "What are you doing?" Chu Ning replied, "The demonic embryo can only be completely destroyed after I return to my sect. I naturally need to take it back to my sect." Before Ziruo could respond, the lake water suddenly began to churn violently, as if something was about to emerge from the depths. Everyone quickly retreated. A massive object was rising from the lake, gradually revealing its true form, an imposing stone statue. The statue depicted a man holding a heavy long sword, with a miniature cityscape beneath his feet, as if he stood towering over the city. Upon seeing this, everyone exclaimed, "It's the first great emperor." Ziruo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the legacy of the first great emperor? The first great emperor, Jiang, a fifth-rank great emperor who established the Luanggu Empire. The first great emperor's legacy has never appeared in the great emperor's mausoleum before. Who would have thought it would appear this time? Chu Ning said gravely. Everyone was excited to see the statue. Even Qin Shiguan and the others harbored a bit of hope. The appearance of the statue meant that the inheritor of the legacy had also appeared, though no one knew who it was yet. The Jiang statue fully emerged from the water and then slowly rotated until it faced Ziruo's direction, where it stopped. A golden light then shone from the hilt of the sword on the statue, directly onto Ziruo. "It's him. It's him again. Damn it." Qin Shiguan and the others felt a surge of resentment, but there was nothing they could do about it. The great emperor's legacy was never something that could be influenced by human will. "Inheritor, state your name." A deep, resonant voice rang out. Ziruo frowned and said, "I am Ziruo. Ziruo, today I shall bestow upon you the legacy of the Luanggu Great Emperor. From now on, you will protect the Luanggu Empire, sharing its fate, living and dying together, unwavering until the end. Do you accept?" Ziruo shook his head and said, "I refuse." "What?" Everyone was shocked. Even Jiang Ningen exclaimed in surprise, "Ziruo, what are you saying?" Ziruo said gravely, "I, Ziruo, act according to my mood. If the Luanggu Empire deserves to exist, protecting my homeland is naturally my duty. But if the Luanggu Empire becomes corrupt, I, Ziruo, wouldn't mind using my sword to overthrow the empire myself." The crowd fell silent. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Chu Tianhua was right there, and Ziruo dared to say such things. Once they left, Chu Tianhua wouldn't let him off easily. At that moment, the deep voice spoke again. "Ha ha ha, I knew I hadn't misjudged you." Chapter 35. The Riotous Ancient Emperor Technique, Tianhua's Breakthrough. With your talent, even without my inheritance, reaching the level of an emperor is just a matter of time. Given that, this technique is the most suitable for you. The stone statue's sword glowed, enveloping Ziruo in a radiant light. The Riotous Ancient Emperor Technique is an auxiliary skill that keeps you clear-headed at all times. Ziruo, sensing the uniqueness of the technique, couldn't help but be astonished. As the stone statue had said, the Riotous Ancient Emperor Technique indeed maintained clarity of mind. Moreover, it would automatically improve as the practitioner's cultivation grew, eventually culminating in the supreme Riotous Ancient Emperor Heart, which would permanently keep the mind lucid and free from confusion. After passing the technique to Ziruo, the stone statue turned to Chu Tianhua and said, "You possess the destiny of an emperor. Indeed, you are a fine seed. State your name." Chu Tianhua, hearing this, was momentarily stunned and replied, I am Chu Tianhua. Chu Tianhua, listen carefully. I will seal my inheritance within you, but the emperor's destiny is something you must resolve yourself. If you cannot break through, it will signify that you are capable of bearing my inheritance, and the seal will automatically release. Otherwise, it will prove that you are not worthy of my inheritance, and the seal will take your life in my stead. Your fate lies in your own hands. As the stone statue spoke, it emitted another golden light that enveloped Chu Tianhua. Qin Shiguan and the others, witnessing this, were filled with envy and even more resentment towards Ziruo. What others yearned for was so easily discarded by him. Qin Shiguan, unable to contain himself, finally said, "Let's go." Seeing them leave, Ziruo merely smirked, too lazy to even bother with them. Since Chu Ning knew their intentions, it meant Chu Tianai also knew, and their fate was sealed. It was just a matter of time. What truly intrigued Ziruo was the demonic embryo in Chu Ning's possession. After all, it was an item worth 20,000 villain points in the system, and he was determined to get his hands on it. As the light gradually faded, the stone statue dimmed and sank back into the lake. Having received the inheritance, Chu Tianhua was not excited, but rather looked despondent as he approached Chu Ning, saying, "Sister, I'm going to die soon." Chu Ning couldn't help but sigh. She was aware of Chu Tianhua's condition, but with so many in their family unable to resolve the issue, what could she do? Hearing this, Ziruo chuckled and said, "Tianhua, don't worry. It's just breaking through to the true mystery realm. I have a way." Chu Ning, disdainful, retorted, "The entire Chu family couldn't solve it. What could you possibly do? I suggest you dissolve your master-disciple relationship with Tianhua and stop misleading him." Ziruo's brows furrowed. Just moments ago, he had saved her, and now she was turning a cold shoulder? In truth, Chu Ning was still upset about his stinginess with the pills. Ziruo, smirking, said, "How about this? Let's make a bet. If I can help Chu Tianhua break through to the true mystery realm, you'll agree to 3 conditions. How about it?" Chu Ning glanced at Ziruo and said, "If you can really do it, don't say 3, even 30 I'll agree to. But can you really?" Ziruo smiled. On his own, he couldn't, but with the system, there was nothing he couldn't handle. Without hesitation, Ziruo exchanged for 3 low-grade breakthrough pills from the system, 2,000 villain points each, capable of breaking through 1 level of cultivation restriction for those below the true mystery realm. "These are Earth-grade breakthrough pills, Tianhua. Take them. Remember, one at a time." Chu Tianhua took the pills, looking at Ziruo in astonishment. "Can these really help me break through?" Ziruo smiled. "You'll know if you try." Chu Tianhua hesitated, but thinking of the seal's power, failing to break through to the true mystery realm meant death anyway. With that in mind, Chu Tianhua gritted his teeth and swallowed the pill. A visible vortex of energy formed around him, and under its red glow, Chu Tianhua seemed enveloped in light. "He's broken through," Chu Ning exclaimed, then glanced at Ziruo, who was smiling, and felt uneasy. He really had the ability to help Tianhua break through. If Tianhua truly reached the true mystery realm, wouldn't she have to fulfill his 3 wishes? As the vortex dissipated, Chu Tianhua looked at his hands in disbelief. He had truly broken through. Seeing the second pill offered by Ziruo, Chu Tianhua's confidence soared, and he swallowed it without hesitation. With the signs of another breakthrough, Chu Tianhua's excitement was palpable. It was possible. Absolutely possible. He had never experienced such consecutive breakthroughs in his life. Unlike Chu Tianhua's excitement, Chu Ning was now in turmoil. Her mind kept circling one thought. What if Ziruo made some outrageous demands? What would she do? Ziruo handed over the 3rd pill, and Chu Tianhua eagerly swallowed it. A new vortex formed around him, gradually condensing into a solid surge of energy that spread out, though weak, enough to awe others. Chu Ning was now completely defeated. She could only await Ziruo's 3 conditions. Chu Tianhua, elated, rushed to Ziruo. "Master, I've broken through. I really have." Ziruo smiled. "Yes, you have." Chu Tianhua suddenly seemed to realize something and looked at Ziruo. "Master, did you always have these pills?" Ziruo glanced at him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Indeed, I did have these breakthrough pills. I didn't give them to you earlier because I wanted to wait until your temperament was more stable. But seeing you shield Miss Chu Ning earlier, I realized you are not heartless. On the contrary, you put your family first without hesitation. Such virtue is enough. I don't demand that you never bully the weak or abuse your power, but remember this. Put yourself in others' shoes. Don't act when you shouldn't, and don't hold back when you should. If you do, I'll be at ease." Seeing Ziruo's increasingly serious expression, Chu Tianhua nodded firmly. I understand, master. I won't disappoint you. Ding. Assisted Chu Tianhua in breaking the emperor's destiny, gained 500 luck points. Ding. Chu Tianhua's favorability increased, gained 200 luck points, 2,000 villain points. Hearing the system prompts, Ziruo turned to Chu Ning. Miss Chu, what do you say? A bet is a bet. State your 3 conditions. As long as I can, I won't refuse. Chu Ning said firmly. Ziruo, however, smiled. 3 conditions? Didn't you say yourself that even 30 wouldn't be a problem? Chapter 36. Incubating the Demon God, Leaving the Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning's expression changed immediately. She quickly said, that was just a casual remark. How could it be taken seriously? Ziruo quickly pretended to be angry and said, I didn't expect Miss Chu to be the type to speak without thinking. Chu Ning frowned at this, gritted her teeth, and said, Fine, 30 it is. Then, Jiang Ningen tugged at Ziruo's sleeve and said with a smile, Ziruo, stop teasing Miss Chu. Look, she's about to cry. Ziruo smiled and gently tapped her nose, saying, All right, I'll listen to you. As she spoke, she turned to look at Chu Ning and said, Miss Chu, I was just joking with you. 30 conditions or 3 conditions, it's all teasing. I, Ziruo, am not the type to take advantage of a situation. Chu Ning frowned slightly at this. For a moment, she felt a pang of disappointment, and seeing Jiang Ningen and Ziruo flirting, a wave of jealousy surged within her. However, there is indeed one thing I need to ask of you, Ziruo suddenly said. Chu Ning quickly replied, Please speak, young Master Yin. Would Miss Chu be willing to give me this demon fetus? Ziruo said, pointing to the demon fetus wrapped in yellow silk at Chu Ning's feet. What does young Master Yin need this demon fetus for? Chu Ning asked curiously. To be frank, while the demonic energy of this fetus can greatly enhance one's cultivation, the state of demonic possession is definitely not something an ordinary person can endure. Moreover, with such a wonderful fiancé, wouldn't it be a shame to her? Ziruo chuckled and said, Miss Chu, you've misunderstood. I need this demon fetus for medicinal purposes. Medicinal purposes? Chu Ning asked, puzzled. Can this demon fetus be used for medicine? Why not? Ziruo said with a smile. The art of medicine is about blending the energy of heaven and earth. This demon fetus is also a form of energy. As for how to remove its demonic nature and retain only what is beneficial to humans, that depends on how the ingredients are combined. Chu Ning pondered for a moment and said, This demon fetus was meant to be destroyed. If it can be repurposed, that would indeed be a good thing. However, if young Master Yin cannot utilize it, please inform me immediately to prevent any harm to the world. As she spoke, Chu Ning handed the demon fetus to Ziruo. Without hesitation, Ziruo exchanged the demon fetus for an independent space and 10 portions of demonic energy. The demon fetus, absorbing the demonic energy within the independent space, underwent a dramatic transformation. Originally, the fetus was covered in purple blood vessels and dotted with tumor-like growths. But with the infusion of 10 portions of demonic energy, the fetus swelled into a smooth, delicate purple sphere. The sphere continuously flashed with light, and a heartbeat slowly emerged. As the heartbeat grew faster, the purple sphere began to crack, and a figure emerged from within. A small beast resembling a lion. The little lion emerged from the sphere and immediately devoured it, causing its body to grow larger. What was once no bigger than a kitten now resembled a small dog. Ding! Congratulations on incubating the demon god of reality and transformation. Huaba! A demon god skilled in transformation, equipped with the eye of truth, capable of seeing through all disguises. Ranked 5th among the 72 demon gods. Its juvenile form has the cultivation level of the king of the Tao. Upon adulthood, it becomes a saint. In its mature form, it attains the level of an emperor. Ziruo was somewhat surprised by this. First, this little creature already had the cultivation level of the king of the Tao, and in its mature form, it could even reach the level of an emperor. Second, There were actually 72 such demon gods. Ziruo couldn't help but feel curious. Where did this demon fetus come from? In the eastern part of the Luangu continent lay the wastelands. To the west was the demon Buddhist kingdom. To the north were the 10,000 mountains and beast territories. And to the south was the territory of the tidal water tribe. If it had a source, it was likely from the demon Buddhist kingdom. Miss Chu, do you know where this demon fetus came from? Ziruo asked, puzzled. Chuning shook her head and said, I'm not sure. I only know that hundreds of years ago, a group of powerful demon gods invaded the demon Buddhist kingdom. Later, my sect's elders dealt with them, and after that, this demon fetus appeared in the Luangu continent. So it was indeed from the demon Buddhist kingdom. However, these demon gods, even in their adult forms, had the cultivation level of saints, and in their mature forms, they reached the level of emperors. It was hard for Ziruo to believe that her sect's elders could subdue them. Ziruo, there are still 6 days left until the end of this secret realm. Why don't we explore around? Jiang suddenly suggested. Good idea. The scenery here is quite pleasant. It would be nice to wander around, Ziruo said. Looking at Chuning, Miss Chu, would you like to join us? Chuning quickly said, I suppose. As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a bit too hasty and turned to look at Jiang, saying, on second thought, I won't join you. Sister, let's go. Chu Tianhua, seeing Chuning refuse, quickly pulled at her sleeve. Jiang, seeing this, also smiled and took Chuning's hand, saying, it would be wonderful to have Miss Chu with us. It would also give Ziruo a chance to guide Tianhua in his cultivation. Chuning, unable to refuse, glanced cautiously at Ziruo and said, then I'll be intruding. At that moment, a weak voice came from behind them. Can I join you? Everyone turned around to see Long Qianxia, looking at them shyly. She's in poor health and would be hard-pressed to protect herself here, Chuning said. Let her join us. Ziruo nodded and didn't say anything more. The 6 days passed quickly. The group enjoyed the scenery, occasionally encountering exotic beasts in the secret realm, which they would kill as they pleased. Over the days, Chu Tianhua's cultivation improved significantly, showing signs of breaking through to the second level of the true Dao realm. After breaking free from the imperial destiny, his cultivation finally began to progress steadily. Combined with the heritage of the first Luangu emperor, his progress was rapid. Finally, 6 days later, a light enveloped everyone. As the light faded, they felt a moment of dizziness. When they opened their eyes again, they had already left the secret realm. Chu Tianai and others were waiting outside, along with only He Suague, the prison king Yin Daohan, and a few dozen imperial guards. Seeing the group emerge, Chu Tianai waved his hand and pointed to Qin Shiguan and 6 others, who were battered and haggard, saying, arrest them. Qin Shiguan was astonished and said, why? The imperial guards moved swiftly, surrounding the group without a word. Your Majesty, what crime have we committed? Why arrest us? Qin Shiguan said, seeing himself surrounded. I want to see my father. He Suague stepped forward and said, Qin Xiao, Ji Siyuan, Han Wuyang, and Long Xing conspired with the 4 princes to rebel. They have now been executed. The 4 princes repented in time and have been allowed to keep their titles and atone for their crimes. The rest will be imprisoned and sent to the black prison of the underworld. Chapter 37. Intrigues and Schemes, Manipulations and Struggles. Upon hearing the news, Qin Shiguan and the others turned pale with fear. Ruo glanced at Chu Tianai and noticed his radiant and energetic appearance, which filled her with genuine admiration for this great emperor. In just 7 short days, he had managed to arrest Qin Shiguan's father and his entourage, a feat that could be described as swift and decisive. The other princes of the Yin family had been spared, likely only because they were tasked with guarding the 4 corners of the realm. While they were allowed to retain their titles as a form of atonement, it was clear that they would likely spend the rest of their lives confined to their posts. Long Qianxia was also being escorted by imperial guards, her eyes occasionally revealing a desperate plea as she looked at Chuning and Ruo. Chuning sighed and whispered something to Chu Tianai. Chu Tianai then waved his hand, and the guards released Long Qinxue, escorting Qin Shiguan and the others away instead. Chu Ning walked over to Long Qinxue and said, "Miss Long, my uncle has heard of your selfless sacrifice and has decided to pardon your crimes. I hope you will reform and improve in the future." Long Qinxue let out a bitter laugh and said, "Thank you, Miss Chu." With that, she turned and left, her spirit broken. Chu Ning sighed again, feeling a pang of sympathy. Jiang Ningen also shook her head, saying, "Her family is either dead or imprisoned, and those who remain are trapped in jail. Now all alone, I wonder how she will manage." Yin Ruo remained silent. Having the anti-hero system, he understood that the world was inherently one of survival of the fittest. If Chu Tianai had lost this time, the fate of Chu Ning and Chu Tianhua would likely have been far worse than Long Qinxue's. At that moment, a voice echoed in Yin Ruo's mind. "Ding! Xiao Xu is too far from the host to be monitored." Yin Ruo frowned and quickly checked the system's location. The last known position of Xiao Xu was in the 10,000 mountains, just 2 days ago. Yin Ruo couldn't help but sneer coldly. Xiao Xu's protagonist aura had been significantly weakened by him, yet the man still seemed to have endless opportunities for fortune. The system's monitoring was not limited by distance, so the only explanation for this too far was that Xiao Xu had entered some kind of secret realm. As Yin Ruo pondered, he heard Chu Tianai speak. "Prince Yin, I've heard about what happened. Thank you for taking care of Quirrr in the secret realm, allowing him to receive the legacy of the first great emperor and improve his cultivation." Yin Ruo waved his hand, saying, "Your Majesty, you exaggerate. Tianhua is my disciple, and it's my duty to take care of him." "That's not how it works," Hisuague said with a smile. "If it weren't for the help of the prison king, our plan to eliminate the traitors wouldn't have succeeded. And you, Prince Yin, disrupted their other schemes in the secret realm. Your father and you have made significant contributions. The emperor merely wishes to show his gratitude." Chu Tianai smiled and said, "In that case, I hereby bestow the title of Protector King upon the prison king, granting him command over the 5 Yin princes. Prince Yin, I appoint you as the imperial tutor, though it's more of an honorary title. Further rewards will be given upon future achievements. How does that sound?" Yin Ruo and Yin Daohan exchanged glances and immediately bowed in gratitude. "Oh, and Prince Yin," Chu Tianai added with a smile, "you should rest for a while. I'll be hosting a banquet tonight in the palace, and there's one more thing I need your help with." Yin Ruo quickly replied, "Your Majesty, there's no need to stand on ceremony. If there's anything I can do, please feel free to ask." "We'll discuss it tonight then," Chu Tianai said, before leading the Chu family and the imperial guards away. Yin Daohan sighed and said, "This Protector King title is going to put me in the spotlight." Yin Ruo also frowned and sighed. Jiang Ningen, puzzled, asked, "Isn't being bestowed a title by the emperor a good thing? Why do you both seem so unhappy?" "Daughter-in-law, things are not as simple as they seem on the surface," Yin Daohan said. Yin Ruo immediately asked, "Father, what exactly happened while we were in the secret realm?" Yin Daohan looked around and, seeing that the emperor's people had left, spoke in a low voice. "The emperor feigned his death, luring your cousins and the Qin, Ji, Long, and Han families into attacking the imperial capital. They fell into a trap and were wiped out on the spot. If you hadn't informed me beforehand about the emperor's recovery, I might have been drawn into it as well." Yin Ruo frowned and said, "Only 4 cousins and the Qin, Ji, Long, and Han families? No wonder Chu Tianai is rewarding us. This emperor is indeed a master of strategy." "Exactly," Yin Daohan said gravely. "No one unified them, so they would have turned against each other long ago. There must be a powerful figure behind the scenes. Now, our family has been used as bait to lure out that big fish." "Humph, a wolf in sheep's clothing," Yin Ruo sneered. However, this also gave him a choice. Since Chu Tianai had acted unjustly, there was no need for him to remain loyal. With the anti-hero system, overthrowing the Chaos Ancient Empire with the help of Chu Tianhua would be a breeze. "By the way, father, do you know what he wants from me tonight?" Yin Daohan shook his head. "I'm not sure, but I suspect it has something to do with the northern frontier." "The northern frontier?" Yin Ruo's heart tightened. The 10,000 mountains? It's just a guess, Yin Daohan said. A few days ago, the Black Prison of the Underworld sent a secret report that a major earthquake had occurred in the northern frontier, affecting even our Black Prison. Yin Ruo immediately thought of Xiao Xu, and the timing seemed to align. Could it be that he had stumbled upon some great opportunity? Let's not talk about that for now, Yin Daohan said, looking at Yin Ruo. Go and take a bath, rest for a while. Tonight, you'll have to deal with that old fox. Yin Ruo nodded. The three of them returned to the prison king's residence under the protection of the underworld guards. After tidying up, the evening had already arrived. They were escorted by imperial guards to the banquet at Chu Tianai's invitation. At the banquet, besides Chu Tianai, Chu Ning, and Chu Tianhua, there was also Chu Tianhua's mother. The group chatted and laughed, reminiscing about the events in the secret realm, and the banquet soon drew to a close. Throughout the evening, Chu Ning's expression remained uneasy, her gaze flickering between Yin Ruo and Jiang Ningen, as if she was worried about something. Finally, as the banquet was about to end, Chu Tianai waved his hand, and an imperial guard stepped forward with a letter. Yin Ruo smirked inwardly, realizing that the main event was about to begin. Chu Tianai picked up the letter and said, "A few days ago, I received a letter from the northern frontier. Protector King and Prince Yin. Why don't you guess what it says?" Yin Daohan and Yin Ruo exchanged glances. Yin Daohan then said, "Does it have something to do with the earthquake in the northern frontier?" Chu Tianai glanced at Yin Daohan and said with a smile, "Protector King, you are indeed well informed." Yin Daohan chuckled and said, "The Black Prison of the Underworld is located in the northern frontier. This earthquake affected a wide area. If I didn't know about it, I wouldn't deserve to be the prison king." Chapter 38. A triple win, sent to the northern frontier. Yin Daohan paused and continued, "As for the cause of the earthquake, I'm not entirely sure, but I've already sent someone to investigate. They should still be on their way to the northern frontier." "The prison king indeed acts with swift decisiveness," Chu Tian Ai said with a smile. "But there's no need. My letter already explains everything in detail." Yin Daohan immediately bowed and said, "The great emperor is the one who truly plans with foresight. I, Yin Daohan, am in awe." Yin Ziruo, hearing their conversation, sneered inwardly. Chu Tian Ai had first tested the waters with a letter, trying to gauge how much his so-called father knew about the northern frontier. And her father, not to be outdone, clearly stated that he knew everything he needed to know, and nothing more. Chu Tian Ai, realizing he had the upper hand, not only showed off but also sent a warning to his so-called father, letting Yin Daohan know that no matter where he was in the northern frontier, Chu Tian Ai could still find out everything he wanted to know. By this point, Yin Ziruo had gained a deeper understanding of Chu Tian Ai's tactics and cunning. How could someone who had been the great emperor for decades, ruling the land, not have some tricks up his sleeve? Thinking about it, it was only natural that he had forced his way to the 5th level of the great emperor realm. Chu Tian Ai then opened the letter and said, "The earthquake in the northern frontier was actually caused by the awakening of the beast god, a legendary deity of the northern frontier." "What is the beast god?" Chu Tianhui asked. Chu Tian Ai replied gravely, "The beast god is the protector deity of the beast clan in the 10,000 mountains. He is also a top-tier existence with the cultivation of a great emperor. The 10,000 mountains were originally peaceful with the Luangu continent, but that peace was only because the existence of the beast god was always just a rumor. Now that the beast god has truly awakened, the hundreds of beast clan tribes will surely unite, and this could be the beginning of a war." "What does the great emperor want from me?" Yin Ziruo asked, puzzled. "I heard from Chu Ning that you took the demon embryo to refine medicine. Is that right?" Chu Tian Ai asked, looking at Yin Ziruo. Yin Ziruo immediately glanced at Chu Ning, who quickly looked down, and he understood. Chu Ning was just an inexperienced young woman who had likely been in her sect all her life, so her understanding of things was superficial. Chu Tian Ai, on the other hand, was a cunning old fox. As he had said, Almost everything he wanted to know, he could find out. Even if Chu Ning didn't speak, he could learn about what happened in the secret realm from Chu Tianhua. This meant not only the demon embryo, but also that Chu Tian AI knew about Ziruo possessing the divine flame, giving the Earthgrade elixir to Chu Tianhua for breakthroughs, and healing Chu Ning. Don't worry, young Master Yin. I'm not here to take the demon embryo back. On the contrary, I'll give you another one. Chu Tian AI waved his hand, and a divine guard immediately brought forward a meaty mass wrapped in yellow silk. You can take that demon embryo to refine your medicine, but this one, I hope you can take it to the depths of the 10,000 mountains in the northern frontier. Ziruo was shocked upon hearing this. What a vicious plan. Chu Tian AI must have known the effects of the demon embryo. Once taken to the northern frontier, it could drive the beastmen to madness, causing a heavy blow to the beast clan of the 10,000 mountains, regardless of whether the beast god had awakened or not. Even if the beast god did appear, facing an immortal demon embryo with no sealing method and no source of divine flame, he would likely be greatly affected. Going deeper, the demon embryo had appeared in the demon Buddhist kingdom hundreds of years ago. Even if the beast god could deal with the demon embryo, he would likely target the demon Buddhist kingdom in the future, never suspecting the Wangu Empire. This triple win strategy was so ingenious that even Ziruo couldn't help but admire it. No wonder he was the chosen one of destiny by the system, with high destiny and fortune values even with less than 2 years left to live. His destiny value was likely even higher than Chu Tianhua's. Having such a great emperor rule over the Wangu continent, was it a blessing or a curse? Seeing Ziruo's troubled expression, Chu Tian AI asked, "Is there any difficulty, young Master Yin?" Ziruo replied gravely, "To be honest, I was planning to marry my fiancée in the next few days, and I'm afraid that might delay your important matter, Great Emperor." Chu Tian AI immediately smiled and looked at Jiang Han, saying, "I see. How thoughtless of me. It seems you two are about to be married. Congratulations." "Not at all." Ziruo and Jiang Han quickly replied. "Marriage is a significant event and should not be rushed," Chu Tian AI said. "The Jiang family has ceded power to my Chu family, so we have a deep friendship. And young Master Yin, you are the imperial tutor, the master of Tianhua, so your status is not trivial. How about this? You go to the 10,000 mountains to handle the matter, and when you return, I will personally host a grand wedding for you. What do you think?" Ziruo sneered inwardly. Old fox. Truly an old fox. By this point, if he refused, it would not only make both sides uncomfortable, but could also earn him the old fox's resentment. Ziruo was already calculating in his mind. He would keep this debt in mind and, upon his return from the 10,000 mountains, make it his top priority to find a way to kill this old fox. Since the great emperor holds me in such high regard, if I refuse again, it would seem ungracious, Ziruo said gravely. Chu Tian AI's face lit up with joy and said, "Then I thank you in advance, young Master Yin. Also, my niece Chu Ning is very familiar with the demon embryo, so she will assist you in this mission. You two only need to take the demon embryo to the depths of the 10,000 mountains, and my people will handle the rest of its incubation." Ziruo nodded and said, "Understood." He truly understood. If it were just about taking the demon embryo there, Chu Ning wouldn't be necessary. But if Chu Ning's role was to monitor him, then her presence was crucial. "I wish you success, young Master Yin," Chu Tian AI said, raising his cup to Ziruo. Ziruo also smiled and raised his cup. On their way back, Jiang Han worriedly said, "Ziruo, are you really going?" "There's no other way," Ziruo replied gravely. "As the great emperor said, even if I didn't want to go, I have no choice. Besides, he specifically sent Chu Ning to keep an eye on me. I have to go." "Then I'll go with you," Jiang Han immediately said. "No," Ziruo said. "The 10,000 mountains are far more dangerous than the Wangu continent. Here, I have the protection of the Ghost Guard and Elder Ghost, and anywhere I go, my identity ensures a crowd of supporters. But the 10,000 mountains are perilous. I might not even be able to protect myself, let alone take you into such danger." Jiang Ninghan, however, spoke seriously. That's exactly why I need to go with you. Don't forget, I also have the inheritance of the Luangu Great Emperor. At that moment, they heard Yin Daohansign say, Enough, you both go. Chapter 39. About to part, heading north. Upon hearing Yin Daohan's words, Yin Ziruo looked at him with confusion. Yin Daohan spoke gravely. Once you leave, Chu Tianai will surely send people to watch over me and your mother. If Ningguang stays, it will only give him another hostage. Yin Ziruo frowned and said, Old man, what are you planning? Are you going to fight Chu Tianai to the death? You brat, how dare you talk to me like that? Yin Daohan's face darkened. He then said sternly, This way, you won't have any worries. If things don't go as planned, don't come back. Jiang Ningguang, hearing this, immediately grew anxious and said, If that's the case, I won't go either. I'll stay with Uncle and Annie. Yin Daohan's expression turned grim, and the eerie, dark energy of the prison realm scripture emanated from him, causing both Yin Ziruo and Jiang Ningguang to shiver. I said it, you go together, you go together. I'm still the head of this household. Yin Daohan declared firmly. Yin Ziruo looked at his father for the first time, feeling a genuine emotion toward this man who had been more of a stranger than a father. For a moment, he truly saw him as his father. Dad, don't worry. I'll definitely come back, Yin Ziruo said solemnly. Yin Daohan nodded. You can rest assured. Your old man has been in charge of the Black Prison for decades, seen all kinds of cunning and brutal criminals. If things go wrong, I'll find a way to escape with your mother. Yin Ziruo nodded. The three of them soon arrived at the prison king's mansion. That night passed without incident. The next morning, Yin Ziruo was woken up by noise. Stepping outside, he saw Gue with Chu Ning already at the mansion. Are we leaving now? Yin Ziruo asked in surprise. The sooner, the better, Gue said. It's best to set off early. Yin Ziruo nodded. I'll go pack my things. No need, Gue handed over a bundle. There are 2 black crystal coin cards inside. Buy anything you need along the way. The bundle also contains some dry food and water for your journey. Yin Ziruo glanced at Gue. Then I'll go wake up Ningguang. Gue was momentarily stunned. She's coming too? Why not? Yin Ziruo shot back, glaring at Gue. Gue shook his head. It's not that it's not possible, but with more people, it might expose our trail. Fewer people are easier to hide. Yin Ziruo smirked. The engagement between me and Ningguang is known throughout the northern border. If I appear in the north alone with Miss Chu, and someone sees us, who will compensate for my damaged reputation? Or perhaps, Yin Ziruo added, giving Gue a cold look, the emperor doesn't trust me? Is he using Ningguang as a hostage? Gue quickly shook his head. Prince Yin, you're overthinking. It was my oversight. Ningguang accompanying you is fine. Also, I have a request. Yin Ziruo said, Please speak. Gue handed Yin Ziruo a letter. If you happen to meet Elder Ming Qiao along the way, please deliver this letter to her for me. Yin Ziruo took the letter, noticing the seal of wax, which looked very formal. He nodded and put the letter away. Don't worry, I'll deliver it. After waking Jiang Ningguang, the two of them quickly packed and bid farewell to the prison king and his wife. Since Gue had a favor to ask of Yin Ziruo, he didn't press them to leave. They lingered until late morning before finally leaving the imperial capital. The journey from the capital to the northern border by carriage would take over 10 days, and from the northern border to the northern frontier, another 10 days. Reaching the border of the northern frontier, they would then have to venture deep into the 10,000 mountains. The long journey was arduous, but Yin Ziruo and Jiang Ningguang managed well, chatting and laughing along the way. Chu Ning, however, remained silent. Initially, Yin Ziruo occasionally tried to talk to her, but her evasive answers and distracted looks soon made him give up. With his keen insight, Yin Ziruo could tell that Chu Ning was feeling guilty. Her guilt stemmed from her involvement in sending Yin Ziruo on a dangerous mission. Moreover, her sect, which was supposed to guard against the demon fetus, had now become those exploiting it, no different from people like Qin Shiguan. The strange emotions she felt toward Ziruo made it hard for her to face him directly. Only when Jiang Ningen spoke to her did she respond occasionally. Thus, the trio quickly traveled from the imperial capital to the northern border, then to the northern frontier, a journey that took nearly a month. During this time, Ziruo constantly monitored the system, but he never found Xiao Xu's location. It was as if Xiao Xu had completely vanished since disappearing from the system's view. Upon reaching the border, the carriage could no longer proceed. The three of them dismounted, unloaded 3 horses, and rode into the 10,000 mountains. Though named the 10,000 mountains, there was only one true mountain, the snow-capped peak in the far north. That mountain soared nearly 10,000 meters, piercing the clouds, and could be glimpsed even from the northern frontier. The rest of the region consisted mostly of forests, with some plains and lakes, making the 10,000 mountains feel like a self-contained small world. Riding through the forest, they encountered many small animals. These creatures weren't afraid of humans, and even approached to eat when the trio dismounted to have a meal. Jiang Ningen, unable to resist, forgot to eat herself, feeding the animals instead. She was in high spirits. It's rare to see animals not afraid of humans, Ziruo remarked with a smile. Chu Ning wanted to say something but glanced at Ziruo and remained silent. Seeing this, Ziruo chuckled. After ignoring her for so long, now that they were in the 10,000 mountains, it was time to support each other. He said, "Miss Chu, how long do you plan to stay silent?" Chu Ning looked flustered. I don't know what to say." Ziruo sighed. "The emperor is meticulous. Besides, you're his relative. Even if you don't say anything, he can still find out from Tianhua." Hearing this, Chu Ning's bottled-up grievances finally overflowed, and tears streamed down her face. Jiang Ningen quickly hugged Chu Ning. "Miss Chu, Ziruo isn't the kind of person who judges without understanding. You're overthinking." Chu Ning nodded, wiping her tears. "Prince Ningen, it's because you're so kind that I feel so guilty. I never expected my uncles to be like this." Ziruo waved his hand. "Let's not dwell on the past. After this is over, I'll stay away from court politics. As they say, accompanying a monarch is like accompanying a tiger." How true that is. Chapter 40. First encounter with beastmen. Reunion with an old friend. Upon hearing Ziruo's words, Jiang Ningen quickly added, "Exactly. In the future, we can travel through mountains and rivers, enjoy life, and it would be quite nice." Ziruo glanced at Jiang Ningen and suddenly realized that she seemed to have forgotten the reason for her engagement with the Yin family at this moment. Seeing Ziruo's gaze, Jiang Ningen seemed to understand what was on his mind and smiled faintly, saying, "I've never had much interest in fame and fortune." Chu Ning, seeing the two of them flirting again, couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile and said, "This is the order of the beastmen." "What?" Ziruo and Jiang Ningen seemed not to have reacted. Chu Ning pointed at the small animals and explained, "The beastmen follow the order of the beast god. They never actively hunt wild beasts, but instead raise them. Their food comes from the beasts they raise within their community, and they never harm wild animals." Ziruo nodded upon hearing this. This indicated that the beastmen were absolutely obedient to the beast god. If the beast god was indeed a leader advocating for conquest and war, the combat power of the beastmen, once gathered, would be absolutely terrifying. No wonder Chu Tianai regarded the beastmen as formidable enemies. As they were talking, a sudden commotion erupted around them. The small animals scattered in alarm, and even the birds in the forest flew away in fright. Ziruo immediately frowned, activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, and saw several figures with qi surging through the dense forest. He said gravely, "Someone's coming." Before the words had even finished, several spears suddenly flew towards them with tremendous force. The spears were incredibly fast, and after Ziruo dodged, they pierced through the trees behind him, even penetrating the thick trunks. Ziruo sneered and said, "Hiding your head and showing your tail, come out." With a flick of his hand, the power of the prison realm scripture surged forth, like a chain, pulling something from the woods. With a hard tug, he dragged the object out of the forest. A clear moan followed, and a woman fell in front of Ziruo. She wore a short leather skirt, a feather cloak over her upper body, and a piece of animal skin wrapped around her chest. Her face was covered with a bone mask, and her exposed limbs and neck were fair and firm. Her feet were bare, and a grass ring adorned her ankle, likely serving as an ornament. She exuded a wild sensuality. However, Ziruo had no time to appreciate it. He continued to wave his hand, pulling the other people out as well. There were both men and women among them, all appearing to be around 10 years old, dressed similarly to the leather-clad girl. Their faces were filled with fear as they stood between Ziruo and the first girl he had caught, making threatening gestures as if trying to scare him away. Are these beast men? Ziruo wondered aloud. What makes them like beasts? He had imagined beast men to be half human, half beast. But these people looked completely human. Who says beast men are beasts? Chuning said, they are also human, just less civilized. They worship various exotic beasts as gods and call themselves descendants of beasts, hence the name beast men. Chuning examined their attire and asked, whose tribe are you from? The first girl to be caught stood up and said, we are the people of the leopard hawk. You dare to invade our territory during the beast god's awakening ceremony. The leopard hawk god will punish you. They can speak? Ziruo exclaimed in surprise. I told you, they are human. Chuning said. Chuning then looked at the girl and said, we mean no harm. As you can see, we haven't hurt any beasts here. According to your beastman's rules, if someone is not an enemy, they are a friend. Is this how you treat friends? The girl was momentarily stunned, then looked at the others and discussed something before saying, I'm sorry, we were hasty. Chuning waved her hand and said, what is this beast god awakening ceremony you mentioned earlier? It's a secret of our tribe. We can't tell you, the girl said. You'd better leave now. The beastmen don't welcome outsiders right now. Chuning turned to Ziruo and asked, what should we do? Before Ziruo could respond, a sudden earthquake shook the ground, forcing everyone to crouch down. They only stood back up after the tremor subsided. Seeing this, the girl became anxious and said, you'd better leave now and don't come back. If the priest sees you, you won't be able to leave. With that, the girl and the others climbed up the trees and disappeared into the forest. Ziruo said gravely, they mentioned the beast god awakening ceremony, which suggests that the beast god hasn't awakened yet. Chuning nodded and said, that may be true, but now the area is off limits. We need to be careful from now on. Do we still go? Jiang asked, why don't we just leave the demon fetus here? No, this place is too close to the chaos ancient continent, and the demon fetus needs to hatch in a populated area to cause the most impact. Chuning said, if we leave it here casually, it might affect the northern frontier in the future. Ziruo naturally didn't want to leave just like that. He wasn't too concerned about handling the demon fetus, but he was truly worried about Xiao Xu. The absence of Xiao Xu for over a month had left him with an uneasy feeling. Coupled with the timing coinciding with the beast god awakening ceremony, it made him think deeply. As the three of them hesitated, a voice suddenly echoed in Ziruo's mind. Ding! Detected the presence of the Destiny Child, Yang Qiyun. Open the map to view his location. Yang Qiyun. Ziruo was somewhat surprised. He had come here as well. This wasn't hard to understand. Destiny children often followed the path of the greatest benefit, guided by their fortune. With the beast god's emergence, there was nothing more rewarding than this. Ziruo immediately opened the system monitoring in his mind, and was surprised to find that Yang Qiyun was heading in the same direction as the beast men who had just left. Moreover, from Yang Qiyun's movement trajectory, it seemed he was dealing with something. An idea suddenly came to mind, and Ziruo smiled, saying, let's go. Jiang and Chuning stood up and followed Ziruo without hesitation. Ziruo walked slowly, seemingly cautious, but in reality, he was observing Yang Qiyun's movements. After walking about 2 li, a commotion broke out in the forest ahead. Ziruo gave Jiang and Chuning a glance, and the three of them leaped onto the treetops. They saw the same girl from earlier running swiftly, with someone closely following her. In an instant, the pursuer was right in front of her. When Ziruo saw the person, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was Yang Qiyun, the one he had secretly ordered the underworld guards to release. Chapter 41. Hero saves the beauty, Princess Luaya. Yang Qiyun suddenly appeared in front of the young girl, a wicked smile on his lips as he said, "What now? Still planning to run?" The girl, holding 2 bone daggers, was breathing heavily, her brows furrowed as she glared at Yang Qiyun. "Wicked man, you will be punished by the god of Leopard Hawk." Yang Qiyun burst into laughter at her words. "What god of Leopard Hawk? It's just a mere beast. If my strength were restored, I could crush it with a single hand." As they spoke, several more figures leaped in from behind the girl. They were holding chains and shackles, binding the previous group of beastmen. The leader of the group approached Yang Qiyun, bowing obsequiously. "How is it? These ones are of good quality, aren't they?" "This one is barely acceptable," Yang Qiyun sneered. "The others you have are far too inferior. Restoring my soul requires powerful life forces. These so-run, not even reaching the true mystery realm, are useless to me." Ziruo immediately understood Yang Qiyun's purpose for being here. He had been possessed by a powerful entity, requiring life forces to restore his strength. Although the Luangu Empire was rich with strong life forces, most of these were either within major sects or prominent families. Given his current strength, it was difficult to hunt them down, compelling him to take an unconventional path, gradually harvesting life forces from these Sora. The leader chuckled and said, "In that case, may I take these few?" "Take them," Yang Qiyun waved his hand dismissively. "But this isn't over. You must continue hunting for me." The group nodded in agreement. Yang Qiyun turned to the girl and said, "Don't worry, I'll extract your soul in an instant. It won't hurt." The girl was shocked and tried to flee, but Yang Qiyun reached out, grabbing her delicate neck. Seeing this, Ziruo finally smirked and leaped down, delivering a palm strike directly at Yang Qiyun. Taken off guard, Yang Qiyun was sent flying by the blow, and the girl was thrown aside. Fortunately, Jiang Ningen and Chu Ning caught her. Yang Qiyun, hit by the palm strike, was furious. "Who dares to ambush me? It's been a while, Yang Qiyun. Don't tell me you've forgotten me already?" Ziruo smiled, looking at Yang Qiyun. Yang Qiyun finally recognized him and sneered. Ziruo. Ziruo smiled, glancing at the girl and the group of beastmen. "It's been a while, Yang Qiyun. I didn't expect you to stoop to abducting people." Ziruo, stop pretending. If it weren't for you ruining my plans and stealing my divine flame, I would have already restored my strength and wouldn't be in this state. Yang Qiyun retorted coldly. "I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, once I restore my strength, I'll kill your entire family." Ziruo laughed coldly. "You're truly foolish. With your current strength inferior to mine, if you had said a few nice words and begged for mercy, I might have let you go. But since you've said that, I certainly won't let you off." With that, Ziruo leaped forward, his divine flame energy condensing in his fist. A powerful punch sent Yang Qiyun's form shattering into fragments. However, feeling the unsubstantial touch, Ziruo frowned. Looking up, he saw Yang Qiyun's figure already several meters away. "Oh, you've improved," Ziruo sneered. Yang Qiyun glared at Ziruo. "Ziruo, remember this? I won't let you off." Before the words even faded, Yang Qiyun's figure dissipated like mist. Ziruo immediately activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eyes, but found no trace of Yang Qiyun. Checking the system's monitoring, he saw that Yang Qiyun was already hundreds of meters away. This surprised Ziruo, and he became wary of Yang Qiyun's strange escape technique. However, Yang Qiyun's appearance had already served its purpose. With the system's monitoring, there was no way Yang Qiyun could escape Ziruo's grasp. Turning to the group, Ziruo said sternly, "And what about you?" Chuning spoke up. "Shitsi, don't let them go. They're from the Hunter Gang." "Hunter Gang?" Yin Ziruo quickly recalled information about the hunter gang from his memories. This so-called hunter gang wasn't a group of hunters, but a gang that specialized in hunting people. Due to their wildness and vitality, female Sourun were often the most expensive commodities in the Longu, favored by noble families and brothels. Male Sourun were frequently captured and used as laborers, breaking rocks and paving roads. The hunter gang was a group that specialized in abducting these Sourun. With the prison king guarding the northern border, which was close to the northern frontier, the hunter gang was one of the organizations that had long been a headache for the prison king, Yin Daohan. Hearing Chu Ning mention the hunter gang, Yin Ziruo laughed coldly. What a small world. To sink to the level of human trafficking, you've truly reached the depths of evil. I didn't bring the nether guard this time, or else I'd let you taste the horrors of the nether prison. The members of the hunter gang were shocked and quickly pleaded, Yin Shitsi, spare us. But Yin Ziruo's figure flashed repeatedly among them. In a few moments, their bodies were engulfed in raging flames, and before they could even scream, they were burned to ashes by the primordial divine flame. Jiang Ningen stepped forward and used her sword, Luan Xiuhua, to cut through the chains and shackles binding the Sourun. The group of Sourun immediately rushed to the girl and knelt before her. We failed to protect the princess. Please punish us. Yin Ziruo and the others were shocked. This girl was actually a princess. The girl waved her hand. It's not your fault. Stand up. She then walked to Yin Ziruo and said, Benefactor, please accept Luoya's gratitude. Yin Ziruo raised a chi force to help Luoya up. It's just a small matter. Princess Luoya, no need for such formality. Benefactor, may I take a look at the flame you used earlier? Luoya pointed at Yin Ziruo's hand. Yin Ziruo then displayed the primordial divine flame. You mean this? Luoya's face lit up with joy. Crimson flame. You are the one from the beast god's prophecy, the one who can help him awaken. Before Yin Ziruo could inquire further, Luoya and the other beast men knelt down together. Please, benefactor, accompany us to our tribe and assist the beast god in the awakening ceremony. Yin Ziruo looked at Chu Ning, who transmitted, Let's go and see what's going on before making a decision. Nodding, Yin Ziruo said, Princess everyone, please rise. If there's anything I can do to help, I will certainly do my best. Luoya stood up and took Yin Ziruo's hand. It must be the beast god's spirit guiding you to the leopard hawk tribe. Benefactor, please come with me to the tribe. My father will be delighted to welcome you. Chapter 42. The Leopard Eagle Tribe, Guard Captain. Yin Ziruo immediately gaped at Jiang Ningen. Jiang Ningen, however, was smiling with half-closed eyes, seemingly completely unfazed by Luoya's initiative. This reaction made Yin Ziruo feel even more embarrassed. She quickly retracted her hand and said, Princess Luoya, please don't be so formal. Lead the way ahead. Luoya immediately smiled and began guiding the three of them forward. As they walked, Yin Ziruo heard Jiang Ningen's voice in her ear, transmitted through telepathy. Was it soft? Yin Ziruo's face turned black as she replied through telepathy, She took the initiative. I was just as much a victim. Hee hee. Jiang Ningen chuckled softly. This laugh only made Yin Ziruo feel even more guilty. Princess Luoya, who had spent her life roaming the forests, had a body without an ounce of excess fat, lean and athletic. The dense forests of the 10,000 mountains rarely saw direct sunlight, giving her skin a pale, moonlit glow. Her tightly wrapped animal hide, which only covered her vital areas, added to her allure. It was impossible not to feel something. Any normal man would be moved by such a slender, fair-skinned girl taking the initiative to hold his hand. She's wearing a mask, and I haven't even seen her face. How could I have any improper thoughts? Don't misunderstand. I only love you. Yin Ziruo quickly replied through telepathy. As soon as he finished speaking, Luoya removed her mask and said, Hero, our tribe is just ahead. Please don't rush. Yin Ziruo was rendered speechless. Princess Luoya really knew how to play along. Her face was equally stunning. For a moment, Yin Ziruo almost felt that her figure paled in comparison to that face. Glancing at Jiang Ningen, he noticed her eyes filled with even more amusement. Focus on the mission. The mission is crucial. Ziruo reminded himself through telepathy. Humph. To ease the awkwardness, Ziruo coughed twice and asked, Princess Luaya, what exactly is this beast god awakening ceremony? What do you need me to do? As they walked, Princess Luaya explained, the beast god is the highest deity of our beastmen. For thousands of years, he has protected our tribe from external threats. But since the beast god ascended to the beast realm several hundred years ago, our beastmen have lost his protection. Tribes have turned against each other, and many have even been wiped out because of this. Why is that? Ziruo asked, puzzled. Even without the beast god, there shouldn't be wars among you. Luaya sighed and said, because the beast god not only protected us but also helped our livestock multiply. Without him, our livestock reproduction has decreased. To get more meat, we have to trade with other tribes for food. Those who don't have anything to trade can only resort to war to take what they need. Ziruo finally understood. It was simply a matter of not having enough food, so they resorted to stealing. Jiang Ningen asked curiously, why don't you hunt creatures outside your tribe? Princess Luoya's expression changed immediately. She quickly said, please don't say such things. Even if we starve, we would never hunt creatures outside our tribe. They are just like us, children of the beast god. How could we eat our own kind? Considering animals as their own kind? These beastmen were quite interesting. Ziruo chuckled and asked, then why don't you grow crops? Grow crops? Princess Luoya asked, confused. How? Ziruo was momentarily speechless. He realized that the beastmen didn't grow crops not because they didn't want to, but because they had no concept of farming. Their food came from wild fruits, mushrooms, and their livestock. Whatever the beast god provided, they ate. Suddenly, an idea struck Ziruo. An idea that could easily secure the 10,000 mountains as an important ally. If he ever had to turn against Chu Tianyi, the beastmen could become a crucial piece on his chessboard. As they followed Princess Luoya, talking along the way, they passed through dense forests and finally arrived at a tribe built from trees. The tribe was surrounded by sharpened wooden stakes, forming a wall that resembled a small town. Princess Luoya approached the wooden wall and shouted, open the gate! I'm back. The wooden gate slowly descended, and Princess Luoya led Ziruo and the others inside. A young man in animal hide approached and said, Princess Luoya, you're back. Ziruo glanced at him, and at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detecting a chosen one. Spend 500 villain points to view their past. Ziruo was puzzled and took another look at the young man. His cultivation level was only at the true mystery realm. How could he be a chosen one? He immediately spent the 500 villain points in his mind. Chosen one Guer, beastman of the leopard eagle tribe in the 10,000 mountains. Future beast god due to the collapse of the beast god's divine spark upon awakening failure. Current fortune value, 1,000. These few lines sent a shockwave through Ziruo's mind. So, he was the future beast god. However, the amount of fortune value left him puzzled. It was 500 points lower than Yang Qiyun's. Wouldn't that mean he could be drained of fortune twice and fall to the lowest point? Thinking this, Ziruo couldn't help but take a few more glances at the young man. Feeling Ziruo's gaze, the young man looked back at the trio and asked, who are they? Why did you bring outsiders into the tribe? Guer, don't be rude. They are my honored guests. I'm taking them to see my father. Princess Luoya said angrily. No, I am the guard captain, and I cannot allow unidentified people near the chief. I must escort them out. Guer said, waving his hand. Immediately, a group of beastmen armed with spears surrounded them, pointing their spears at the trio. Ziruo sneered. He hadn't provoked Guer, but the man seemed intent on picking a fight. Fine. Ziruo would drain his fortune in one go and prevent him from becoming the beast god. With that thought, Ziruo stepped forward with a cold smile and said, Princess Luoya, it seems your tribe doesn't welcome us. In that case, we'll take our leave. As he spoke, he pretended to leave. Princess Loya quickly stepped in front of him, grabbing his hand and said, "Hero, please don't go." She then turned to Gur and said, "Gur, I command you to stand down. If you anger this guest, you won't be able to bear the consequences." But seeing Luaya holding Yin Ziruo's hand so tightly, Gur became even angrier. He said, "Princess Luaya, it is my duty to ensure the chief's safety. Even as a princess, you cannot override that. Men, escort them out." Yin Ziruo sneered and stepped forward, saying, "A mere guard captain dares to show off in front of me? Gur, do you dare to duel me?" Chapter 43. The Beastman's Rage and Gur's Humiliation. Hearing this, Gur immediately became furious. "You want to challenge me to a duel? Fine. Just for holding Princess Loya's hand, I should chop it off." Princess Loya, upon hearing this, shouted in alarm, "Gur, step back. You can't beat him." Gur, hearing this, became even angrier. "Princess Loya, this is a battle between men. Please do not interfere." Seeing that she couldn't persuade Gur, Princess Loya turned to Yin Ziruo and pleaded, "Kind sir, Gur meant no offense. Please, show mercy." Yin Ziruo smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry, Princess Loya, I won't hurt him." As he spoke, he raised one hand and said, "Since Princess Loya has pleaded for you, I'll fight with one hand tied behind my back. Come at me." Gur, hearing this, was infuriated. "Outsider, you dare to look down on me? I'll make you pay for your arrogance." With that, Gur lunged forward with his spear. Yin Ziruo, with a single wave of his hand, pushed Princess Loya behind him and handed her to Jiang. He then dodged the spear, catching it between two fingers. With a surge of energy, he snapped the bone spear in half. Seeing this, Gur realized that his opponent was no ordinary man. He quickly drew two bone daggers from his waist and charged at Yin Ziruo. Yin Ziruo, however, lightly tapped the ground with his foot, his body moving like a blade of grass in the wind, evading every slash of Gur's daggers without even letting them touch his clothes. Princess Loya's eyes sparkled like stars as she marveled. "What kind of martial art is this? Why does our savior make it look like a dance, effortlessly dodging all attacks?" Jiang smiled and explained, "That's called Qinggong, lightness skill." "Qinggong? It's amazing." Seeing the princess practically turning into a fangirl for Yin Ziruo, Jiang couldn't help but sigh. First Chu Ning, and now Princess Loya. Yin Ziruo really seemed to attract trouble and admirers wherever he went. On the other side, Gur, growing increasingly frustrated as his attacks failed to land, became more and more furious. His body turned red as he swung his arms wildly, his face flushed with anger. Curious if Gur was simply exhausted, Yin Ziruo was surprised to see a red aura suddenly burst from Gur's body. The energy caused his long hair to sway without wind. "Be careful, savior. Gur has gone berserk." Berserk? Yin Ziruo activated his martial Dao heavenly eyes and saw that Gur's entire body was filled with red energy. His muscles, covered in this energy, turned crimson, and even his eyes reddened. Gur's cultivation level had skyrocketed, approaching the celestial realm. "Is that even possible?" Yin Ziruo exclaimed in astonishment. This wasn't just a simple leap in power. Gur, who was originally at most in the true profound realm, had jumped 2 whole realms through his berserk state. Gur stomped the ground, causing the earth to crack as if struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. In an instant, he was before Yin Ziruo, his bone daggers slashing like a whirlwind. Yin Ziruo smirked, waved a hand, and a black prison nether gate appeared in front of him. Countless chains emerged, binding Gur tightly. Just as Yin Ziruo was about to tighten the chains, Gur's aura surged again, his body expanding as he broke free from the chains before they could fully tighten. Yin Ziruo couldn't help but chuckle. This was the first time someone of lower cultivation had broken free from the chains of the black prison nether gate. Gur, now free, charged at Yin Ziruo. Yin Ziruo roared, Come at me. With a surge of energy, Ziruo's right hand was enveloped in the power of the prison realm scripture. He threw a punch, meeting Guer's daggers head-on. Great Annihilation Prison Realm Fist. The punch, filled with the destructive aura of the netherworld, slammed into the daggers like a heavy prison gate crashing down. Boom! Guer was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The bone daggers, struck directly, turned to dust, as did Guer's left arm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for humiliating the protagonist Guer. Guer loses 200 fortune points. Host gains 2,000 antagonist points. Only 200? Ziruo frowned. This might not be enough to prevent the beast god's divine core from choosing Guer. Princess Luaya, seeing Guer defeated, clenched her teeth and declared, Guer, this is the price of your arrogance. What's going on? From the depths of the tribe, a man emerged. He was burly, wearing a feathered headdress. Seeing the scene, he frowned and looked at Princess Luaya. Have you caused trouble again? Guer struggled to his feet. Now out of his berserk state, with a broken arm, he still managed to stand, his determination impressing even Ziruo. But admiration didn't last long. Guer pointed at Ziruo and accused, they are assassins. They've kidnapped Princess Luaya and plan to harm the chief. The chief turned to Princess Luaya. Jiang Ningen, who had been holding Princess Luaya, quickly let go upon hearing Guer's words. Princess Luaya stepped to Guer and said coldly, Guer, you are truly despicable. Facing the emissary of the leopard eagle god, my father, do you dare to lie again? Guer lowered his head but still protested. But they are outsiders of unknown origin. Can you deny that? Was it wrong for me to prevent them from meeting the chief? Princess Luaya sneered and pointed at Ziruo. I'll tell you this, they are outsiders, yes, but they are not of unknown origin. It was a grave mistake to prevent them from meeting my father, for he is the one foretold in the beast god's prophecy, the one who can awaken the beast god. The middle-aged beast man looked at Ziruo, then at Princess Luaya, and asked in surprise, Luaya, what is going on? Explain. Princess Luaya walked to Ziruo and said, Kind sir, could you show my father your flame again? Ziruo nodded, summoning the divine flame. The crimson light of the primordial divine flame illuminated everyone around. Guer, seeing this, turned pale and slumped to the ground, defeated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for humiliating the protagonist Guer. Guer loses 200 fortune points. Host gains 2,000 antagonist points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sowing discord between Princess Luaya and Guer. Guer loses 100 fortune points. Host gains 1,000 antagonist points. Ziruo was overjoyed. That's 500 fortune points gone. Guer now only has 500 left. Surely the beast god won't be so blind as to choose Guer now, right? Luaya, you've found the one truly capable of awakening the beast god, the middle-aged beast man exclaimed, seeing the flame in Ziruo's hand. I don't know what to say. You've saved our tribe. You are truly our leopard eagle tribe's lucky star. No, father. The one who truly saved our tribe is him, Princess Luaya said, pointing to Ziruo. Chapter 44. A Plea for Help, Awakening the Beast God. Ziruo saw Princess Luaya and her father looking at her with surprise and confusion, and she was at a loss. She immediately asked, Princess Luaya, what exactly is this beast god awakening ceremony you mentioned? What do you need me to do? Princess Luaya spoke gravely. On the way here, I already explained the importance of the beast god to you. But for such a crucial figure to the beastmen, the beast god has not appeared among us since its fall hundreds of years ago. Until 2 months ago, the Chihu tribe received news that an outsider had brought the beast god's egg to their tribe. Moreover, this outsider possessed a crimson flame, which closely matches the prophecy left by the beast god. The only discrepancy is that the prophecy mentions a vermilion flame. An outsider, 2 months ago? Could this be Xiao Xu? In just 2 months, he's already obtained another divine flame? But that's not impossible. After all, Master Ming Qiao is knowledgeable and well-traveled, and she's familiar with the locations of divine flames. Gathering a few easily obtainable ones would be a breeze for Xiao Xu. If my guess is correct, then Ming Qiao is someone I must acquire. The only thing the system can't exchange for is divine flames. With Ming Qiao, it would be equivalent to having a grasp of most of the world's divine flames. So, you mean Ziruo is the one from the prophecy? Jiang asked. But what can he do? He can use his vermilion flame to warm the beast god's egg. When the temperature reaches the required level, the radiance of the beast god will once again shine over the 10,000 mountains. Princess Luoya said excitedly. Hearing this, Ziruo was speechless. Using a primordial divine flame to warm an egg? Is the beast god deliberately sabotaging its own rebirth, or does it simply not want to be reborn? Princess Luoya's father then looked at Ziruo and said, "The outsider has already attempted this twice, each time causing significant earthquakes. If the third attempt fails, not only will the beast god fail to be reborn, but half of the 10,000 mountains will be destroyed due to the fall of the divine core. Since our leopard eagle tribe is close to the awakening site, we will inevitably be destroyed. So, for the sake of the 10,000 mountains and the beastman's people, we beg you, our benefactor, to accompany us to participate in the beast god awakening ceremony." With that, Princess Luoya knelt before Ziruo, and even the chief followed suit. In an instant, all the beastmen present knelt before Ziruo, leaving only Gu Er standing. Ziruo glanced at Chuning, but she shook her head and transmitted her voice. "Don't look at me. You have to make this decision yourself." Ziruo frowned, not because he didn't know what to choose, but because he found it strange. Normally, at times like this, the system would prompt him to make a choice. Whether he agreed or not, it would be a matter of good or evil. Why hasn't the big villain system chimed in yet? It was then that Ziruo suddenly had an idea. Perhaps the system didn't give a task because either choice would align with the actions of a villain. Helping the beast god awaken would give him the ability to confront Chu Tian directly in the future, while not helping would mean half of the 10,000 mountains being destroyed, which would be good news for the Luogu Empire. So, what should he choose? While Ziruo was deep in thought, Gu Er sneered. "Look at him. He clearly has no intention of helping us beastmen. Moreover, it's suspicious why he's even here. Maybe they're actually spies sent by the Luogu Empire to cause chaos in our beastmen tribes." Ziruo couldn't help but glance at Gu Er. The guy was really good at guessing, and he was right. But just like most protagonist experiences, Princess Luoya stood up without hesitation and slapped Gu Er across the face, saying, "How much more arrogant do you need to be? I won't allow you to be rude to our benefactor anymore." Ding! Princess Luoya has developed disdain for Gu Er. Protagonist Gu Er loses 200 luck points. Host gains 2,000 villain points. Seeing this, Ziruo inwardly sneered, maintaining a calm expression on the surface. "Princess Luoya, Chief, since you believe I can help your beastmen tribe, I naturally bear this responsibility. But you mentioned that earthquakes are caused by failed awakening ceremonies. Isn't it too late for us to go now?" Princess Luoya's father quickly reassured. "Don't worry. The awakening ceremony requires a lot of preparation. The next ceremony will be at least 3 days from now. If we leave now, we'll make it in time." Ziruo nodded and said gravely, "If that's the case, let's leave now." Princess Luoya quickly added, "I'll prepare the leopard eagles for you. That way, we'll get there faster." The group then dispersed, presumably to prepare their things. Only Gu Er was left, glaring angrily at Ziruo. Ziruo chuckled and pointed at Gu Er's already shattered arm. "Aren't you going to do something about that?" Gu Er sneered. "I am the bravest warrior of the leopard eagle tribe, even the entire 10,000 mountains. I feel no pain." Ziruo scoffed. Even if he wasn't in pain, with his arm in such a state, the blood would soon rot, and he'd die without Ziruo lifting a finger. Jiang pulled Ziruo aside and whispered, "Don't bother with him. Just looking at him annoys me." "But Ziruo, are you really planning to help the beastmen? Why not take this opportunity to let them suffer a calamity? Wouldn't that complete your mission?" Ziruo shook his head. You're thinking too simply. Destroying half of the 10,000 mountains doesn't mean half of the beastmen will be destroyed. If they know how to avoid disaster, what do you think the beastmen, with severely reduced living space, will do in the future? You mean, they'll attack the Luangu Empire? Jiang Ningen asked. Exactly, Ziruo nodded. And beastmen are also human. They have flesh and blood, and they have emotions. To protect the Luangu Empire from war, I can't make a choice that would lead to the beastmen's deaths. Moreover, if we help the beast god awaken, we'll become heroes of the beastmen. Wouldn't that pave the way for an alliance between the Luangu Empire and the 10,000 mountains, thus easing the emperor's concerns about the beastmen? Jiang Ningen was suddenly enlightened. Ziruo, you never cease to amaze me. In such a short time, you've thought this through so deeply? Even Chu Ning widened her eyes and looked at Ziruo. You're truly wasted as the son of the prison king. You should be the emperor. Ziruo just smiled. But in his heart, he thought differently. Whether half of the beastmen are destroyed or all of them die, whether the Luangu Empire is in chaos or peace, none of that matters to him. All he cares about is maximizing his own benefits. A 10,000 mountains without the beast god, half destroyed and barely surviving, what benefits could it bring him? What he wants is to control all the tribes of the 10,000 mountains. And to achieve that, the first task is to ensure the beast god's safe awakening. Chapter 45. Leopard Eagle, Tiger Wing. The ceremony begins. As they were speaking, a shout came from the sky not far away. The three looked up and saw Princess Luoya, riding an exotic beast flying towards them. The beast had a body like a leopard, but a head like an eagle. Its muscular lines formed a beautiful curve, and its fur glowed white and shiny under the sunlight filtering through the tree branches. It occasionally let out a clear eagle cry, accompanied by Princess Luoya's laughter echoing from mid-air. What surprised everyone even more was the massive wings on its back, with a wingspan of nearly 4 meters. Following closely behind Princess Luoya were 4 or 5 similar beasts, slightly smaller than the one she was riding. Jiang Ningen exclaimed in surprise. Is this the legendary leopard eagle? Princess Luoya descended on the leopard eagle, taking out a piece of meat from her waist and throwing it. The leopard eagle happily caught it and began to feast. The three then noticed that Princess Luoya had a basket woven from vines slung diagonally across her waist, filled with dried meat, apparently meant for feeding the beasts. Hero, you can just ride our sacred mount of the leopard eagle tribe, Princess Luoya said excitedly. It's very fast from here to the tiger wing tribe. Ziruo was astonished. Isn't the leopard eagle your tribe's deity? How can you ride it around like this? Princess Luoya laughed, patting the leopard eagle that was eating the dried meat. That's exactly why we, as the leopard eagle's subjects, are qualified to soar through the skies on it. Without our permission, the leopard eagle can be quite fierce. Everyone nodded, understanding. At that moment, Princess Luoya's father arrived, holding something resembling a beast's finger bone. Let's go. Ziruo glanced at the bone. Although Princess Luoya's father didn't say what it was, the fact that he had gone to fetch it specifically indicated it wasn't an ordinary item. The group then mounted the leopard eagles. As Princess Luoya had said, the beasts initially resisted Ziruo and the others, almost injuring Chu Ning. Princess Luoya's father nearly lost his temper, but in the end, it was Princess Luoya who calmed the leopard eagles. The beasts then carried them through the treetops, soaring into the sky and heading deep into the 10,000 mountains, towards the Great Snow Mountain. The leopard eagles flew incredibly fast, almost matching Ziruo's full speed, and it seemed they still had more to give. They flew from noon until late afternoon, when they finally saw flickering lights in a forest ahead. That's the territory of the Tiger Wing tribe, Princess Luoya said. Let's land and let the leopard eagles return, or else they'll fight with the Tiger Wing tribe's beasts. They dismounted, and Princess Luoya gave each leopard eagle a piece of dried meat from the basket. The leader let out a clear cry and turned back, flying away. At that moment, A group of beastmen approached, led by a male beastman in a tiger skin outfit. Seeing Princess Luoya's father, he sneered, "So it's Chief Luoma. You should know that the beast god awakening ceremony is starting, right? What are you doing here in the Tiger Wing tribe?" Luoma snorted. "I don't need to report to you what I'm doing. Where's Tyan? I need to see him." The chief is busy with Mr. Xiao preparing for the third awakening ceremony. "He has no time for you," the beast man said coldly. "Leave now, and I'll pretend you never came. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Princess Luoya exclaimed in surprise. "It's already failed twice. Why try a third time? Do you want to destroy the 10,000 mountains?" The beastman glanced at Princess Luoya and sneered. Chief Tyan personally saw Mr. Zhao's flames almost hatching the beast god. If not for Mr. Zhao's exhaustion, our Tiger Wing tribe would have succeeded. Now that Mr. Zhao's power has increased, he can surely hatch the beast god. Ziruo checked the system monitor and confirmed that Xiao Xu was 3 miles away. Nonsense. If that outsider could really hatch the beast god, why would he fail twice? Luoma shouted angrily. "Move aside, or it'll be too late." "Don't waste words on him," Ziruo said, stepping forward and suddenly appearing beside the beastman. He drew the beastman's short sword and pointed it at him. "Take us there." "So you're up to no good," the beastman sneered. "Look up." Ziruo looked up and saw rows of beastmen on the wooden walls, all holding bows and arrows aimed at them. The chief has already set up guards. If you disrupt the beast god awakening ceremony, you'll only die. The beastman didn't care that Ziruo had the bone-short sword at his throat. "Let them shoot. I might not die, but you definitely will," Ziruo said coldly. At that moment, a red light shone from deep within the Tiger Wing tribe. Chief Luoma exclaimed, "This is bad. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. How did they prepare the materials to open the volcano so quickly?" Ziruo frowned, knocking the beastman away with a palm strike. "Ningen, Chu Ning, take care of the chief and the princess. I'll go check it out." With that, Ziruo leapt over the wooden wall and flew towards the red light. "Stop him!" the beastman shouted. "Sound the horn. Alert the guards." A loud horn blared, and several figures rose from the Tiger Wing tribe. They were beastmen riding tiger wings. The tiger wings were similar in form to the leopard eagles, but with a tiger's head and swan-like wings. Seeing Ziruo's incredible speed, the beastmen activated red energy, going into a frenzy. Their initial strength, at the level of the primary realm, suddenly surged to near the earth realm. Ziruo frowned, releasing the energy of the prison realm scripture, which transformed into countless chains forming a dense net, blocking their path. The tiger wings, with their 4-meter wingspans, couldn't break through the energy chains, and could only advance after Ziruo had flown far enough for the energy to dissipate. They were actually slower than running on the ground. Seeing this, the beastmen dismounted and ran or swung on the condensed chains, chasing after Ziruo as if on flat ground. "Troublesome," Ziruo sneered, retracting the chains and creating several black prison gates that blocked the path. The beastmen then climbed the trees on either side, running and leaping through the branches. Ziruo, seeing this, fully unleashed his strength, becoming like a shooting star, instantly leaving the frenzied beastmen behind. At that moment, a blazing red flame gate appeared before him. Standing in front of it was none other than Xiao Xu. Chapter 46. Underground Lava, Invisible Blaze. Xiao Xu. Ziruo leaped down, her black and gold cloak trailing behind her, and grabbed Xiao Xu's arm, saying, "You are not allowed to participate in the ceremony anymore." Xiao Xu, seeing Ziruo, was initially surprised, but his expression quickly turned to hatred as he shook her off, saying, "Let go of me. Who do you think you are?" Ziruo then looked at the ring on Xiao Xu's hand and said, "Elder Ming Qiao, you can't let Xiao Xu go in. His divine flame can't hatch the beast god. If it fails again, half of the 10,000 mountains will be destroyed." Ming Qiao, within the ring, was also surprised to see Ziruo, and her words made her hesitate. But Xiao Xu sneered and, gritting his teeth, said, Ziruo, what tricks are you trying to play now? Don't you think I know what you're after? Isn't it that invisible blaze in the lava realm that you're after? Invisible blaze? Ming Qiao was also surprised and quickly asked, Sewer, you're saying the invisible blaze is in the underground lava? How do you know that? Xiao Xu was shocked and quickly explained to Ming Qiao in his mind. Master, I'll explain this to you later. Ming Qiao's brows furrowed deeply. After Xiao Xu escaped from the eastern wilderness with Ming Qiao, they wandered to the 10,000 mountains. Their goal was to help Xiao Xu find the hidden flame of wood hidden within these mountains, and also search for another divine herb to reconstruct Ming Qiao's body. However, instead of finding the herb, they unexpectedly discovered an unhatched beast god egg and became entangled with the Qihu tribe. Now that Xiao Xu mentioned the invisible blaze, Ming Qiao was astonished. Throughout their journey, she had never seen the invisible blaze. Legend had it that the invisible blaze only grew in underground lava, invisible and formless, almost transparent, yet capable of breaking through any protective energy, making it the bane of all protective techniques. Even Ming Qiao had never seen it, let alone knew where it was located. So, how did Xiao Xu know about it? Thinking of this, Ming Qiao couldn't help but manifest her soul from the ring, looking sternly at Xiao Xu and saying, Sewer, what exactly is inside the lava realm? What secret does this beast god awakening ceremony hold? What does Prince Yin mean by half of the 10,000 mountains being destroyed? How many things have you been hiding from me? Ziruo, seeing Ming Qiao appear, immediately looked at Xiao Xu upon hearing her words. From what Ming Qiao said, it seemed she knew very little about the beast god awakening ceremony, not even aware that 3 failures would result in half of the 10,000 mountains being destroyed. This was quite intriguing. Xiao Xu looked at Ming Qiao, noticing her piercing gaze filled with doubt and reproach. He lowered his head and, after a moment of silence, said, Master, I know I shouldn't have kept things from you, but please believe me, I did so for a reason. Ming Qiao sighed and said, Sewer, I understand your goals, but I hope you don't stray from the right path because of them. This time, I choose to trust you, but don't let me down. After saying this, Ming Qiao glanced at Ziruo and then returned to the ring. Mr. Xiao, the ceremony is about to begin. Please enter quickly. At that moment, a beast man emerged from the Crimson Flame Gate and said to Xiao Xu. Xiao Xu turned to look at Ziruo, sneered, and handed the ring to the beast man, saying, Take good care of the ring for me. The beast man took the ring, and Xiao Xu leaped into the flame gate. Seeing this, Ziruo said, Are you the leader of the Qihu tribe, Tian? The beast man, seeing Ziruo, sternly said, Who are you? How did you get into my tribe? Ziruo raised his hand, condensing a crimson flame, and said gravely, It doesn't matter who I am. You should recognize this flame, right? The beast man was shocked and hurriedly turned to look at the flame gate, exclaiming, No, I've been deceived. As he spoke, the beast man grabbed Ziruo and pulled him into the flame gate. Ziruo immediately felt engulfed by intense heat. They were in a lava gorge, with molten lava just tens of meters below. A narrow path extended along the scorching rock walls leading downward. Just as Ziruo was about to speak, the ring in Tian's hand lit up, and Ming Qiao emerged from it, saying gravely, Prince Yin, I can't stay here for long. Otherwise, my soul will gradually dry up. Please take me out. It dawned on Ziruo why Xiao Xu had been able to keep things from Ming Qiao. No wonder he had entered this realm twice. Yet Ming Qiao knew so little about the ceremony. But if Xiao Xu truly had something to hide in this lava cave, how could he not let Ming Qiao see it? At that moment, Tian said, No, this gentleman holds the true flame that can awaken the beast god. He must go down with me. Ming Qiao's expression darkened upon hearing this. Ziruo then said gravely, Elder Ming Qiao, if you don't mind, you can rely on me. I'll envelop you with the energy of the prison realm scripture. Its energy is heavily which should protect you from the surrounding heat. As he spoke, Yin Ziruo spread the energy of the prison realm scripture around him. The black energy emerged, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop slightly. Seeing this, Ming Qiao no longer hesitated. She transformed into a soul form and attached herself to Yin Ziruo's back. Tian then led Yin Ziruo downward. Prince Yin, you mentioned that if it fails again, half of the 10,000 mountains will be destroyed. Is that true? Absolutely true. Before Yin Ziruo could answer, Tian spoke first, saying, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have believed that Miao Zi's words. He tricked me, saying his flame had changed color by merging with other flames, and I saw hope for the beast god's awakening, which clouded my judgment." Yin Ziruo explained, "The awakening of the beast god requires the original divine flame. Unfortunately, Xiao Xu's original divine flame is now in my possession. Didn't he tell you that?" Ming Qiao sighed and said, "Ever since we left the eastern wilderness, this child has changed. His stubbornness hasn't changed, and he's become even more irritable. Sometimes, he deliberately takes off the ring, as if he's afraid I'll see through his thoughts." Is that so? Yin Ziruo inwardly smirked, realizing that this might be the perfect opportunity to separate Ming Qiao from Xiao Xu. Could it be that you're overthinking it? Yin Ziruo smiled and said, "Brother Xiao may act rashly, but he has a clear understanding of right and wrong." Ming Qiao remained silent for a moment, then whispered into Yin Ziruo's ear, "I'm just afraid that Sewer is willing to risk the 10,000 mountains for the invisible blaze." Hearing this, Yin Ziruo's plan took shape. He whispered back, "That probably isn't likely, but if he truly intends to do so, please don't blame me, Elder Ming Qiao. I must stop him. I cannot let him endanger the lives of countless beings." Ming Qiao sighed and said, "If he dares to do such a thing, even if it costs me my life, I will strip him of all his powers." Chapter 47. Another confrontation with Xiao Xu, master and disciple clash. Yin Ziruo sneered inwardly upon hearing this, but his words remained calm. "Let's get to the bottom of this first. Brother Xiao isn't the type to do such a thing." Following the molten lava downward for nearly 100 meters, they finally arrived at a spacious platform. The platform was surrounded by rivers of molten lava, and in the center was a circular hole containing a glowing red stone egg, which was being constantly churned by the lava flowing beneath it. Xiao Xu stood beside the stone egg, his hands holding a ball of emerald green flame, continuously heating the egg. Tian immediately shouted, "Stop!" Xiao Xu turned to see Tian and Yin Ziruo approaching and quickly unslung his massive ruler, shouting harshly, "Don't come any closer, or I'll smash it." Tian quickly halted his steps and stopped Yin Ziruo, gritting his teeth. "Mr. Xiao, I thought I treated you well. Why did you deceive me? Do you know how important the beast god is to my beastmen?" Xiao Xu furrowed his brows and replied gravely, "I'm sorry, Chief Tian. I didn't mean to deceive you. I truly want to help you awaken the beast god, and I've been doing my best. Except for the scarlet flame, no other fire can awaken the beast god," Tian said. "Mr. Xiao, since you also wish for my beastmen to awaken the beast god, please let this gentleman try. He is the one with the scarlet flame." Xiao Xu immediately retorted harshly, "No, anyone can, but not him." Yin Ziruo shook his head and said, "Xiao Xu, our personal grievances can wait. The beast god concerns countless lives in the 10,000 mountains. I can't stand by and watch you make a mistake." Xiao Xu's eyes revealed a hint of madness as he shouted at Yin Ziruo, "Yin Ziruo, don't pretend to be righteous. Do you think I don't know what you're after? You want the nirvana flame inside this stone egg, don't you? I'll tell you this. If I can't awaken the beast god and take the nirvana flame today, I'd rather destroy it than let you have it. Let's both be buried under this ancient snow mountain. The nirvana flame is in this stone egg?" Yin Ziruo exclaimed, immediately activating his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye. He could indeed sense a surge of intense energy within the egg. Seeing Yin Ziruo's reaction, Xiao Xu realized his mistake and cursed himself inwardly. The mere sight of Yin Ziruo filled him with inexplicable rage, clouding his judgment. "I don't care about the nirvana flame. If you want it, I can give it to you, Ziruo sneered. But the beast god must be awakened by me. Do you think I'd believe you? Xiao Xu retorted coldly. Dream on. Ziruo's voice turned stern. Then I'm sorry. With a wave of his hand, Ziruo conjured several chains that flew straight toward Xiao Xu. Xiao Xu sneered, swinging his massive ruler to scatter the chains. He then kicked the stone egg, causing it to spin rapidly and send splashes of molten lava flying in all directions. Flame ruler triple wave. Xiao Xu swung his ruler like a torrent of water, deflecting the lava toward Ziruo. The second swing carried a wave of force, and with the third, a ball of emerald fire formed on the ruler, hurtling toward Ziruo. Ziruo sneered, pressing his palm downward with immense force, crushing all three waves of attack into the platform below, creating a massive hole from which molten lava began to surge. Ziruo leaped to avoid the lava. Ziruo, don't think you can suppress me forever just because you've beaten me twice. I've been refining myself in the greenwood divine flame in this lava every day for the past month. I'm no longer the same. Xiao Xu raised his hand, conjuring emerald flames that engulfed his massive ruler. Ziruo sneered, his martial Dao Heavenly Eye already revealing Xiao Xu's current cultivation, Heavenly Mystery Realm, first rank. This was a significant improvement from when they last met at the Jiang family. No wonder Xiao Xu was so arrogant. I don't need to practice or meditate, Ziruo said disdainfully. I can enter the sovereign realm at any moment. That's the difference in our talents. Big talk. Xiao Xu retorted, charging at Ziruo with his flaming ruler, leaving a trail of emerald fire in its wake. Ziruo sneered, his primordial divine flame spreading through his body, merging with the power of the prison realm scripture. With a single punch, he dispersed Xiao Xu's emerald flames and stepped onto the ruler, taunting. How's that? Understand the gap between us now? Enraged, Xiao Xu lifted his ruler and slammed it down. Ziruo's body floated like a leaf, landing gracefully. He said coldly, Xiao Xu, you've had your fight and vented your anger. I don't have time to waste. Move aside and let me unseal the beast god. Xiao Xu turned to Sitai and standing protectively in front of the stone egg. Get out of the way, or I'll smash you both. Xiao Xu shouted, raising his ruler to strike. In that critical moment, a figure suddenly flew from behind Ziruo. It was Ming Qiao, who had remained silent until now. Ming Qiao landed, slapping Xiao Xu across the face and sending him flying. Master? Xiao Xu exclaimed in surprise. Why are you here? Go back up, you'll dry out down here. Ming Qiao sneered, pointing at Xiao Xu. You've disappointed me. I always thought you, though impulsive, were fundamentally kind and wouldn't do anything heinous. I didn't expect you to. Master, believe me. I can awaken the stone egg too. Xiao Xu pleaded desperately. Let me try one more time. Ziruo shook his head and said gravely. You can try, because you can afford to fail. At worst, you'll die. But half the lives in the 10,000 mountains will perish because of you. Ming Qiao looked at Xiao Xu and said, Sewer, listen to the young master Yin. Turn back before it's too late. I won't blame you. But those words seemed to strike a nerve. Xiao Xu roared. Enough. Ziruo, Ziruo. Everywhere I turn, it's Ziruo. Chapter 48. Xiao Xu's setback, the emergence of the beast god. As Xiao Xu spoke, he suddenly slammed the giant ruler in his hand onto the ground, roaring. Why does everyone always mention Ziruo in every sentence? He is stronger than me, yes, that's the case for now. But it won't always be like this. 30 years east, 30 years west. Just give me time, and I, Xiao Xu, can surpass him, Ziruo. Xiao Xu raised the giant ruler and pointed it at the stone egg, saying, I discovered the Wuxian divine flame. The first time I used fire to touch this stone egg, I discovered it. It was found by me, and through a mental connection, it told me that the Wuxian heavenly flame is inside. This is my opportunity, my adventure. I will never let it go to Ziruo. Hearing this, Yin Ziruo frowned and said in a deep voice, "Are you saying that the stone egg told you the Wuxian heavenly flame is inside it?" "Yes, so what?" Xiao Xu replied, "Yin Ziruo, let me tell you, I'm taking this Wuxian divine flame. If not, we'll all die here." Yin Ziruo felt a bit puzzled. Both the stone egg and the Wuxian heavenly flame are inanimate objects. Perhaps they possess some spiritual nature, but they certainly wouldn't be able to inform Xiao Xu of anything. Unless, the one who told him this wasn't the stone egg or the Wuxian heavenly flame, but the beast god's divine core inside the stone egg. If that's the case, could it be that the Emu divine flame really has the power to awaken the beast god? But since the beast god hasn't awakened yet, how could it possibly have the ability to hint at anything to Xiao Xu? Could it be? While pondering, Yin Ziruo saw the surrounding lava churning, with countless bubbles rising from the lava river, bringing with them a pungent smell. "Oh no, the time is almost up. It's over. Everything is over. The Beastmen clan is going to be destroyed because of me," Taiyan exclaimed, his face filled with despair. "I'm going to become the eternal sinner of the Beastmen clan." Seeing this, Yin Ziruo immediately said, "Xiao Xu, I don't have time to talk to you anymore. This ritual must be completed by me. In front of your master, I swear that if there is any Wuxian heavenly flame in this stone egg, you can take it as you please." "I won't believe you," Xiao Xu sneered. Just then, Ming Qiao leaped forward, breaking away from Yin Ziruo's side once again, and subdued Xiao Xu, saying, "Yin Shitzi, do whatever you need to do. I'll hold him back." Yin Ziruo immediately flew forward, condensing a crimson flame and burning it towards the stone egg. At that moment, it was as if he heard a whisper in his ear, or perhaps a telepathic voice saying, "Yes, increase the intensity. Can you feel this Wuxian heavenly flame? Break open the stone egg, and the Wuxian heavenly flame will be yours." Ding! Detecting psychic attack, activating passive defense, psychic counterattack initiated. Before Yin Ziruo could react, he heard a scream in his ear, followed by a cracking sound from the stone egg, and then the scream disappeared. Seeing this, Yin Ziruo increased the intensity of the flame. The stone egg slowly opened like a lotus flower, revealing a crimson light sphere. After a moment, the light faded, and everyone saw that the sphere contained a tiny monkey, about the size of a palm. The monkey had golden fur, and although it was only about the size of a palm, its head took up half of it. Its eyes shone brightly as it stared at Yin Ziruo. Is this the beast god?" Yin Ziruo exclaimed in surprise. Taiyan, however, immediately knelt down and said without hesitation, "Chief Tai and of the Chihu tribe pays his respects to the beast god." But the beast god paid no attention to Taiyan, instead glaring at Yin Ziruo with its eyes, then stretching out its hands and saying, "Hold." Yin Ziruo was speechless. He heard a voice in his consciousness. Ding! Detecting the chosen one, spending 500 villain points to view their past. Without hesitation, Yin Ziruo spent the 500 points. Ding! The beast god, originally a deity of the upper realm, due to being lively and unwilling to be bored, often visits the lower realm, appearing in the 10,000 mountains as the beast god. Having attempted to use psychic shock to control the host, it has been counterattacked by the system and lost all its memories. Despite this, its strength remains formidable. Destiny value, 5,000. Fortune value, 500. Ding! Congratulations on activating a branch mission. Option 1. Take the beast god as a pet, using its power to control the 10,000 mountains. Success will grant a large amount of villain points. Option 2. Spend 1,000 villain points to restore the beast god's memories and gain its trust. Success will grant a large amount of fortune points. Option 3. Kill the beast god, replacing it with a demon god, directly controlling the 10,000 mountains. Success will grant a large amount of villain points and destiny value. Another trap? Yin Ziruo let out a cold laugh. Among the three options, the last one was almost impossible to complete. The demon god, although it can transform, is still just a demon god and does not possess the functions of the beast god. If it were exposed in the future, Yin Ziruo would face the pursuit of countless beastmen and even the truly existing exotic beasts of the beastmen clan, none of which he could handle at his current level. As for the remaining two options, Yin Ziruo was hesitating when he saw Xiao Xu, as if driven mad, rushing forward and flipping the beast god over and over, even holding it upside down, urgently saying, "Where is the Wuxian heavenly flame? Where is it? Do not disrespect the beast god." Taiyan exclaimed in shock, leaping forward to attack. But the beast god, held upside down by Xiao Xu, suddenly let out a roar, and with a single mouthful, a scorching flame shot towards Xiao Xu. The flame was colorless and formless, and Xiao Xu only felt the intense pain when the flame hit him. He quickly dropped the little monkey and used the power of the Emu divine flame to blow away the flame. "The Wuxian heavenly flame, it's been taken by it," Xiao Xu exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the little monkey. How is this possible? "In my opinion, the Wuxian heavenly flame was always inside it," Yin Ziruo said in a deep voice. "When I burned the stone egg with fire, I also sensed that voice. It was merely luring people to burn it with divine fire to help it hatch sooner." As for whether the Emu divine flame could actually burn open the stone egg, that was unknown, since the beast god had already lost its memories. The beast god fell from Xiao Xu's hands, sitting on the ground, its helpless eyes glancing around. Then it panicked and clung to Yin Ziruo's clothes, quickly climbing onto his shoulder. This was no beast god. It was clearly just a little monkey. Yin Ziruo was speechless. It seemed that without him choosing, the beast god had already taken Yin Ziruo as its parent. This scene left both Yin Ziruo and Taiyan speechless with astonishment. Even Taiyan, who wanted to take the little monkey back, was scared into silence when the monkey opened its mouth to scare him. Xiao Xu, on the other hand, stared blankly at the little monkey, as if unable to believe what he was seeing. Yin Ziruo looked at his expression and understood the extent of the blow he had suffered. He had almost fallen out with Ming Qiao, but in the end, it was all in vain. Seeing Xiao Xu's state, Ming Qiao couldn't help but sigh and said, "Please take me out, Yin Shitzi." Chapter 49. Betrayed and desperate, Xiao Xu's despair. Yin Ziruo nodded and said, "Chief Taiyan, let's discuss this outside first." Seeing this, Taiyan could only sigh and say in a deep voice, "There's no other choice." The three of them then walked out. Ming Qiao, noticing that Xiao Xu was still standing in place, dazed, snorted coldly and said, "How long do you plan to stand there?" Hearing Ming Qiao's words, Xiao Xu followed the group in a state of disarray. Yin Ziruo, seeing Ming Qiao's expression, didn't say much. Although Ming Qiao seemed very angry with Xiao Xu, this anger was more like a mother's frustration with her child's mistakes. Despite her irritation, her love still outweighed her hatred. It seemed that to make Ming Qiao completely lose faith in Xiao Xu, it would require more from Xiao Xu himself. The group quickly reached the surface. As soon as they exited the lava cave, the flaming gate completely disappeared. Outside, a crowd had already gathered. There were Luomo and Luoya, father and daughter of the Leopard Eagle tribe, as well as Jiang Ningen and Chu Ning. Countless guards from the Winged Tiger tribe surrounded them. Seeing this situation, Taiyan sighed and said to the guards, "You all withdraw. With the beast god present, the Beastmen tribe cannot point weapons at their own people." Luomo was stunned and asked in confusion, "The beast god? Where is the beast god? Did Mr. Yin really complete the beast god awakening ceremony?" Taiyan, pointing at Yin Ziruo with a look of disappointment, said, "It's him." The crowd saw a small monkey climbing his hair and jumping onto his head. "This is the beast god?" Everyone was shocked, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Taiyan said in a deep voice, "Winged Tiger tribe, listen up. Pay your respects to the beast god." Hearing their leader's command, the Winged Tiger tribe members immediately prostrated themselves. Thousands of beastmen gradually emerged from the houses, kneeling on the ground and prostrating themselves along both sides of the path. Luomo and Luoya hurriedly knelt down as well. Meanwhile, the little monkey seemed indifferent, playing with Yin Ziruo's hair as if searching for something. Taiyan sighed again and stood up. Luomo, frowning, approached Tian and said, "Chief Tian, what exactly is going on?" Tian shook his head and said, "I don't know the specifics, but this is indeed the beast god. I saw it hatch from the beast god's egg with my own eyes. How can such a beast god lead us beastmen to prosperity again?" Luomo glanced at the little monkey and said through gritted teeth, "I think we should take it to the Valley of the Gods. Perhaps we can find answers from the tribe gods there." "That's the only option," Tian said. "But if they refuse to acknowledge the existence of the beast god, our two tribes might be seen as enemies by the other tribes. Then," Luomo said, "let's not make a fuss. If they come, we'll say the beast god has just awakened and needs rest. We'll let them pay their respects later." On the other side, Jiang Ningen had noticed Xiao Xu and curiously asked, "Why is Xiao Xu here too?" Ziruo whispered, "He was the one who helped the beastmen with the beast god awakening ceremony. I only found out when I arrived." Jiang Ningen pouted and said nothing. Her heart was already with Ziruo, and she no longer had any curiosity about Xiao Xu. Ming Qiao, seeing the ring on Ziruo's hand, wanted to take it back, but seeing Xiao Xu in a daze, she shook her head and said, "Prince Yin, why did you come to the 10,000 mountains?" Ziruo glanced at Chu Ning and then said, "There have been continuous earthquakes in the northern border, and the epicenter is said to be in the 10,000 mountains. As the prince of the northern prison king, I naturally had to come and take a look." Feeling guilty, Ming Qiao immediately said, "It's all because of Suer's trouble, causing you inconvenience, Prince Yin." Unexpectedly, Xiao Xu, hearing this, stopped being silent and sneered, "Inconvenience? He's the one causing me trouble. If not for him, how would I have ended up like this?" As he spoke, his emotions grew more intense, and he pointed at Ziruo, saying, "If not for him, the Jiang family wouldn't have canceled my engagement. If not for him, even if I entered the Jiang family, I wouldn't have had my primordial divine flame stolen." These words immediately drew everyone's attention to Xiao Xu. Seeing everyone looking at him, Xiao Xu became even more agitated. He pulled out his giant ruler and pointed it at Ziruo, saying, "Ziruo, would you dare to fight me without using divine flame or any techniques, just relying on your physical strength?" "Enough." Ming Qiao finally couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward, saying, "Xiao Xu, how long are you going to act like this?" Tian and Luomo glared angrily at Xiao Xu, saying, "Who dares to harm our beastmen tribe's benefactor?" Jiang Ningen didn't say anything but drew her sword, standing in front of Ziruo, making her intentions clear. Xiao Xu sneered, "Fine, fine. You're all helping him. Very good." Ziruo smiled slightly, stopping the two beastmen leaders and Jiang Ningen. He said in a deep voice, "Xiao Xu, I can accept your challenge, but have you thought about what your purpose is in challenging me? Is it for your own pride, or to become stronger?" Xiao Xu said in a deep voice, "What's the difference?" "The difference lies in how I will defeat you," Ziruo said with a smile. "If it's the latter, I don't mind giving you a few pointers, considering the circumstances with Ningen and Elder Ming Qiao. But if it's the former..." Ziruo extended a finger and said, "I'll use one finger to show you that trying to save face with me will only make you lose more face." Xiao Xu was furious and said in a deep voice, "You mean you can beat me with just one finger?" "You can try," Ziruo said with a smile. Xiao Xu, laughing in anger, swung his giant ruler with a fierce wind. He leaped and the heavy ruler smashed towards Ziruo. In terms of strength, Xiao Xu had been practicing with the giant ruler under waterfalls for years. The nearly 100-gene ruler felt like a toy in his hands. He was confident that with this strength, he was unmatched by anyone. But he had chosen the wrong opponent. Ziruo slightly sidestepped, and with his martial Dao Heavenly Eye activated, the force points of Xiao Xu's ruler were crystal clear. He stepped forward, dodging the ruler and tapping a finger on Xiao Xu's wrist. Xiao Xu immediately felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and the ruler slipped from his hand. Ziruo caught the ruler, turned it around, and pointed the thick back of the ruler at Xiao Xu, saying, "How is it? Are you convinced?" You use techniques," Xiao Xu said unconvincingly. "I knew you wouldn't be convinced," Ziruo sneered. throwing the ruler down. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more words with you. Farewell. As he said this, Ziruo took off the ring and handed it back to Ming Qiao. Without saying anything, he turned and left. At that moment, Ming Qiao suddenly said, Prince Yin, please wait. Chapter 50. The Separation of Master and Disciple, the Legacy of the Demon Embryo. Ming Qiao walked up to Xiao Xu and said in a deep voice, Xiao Xu, I want you to swear an oath to never again make enemies with the Prince Yin. Xiao Xu looked at Ming Qiao in confusion. Master, if the Prince Yin had any intention to harm you, you would have died 3 years ago. He has spared you time and again, and saved me on multiple occasions. Anyone with a shred of conscience should not continue to regard him as an enemy. Ming Qiao said, taking out a spatial ring as she spoke. Swear that you will no longer oppose the Prince Yin, and I will still be your master. Xiao Xu's face instantly darkened. He glared at Ziruo and Jiang Ningen, then turned to Ming Qiao and said, If I don't agree, are you going to go to Ziruo's side? Master, so even you are one of those who fawns on the powerful. Is it because you followed me for so long and still haven't been able to restore your flesh that you're in a hurry? Go ahead. I, Xiao Xu, don't need anyone's help. Ziruo, I will kill him sooner or later. Ming Qiao felt her heart sink at these words. Her hands trembled with anger as she pointed at Xiao Xu. Xiao Xu, you? Say that again. Seeing Ming Qiao's expression, Xiao Xu realized he had gone too far and was about to backtrack. But then Ziruo chuckled and said, Xiao Xu, no matter how deep the grudge between you and me, it shouldn't affect the bond between master and disciple. You should apologize to your master. Xiao Xu's anger flared again. He turned his head and said, If you want to leave, then leave. I, Xiao Xu, don't need anyone's help. Ming Qiao laughed coldly. Fine, fine. I've really taught a great disciple. In my life, I've misjudged 2 people. One turned me into this wandering ghost, and the other, out of stubbornness, even abandoned his master. Very well indeed. She raised a hand as if to strike, but then lowered it and said, According to the rules of the Medicine King Valley, anyone who betrays the sect must have their cultivation fraichu. Since I've used your cultivation to awaken my consciousness, I'll spare you this punishment. Go, and I never want to see you again. Master! Xiao Xu, despite his regret, knew the words had been spoken and there was no going back. He gritted his teeth, glared at Ziruo, and turned to walk into the depths of the forest. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The separation of master and disciple, Xiao Xu's luck value has plummeted to its lowest point, luck protection has disappeared, and the outcome selection for Xiao Xu has been activated. Option 1. Shatter the heavens, kill Xiao Xu, and gain a large amount of villain points. Option 2. The heavens fall, lure Xiao Xu onto the path of villainy, gain a large amount of villain points, and receive additional villain points based on the impact he causes. Ziruo smiled faintly. With Xiao Xu's luck value gone, killing him would be an easy task. The best choice was to use him to gain more benefits. Ziruo used his consciousness to control the demon god, making it invisible as he left the group and quietly followed Xiao Xu. At that moment, Luomo and Tian approached Ziruo and said, Mr. Yin, could you please come with us? Where to? Ziruo asked. To the depths of the 10,000 mountains, to the valley of the gods. Luomo said, to meet the gods of our various orc tribes. Ziruo was momentarily stunned but quickly caught on. He asked doubtfully, You mean those beasts? To outsiders, yes, but we hope you will refer to them as gods, as we do, Luomo said. The beast god now considers you its relative. If it leaves the 10,000 mountains with you, the future of the Sorenzu will be in peril. Ziruo nodded immediately. To control the Sorenzu through the beast god, it was essential to understand their other deities. When do we leave? Ziruo asked. Not so soon. It's already late. Please rest tonight, and we'll set off early tomorrow morning, Luomo said. Ziruo turned to look at Ming Qiao, who seemed disheartened. He smiled and said, "What are your plans, Elder Ming Qiao?" Ming Qiao looked at the spatial ring in her hand, her face pale. She sighed and said, "I don't know. Without a host, my soul energy will soon dissipate, and I'll have to return to the ring." Ziruo said, "Elder Ming Qiao, I understand that after Xiao Xu's words, it would be inappropriate for you to stay with me. Why not give the ring to Ningen? This way, you can slowly find someone worthy of entrusting it to, and perhaps one day gather enough divine herbs to restore your flesh, freeing you from depending on anyone. What do you think?" There was no real difference between Ming Qiao following Jiang Ningen or Ziruo. Ziruo's suggestion was merely to ease Ming Qiao's concerns. As long as she stayed with Ziruo, he would eventually win her over. Indeed, upon hearing Ziruo's words, Ming Qiao said, "Thank you, Prince Yin. If only Xiao Xu, if only he had half your magnanimity, things wouldn't have come to this." She turned to Jiang Ningen and said, "Miss Ningen, don't worry. I'll be in seclusion for a while and won't intrude on your thoughts." Jiang Ningen quickly replied, "Elder Ming Qiao, you're overthinking." Meanwhile, Chuning quietly pulled Ziruo aside and said, "Prince Yin, what about the demon embryo?" Ziruo smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already arranged everything." Chuning frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, "Could this have too much of an impact on the Beastmen clan? After all, they aren't really evil people." Ziruo glanced at Chuning and smiled. To achieve harmony between two factions, it's not just about one side being weak. Peace depends on the decisions of the leaders of both sides. What can we do about it? Chuning seemed to understand something and nodded lightly. "I see. It's a good thing you're Tianqua's master. With you around, the Chaos Ancient Empire will one day have a true emperor." Ziruo smiled but said no more. On the other side, Xiao Xu wandered aimlessly through the forest, his mind repeating the same question over and over. Did I do something wrong? Why is everyone leaving me? Is it really my fault? He couldn't understand. From the beginning, it was Ziruo who had stolen his love, yet in the end, he was the one left abandoned by everyone. Am I really just a worthless nobody? As Xiao Xu wandered aimlessly through the forest, a dark mist slowly coalesced in the shadows, forming the shape of a female beastman holding a deep purple flesh ball. "Friend ahead, could you lend me a hand?" The female beastman called out to Xiao Xu. Xiao Xu walked over instinctively, seeing the flesh ball in her hand. He asked doubtfully, "What can I do to help?" The female beastman quickly said, "Could you hold this demonic embryo for me?" Chapter 51. Xiao Xu's Descent into Madness, the Fall of the Heavens. "A demon fetus?" Xiao Xu exclaimed, his eyes widening as he stared at the purple flesh ball. "You say this is a demon fetus?" As a member of the Xiao family, he had some knowledge of demon fetuses. The female beastkin replied, "That's right. This is a demon fetus. I went through great effort to find it. I plan to throw it into a volcano to prevent anyone from using their blood to hatch it and fall into demonhood." "That would be terrible." Xiao Xu quickly asked, "The volcano is so far away from here. How do you plan to transport it? Why not ask others to help you?" "This is a demon fetus. Ordinary people who see it will be drawn to its demonic aura. If someone can't resist and uses their blood to hatch it, successfully falling into demonhood, all my efforts would be in vain," the female beastkin explained. "Then why did you ask me to help you?" Xiao Xu asked, puzzled. "Aren't you the one who helped the Chi-Hu tribe with their beast god awakening ceremony?" "I saw you at the Chi-Hu tribe," the female beastkin said. "I thought you were someone trustworthy." Hearing this, Xiao Xu's heart stirred. After experiencing betrayal after betrayal, being trusted felt like a rebirth to him. He immediately said, "How can I help you?" "Just watch over it for a while. I need to rest. I've been walking all day and I'm exhausted," the female beastkin said. Xiao Xu nodded. "Go ahead and rest. I'll guard it here." The female beastkin smiled and nodded, then climbed up a tree, found a comfortable branch, and fell asleep. Xiao Xu knew this was a common habit of beastkin in the wild, so he didn't say anything more. He simply sat beside the demon fetus, gradually falling into confusion again. The night forest was as quiet as water, with only the chirping of insects and occasional owl calls. Yet, Xiao Xu's mind was in turmoil. He kept recalling what had just happened, a strange feeling lingering in his heart, making him sigh repeatedly. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Do you crave power?" Xiao Xu was startled and quickly looked around. "Who's there?" The female beastkin on the tree seemed to be awakened by him. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Xiao Xu quickly said, "Did you just speak?" "Speak? I didn't speak. Didn't speak?" The female beastkin muttered, then fell asleep again. Xiao Xu didn't think the voice had come from the female beastkin. Her voice, though rough, was unmistakably female. The voice he had just heard was dry and old, as if it had come from right beside his ear. Xiao Xu furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, "Could I have been mistaken?" The continuous blows had made him doubt himself, as if he were becoming somewhat paranoid. Just then, another voice echoed in Xiao Xu's ear. "Why don't you want the power to reclaim what you've lost?" Xiao Xu's scalp tingled, and he suddenly sat up, drawing his long ruler and preparing for battle. "Who's hiding and skulking around? Show yourself." In his panic, Xiao Xu finally noticed the demon fetus before him. His heart skipped a beat as he said in a low voice, "Could it be you?" "It is indeed me," the voice echoed once more in Xiao Xu's ear. Under the moonlight of the dark night, the demon fetus glowed with a faint, cold light. "You want to lure me into demonhood?" "Never!" Xiao Xu exclaimed in shock. "This isn't a lure, but a persuasion," the demon fetus said. "You lack power, and I lack a body. This is called cooperation. Besides, your enemies outside are powerful. How long would it take for you to cultivate enough to avenge yourself? Don't you want to reclaim what you've lost at all?" Xiao Xu stood frozen, his eyes vacant as he muttered, "What I've lost? I want it back. I want it back." As he spoke, he channeled a surge of qi to slice his right hand, and blood immediately gushed out. "Are you sure the power I gain will allow me to reclaim what I've lost?" Xiao Xu asked again. The demon fetus, sensing the blood nearby, grew excited. "I'm sure. Give it to me. The smell of blood. I can't wait any longer." Xiao Xu gritted his teeth and dripped his blood onto the demon fetus. The demon fetus began to hatch, turning into purple gas that surged into Xiao Xu's nose. His face turned a deep shade of purple, and he let out a painful growl from his throat. At that moment, the female beastkin suddenly jumped down from the tree. Although Xiao Xu was still in the process of descending into demonhood, his mind remained somewhat clear. Seeing the female beastkin had noticed his state, he felt ashamed and wanted to hide. But the female beastkin only grinned and laughed. Then, a black mist surrounded her, and from it emerged a strange creature resembling a lion. What are you?" Xiao Xu growled, his voice filled with pain. "I am the demon god of Ziruo, master's subordinate. You may call me Fire 8, the lion said, its eyes filled with mockery. "Ziruo?" Xiao Xu exclaimed in shock. "You mean, this demon fetus was also given to me by him?" The demon god sneered and said, "Not just that." As it spoke, the demon god transformed into Ziruo's form, with a black and gold cape flowing behind him. It said in a deep voice, "Xiao Xu, listen carefully. From the moment you entered the Jiang family, everything you've experienced has been under my control. I was the one who sowed discord between you and Jiang Ningen, and between you and Ming Qiao. Even this demon god speaking to you now was obtained after I killed your grandfather, Xiao Sheng." The demon god leaned close to Xiao Xu's ear and whispered, "Your entire life has been nothing but a puppet in my hands. I could destroy you with ease." Xiao Xu's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched so tightly that blood seeped from his gums, dripping down his chin. From his throat came a low growl, "Yen, Wu, Xia, I will make you suffer." At this point, Xiao Xu's mind was already consumed by demonic influence, and with the words of the demon god Fire 8, all he could think of was revenge. A sinister demonic aura enveloped his entire body. "Ziruo, I will kill you." Xiao Xu's eyes were crimson as he swung his giant ruler at the demon god, sending a wave of demonic energy surging toward it. The demon god merely laughed coldly and turned into a puff of smoke, disappearing without a trace. Xiao Xu's mind was now filled with nothing but violence and slaughter. Seeing the demon god vanish, his anger turned to the surrounding area. With a swing of his ruler, he snapped all the nearby trees. In no time, a group of beastkin surrounded him. Seeing Xiao Xu's appearance, they were shocked. "Who are you?" Xiao Xu's mouth curled into a sinister smile. With his giant ruler, he charged into the group of beastkin, wielding demonic energy. Chapter 52. The Valley of the Gods, the Grand Altar. Reporting to the Master, everything has been done as you instructed. Demon God Huoban knelt before Ziruo and said, Xiao Xu has completely succumbed to the demonic path. I even led a group of orcs to him and left only after witnessing him slaughter every last one of them. Ziruo nodded and smiled, saying, Very good. You may return. The demon god's usefulness was simply unparalleled. With this invisible and traceless assistant, Ziruo no longer needed to dirty his own hands for any task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Xiao Xu demonization mission option, earning 10,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Xiao Xu branch, earning the reward Demon Heart Secret Codex. Demon Heart Secret Codex, a top-tier cultivation technique of the lower realm, divided into 12 levels. Cultivation passively accumulates demonic energy, with each 4 levels unlocking a new ultimate skill. First ultimate skill, Demon Heart Root, converts demonic energy into a demonic seed, allowing temporary control over the target's actions and speech, with duration increasing with the level of the technique. Second ultimate skill, Demonic Ascension, temporarily breaks through cultivation limits, consuming half of the accumulated demonic energy to deliver an attack exceeding one's current cultivation level, with strength determined by the accumulated demonic energy. Third ultimate skill, Heavenly Demon's Heart, consumes all demonic energy to activate an invincible state, repairing all injuries upon deactivation. This unexpected reward brought a pleasant surprise to Ziruo. The outcome of Xiao Xu had gifted him with such a top-tier cultivation technique. Looking at the system monitor showing Xiao Xu wandering aimlessly in the forest like a headless fly, Ziruo couldn't help but chuckle. It wasn't that Ziruo lacked sympathy for Xiao Xu, but the latter's personality was too easily manipulated. The 3-year agreement had accumulated endless resentment in him, turning it into motivation to shock the Jiang family. However, he had encountered Ziruo, a seemingly insurmountable obstacle. Not only had 3 years of cultivation gone to waste, but he had also lost his only bug-level item, the Origin Divine Flame, and caused Jiang Ningen to distance herself from him. If given time to grow and temper his character, Ziruo's simple psychological tactics would have been rendered ineffective. Unfortunately, he's still young and impulsive, Ziruo mused with a smile, lying back on the bed. Beside him, the beast god monkey, half asleep, glanced at him, rolled over, and fell back asleep. Ziruo soon drifted off as well. The next morning, Taiyan and his daughters, Luomo and Luoya, were already waiting at the door. As soon as Ziruo finished washing up, they hurried over and said, Mr. Yin, something big has happened. What happened? Ziruo asked, pretending to be unaware. Last night, at least 3 orc tribes were attacked by someone. The attacker was incredibly powerful. Even dozens of orc warriors in berserk mode couldn't stop him, Luomo said gravely. And according to their descriptions, the attacker's clothing and weapons resemble Xiao Xu. Taiyan added. He also said he wants to take revenge on you, our benefactor. Princess Luoya quickly chimed in. Ziruo pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, Why would he massacre across various tribes? Where is he now? He's said to have fled deeper into the forest. Taiyan replied. There's a chance he'll encounter other tribes. As they spoke, Jiang Ningen and Chuning approached, curious, and asked, What's going on? Ziruo briefly explained the situation to them. Jiang Ningen frowned and said, Xiao Xu couldn't handle failure and resorted to massacring innocents. He's really going too far. Chu Ning, however, looked at Yin Ziruo with suspicion and transmitted her question. What's really going on? I'm not sure, but I suspect he might have picked up the demonic embryo I discarded, Yin Ziruo replied. Given his personality, he would have tried to unseal it. I'm just curious how he knew the method to unseal it. Chu Ning sighed and said, That's not surprising. He's from the Xiao family, which has some familiarity with demonic embryos. Knowing the unsealing method is understandable. It's just a pity that both Xiao Xu and his grandfather succumbed to the demonic path because of it. We've already dispatched the strongest warriors from our tribe to assist in capturing him. I believe we'll catch him soon. Tian said. If not, we'll seek help from the gods in the Valley of the Gods. They'll surely be able to capture him without trouble. Yin Ziruo nodded and said, He's still my friend. If you capture him, please don't harm him. Princess Luoya smiled and said, Our benefactor is truly kind-hearted. Tian nodded and said, In that case, let's set off. It will take some time to reach the Valley of the Gods from here. Afterwards, Tian brought a group of winged tiger mounts, Luo and Luoya. Having returned their leopard eagles, each mounted a winged tiger. As they flew, Yin Ziruo noticed the differences between the leopard eagles and the winged tigers. The leopard eagles were incredibly fast, almost matching Yin Ziruo's full speed, but they lacked endurance, requiring several breaks during the journey from the leopard eagle tribe to the winged tiger tribe. The winged tiger mounts, while not as fast as the leopard eagles, excelled in endurance, flying all day without rest and maintaining extreme stability. The group even ate their meals while riding the winged tigers. Just as the sky was about to darken again, they arrived at a deep valley. Half of the valley was covered in dense forest, while the other half was barren desert, separated by a wide river. The vast expanse of sand and lush forest seemed like two separate worlds, surprising everyone. Tian said, Follow me, everyone. In the Valley of the Gods, besides the deities of our various tribes, there are also extremely vicious evil gods who don't care if we are the children of the beast god. The group descended into the valley and continued walking for a while until they reached the river at the boundary between the desert and the forest. The sight before them once again startled everyone. At the juncture where the river and the canyon divided the four pieces of land, there stood a grand and towering altar. The stone pillars of the altar were as tall as 20 men. The four corners of the altar were connected to the four pieces of land, supported by four stone pillars, hovering above the river. Chu Ning exclaimed in amazement, This is astonishing. Was this structure built by the orcs? No, this was built by the original beast god of the orcs, so that the gods could hear our prayers, Princess Luoya explained. Please wait a moment. Tian waved his hand, and a group of orcs brought over a dozen domesticated animals to the altar, where they were slaughtered, spilling blood across the ground. At that moment, more orcs slowly gathered behind them. They seemed to be from other tribes, each carrying sacrificial offerings. Upon seeing Tian and Luo, they exchanged greetings and ascended the altar with their offerings. In no time, the altar was piled high with hundreds of various animal carcasses, and the air was filled with the scent of blood. Chapter 53. Sacred Beasts, the Fury of the Beast God. Chu Ning and Jiang Ningen had already covered their mouths and noses, their faces looking rather pale. The sight before them was simply too much to bear. At that moment, roars and cries echoed from all directions, each sound unique, some thunderous, others sharp and lingering. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. A towering beast, nearly dozens of meters tall, folded its wings and descended. It resembled a swan, but its beak was long and slender, like that of a crane. It picked up several large fish from the altar and swallowed them in one gulp. Among the beastmen, a group immediately prostrated themselves, shouting loudly, The Tianhe tribe pays homage to the Tianhe god. The Tianhe beast glanced at the beastmen, flapped its wings, and a gust of energy lifted the group to their feet. It then slowly landed on one of the stone pillars. Just then, a whistling sound pierced the air. Everyone looked up to see a massive tree hurtling toward the Tianhe beast. The Tianhe beast casually flapped its wings, and the tree flew past its feet, landing with a splash in the lake. It then calmly returned to the stone pillar, turning to face the direction from which the tree had come. From the forest, a massive black bear leapt out. The black bear was also dozens of meters tall. Though it resembled a bear, its limbs were more like those of an ape, with hands instead of claws, making its bulky frame surprisingly agile. The Yuanxiong tribe pays homage to the Yuanxiong god. Another group of beastmen prostrated themselves, shouting. The black bear leapt onto the altar, grabbed a few fish, and stuffed them into its mouth. After searching around, it became furious and barked at the beastmen. Why are there so few fish for me? The beastmen were shocked and stammered. It's. I ate more, the Tianhe beast said disdainfully. Consider it punishment for your earlier disrespect. You stupid bird, want to fight? Do I look like I'm afraid of you? At that moment, a light chuckle came from the little monkey perched on Yen Ruo's head. The Tianhe beast and the black bear turned their attention to Yen Ruo. Yen Ruo smiled and picked up the little monkey, saying, Be polite. The little monkey giggled gleefully. This aura. The Tianhe beast was nearly speechless with shock. It's the beast god. No doubt about it. This aura. It must be the beast god. The black bear exclaimed in astonishment, then knelt halfway and said solemnly, Subordinate pays respects to the beast god. The Tianhe beast followed suit, kneeling on one knee and declaring, The return of the beast god brings blessings to the 10,000 mountains. The little monkey, however, leapt onto the stone pillar and climbed up to the altar, ignoring the Tianhe beast and the black bear. It grabbed a calf and began stuffing it into its mouth. Seeing this, Yen Ruo leapt up, grabbed the monkey by the neck, and pulled it down. She then sliced off a small piece of meat from the calf, jumped back, and said, Don't eat raw meat. It will give you parasites. She controlled the fire energy, roasted the meat with divine flames, and handed it to the little monkey. The Tianhe beast and the black bear were dumbfounded. The scene before them was beyond their comprehension. How could the beast god seem like a pet to this human? Even stranger, the beast god didn't seem to mind at all, and even appeared to be quite happy. At that moment, more roars and cries echoed, and several more massive beasts flew onto the altar, including the Chihu god and the Baoying god. The altar was soon filled with towering beasts. Besides the Tianhe and Yuanxiong, there were also the Malu, Hulong, Shixiang, and Exi. Chu Ning and Jiang Ningen swallowed hard. They had never seen so many beasts in their lives. And these weren't ordinary beasts. Even at a glance, their cultivation levels were at least at the saint level. Not to mention the beastmen's terrifying secret technique, berserk transformation. If these beasts could also go berserk, their combat power would rival the Luanggu continent. After all, even on the Luanggu continent, only 13 saints were publicly known. The bizarre beasts seemed to have their own rivalries, exchanging a few taunts before selecting their offerings and eating. Then they noticed the stunned expressions of the Tianhe and Yuanxiong. What's wrong with you two? The other beasts asked curiously. The Tianhe beast pointed at Yen Ruo and said, The beast god has appeared. The other beasts turned to look at Yen Ruo, only to see the little monkey in her arms, happily eating roasted meat, its mouth covered in grease. This is the beast god, the beasts exclaimed in shock. It dares to call itself the beast god? Just as the beasts were too stunned to speak, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Another beast descended. It was much smaller than the others, only about 3 meters tall, with a bull's head and a monkey's body. On its back was a wide blade, and one of its eyes had a scar running from the top of its head to the corner of its mouth. It coldly stared at the little monkey in Yen Ruo's hands and said, The beast god is the strongest divine being of our beast race. How could it become a pet for a mere insect? Bull demon, what did you say? The black bear roared angrily. The beastmen and the beast god have a contract. They are our dependents, not insects. The contract was signed by the beast god, not me, the bull demon sneered. Protecting a bunch of insects. No wonder it was killed. Yen Ruo frowned and whispered to Princess Luoya, Who is this bull demon? He doesn't seem very respectful toward the beast god. Among the gods of the Valley of the Gods, some are friendly to the beastmen, while others are hostile. The bull demon is the leader of the hostile gods. Do you see the scar on his eye? That's from his battle with the previous beast god for supremacy, Princess Luoya whispered, trying to keep her voice low. But even at such a low volume, the bull demon heard her. He snorted with anger, his nostrils flaring as he bellowed at Princess Luoya. You insignificant insect of the Bowing tribe, dare to reveal my scars. Die! The bull demon drew the wide blade from his back, leapt off the altar, and swung the blade toward Princess Luoya. Yin Ruo's brow furrowed, and without hesitation, she raised her hand, summoning dozens of chains to block the blade's path. But the blade was nearly 3 meters long, and combined with the bull demon's powerful strike, the chains didn't even hold for a moment before being sliced in two. In a panic, Yin Ruo shoved Princess Luoya out of the way, but in doing so, she found herself in the path of the blade, and the roasted meat in the little monkey's hand flew away. As the bull demon's saint-level strike was about to cleave Yin Ruo in two, a furious roar rang out. Get out of here! Chapter 54, The Bull Demon's Challenge, The Seeds of the Demon Heart. Suddenly, the little monkey in Yin Ziruo's arms emitted an astonishing aura. The aura materialized into a giant monkey form, which stretched out its hand to grasp the bull demon and flung him away with force. The sudden appearance of the giant monkey form caught everyone, both beastmen and exotic beasts, off guard. Before anyone could react, the monkey's aura dissipated just as quickly as it had appeared. Looking back at the little monkey, it was now clutching the belt of Yin Ziruo's cloak with both hands, staring up at her with big eyes and saying, "Meat, meat." Yin Ziruo, still shaken from her near-death experience, had instinctively rushed to save someone and nearly lost her life. After all, the bull demon was a genuine saint-level being. Seeing the little monkey's innocent appearance, she couldn't help but soften her heart. She leaped onto the altar, amidst the stares of 7 or 8 exotic beasts, and cut a piece of untouched meat from the remaining feast before jumping back down. What more do you have to say now? Xianxia sneered at the bull demon. Even if there's something wrong with the beast god, it is undeniably the beast god. The bull demon, just having steadied himself in midair, sneered in response. It was just a momentary burst of aura. I don't believe it can transform into its true form at will. As he spoke, he raised his long blade, and an earth-shaking aura instantly enveloped the weapon. The blade's energy extended tens of meters, piercing into the river and causing the water to boil. Bull demon, are you mad? The exotic beasts were shocked and quickly stepped in front of the bull demon, blocking him. If you dare to harm the beast god, we will never rest until we have our revenge. If you want to harm the beast god, you'll have to get through us first. Everyone, attack together. Let's deal with him first. The exotic beasts surrounded the bull demon, desperately trying to prevent him from striking. The bull demon, however, only laughed coldly. It's you who are mad. Take a good look. Is it really the beast god? Even if it is, how can it lead the beastmen to glory in its current state? It would be better for me to kill it and allow its divine essence to be reborn. Hearing this, the exotic beasts turned to look at the little monkey. If it truly couldn't lead the beastmen to rise again, they wouldn't mind if the bull demon killed it. Seeing the hesitation on the exotic beasts' faces, Yin Ziruo couldn't help but laugh. Pointing at the group, she turned to Princess Luoya and said, "Is this the so-called god of the beastmen? A bunch of ungrateful traitors?" "Human girl, what did you say?" the bowing beast roared angrily. "If it weren't for the fact that you came with members of my tribe, I would have eaten you by now." Yin Ziruo, holding the little monkey, sneered. "Am I wrong? When the beast god was missing, you were desperate to find it and held this ceremony. Now that the beast god has appeared, you want to kill it just because you doubt its ability to lead the beastmen. Is this what you call unity among the beastmen? If I'm not mistaken, the Tianhe and Xianxia tribes often clash, don't they?" Yin Ziruo turned to the leaders of those tribes. "Well, There are frequent disputes and wars over fish, the leaders admitted. Ziruo sneered. When the leaders are corrupt, the followers will follow suit. You gods are constantly fighting among yourselves, and the beastmen, influenced by you, are always at war. Even if there is a beast god, can you control your own private battles? The exotic beasts, having lived for centuries or even millennia, understood the truth but were blinded by their own prejudices and conflicts. Hearing Ziruo's words, they felt ashamed. The bull demon, however, only laughed coldly. If that's the case, then the beast god is even more unnecessary. The previous beast god set a rule that whoever defeats him can take his place. Today, I, the bull demon, will avenge myself and challenge the beast god. Shameless, Jiang exclaimed. The little monkey was born only 2 days ago. You're taking advantage of its youth. Survival of the fittest. A hungry wolf doesn't spare its prey because it's young. There's no such thing as dishonesty among the beastmen. Only you humans have such hypocritical emotions, the bull demon sneered. If I kill it, I will be the new beast god. Chuning was shocked and immediately transmitted her thoughts to Ziruo. This bull demon harbors prejudice against humans. If he becomes the beast god, he will surely incite conflict between the beastmen, exotic beasts, and the ancient empire. Ziruo frowned, then suddenly had an idea. She sneered and addressed the bull demon. What if the little monkey defeats you? The bull demon, furious but laughing, declared loudly, What a joke! If it can defeat me in this state, I will willingly submit and serve it unconditionally. Is that a promise? Ziruo sneered. We beastmen never make empty promises, the bull demon snorted. But of course, it has to actually defeat me. Tianhe glanced at the bull demon, then flew over to Ziruo's side. Human child, the bull demon is at the 5th rank of the celestial beast realm, equivalent to your human saint rank 5. Don't be reckless. If things get too dangerous, take the beast god and flee. We'll hold him off. But Ziruo calmly replied, running is not the solution. If he wants to chase, you can't guard against him forever. Don't worry, I have a plan. As she spoke, she gently held the little monkey and whispered, This is to protect your position. Don't blame me. With that, Ziruo activated the demon heart secret technique, planting a demon seed within the little monkey's body. The little monkey trusted Ziruo completely and didn't resist at all. As the demon seed took root, its eyes gradually glazed over. Meanwhile, Ziruo entered a profound state, seeing through her own eyes but controlling the little monkey's body. A surge of incredible power coursed through the monkey's body, and even a slight movement felt capable of shattering mountains and rivers. This is the power of a saint rank 5? Astonishing. Truly astonishing. Ziruo controlled the little monkey as it slowly stepped forward, leaping onto the altar. Looking up at the bull demon in the sky, she said, Come. The bull demon was startled. Could it be that he had misjudged? Was the beast god feigning weakness? Seeing his hesitation, Ziruo, worried that the effects of the demon seed might wear off, spoke firmly. If you don't come, you lose. The bull demon snapped out of his reverie and sneered. Trying to scare me? Watch as I turn the tides. With that, the bull demon drew his long blade and spun around. The blade's energy extending tens of meters as it sliced through the mountaintop, leveling a section of the peak before hurtling toward the little monkey. Chapter 55. The bull demon submits. Xiao Xu arrives. The bull demon stood over 3 meters tall, and its blade energy extended for dozens of meters, while the little monkey was barely the size of a palm. This scene made everyone unable to bear watching, as if the beast god monkey would be turned into minced meat by the bull demon's blade in the next moment. Roar! To everyone's surprise, a furious roar echoed, and the giant monkey's spirit shadow reappeared, slapping the blade energy into smithereens with a casual wave. Then, the little monkey leaped into the air, and the giant monkey's spirit shadow punched out, unleashing a force like a tidal wave, swift as a gale and powerful as an avalanche, creating a loud explosion in the air as it slammed towards the bull demon. The bull demon, seeing this, was greatly alarmed and quickly dodged to the side. The force howled forward, flying straight down the canyon for over 100 meters, crashing into the mountain wall, instantly flattening the entire protruding section and turning it into a cloud of dust that floated into the river without even causing a ripple. The bull demon was drenched in cold sweat at the sight. Everyone else was also stunned by what they had just witnessed. That was just a casual punch, yet the mountain wall, hundreds of meters high and tens of meters wide, was instantly reduced to ashes, and that wasn't even a direct hit. Was this the power hidden within the seemingly fragile little monkey? Ziruo, controlling the little monkey, sneered after landing a successful punch and prepared to strike the bull demon again. The bull demon dared not withstand the blow and quickly retreated to dodge. The scattered punches spread like wildfire scorching dry grass, causing the entire canyon to expand outward by dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. The bull demon, continuously dodging, no longer had the arrogance from before. Any punch that landed on him, even if it didn't kill him instantly, would certainly leave more than just a scar above his eye. At that moment, the little monkey suddenly stopped its attack. The giant monkey spirit shadow gathered energy in its hands, and a scorching heat emanated from them, causing the temperature in the entire valley to rise. Even the air between the spirit shadow's hands seemed to warp. "This is the beast god's azure ablaze." Tian, he exclaimed excitedly. Yuan Xiong also shouted loudly, "Bull demon, you've angered the beast god. Do you not know the power of the azure ablaze?" The bull demon's heart trembled at these words. In the past, he dared to challenge the beast god because he knew the beast god would consider their shared kinship among beasts and never truly harm him. Even the scar above his eye was from a sword he accidentally slashed back. But once the beast god used the azure ablaze, it meant he was truly going to kill. The bull demon was now caught between a rock and a hard place: surrender or be incinerated by the azure ablaze. Just as Ziruo controlled the little monkey to leap and deliver a punch with the azure ablaze directly at the bull demon, a voice shouted loudly, "Ziruo, I'll kill you." The deranged Xiao Xu, with bloodshot eyes, appeared from nowhere, his giant ruler infused with demonic energy, smashing towards Ziruo. Ziruo's heart skipped a beat. The little monkey's hand was still holding the azure ablaze. If she controlled the monkey to block Xiao Xu might not die, but her own body would definitely be affected. But if she let Xiao Xu attack, with his demonic strength, that strike would leave her body severely injured, if not dead. In this split second, the azure ablaze on the little monkey's hand suddenly extinguished. The time for the demon heart seed had just run out, and the little monkey, now without Ziruo's control, directly leaped into the bull demon's embrace. On the other side, Ziruo, regaining control of her body, decisively turned around and unleashed the full power of the prison realm scripture, creating countless chains that crisscrossed in all directions, forming an impenetrable wall that blocked Xiao Xu. After intercepting Xiao Xu's attack, the chains disassembled and reassembled, forming an iron sphere that trapped Xiao Xu's body, leaving only his head exposed. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Neither the bull demon nor the other beasts, not even Jiang Ningen and Chu Ning by Ziruo's side, had time to react. The bull demon picked up the little monkey with a puzzled look in his eyes. He couldn't understand why the beast god had suddenly stopped its attack with the azure ablaze, just as it was about to hit him. The little monkey grinned at the bull demon, pointed at the remaining meat on the altar, and said, "Meat? Meat?" Tian, he chuckled and said, "Bull demon, don't you understand the beast god's meaning? The beast god wants you to give him some meat as a gesture of peace." The bull demon lowered his head and said gravely, "Beast god, the bull demon submits. From now on, the bull demon is willing to serve you unconditionally, never to rebel." As he spoke, the bull demon leaped off the altar, cut a piece of meat, and handed it to the little monkey. The little monkey sniffed it, glanced at Ziruo, and handed it back to the bull demon, saying, "Raw, can't eat?" "That's easy." The bull demon laughed, using his chi to heat the blade, rolling the meat on it twice, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. Meanwhile, Yin Ziruo, still shaken, looked at Xiao Xu trapped in the iron sphere and cursed inwardly. How careless! She had nearly lost her life. The state of the demon heart seed couldn't be exited voluntarily, and she had almost let the already defeated Xiao Xu take advantage of the situation. All this time, she had relied on the system to act recklessly, but today's near-death experiences made her realize that even with the system, this world remained fraught with danger, and she could never let her guard down. Chu Ning, seeing Xiao Xu's state, frowned and said, "He's truly possessed by demons. He must have followed the scent of blood." Jiang Ningen was surprised and said, "You mean he's possessed by demons? Just like his grandfather? Where did you throw the demon seed?" Jiang Ningen, realizing the presence of the beastmen, lowered her voice and asked, "Where did you throw the demon seed?" "On the road from the leopard eagle tribe to the winged tiger tribe. I didn't expect him to find it." Yin Ziruo sighed. "Chu Ning, is there a way to purge the demonic energy from him?" Chu Ning shook her head. Demonic possession depends on the person's inner flaws. Xiao Shang, back then, was consumed by hatred and was infested with demonic energy for 100 years before the sect sent me to suppress it. Now, Xiao Xu's demonic energy is at its peak, and his obsession with revenge is even deeper than Xiao Shang's. Jiang Ningen drew her sword and said solemnly, "Although our ties are severed, I can't watch him suffer like this. Let me end his suffering." At that moment, Ming Qiao appeared from the spatial ring and stopped Jiang Ningen. "Wait, let me try." Jiang Ningen sheathed her sword. Ming Qiao took out a pill from the spatial ring and said, "This pill was originally meant to save another demon-possessed person. Who would have thought? Things have changed." As she spoke, she placed the pill into Xiao Xu's mouth. The purple demonic energy from Xiao Xu's body immediately flew out of his mouth and lingered in the air. Xiao Xu's eyes regained a hint of clarity. "Where am I?" Xiao Xu shook his head and looked around. Chapter 56. Control of the Demon Seed. Xiao Xu's Downfall. Seeing the situation, Yin Ziruo stepped forward, placing her hand on the iron sphere, restraining Xiao Xu while secretly planting a demon seed within him. She said, "Xiao Xu, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been invaded by demonic energy." Xiao Xu, initially confused, looked at Yin Ziruo, then his face suddenly changed. Pointing at her, he shouted angrily, "It's you, Yin Ziruo. It's you." "Yes, it's me," Yin Ziruo sighed. "This matter is of great importance, and I can't say much. Due to my mistake, you were invaded by demonic energy. If you really want to blame me, I'm willing to accept it." Ming Qiao, seeing this, furrowed her brows and whispered to Jiang Ningen, "What does Yin the Prince mean by saying that Xiao Xu being possessed by demons is related to him?" Jiang Ningen glanced back at the group of beasts and whispered, "The demon fetus was used by Emperor Chutan AI to coerce Ziruo into bringing it to the 10,000 mountains. Its purpose was to weaken the beastman's strength." Feeling compassion, Ziruo discarded the demon fetus, but who could have known? Ming Qiao nodded upon hearing this and turned to look at Xiao Xu, saying, "Let's talk about this outside." Xiao Xu sneered and said, "Elder Ming Qiao, are you so quick to side with Yin Ziruo? Why don't you ask about how he framed me and used the demon god to lure me into hatching the demon fetus?" "Used the demon god to lure you?" Yin Ziruo sneered. "When have I, Yin Ziruo, ever had the ability to control the demon god? Brother Xiao, it was my fault that you encountered the demon fetus, but don't take it too far." Chu Ning also spoke gravely. "Prince Yin didn't leave the beastman's territory yesterday. How could he possibly have the ability to control the demon god and frame you? Moreover, after the demon god war, there are no surviving demon gods in the world. How could one suddenly appear to lure you?" Xiao Xu, being questioned by everyone, found that no one believed him, and he became furious. Pointing at Yin Ziruo, he said, "The demon god he controlled told me himself. Is that not enough? Based on my understanding of the demon fetus, what you saw should have been an illusion. Did you see the so-called demon god only after dripping blood on the demon fetus?" "This yes, but..." Xiao Xu's face showed confusion upon hearing this. Then it's settled, Chuning said. After being invaded by demonic energy, to maximize the amplification of one's obsessions and hatred, those who are possessed will see various illusions. To be frank, Xiao Xu, your will is too weak. I've never seen anyone as deeply possessed as you. If it weren't for Elder Ming Qiao's medicine, you would have died for sure. Hearing Chuning's words, Xiao Xu's mind was filled with the image of the demon god transforming into Ziruo and mocking him incessantly that night. He muttered, "It's impossible. It's impossible. That person must have been Ziruo." At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Xiao Xu's ear. "I told you, everything about you is under my control." Xiao Xu's eyes widened as he looked at Ziruo, who had a look of concern on his face, shaking his head and sighing. "It's you. It's you." Unable to hold back any longer, Xiao Xu shouted furiously at Ziruo, "Ziruo, stop pretending. I'm going to expose your true face today." The moment the words left his mouth, Xiao Xu's eyes suddenly became vacant, and the demon seed erupted, granting Ziruo control over his body. Ziruo, now controlling Xiao Xu, drew a giant ruler and struck directly at himself. Ming Qiao, seeing this, shouted angrily, "Enough!" As she spoke, she stepped in front of Ziruo, tapping her finger on Xiao Xu's chest, sending a surge of energy through his body. Ziruo, controlling Xiao Xu, pretended to be furious as he looked at Ming Qiao, saying, "At a time like this, you're still helping him. I don't have a teacher like you." With that, he charged forward again, swinging the giant ruler directly at Ming Qiao. At this point, the beastmen finally spoke. "Wretch, you've harmed many of our fellow beastmen, and now you dare to commit violence at the altar of the gods." The beastmen simultaneously went berserk, with crimson energy filling the entire canyon as they charged toward Xiao Xu. Ziruo, controlling Xiao Xu, showed no fear. He swung the giant ruler, infusing it with the divine fire of wood, and swept it fiercely toward the approaching beastmen. Ming Qiao, unable to hold back any longer, said softly, "Xiao Xu, stop this nonsense." Meanwhile, Chuning frowned. She could still sense a trace of demonic energy in Xiao Xu and said gravely, "There's still some demonic energy in him that hasn't been eliminated, which is why he's acting this way. What should we do then?" Ming Qiao asked. "There's no way. Can you refine another pill for him? He'll have to resist it himself. Otherwise, that bit of demonic energy will eventually cause him to lose his sanity and fall into possession again." Ming Qiao looked at Xiao Xu and said, "Then it can only depend on himself." The beastmen continued to attack Xiao Xu, who struggled to resist amidst their onslaught. Under Ziruo's control, Xiao Xu showed no mercy. The presence of the divine fire of wood made the beastmen cautious, preventing them from getting too close. At that moment, a voice came from the sky, saying, "Relying on the power of the divine fire to oppress my subjects, step aside." The voice had barely finished when the leaders of the beasts leaped down from the altar, surrounding Xiao Xu and saying, "You've taken the lives of our people. Now leave your own life behind." Just as Ziruo was about to control Xiao Xu to attack, he suddenly regained control of his body as the demonic energy he had stored was exhausted. Xiao Xu, coming to his senses, looked up to see towering beasts surrounding him and his face changed dramatically. He hurriedly said, "What do you want?" "An eye for an eye. You've slaughtered our people. Your life is the price." "Tian," he said. Xiao Xu's face turned ashen. The events after being possessed by demons were only a vague memory to him, like a dream. Ming Qiao quickly said, "He was invaded by demonic energy. The act of killing was beyond his control. Could you spare his life? Then do our people die in vain?" Yuan Xiong also said sternly. Ming Qiao knew she was not in the right, so she looked at Ziruo and said, "Prince Yin, could you plead for Xiao Xu?" Ziruo, knowing that Ming Qiao still had some feelings for Xiao Xu, said gravely, "Don't worry, Elder Ming Qiao. I won't let them harm Xiao Xu." With that, Ziruo stepped forward and said, "Everyone, I know what Xiao Xu did was excessive, but he was truly controlled by demonic energy. He didn't intend to kill the beastmen. Could you, for my sake, let him go? Tian, he said softly, friend of the human race, I can give you face, but how about the other leaders? Will the families of the injured beastmen give you face? Ziruo immediately said, Xiao Xu only has one life. Even if you want him to pay with his life, he can't compensate. However, I have an idea. I don't know if you're willing to hear it. Chapter 57. The beast god remains. The bull demon follows. Speak. Deprive him of his cultivation. Let him build houses for the beastmen, tend to livestock, and never leave the 10,000 mountains for the rest of his life to atone for his wrongdoing. What do you think? Ziruo said gravely. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xu was greatly alarmed and quickly said, I would rather die now. You don't have a choice. The bull demon also descended, slapping a seal onto Xiao Xu. This seal will keep you alive. No one can kill you, and you won't be able to commit suicide either. Just stay in the beastmen tribe and pay off your debt. Wait. Ming Qiao looked at Ziruo and said, Young Master Yin, Xiao Xu still has the divine fire of wood. Could you please use your primordial divine fire to take it away? Xiao Xu was shocked and looked at Ming Qiao, cursing, Ming Qiao, are you still my master? You're kicking me while I'm down. I hate you. Ming Qiao bit her lip, ignoring Xiao Xu's curses, and looked at Ziruo with a helpless gaze. I understand, Ziruo sighed. I believe he will eventually understand your good intentions. As he spoke, Ziruo leaped forward, summoning his primordial divine fire and placing it before him. The divine fires were mutually attracted, and soon a greenish-blue flame separated from Xiao Xu's body, drawn out by the power of the primordial divine fire. Seeing this, Ziruo waved his hand, and the primordial divine fire devoured the divine fire of wood. The crimson core of the fire now had a greenish-blue hue, intertwined with the golden glow of the divine fire of sand. I hate you, Ziruo, Ming Qiao, Jiang Ningen. I hate all of you. Don't let me escape, or I'll make sure you all die a horrible death. Xiao Xu's curses grew louder and louder. The bull demon raised his hand and said, Take him away. The group of beastmen leaders then escorted Xiao Xu out of the canyon. Ming Qiao watched as Xiao Xu was taken away, tears involuntarily streaming down her face. In her eyes, the crimes Xiao Xu had committed were unforgivable, even if he were to die 10 times over. If he retained his divine fire and managed to escape the 10,000 mountains in the future, the disaster he could cause might even affect the beastmen and the Luogu Empire. Ziruo, on the other hand, was overjoyed. With the addition of the divine fire of wood, his primordial divine fire had grown stronger. The bull demon looked at the small monkey in his hand and said, Beast God, are you still hungry? The monkey waved its hand and held its stomach, saying, Full. Tian, he laughed and said, Bull demon, have you changed your ways? Should I share some of my tribe with you, so you can become a leader too? The bull demon glanced at Tian He and said, Aren't you the ones who call me the evil god? Since that's the case, I'll continue being the evil god, punishing those who break the rules in your tribes. That's my way of showing loyalty to the beast god. Furthermore, I will lead the other beasts who have not pledged allegiance to the beast god to form an inspection team. If any of your tribe leaders break the beast god's laws again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning's expression changed, and she secretly transmitted to Ziruo, this is bad. The bull demon's submission has only made these beasts more united. What if they decide to attack the Luogu continent in the future? Ziruo smiled and transmitted back, Don't worry. He then looked at the demonic embryo, which had once again reverted to its spherical form, and said, Fellow beast friends, could I have this demonic embryo? I wish to investigate its origins. What's there to investigate? The bull demon sneered. The demonic embryo comes from the demon Buddha kingdom, something everyone knows. This is a matter between our beastmen and the demon Buddha kingdom, so don't trouble yourselves with it. Ziruo shook his head and said, No, this demonic embryo was brought here by me. Everyone's expressions changed upon hearing this, and Chu Ning was even more astonished, saying, Young Master Yin, Yin Ziruo raised his hand to stop Chu Ning from speaking and continued, however, the reason this demonic embryo appeared in our Luangu continent is what I need to investigate. To be honest, I came to the 10,000 mountains on the orders of the great emperor to investigate the source of this demonic embryo. What a joke. Everyone knows about the chaos of the demon god. You come to the 10,000 mountains to investigate the source of the demonic embryo. Do you think we beast men would send it to your Luangu continent? Tian, he said, somewhat angered. Yin Ziruo shook his head and said, well-known facts don't need further investigation. However, I need to personally investigate where the demonic embryo in the Luangu continent came from. But for now, it seems the beastmen are indeed not the source, which was a miscalculation on my part. The group of beasts laughed coldly and said, you people from the Luangu Empire are too suspicious. If we beastmen wanted to do something to the Luangu continent, why would we use such underhanded tactics? Yin Ziruo nodded and said, with that assurance, I can report back to the great emperor with peace of mind. I hope our two races can maintain eternal peace and support each other. You helped awaken our beast god, and you have done us a great service. I can assure you that as long as you are alive, we beastmen will not attack the Luangu continent, the bull demon said. Yin Ziruo smiled and said, then I thank you all for giving me this face. Since everything has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Unexpectedly, when they heard Yin Ziruo was leaving, the small monkey seemed to sense something. It leaped out of the bull demon's hand, jumped onto Yin Ziruo's shoulder, and climbed back onto his head, waving at the other beasts with an excited expression. This, beast god, you can't leave with them. Tian he quickly said. But the monkey turned its head away, completely ignoring Tian he. The other beasts looked at each other, at a loss. The bull demon then said gravely, if the beast god wants to leave, let him. He is still young and gaining experience by seeing the world as a good thing. Didn't you all once take human forms and travel the continent when you were younger? But, before the other beasts could say anything more, the bull demon transformed into a towering man over 2 meters tall and said, don't worry. I'll follow the beast god and ensure his safety. That should suffice, right? Yin Ziruo's heart leaped with joy. With the demon seed planted, the presence of the beast god monkey was already a formidable weapon. The only downside was that the effect was short-lived, and during that time, his own safety needed protection. But now, with the bull demon accompanying them, he had gained a free bodyguard of Saint level 5. The bull demon coldly glanced at Yin Ziruo and said, Miao Zi, don't think I don't know what you're planning. I'm only here to protect the beast god's safety, not to be your free bodyguard. Yin Ziruo smiled and said, of course. But deep down, he thought, we'll see if you can help yourself. With everything resolved, the sky had darkened. The group prepared to leave the canyon. Outside the canyon, Xiao Xu had already been taken away by the beastmen soldiers, leaving only the leaders waiting. Seeing Yin Ziruo and the others emerge, they quickly said, everyone, it's already late. Why not rest in our tribe for the night? Chapter 58. Luo Yu's quiet arrival, another encounter with the enemy. The group nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Although most of the beasts in the 10,000 mountains were restrained by the beast god and would not attack humans on their own, there was still a small portion that did not follow this rule. To avoid trouble, they decided to stay. Ming Qiao's mood remained somewhat low, and despite Jiang Ningen's multiple attempts to console her, she eventually returned to the ring. Chu Ning let out a long sigh. Originally, she had thought that this journey to the 10,000 mountains would result in many casualties, but unexpectedly, Yin Ziruo had resolved the situation with ease, and it had only taken a few days. Of course, the happiest was Yin Ziruo. Lying in bed, the beast god monkey was already soundly asleep. This journey to the 10,000 mountains had brought him considerable gains. On the surface, he had acquired nearly 20,000 villain points, the demon heart secret technique, an enhancement to the primordial divine flame, and even the beast god as an ally, along with a seemingly invincible helper. At that moment, a knock came at his door. Yin Ziruo quickly said, please come in. The door opened, and by the moonlight, Yin Ziruo was surprised to see that the visitor was Princess Luo Yu. Mr. Yin, you're leaving tomorrow. I came specially to see you, Princess Luoya said softly. Ziruo quickly replied, Thank you for your concern, Princess Luoya. Will you come back again? Princess Luoya asked. Well, I suppose I will, Ziruo smiled. My home is in the northern border of the Luogu Empire, not too far from here. Princess Luoya exclaimed eagerly, Really? Of course it's true. As Ziruo said this, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that Princess Luoya had taken a liking to him? They had only just met. Although Princess Luoya was indeed. At that moment, Princess Luoya took off a bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Ziruo, saying, Mr. Yin, I know we come from different worlds, but I hope you will always remember Luoya. Remember that there is a friend named Luoya in the 10,000 mountains. Ziruo smiled and said, Princess Luoya, don't worry, I will remember you. I will never forget. Princess Luoya nodded and quickly ran out of the room. Ziruo felt the warmth of the bracelet and couldn't help but sigh. You're quite the ladies' man. With two already by your side, and now you've even charmed a girl from our Beastmen clan. At that moment, Ziruo heard a voice from above. Looking up, he saw Nyoma lying on the beam of the room, saying, But it's normal, after all, you're a man. Ziruo snorted disdainfully and said, Don't overthink it. One of the two with me is indeed my fiancé, but the other is just a friend. A friend? A friend who flirts with you? Nyoma sneered, Fine, even if she's just a friend. What about this young girl from the Leopard Eagle tribe, Luoya? What do you have to say about her? She's mistaken about her feelings, but that's not my fault, is it? Ziruo replied. Fool, she gave you her bracelet. Nyoma sneered. So what if she did? Among the beastmen, a woman giving her bracelet to a man signifies that she will marry no one else for the rest of her life. It's usually a declaration of fidelity during a beastman wedding. At the same time, the man would offer his hair, symbolizing his absolute loyalty to the relationship. Nyoma explained with a smile, Whether you accept it or not, she won't marry anyone else. Hearing Nyoma's words, Ziruo frowned slightly and lay down. Why aren't you reacting at all? Nyoma said irritably. She's still young. She'll meet many people in the future, Ziruo said. How can you be sure she won't fall in love with someone else? I'm just giving you a heads up. What you do with it is your business. Nyoma snorted. I'm going to sleep. Ziruo didn't say anything more. His mind was still occupied with Nyoma's words as he slowly drifted off to sleep. The next day, after waking up, Ziruo didn't see anyone from the Leopard Eagle tribe. He heard from the leader of the Spotted Elephant tribe that they had left before dawn. At this, Ziruo couldn't help but sigh. Nyoma immediately leaned over and said, Feeling regret now? Ziruo glared at Nyoma and said, If you keep talking so much, you can go back to wherever you came from. Nyoma shrugged. The leader of the Spotted Elephant tribe brought several horses for the group. These horses were almost identical to ordinary horses in appearance, except for their black and white fur and long, elephant-like snouts. Riding these half-horse, half-elephant beasts, they quickly arrived near the Leopard Eagle tribe. Ziruo was surprised and, upon inquiring, learned that these beasts were called elephant-nosed horses, a variant of the spotted elephants. This mutation had made the elephant-nosed horses one of the fastest among the tribes, and they had once been used as war mounts. Except for their inability to fly, the abilities of the elephant-nosed horses were extraordinary. Arriving near the Leopard Eagle tribe, Ziruo hesitated, but ultimately decided not to visit. Instead, he turned and rode the elephant-nosed horse, speeding towards the edge of the 10,000 mountains. In the forest, on a tree, a figure faintly revealed Princess Luoya's face. She said nothing, just silently watching Ziruo leave. They soon exited the 10,000 mountains. The leader of the Spotted Elephant tribe took the elephant-nosed horses back, and Ziruo and the others resumed their journey to the northern border. Ziruo looked back at the 10,000 mountains and softly said, Miss Chu, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Chuning asked. When we reach the imperial capital, please don't reveal that the little monkey is the beast god, Ziruo said. I'll be honest with you. The emperor is very suspicious and ruthless. If he finds out that the little monkey is the beast god, he will stop at nothing to control it. I don't want to bring unnecessary trouble upon myself. He dares, Nyoma said sternly. With me here, who would dare to touch the beast god? But Ziruo chuckled coldly and said, what doesn't he dare? The imperial capital has the strongest barrier, the Luanggu Imperial Formation. Even if you're at the saint level, your strength would be reduced by 30% once the formation is activated. Moreover, Emperor Chu Tian is at the 3rd level of the Great Emperor realm, and the Chu family also has some old saint-level experts. A mere saint-level beast like you would just be a material for alchemy and forging in their hands. Even if I risk my life, he won't find it any easier, Nyoma said, unwilling to back down. Chuning nodded upon hearing this. I understand, but this matter can't be kept secret for long. After all, my uncles have spies everywhere. I know, so I've decided to leave after reporting back to the imperial capital, Ziruo said. Is that so? I understand, Chuning said, her expression somewhat sorrowful but still nodded. Don't worry, this matter will never come out of my mouth. At that moment, Nyoma suddenly sneered and said, save the chit-chat for later, someone's coming. Chapter 59. The head of the hunters, forced again. As soon as Nyoma finished speaking, several figures emerged from the nearby woods, dressed in the attire of the Hunters Guild. The leader of the group, carrying a long spear on his back, smiled at Ziruo and said, Prince of the Prison Realm, I've heard much about you. Ziruo, seeing this, spoke in a deep voice. When did the Hunters Guild become so bold as to dare appear in front of me? The man chuckled and replied, in the eyes of the Hunters Guild, there are only 2 types of people. Those we can do business with and those we can't. Normally, as the Prince of the Prison Realm, which strikes fear into the northern border, we wouldn't have any business with you. But things are different now. Oh, Ziruo snorted lightly. So, do you mean there's business we can do together? Yes, the man smiled. Someone has paid to take your life. This was originally a deal between me and him, but the price wasn't right. We businessmen only care about money. If you can offer a higher price, I wouldn't mind reversing the deal and selling his life to you instead. Ziruo laughed upon hearing this. You're talking about Yang Qiyun, aren't you? Prince Yin, you're indeed a clever man. Yang Qiyun previously collaborated with our Hunters Guild, but more than a dozen of our brothers have gone missing. Naturally, this debt is placed on your head. The man spoke with a constant smile on his face. However, since you are the Prince of the Prison Realm, if our deal is successful, this debt will be wiped clean. Additionally, I can take care of Yang Qiyun for you. How about it? Understanding what the man wanted, Ziruo smiled and said, you want me to turn a blind eye to your business in the future? Is that it? The man laughed heartily. No wonder you're said to have the bearing of an emperor. But rest assured, Prince Yin, once we start our collaboration, the Hunters Guild won't leave you empty-handed. Every year, we'll offer you this much. As he spoke, he extended 5 fingers. Ziruo sneered, I don't even know your identity. How can I trust that you'll keep your word? The man turned to his fellow Hunters Guild members and said, tell Prince Yin who I am. Prince Yin, this is our 3rd in command of the Hunters Guild, known as the Nine-Eyed Fox. He was specially sent by our leader to negotiate a deal with you. The Nine-Eyed Fox smiled. Does this identity warrant a discussion with Prince Yin about this business? Ziruo smiled and said, it does, but I'm not interested in this deal. The Nine-Eyed Fox's face darkened, forcing a smile as he said, oh, is it because the price isn't satisfactory? Ziruo shook his head and looked directly into the Nine-Eyed Fox's eyes. No, it's because I have no interest in your business at all. Ziruo. The Nine-Eyed Fox shouted angrily, collaborating with you is giving you face. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Ziruo smiled faintly, removed his black gold cloak, and handed it to Jiang Ningen, saying, for scum like you, I wouldn't drink any wine. You think you're worthy of discussing business with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Ziruo pointed his hand, and several chains instantly bound the Nine-Eyed Fox's subordinates. However, the Nine-Eyed Fox stood firm. his body emitting a powerful surge of energy that knocked the chains aimed at him flying. Not bad. Ziruo frowned slightly, activating his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye, only to discover that the nine-eyed fox had a cultivation level of the 3rd rank of the King Xian realm. The nine-eyed fox unsheathed the long spear on his back and pointed it at Ziruo, saying, Ziruo, since you refuse to collaborate, today I'll teach you who you can afford to offend and who you can't. Once I capture you, I'm sure your father won't refuse my business. As he spoke, the nine-eyed fox shook his spear, and the tip shot toward Ziruo like a meteor, accompanied by a chilling aura that froze the grass and trees in its path. Ziruo, seeing this, condensed divine fire in his palm, pushed away the spear's momentum, and with a flip of his hand, unleashed the divine fire, which surged toward the nine-eyed fox with boundless fiery energy. The nine-eyed fox pulled back his spear, which spun like a windmill, releasing a bone-chilling wind. Before Ziruo could react, a thick layer of ice had already formed under his feet, freezing his boots to the ground. Jiang, seeing this, was about to rush forward to help, but Nyoamo stopped her, saying, Don't worry, Ziruo can handle this. Just watch. Jiang hesitated but remained, her eyes filled with anxiety as she watched Ziruo in battle. The nine-eyed fox swung his spear, thrusting it directly at Ziruo. The spear's energy was overwhelming. Even before it reached him, the cold aura had already enveloped Ziruo. Ziruo snorted coldly, releasing his energy combined with the divine fire, instantly melting the ice beneath his feet. With a wave of his hand, 3 nether gates appeared in front of the spear's path. The nine-eyed fox, undeterred, continued his attack, his spear piercing through the 3 nether gates with ease. As he shook the spear, the energy dissipated, and the nether gates turned into black mist and vanished. At that moment, the nine-eyed fox suddenly realized that there was nothing behind the gates. His heart skipped a beat as a wave of heat surged from behind him. Turning around, he saw Ziruo, holding the divine fire, already standing before him. The nine-eyed fox inwardly cursed, quickly bringing his spear to block the divine fire-infused palm. Boom! The spear instantly broke into 2 pieces. Using the momentum, the nine-eyed fox quickly retreated, but his clothes were still singed by the divine fire. The nine-eyed fox's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only the burning clothes behind. When he reappeared, he was already dozens of meters away. Same escape technique as Xianxia. Ziruo frowned. He must capture him and uncover the details of this technique. Having made his decision, Ziruo charged forward. Stop! At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from a distance. Xianxia, holding someone in his hand and accompanied by another person, flew over and stood in front of the nine-eyed fox. Ziruo's brows furrowed deeply. The person next to Xianxia was none other than Gu Er, the chosen one of the Beastmen clan, who had lost an arm to Ziruo earlier. And the person in Xianxia's grasp was Princess Luoya. Third in command, Xianxia said gravely, I told you earlier that Ziruo wouldn't collaborate with you. Do you believe me now? Fortunately, you made contact with Gu Er. Otherwise, I would have been killed by this guy. The nine-eyed fox said with a cold laugh. Xianxia sneered and looked at Ziruo, saying, Ziruo, if you don't want this little beastman girl, who followed you secretly, to come to harm, then step aside. Otherwise, she'll be dead in the next moment. Chapter 60. The Divine Elixir's Allure, Pursuing to Rescue Luoya. Ziruo immediately stopped his actions upon witnessing the situation, his gaze dark as he looked at Xianxia and said, Fine, I won't move. Release the hostage. But then Gu Er quickly interjected. You can't let her go. You promised. Princess Luoya belongs to me. Hearing this, Ziruo immediately swung her hand, and the chain coiled around Gu Er like a venomous snake, dragging him to her side. I never expected even the Beastmen clan would produce scum like you. Ziruo grabbed Gu Er by the head and lifted him up, saying, Xianxia, trade his life for Luoya. Yang Qian shrugged, showing no reaction from the moment Ziruo suddenly seized Guer. Now, he disdainfully said, "Do as you please if you want to kill him, I don't care. Princess Luoya is my life insurance. Handing her over to you means we're as good as dead." Ziruo was enraged by this and lunged towards Yang Qian. But Yang Qian tightened his grip on Luoya's neck, causing her to let out a painful moan. Seeing this, Ziruo quickly retreated and frowned, asking, "What exactly do you want?" "I want nothing." Yang Qian sneered. "I know you. You're meticulous in your actions, and it's harder than scaling the heavens to gain any advantage from you. It's laughable that the Hunters Guild even considered collaborating with you." Ziruo looked at Yang Qian and smiled, saying, "It's not difficult to trade with me. I can trade with you right now. Release Luoya, and I'll give you a medicine to restore your soul. How about it?" As he spoke, Ziruo spent 10,000 villain points to exchange for a pill, saying, "This medicine is called Soul Return. It repairs all soul injuries. Aren't you in need of it?" Yang Qian laughed loudly and said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? How could you possibly have a medicine to restore the soul? Xiao Xu's master is with me. If you don't believe me, you can have her verify it." Ziruo said, signaling to Jiang Ningen. Jiang Ningen understood Xiao Xu's intentions and awakened Ming Qiao from her closed-door cultivation within the ring. Ming Qiao emerged from the ring, and Ziruo immediately handed the pill to her, saying, "Elder Ming Qiao, please verify this pill." Ming Qiao, just awakened from her closed-door cultivation, was somewhat puzzled by the situation but still took the pill and exclaimed in shock, "This medicine, Elder Ming Qiao, is this pill truly a medicine to restore the soul?" Ziruo asked gravely. Ming Qiao was filled with astonishment. She didn't know what Xiao Xu's intentions were, but the pill in her hand indeed seemed to have the potential to repair soul injuries. "I've never seen this medicine before, but judging from its aroma and medicinal properties, it should be beneficial to the soul. Even if it can't completely repair soul injuries, it will definitely enhance the soul strength. Where did you obtain this medicine?" Ming Qiao said in astonishment. Ziruo didn't answer but turned to look at Yang Qian, saying, "What do you think? Elder Ming Qiao is from the Medicine King Valley. Now, can you believe me? How do I know if you're not in cahoots?" Yang Qian sneered, his eyes fixed on the pill in Ming Qiao's hand. "Preposterous. The disciples of the Medicine King Valley value medicine more than their own lives. They would never give harmful medicine to the injured. I swear by my own soul on this." Hearing Ming Qiao's words, Yang Qian's face showed some hesitation. If that pill really was a medicine to restore the soul, and he took it to recover his strength, not only Luoya but even Ziruo himself would be unable to escape his grasp. However, could he really trust Ziruo? After pondering for a moment, Yang Qian finally suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Ziruo, you're really something. You've made me waver so easily. But that's exactly why I won't trust you again. Keep the pill with you for now. If you want to trade for Luoya, come to the headquarters of the Hunters Guild with the pill. I'll give you a month. I believe you'll find your way there. Otherwise, Princess Luoya's life won't be up to me to decide." With that, Yang Qian and the nine-eyed fox transformed into a cloud of smoke and instantly disappeared. Ziruo quickly checked Yang Qian's location and found that he had already appeared over 10 miles away, further than his previous teleportation. This proved that Yang Qian's strength was still increasing. These chosen ones truly couldn't be underestimated. In just a short period, their strength had made significant progress. Seeing Ziruo's furrowed brow, Jiang Ningen quickly said, "Ziruo, don't worry too much. Since he's given you a month, Luoya will be safe during that time. We just need to find the whereabouts of the Hunters Guild as soon as possible." "I know." Ziruo nodded and said, "I'll follow them now. Miss Chu Ningen, the task of reporting to the Emperor is left to you." "No, I want to go with you." Jiang Ningen quickly said, "This isn't a game." Ziruo frowned and said, "Yang Qian dared to invite me to the Hunters Guild, which means they must have prepared for it. I can't let you venture into danger." "Isn't it dangerous for you to go alone?" Jiang Ningen immediately said, "I'm not going alone." Ziruo smiled and pointed to the bull demon, saying, "I have him with me." The bull demon snorted coldly and said, "I told you, my only responsibility is the safety of the beast god." Ziruo smiled, turned to look at Jiang Ningen, and held her hand, saying, "Don't worry and wait for me at home. When I return, we'll get married." Jiang Ningen looked at Ziruo and finally couldn't resist his gentle persuasion, whispering, "You must come back. If you don't, I'll come looking for you." Ziruo nodded. Seeing this, Ming Qiao also said, "Young Master Yin, I'll go with you too. I can be of some use." Having Elder Ming Qiao along would indeed be even better, Ziruo said with a smile. Jiang Ningen then handed her spatial ring to Ziruo. Ziruo took the ring and said gravely, "Take care of yourself, I'm leaving." With that, Ziruo leaped into the sky. Ming Qiao and the bull demon also followed. Seeing them leave, Jiang Ningen sighed and said, "Miss Chu, let's go." Chu Ning nodded. On the other side, the bull demon said to Ziruo as they traveled, "Ziruo, you don't have any feelings for Luaya, do you? Why would you risk your life to save her?" Ziruo glanced at the bull demon and said, "No feelings refer to romantic feelings. As a friend, it's my duty to save her." The bull demon pursed his lips and said, "I think you're smitten." Ziruo remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. Seeing this, Ming Qiao flew into the spatial ring and asked curiously, "Young Master Yin, could you tell me where you obtained that pill?" Ziruo had long known that Ming Qiao would ask and immediately said, "The medicine was found in the Emperor's mausoleum. To be honest, I don't know its effects, which is why I hinted at you with my words. But it truly is a pill beneficial to the soul," Ming Qiao said gravely. Chapter 61. The Northwestern Region, the Tidewater Tribe. Is that so? Ziruo smiled and said, "What a coincidence. By the way, I remember that Elder Ming Qiao, you also need medicine to repair your soul, right?" Ming Qiao was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then smiled bitterly and said, "Indeed, but this medicine is of little use to me. If one day my soul weakens to its limit, it might be very useful. As of now, its effect on me is negligible." Ziruo nodded. Originally, he had hastily exchanged for this medicine in a moment of urgency. If Ming Qiao needed it, he really wouldn't be willing to part with it at the moment. After all, the cultivation gained from spending 10,000 villain points was enough to boost his strength by 3 or 4 levels. In the system's surveillance, Yang Qiyun had been fleeing northwestward, stopping only briefly at times. After tracking him all the way to the northwest, the two were now in a region near the border of the northern and western frontiers. This area, remote and dry due to its proximity to the western frontier, was sparsely populated. It took them 2 days to find this small town. Ziruo led the bull demon into a tavern to rest and replenish some food and water. Although the bull demon rarely ate along the way, when he did, it took the food of 3 or 5 people just to satisfy his appetite. Ziruo ordered some meat dishes, and the two ate together. Miaozi, I've been curious, the bull demon said with some surprise. How do you track that Miaozi's position so accurately? Could it be that you, like us beasts, can locate by scent? Ziruo smiled and said, "You can think of it that way. If that's the case, why don't you just chase him down directly?" the bull demon asked. "Because I can't do anything about him," Ziruo admitted frankly. "His evasion technique is quite troublesome. Chasing him directly would only scare him off. I plan to first figure out the exact location of the Hunters Guild before making a move." As they spoke, the little monkey was still on the table, happily tearing off pieces of meat from the table and stuffing them into its mouth. At the table next to them, 2 men exchanged glances and approached Ziruo, saying, "This brother looks unfamiliar. You're not from around here, are you?" Seeing their intentions, Ziruo immediately knew they were up to no good. He smiled faintly, poured a cup of tea, and said softly, "I'm from the imperial capital." "So you're a young master from the imperial capital," the 2 men said with a smile. "Seeing you with this little monkey, We can tell you have an extraordinary eye for things. Would you be interested in seeing something unusual? Something unusual? Ziruo asked with curiosity. What do you mean? Would the two of you mind stepping aside for a moment to talk? The two men smiled and gestured for Ziruo and the bull demon to follow them. Ziruo glanced at the bull demon, then stood up, tossed 100 crystal coins on the table, and followed the two men out of the tavern. The two men led Ziruo and the bull demon around the town, finally arriving at a secluded house. They whispered, "The thing we want to show you is extraordinary, so we wanted to give you a heads up. If you like it, make a fair offer and take it. If not, please don't spread it around. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents." "I understand," Ziruo said with a smile. The two men then smiled and opened the door, leading Ziruo and the bull demon inside. The room was small and sparsely furnished, as if it wasn't often used, with some places already covered in dust. In the corner of the room stood a screen. The two men led Ziruo to the screen and said, "Please, come this way." Ziruo and the bull demon, puzzled, walked around the screen and were immediately stunned by what they saw. Behind the screen was a wooden bathtub. Inside the bathtub was a haggard woman leaning against it with half-closed eyes. Her long hair floated in the water, almost filling half the tub. Her upper body was almost entirely exposed, with only a piece of torn cloth covering her chest. The most shocking part was that half of a fish tail was visible in the bathtub. Seeing Ziruo's astonished expression, the two men immediately said, "What do you think? A genuine tidewater tribe, mermaid from the South Sea. This is the rarest of rare." The bull demon snorted coldly upon seeing this, about to speak, when Ziruo gently patted his arm. Ziruo smiled and said, "You two really have some extraordinary means to get your hands on a mermaid. How much do you want for her?" The two men exchanged glances and rubbed their hands, saying, "To be honest with you, young master, this mermaid was originally meant for the demon Buddha kingdom. But the journey is long, and the woman can't endure the lack of water, so it's hard to send her further west. If you don't mind, 10,000 crystal coins will do." "From the sound of it, she's dying?" Ziruo frowned and asked. "Absolutely not," the two men hurriedly said. "The Tidewater tribe draws its strength from seawater. If we let her replenish with seawater, our power would be insufficient to control her. So along the way, we've only used a little salt water to sustain her life. She's just not used to fresh water, which is why she's so weak. If you take her back and add some salt to the bathtub, she'll regain her vitality." Ziruo nodded, pondering for a moment before asking, "There's something I'm not sure if I should ask." "Please ask away, young master." "The Tidewater tribe lives in the South Sea. Why didn't you transport her directly from the southwest to the demon Buddha kingdom, but instead went out of your way to bring her from the South Sea to the northwest?" Ziruo said. The two men exchanged glances and whispered, "This involves a secret. We don't know much about it, so it's not very convenient to tell you, young master." Seeing that they wouldn't say, Ziruo changed the subject and asked, "If I buy her, how will you explain it to the demon Buddha kingdom?" "That won't trouble you, young master. We have another caravan sending goods. This one is just extra," they said. Ziruo immediately smiled and said, "Not bad. Really not bad." "So, you're willing to buy her?" the two men said excitedly. "I didn't expect the Hunters Guild to not only reach into the 10,000 mountains, but also lay their hands on the Tidewater tribe," Ziruo said coldly. "You're really something." "What did you say?" The two men were shocked and immediately drew short knives from their waists, saying sternly, "Who exactly are you?" Ziruo sneered and said, "Someone to send you on your way." With a wave of his hand, Ziruo summoned a nether gate, and ghostly hands emerged from it, instantly grabbing the two men and dragging them into the gate, leaving only their short knives behind. The mermaid seemed to sense something and slightly moved her eyes toward Ziruo before closing them again. Ziruo then summoned Ming Qiao and said gravely, "Elder Ming Qiao, please guard here for me. I'm going to buy some salt." Ming Qiao nodded and said, "Don't worry." Ziruo thought for a moment, picked up the two short knives from the ground, and left in a flash. Chapter 62. Capturing the Hunters, the Genius of Wuxia. Ziruo bought some salt but did not return home directly. Instead, he brought the 2 knives to the archway outside the town and infused his qi to embed the short knives into the archway. A day earlier, the system's tracking of Yang Qian had been interrupted, just like with Xiao Xu before. Perhaps he had entered some kind of secret realm or barrier. This was done to draw the Hunters Guild to come looking for him. Back in the house, Ming Qiao was using her internal energy to sustain the life of the Tidal Sea Maiden. Ziruo immediately dissolved the salt and poured it into the water. The woman's complexion gradually improved, and after a moment, she opened her eyes and looked at Ziruo, saying, "Thank you, young master, for saving my life." Ziruo nodded and said, "No need for formalities. Your Tidal Sea clan usually dwells in the deep sea. How did you end up being captured?" The woman replied, "My name is Betrothal. I am a maidservant to Princess Miao Si, the 3rd princess of the Fishman Prince of the Tidal Sea clan. The princess was merely playing by the shore when she encountered a group of people who captured her. In an attempt to save the princess, we maidservants were also captured and brought ashore." Ziruo's brows furrowed upon hearing this, and he said gravely, "You mean the Fishman princess was captured?" Betrothal nodded and said, "Yes, they said they were taking her to the Demon Buddha Kingdom. But for some reason, they separated me from the princess along the way and began selling us off. Originally, all of us maidservants and guards were sold, but I was the only one left because of my weak constitution." Ziruo frowned and said, "The princess was never with you from the start?" "Yes," Betrothal replied. Ziruo pondered for a moment, then sneered, "What a clever diversionary tactic." "What do you mean?" Nyoma asked, puzzled. Ming Qiao thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness means that the Hunters Guild deliberately used these maidservants to distract the Sea Clan, making them believe the princess wasn't with them." "Not just that," Ziruo said gravely. "If I'm not mistaken, they also want the Tidal Sea Clan to believe that the Luangu Empire bought the princess. When the Tidal Sea Clan seeks to retrieve the princess, they will likely resort to force. Even if they exhaust their national resources, they won't find her, because she's already been transported to the Demon Buddha Kingdom from the southwest." Ming Qiao exclaimed in surprise. "You mean they want the Tidal Sea Clan and the Luangu Empire to go to war?" Ziruo snorted coldly and said, "I'm afraid it's not just the Tidal Sea Clan. Kidnapping Luoya and currying favor with the Demon Buddha Kingdom is also part of this scheme. They want the Beastmen, the Tidal Sea Clan, and the Demon Buddha Kingdom to all launch war against the Luangu Empire simultaneously." Nyoma disdainfully glanced at Ziruo and said, "You can't blame them. People of the Luangu Empire are just that despicable. Otherwise, why would they buy our Beastmen's royal clan and the Fishmen of the Tidal Kingdom for no reason?" Ziruo sneered and said, "Those noble clans and sects have always been audacious, lawless, and unrestrained. With Emperor Chu Tianai being ill and neglecting state affairs for the past 2 years, they've become even more reckless." Ming Qiao also frowned, looking at Betrothal and said, "How long have you been captured?" 2 months, Betrothal replied. 2 months? The Fishman princess must have already been sent to the Demon Buddha Kingdom by now, Ming Qiao said gravely. "It seems this war is inevitable." "Not necessarily," Ziruo mused. "As long as the princess is still alive, she can serve as evidence. Then the Demon Buddha Kingdom will also become a target, and at the very least, the Tidal Sea Clan won't ally with them." Betrothal immediately pleaded, "Please, young master, save Princess Miao Si. If the princess is rescued, I guarantee she won't wage war against the Luangu Empire. She might even help the Luangu Empire fight against the Demon Buddha Kingdom." Ziruo thought for a moment and said, "We will certainly rescue her. We were already planning to deal with the Hunters Guild. So let's settle old and new grudges together. First, we'll find the Hunters Guild's headquarters and wipe them out." Just as they were speaking, Nyoma gently waved his hand and pointed to the door, whispering, "Someone's here." Ziruo immediately activated his martial arts vision and saw a dozen faint chi signatures surrounding the door. "They're here pretty quickly," Ziruo said gravely. Leave some alive. With that, Ziruo leaped and clung to the ceiling. Nyoma and Ming Qiao also leapt onto the ceiling. The door quietly opened, and a head peeked in, scanning the room before cautiously stepping inside. Behind him, a dozen more people entered, one of them saying, "What's going on?" Knives 19 and 23 are embedded in the archway. Where are they? Maybe they ran off with the fishman? Check if the fishman is still here. At that moment, a door slammed shut, and suddenly, countless black chi surged, filling the room with chains that crisscrossed in every direction. The hunters from the Hunters Guild were instantly bound by the chains. Ziruo, like a spider, slowly moved along the chains toward the group, saying coldly, "Who's in charge here?" The hunters all looked at one man. The man's face turned pale, and he quickly said, I'm not the leader. There's no leader here. I'm just ranked higher than the others. In the Hunters Guild, we usually operate in groups of 24, numbered from 1 to 24. All 24 take orders from another person. I'm the highest ranked in this group, number 3. They call me Old Third. Seeing him spill everything like a broken bean pod, Ziruo sneered and said, "All right, you're going to take me to the Hunters Guild's headquarters. I want to meet your boss." Old Third shook his head frantically and said, "I've never been to the headquarters. I don't know where it is. Don't make me go." Ziruo waved his hand, and the chains tightened, squeezing the men to the point of suffocation. "If you don't speak, you're of no value to me. People of no value are easy to kill without any guilt," Ziruo said coldly. "Now tell me, where is the headquarters?" Old Third, bound tightly by the chains, turned purple from lack of air and said, We really don't know. Only the squad leaders can enter the headquarters." "Where is your squad leader?" Ziruo demanded. "He took a fishman to the Wuxia sect a few days ago. He'll be back in town soon to meet us," Old Third replied. Ming Qiao frowned and said, "The Wuxia sect? What do they want with a fishman?" "What's the deal with the Wuxia sect?" Ziruo asked. "They are a subordinate sect of the Medicine King Valley," Ming Qiao said gravely. "They are responsible for cultivating and gathering medicinal herbs that only grow in the northwest." "I heard the Wuxia sect recently produced a genius," Old Third said. Originally a low-ranking disciple, he could refine 5th-grade human-level pills. He caught the attention of the Medicine King Valley, who wanted to promote him to a full member, but he insisted on staying at the Wuxia sect. Chapter 63. The Wuxia Medicinal Mountain, a Peerless Genius. Upon hearing Lao San's words, Ziruo felt a slight shock in his heart. Lao San's meaning was clear. The genius of the Wuxia sect intended to use merfolk for medicinal purposes. But why did this genius's situation sound so familiar? Another chosen one of fortune? The prohibition of the Medicine King Valley explicitly forbids using humans in medicine. How dare he violate it? Ming Qiao frowned and said, "It seems that during the 100 years I was away, these subordinate sects truly no longer respect the authority of the Medicine King Valley." At that moment, Ziruo struggled out of the wooden tub and knelt before Ziruo, pleading, "Please, young master, save my clan." Ziruo quickly helped her back into the tub and softly said, "Don't worry, I will find a way to save him." As soon as he finished speaking, Ziruo waved his hand lightly. The chains tightened, and the members of the hunter gang were instantly crushed into a bloody mist, which was then absorbed by the ghostly energy. Seeing this, Lao San was so terrified that his scalp tingled. He crawled backward while desperately pleading, "Don't kill me, please, don't kill me." Ziruo shook his head, then raised his hand and branded the number 5 on Lao San's face. "Take us to the Wuxia sect, and after that, go to the black prison of the netherworld to serve your sentence. After 5 years, you can go wherever you want," Ziruo said sternly. "This is an opportunity. I trust you can seize it." Lao San immediately kowtowed, thanking him profusely. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. I will take you to the Wuxia sect right away." Ziruo then turned to Ziruo and said, "This place isn't safe. Other members of the hunter gang might come. I'll take you to another location. Young master, there's no need to worry. Biro slowly stood up from the water. A stream of water flowed up along her fish tail, and the fins split apart, transforming under the water's embrace into a pair of slender, flawless legs. Ziruo quickly turned away and handed her a piece of clothing, saying, "Put this on first." Biro then dressed herself. Nyoamo stared in astonishment, his eyes wide as he muttered, "Merfolk can actually turn into humans? Wouldn't splitting the tail like that hurt?" Biro softly explained, "This is the Tidewater clan's ending law and splitting water technique. It's a form of mimicry, not truly transforming into human legs. I've absorbed some salt water, so my strength has recovered a bit. I can accompany you." As she spoke, Biro waved her hand over the tub. A stream of water flew out and flowed between her fingers, eventually condensing into a tiny pearl. In a moment, the entire tub of water transformed into pearls, which were strung together to form a necklace. The saltwater pearl necklace allows me to remain moist on land. "Let's go," Biro said. The group left the town and, under Lao San's guidance, traveled southeast for dozens of miles. They arrived at a low hill topped with a cluster of buildings. The buildings, though not ostentatious, exuded an ancient aura. The various plants on the hillside, viewed from a distance, resembled patches of mottled cloth. As they approached the foot of the hill, they noticed a stone tablet standing there. Within the territory of the Wuhua sect, a subordinate of the Medicine King Valley, all idle persons must halt. Those seeking medical treatment should note, minor ailments such as colds and fevers will not be treated. Serious illnesses where survival is uncertain will not be treated. Those over 80 years old will not be treated. Infants under 1 year old will not be treated. Beggars will not be treated. Prostitutes will not be treated. Those without payment will not be treated. What a joke. Ming Qiao's face turned ashen upon reading the inscription on the tablet. A healer should not discriminate between rich and poor, major or minor matters. To erect such a tablet at the entrance of the sect is utterly disgraceful. Ziruo chuckled, then exerted his strength to uproot the tablet, saying, "Ming Qiao, elder, there's no need to be angry. Let's take this tablet and go ask them for an explanation." As they approached the sect's gate, the guarding disciples were startled, mistaking them for invaders. One of them drew his sword and pointed it at Ziruo, demanding, "Who are you? Why did you remove our sect's tablet?" Ziruo waved his hand, placing the tablet back down, and said with a smile, "Inform your sect leader that the son of the prison lord, Ziruo, has arrived. Have him come out to greet us." The disciple guarding the gate immediately turned and ran into the sect without a second glance. Ziruo then turned to Lao San and said, "If you see your leader later, just tell me directly." Lao San nodded. Soon, a group of people descended from the mountain. The leader was a man in his late 50s, dressed in a luxurious embroidered robe. Upon seeing Ziruo, he stepped forward and said, "Wu Zhimao, the sect leader of the Wuhua sect, greets the young master Yin. May I ask what brings you here?" Ziruo smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. I've recently caught a cold and came to check on my health. Then I saw this tablet and wanted to ask sect leader Wu why my cold isn't treatable." As he spoke, Ziruo pretended to sniffle. Wu Zhimao's face turned pale as he hurriedly explained, "Young master, you've misunderstood. This tablet was just erected recently, and the bottom line is missing. It should read, nobles, aristocrats, and royalty are all treatable." "So I can be treated?" Ziruo asked with a smile. Yes, of course." Wu Zhimao quickly replied with a forced smile. "Then the tablet is wrong," Ziruo said with a smile. He then raised his hand and struck the tablet with a burst of energy, reducing it to dust. Wu Zhimao's face twitched in suppressed anger, but he managed to force a smile and said to Ziruo, "Please, young master, come up the mountain. I will arrange for someone to treat you right away." The group then followed Wu Zhimao up the mountain. Along the way, they discovered that the colorful plants were actually various medicinal herbs, and even the trees could potentially be used in medicine. Seeing Yin Ziruo's astonishment, Ming Qiao spoke from within his ring, saying, "The Wuhua sect specializes in the Northwest 7 stars, 7 types of medicinal herbs unique to the Northwest. Additionally, there are over 1,400 types of medicinal plants on this mountain, making it the largest medicinal base of the Medicine King Valley in the Northwest." Yin Ziruo smiled and said, "No wonder they've become so arrogant, with so many resources at their disposal." Ming Qiao snorted coldly and said, "Although the Wuhua sect controls many medicinal herbs, their ability to refine them is limited. Back in the Medicine King Valley, there was only one inner disciple from the Wuhua sect. That's understandable. Just because someone grows vegetables doesn't mean they can cook, and just because someone forges iron doesn't mean they can fight. Besides, aren't they standing on the shoulders of a genius now?" Yin Ziruo said with a smile. "Using humans in medicine, this person is no genius, but a demon." Ming Qiao snorted coldly. "Whether demon or genius, we'll only know when we meet them," Yin Ziruo said. He then turned to Wu Zhimao and asked, "I hear your sect has produced a peerless genius who even refused an invitation from the Medicine King Valley. Is that true?" Wu Zhimao's face immediately lit up with pride as he said with a smile, "You're referring to Tian Yi, young master. He is not just the top talent of our Wuhua sect, but perhaps the greatest medicinal genius in the entire chaos ancient continent in the past 1,000 years." Yin Ziruo smiled and said, "It seems this gentleman must be quite skilled to earn such praise from sect leader Wu. I wonder if I might have the honor of having him treat me." Chapter 64. The Greatest Alchemist, the Beginning of Conflict. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhimao's face immediately showed a look of difficulty as he said, "This, Your Highness." Seeing him hesitating, Yin Ziruo let out a cold snort and said, "Am I not qualified?" "Absolutely not." Wu Zhimao quickly replied, "Tian Yi just received a rare medicinal ingredient this morning and is in the process of refining a new drug. It's not a good time to disturb him. Your Highness, isn't it just a cold? Our sect does have a few capable healers." Yin Ziruo snorted coldly upon hearing this and said, "So that's how it is. It seems that I, the prince, am not worthy of the best alchemist to treat me. In that case, I'll just go to the Medicine King Valley. After all, your sect's genius doesn't even care for the Medicine King Valley." Wu Zhimao's face changed drastically at these words. Yin Ziruo was clearly stating that if Tian Yi wasn't allowed to treat him, he would lodge a complaint with the Medicine King Valley. With his status as the Prince of the Prison Realm King, it would be easy for him to accuse the Misty Blossom sect of disrespecting their superiors. If that happened, the Misty Blossom sect would lose its main source of income and might quickly decline. Even being pushed out of the Northwest by the Medicine King Valley would not be out of the question. Thinking of this, Wu Zhimao clenched his teeth in hatred, but still forced a smile and said, "Please rest assured, Your Highness. Since you have spoken, I will definitely have Tian Yi come to treat you." Yin Ziruo smiled at this and said, "In that case, thank you in advance, sect leader Wu." Wu Zhimao managed to squeeze out another smile from the corner of his mouth and led Yin Ziruo into the main hall of the Misty Blossom sect. He then called out, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. I will go and fetch Tian Yi to attend to you." Yin Ziruo nodded slightly. Nyoamo, seeing this, snorted coldly and said, "As the sect leader, does he need to personally run to summon a disciple?" Yin Ziruo chuckled at this and said, "Nyoamo, you're quite observant. Even such a small detail didn't escape your notice. Tian Yi was almost like a treasure to the Misty Blossom sect. As long as Tian Yi didn't leave, the sect might even have the potential to break free from the Medicine King Valley and dominate the region on its own." Wu Zhimao's little scheme was obvious to Nyoamo, an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years, and even to the third member of the hunter gang. After waiting for a while, Wu Zhimao led a young man forward. As soon as the young man approached, Yin Ziruo heard a prompt from the system. "Ding! Detected a protagonist template with a destiny carrier. The anti-hero luck system is activated. Spend 500 anti-hero points to view his past." So it is. Yin Ziruo narrowed his eyes and glanced at the young man who had just entered, then spent 500 anti-hero points. Ding, Destiny Carrier Wei Tianai, originally an ordinary disciple of the Misty Blossom sect, accidentally obtained the Supreme Alchemist System, thus beginning his extraordinary life. Supreme Alchemist System. Acquire cultivation points through refining medicine, collecting herbs, and consuming medicine to exchange for techniques and artifacts. Wei Tianya's attributes: cultivation level, Sky Profound Realm 1st rank, techniques, Divine Medicine Scripture, 5 Flame Lotus Hand. Destiny value, 2000. Possessions: Life-Giving Cauldron, Thunderstrike Sword, 5 Cubic Space Storage Ring, Annihilation Flame. Ding, Initiate Plunder Mission. Humiliate Wei Tianai. Plunder partial functions of the Supreme Alchemist System based on reduced destiny value. Yin Ziruo was momentarily stunned. Then a surge of excitement welled up within him. Could he really plunder the functions of his system? While Yin Ziruo was rejoicing, Wei Tianai stepped forward, looked at him with curiosity and bowed, saying, "I am Wei Tianai. Greetings to the Prince of the Prison Realm King." Yin Ziruo waved his hand with a smile and stood up to examine him thoroughly. He was dressed in a simple robe, his hair tied back in a simple ponytail, his face clear and delicate, his height slightly shorter than Yin Ziruo's by half a head, and his age no more than 18 or 19, looking quite youthful. At this moment, Wei Tianai frowned slightly and looked at Yin Ziruo, saying, "Your Highness, is there something on me?" Yin Ziruo chuckled and said, "Not at all. I just find it admirable that you, so young, have already shown exceptional talent in the field of alchemy. I feel a bit of a loss for talent. Wouldn't you like to develop with me at the Prison Realm King's estate?" "This, how could that be?" Wu Jimao's face changed drastically, and he quickly said. Yin Ziruo smiled, and before Wei Tianai could speak, he said, "I was just joking. What medicine would I need to seek elsewhere? With just a wave of my hand, the elders of the Medicine King Valley would be lining up to refine medicine for me." "That's true." Wei Tianya's face showed a hint of disdain as he said with a slight sneer, "Your Highness is radiant and blessed by heaven. With the elders of the Medicine King Valley, even if there's only a breath left, you'll be saved." Niuemo couldn't help but laugh at this, and Bairo quickly nudged him. Yin Ziruo, however, was unfazed and said, "But I can't bring an elder of the Medicine King Valley everywhere I go. For minor ailments, I still need someone to look after me, don't you think?" As he spoke, Yin Ziruo extended his wrist to Wei Tianai. Wei Tianai smiled upon seeing this, reached out, and placed his hand on Yin Ziruo's wrist. His expression immediately darkened, and after a moment, he said, "Your Highness is in perfect health, with no illness or ailment." "Am I healthy?" Yin Ziruo asked with a smile. "Very healthy." Wei Tianai nodded. Their eyes met, and a burst of energy surged between them, causing everyone around to sense an unusual tension. "I don't feel healthy at all. In fact, I feel some heartache," Yin Ziruo said in a deep voice. "Those with worries in their hearts often feel heartache. This requires your Highness to relax your mind," Wei Tianai said without hesitation. "Unfortunately, this heartache of mine is due to a certain someone." "A woman?" "You." "Me." The two of them exchanged words, unconcerned with the eyes of those around them, their auras pressing against each other without leaving any room for compromise. Wei Tianai snorted coldly and said, "Your Highness has heartache because of me? That's quite intriguing. Could it be that your Highness has a penchant for men?" The crowd from the Misty Blossom sect burst into laughter at this. Yin Ziruo also chuckled, then fixed his gaze on Wei Tianai and said, "The heartache caused by you is not because I like you, but because I feel sorry for you. A genius who should have amazed the world has taken the wrong path. How can one not feel sorrow for that?" "What are you saying?" Wei Tianai snorted coldly. "The Medicine King Valley's ban forbids using humans in medicine. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you?" Yin Ziruo sneered, slamming the table and shouting, "Wei Tianai, you have a lot of nerve." Wei Tianai frowned and looked at Yin Ziruo, saying, "The Medicine King Valley's ban? My Misty Blossom sect is just growing herbs for the Medicine King Valley, not their disciples. Why should we follow their rules? Besides, are merfolk even considered human? Is that so? Ziruo sneered and said, the Tide Sea clan and the ancient continent have always been at peace. Now, by daring to purchase merfolk for medicine, you are sure to incite war between the two nations. The Medicine King Valley may not have the authority to punish you, but as the Prince of the Prison Realm King, I have the right to charge you with the crime of disrupting the Empire. Do you submit? Chapter 65. Duel with Stakes. The Appearance of the Medicine Saint. Wei Tianya's brows furrowed deeply upon hearing Ziruo's words, his gaze locking firmly onto Ziruo. Wu Zhimao, sensing the tension escalating, feared a fight would break out. Regardless of the outcome, the consequences for his small Misty Blossom sect would be unbearable. Hastily, he stepped forward, forcing a laugh and said, Mr. Yin, you're overreacting. Tianai was merely experimenting with new medicines. While he erred, he certainly harbors no intent to disrupt diplomatic relations between nations. Moreover, I've heard that the Tide Sea clan is vast in number. This one incident should hardly matter. Ziruo shot a sidelong glance at Wu Zhimao and retorted, You wish to absolve him? Fine, then how about you take his place and pay with your life? This is impossible. Wu Zhimao took 2 steps back, stammering. If the Tide Sea clan truly declares war on the Luangu Empire, can you bear the consequences? Ziruo pressed, taking a step forward with each word. Eventually, he cornered Wu Zhimao by the chair, his tone icy. You want to protect him? Do you even have the ability to do so? This? Wu Zhimao's face turned ashen. Powerless to resist Ziruo's relentless questioning, he slumped onto the chair, his head drooping in defeat. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a voice. If sect leader Wu cannot protect him, I wonder if I am capable of doing so? Ziruo's brows knitted as he turned to see an elderly man enter. His hair and beard were white, yet his face glowed with the smoothness of a newborn. Dressed in a deep blue robe, he wore a vibrant green gourd at his waist. Wei Tianya's face lit up with joy. Master! Wu Zhimao, seeing a lifeline, hurried forward. Wu Zhimao pays respects to the Medicine Saint. Ziruo's brows furrowed deeper. The mention of this name stirred memories from his original self. The current head of the Medicine King Valley, the Medicine Saint, Sun Yin. Ziruo felt a tremor from within his spatial ring and promptly asked, Ming Qiao Saint, what's wrong? This man is cunning and treacherous. Be cautious. Ming Qiao's voice faded, and his spirit sank into silence. Sun Yin smiled warmly at Wei Tianai. I told you, even if you don't wish to join the Medicine King Valley, you can always come to me for help. After all, you are my disciple, Sun Yin, and not just anyone can treat you so lightly. As he spoke, Sun Yin casually glanced at Ziruo. Ziruo's brows tightened. Sun Yin, the head of the Medicine King Valley, held a position of prominence across the entire Luangu continent. His cultivation had long since reached the pinnacle, and 50 years ago, he was already a saint of the 5th rank. For the past 50 years, he had been in seclusion, and no one knew how his cultivation had progressed. Perhaps he had already broken through to the Emperor realm. Ziruo then smiled and said, So it's the Medicine Saint backing you. No wonder someone dares to disrupt the peace of the Luangu continent. The peace of the Luangu continent is not upheld through weakness and appeasement. Every past emperor has fought with iron and blood against foreign enemies. Only Chu Tianai constantly retreats, always plotting in the shadows. Sun Yan's body suddenly moved, a gust of wind sweeping past as he appeared beside Ziruo, his hand resting on the younger man's shoulder. Young man, if you want to make a point, choose your target wisely. Otherwise, Chu Tianai won't be able to protect you. Ziruo snorted coldly, not even glancing at Sun Yin as he stepped forward, addressing the members of the Misty Blossom sect. It seems today's matters cannot be resolved amicably. In that case, I'd like to see just how much power the Misty Blossom sect wields, daring to stand against the might of the Empire. His gaze swept over Wu Zhimao and Wei Tianai, his meaning clear. He couldn't control the people of the Medicine King Valley, but the Misty Blossom sect was within his reach. Wu Zhimao hurriedly stepped forward. Medicine Saint, young Master Yin, why must it come to this? Let's discuss things rationally. There's no need for both sides to suffer. At that moment, Wei Tianai stepped forward. This matter arose because of me. If young Master Yin truly wishes to hold me accountable, I have nothing to say. However, I have one condition. Yin Ziruo's voice was low and steady. I was about to say you have no right to negotiate terms with me, but out of respect for Elder Sun, I'll hear you out. Speak. Duel me, Wei Tianai declared. Whether I win or lose, you can take me away, but you must spare the Misty Blossom sect. Yin Ziruo's heart leaped with joy. He had little interest in the Misty Blossom sect to begin with. His targets were only the Hunters Guild and Wei Tianai. However, Wei Tianai was the first truly righteous protagonist he had encountered in all this time. Apart from his use of merfolk for alchemy. A duel is acceptable, Yin Ziruo said firmly, but I have no expertise in alchemy. If you wish to duel in that, there's no need. I'm not that despicable, Wei Tianai retorted. I've heard that young Master Yin is said to have the potential of an emperor. Your cultivation must be formidable. Let's have a simple martial duel. If you win, I'll submit to your will. If you lose, leave. Yin Ziruo chuckled coldly. He had walked right into a trap. But that was to be expected. With his system as a cheat, challenging opponents above his level was commonplace. If it were the original Yin Ziruo, even at the 5th rank of the Heavenshen realm, he might not have been able to defeat Wei Tianai. However, things were different for him. The anti-hero system's enhancements were not something that could be compensated for by mere 1 or 2 ranks. In other words, for Wei Tianai, the opponent standing before him was not just a 5th rank Heavenshen realm cultivator, but someone whose true strength approached the 3rd rank of the Qingshen realm, or even higher. But he was different. The enhancements provided by the villain system far exceeded mere leaps in cultivation levels. In other words, for Wei Tianai, the opponent standing before him wasn't merely a 5th rank Heavenshen realm cultivator, but a foe whose true strength approached the 3rd rank of the Qingshen realm, or even higher. Very well. I accept your bet. Yin Ziruo agreed. Sun Yin glanced at Yin Ziruo, then moved to stand beside Wei Tianai. Are you confident? Wei Tianai nodded. Master, rest assured, I am confident. Seeing the two converse, Yin Ziruo turned to Nyoamo, handing over the sleeping monkey perched on his shoulder. Take care of Beast God and Biro for me. Nyoamo nodded. Don't worry, young master. Even if you die, I won't interfere. Yin Ziruo smiled faintly, then turned and followed the crowd to the front courtyard. Wu Zhimao stood between the two, addressing them. This is a friendly match, so please, stop at the first sign of injury. Both of you are unparalleled talents of the Luangu continent, so let's not. Before he could finish, Sun Yin waved a hand, a gust of wind sending Wu Zhimao flying out of the arena. Then, he declared, enough chatter. Begin. Yin Ziruo immediately focused, his hands gathering dark energy as he took the initiative, sending 3 chains of black mist hurtling toward Wei Tianya's upper, middle, and lower body. Wei Tianya's hand flashed with light, and an unusual sword appeared in his grasp. The blade curved like a hook, more like a traditional Wu hook than a sword, with faint arcs of lightning flickering along its surface before vanishing. With the sword in hand, Wei Tianai spun into the air, the chains following like shadows. But with a single strike, he shattered them, the black mist dissipating into nothingness. Interesting. Yin Ziruo chuckled coldly. Chapter 66. Clever words in the wind, strong grass in the gale. The chains of the prison realm scripture could only be severed by someone with a cultivation level higher than Yin Ziruo's. However, Wei Tianya's strength was only at the first stage of the heavenly mystery realm, which was far from being stronger than Yin Ziruo. The issue lay with the sword. The Thunderstrike sword? Yin Ziruo thought to himself, is it a tool from his alchemist system? At that moment, Wei Tianai suddenly struck, and the blade of his sword erupted with lightning. The arcs of electricity transformed the sword into a bright cyan ribbon, directly targeting Ziruo. Seeing this, Ziruo snorted coldly and swiftly moved his feet. However, the arcs of lightning followed him like a serpent, pursuing him relentlessly. The speed was so fast that even Ziruo found it difficult to shake them off. "Chasing me? Humph. Then have it back?" Ziruo said, charging straight towards Wei Tianai, attempting to redirect the lightning arcs towards him. Wei Tianai was shocked and quickly retracted his sword, causing the arcs of lightning to disappear. But in that instant, Ziruo leaped forward, his fist clenched around a ball of purple mist. With a powerful swing, a surge of demonic energy shot out like a rainbow piercing the sun, striking Wei Tianai. The demon prevails. This was the second ultimate technique of the Demon Heart Secret Scripture. The demonic energy accumulated since leaving the 10,000 mountains was unleashed in this punch, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Wei Tianai was sent flying like a stone hit by a heavy hammer, his body enveloped in purple demonic energy. He crashed into the gate of the mountain and did not get up again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severely injuring the protagonist Wei Tianai, successfully slapping him in the face. Wei Tianai's luck value decreased by 200, host's villain value increased by 2,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the protagonist Wei Tianai, stripping him of the divine skill Divine Medicine Scripture from the Supreme Alchemist system. Please check for details. Wei Tianai's proficiency in Divine Medicine Scripture decreased by 50%. Ziruo was overjoyed and immediately checked the Divine Medicine Scripture in his consciousness. Divine Medicine Scripture, a divine skill of the Supreme Alchemist system, increases cultivation through refining, collecting, and consuming medicinal herbs. The higher the quality of the medicine, the greater the increase in cultivation. Current proficiency, 6th rank, out of 12. The Supreme Alchemist system did not offer medicinal items or herbs for sale, only alchemical and medicinal formulas. All growth required the protagonist to personally gather materials and refine them. Even so, Wei Tianai had quickly reached the first stage of the Heavenly Shen Jing, surpassing even Wu Zimao's cultivation level. This was also the reason he refused to leave the Misty Blossom sect. As long as he remained in the Misty Blossom sect, he could freely use all the medicinal herbs here. But Ziruo was different. The Supreme Villain system offered a wide range of items for sale, and with enough villain points, even divine elixirs or sacred pills of the upper realms could be purchased at will. The medicinal herbs needed for alchemy were easily obtainable. With this system, Ziruo's cultivation would grow as fast as flying. While Ziruo was ecstatic, Sun Yin, on the other side, flew to Wei Tianai's side with a face full of anger. After stuffing a pill into Wei Tianai's mouth, he suddenly appeared in front of Ziruo, his face ashen. Prince of the Prison Realm, a figure of the great emperor, truly ruthless and merciless. Ziruo knew he had murderous intent and quickly retreated, saying in a deep voice, "A friendly match, some injuries are inevitable. What, does the Saint Alchemist want to seek revenge?" Sun Yin sneered and said, "What if I seek revenge? What if I don't?" Sun Yin then looked around and announced loudly, "Everyone listen, I, Sun Yin, am going to kill Ziruo. This has nothing to do with anyone else. I just feel like it, so I'll do it. If anyone thinks it's inappropriate, feel free to report me to Yin Daohan or Chu Tianai." Ziruo frowned and quickly took to the air. Sun Yin shouted sternly, "Want to run? Come down." With a wave of his hand, a whirlwind rose from the ground, instantly grabbing Ziruo and pulling him back to the earth. Ziruo frowned and looked back to see Nyoamo holding the just awakened little monkey, who was rubbing its eyes, indifferently watching Ziruo. Ziruo cursed inwardly. He should have planted a demon seed in the little monkey earlier. Nyoamo was determined not to care about his life or death. Sun Yin coldly looked at Ziruo and said sternly, "Die." With that, Sun Yin conjured a white wind blade in his hand. The blade spun at high speed, generating a wind force so intense that it could uproot trees. Before the blade even reached Ziruo, his clothes were already ripped apart by the sheer force. At that moment, a light emanated from Ziruo's ring, followed by a surge of green light that enveloped him. A melodious flute melody then resounded, and the green light transformed into a bamboo forest wall, perfectly intercepting the spinning wind blade. The green bamboo melody? Sun Yin was shocked and quickly retreated, exclaiming in astonishment, "Who's playing tricks here?" Ming Qiao's spirit emerged from the ring, coldly gazing at Sun Yin and saying, "Long time no see, senior brother." "Ming Qiao?" Sun Yin exclaimed in surprise. "You're not dead?" "No, that's not right. You are dead. You're a spirit form?" Ming Qiao sneered and said, "That's right. You never expected that I had reached the final level of the green bamboo melody, the bamboo blossom rebirth melody. As long as my spirit is not completely destroyed, I will find a way to resurrect." Sun Yan's face turned pale in an instant. After a moment of thought, he said, "Ming Qiao, no, second senior sister. I'm sorry about what happened back then. Under those circumstances, I had no choice." "Enough," Ming Qiao interrupted him before he could finish. "I know the details. You and he are both in the past for me now. All I want is to rebuild my body and reclaim what's mine." Sun Yin quickly said, "Of course, the position of the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley should have been yours. If you want it, I'll give it back to you. What herbs do you need to rebuild your body? Tell me, and I'll help you find them." "No need," Ming Qiao said. "If you really want to help me, let Prince Yin go. He has done me a favor." Sun Yin looked at Ziruo, then frowned, hesitating. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Master, I want to challenge him to a second match." Ziruo looked over and saw Wei Tianai, clutching his chest and bleeding from the corner of his mouth, stepping forward to look at Ziruo and say, "I miscalculated. Your strength is so great. I want to challenge you to a second match. Tianai, you can't beat him. Let it go." Sun Yin immediately said. Wu Zimao also quickly stepped forward and pulled Tianyi, saying, "Yes, as long as you stay alive, there's always a chance for revenge. Don't act on impulse." But Wei Tianai ignored their dissuasions and stepped forward to look at Ziruo, saying, "Elder Ming Qiao has a close relationship with you. You must understand alchemy. I want to compete with you in alchemy. Do you dare?" Ziruo was delighted again. "Heaven has a path you don't take. Hell has no gate you break in. Just stripped you of your divine medicine scripture, and you come knocking on my door. Who else would I step on but you?" Chapter 67. The Path of Alchemy, Rapid Advancement and Cultivation. Ziruo's knowledge of medicinal alchemy was stripped from Wei Tianai, a perfect replication of Wei Tianyi's proficiency. All the recipes, medicinal formulas, and alchemical methods that Wei Tianai knew, Ziruo knew as well. However, after the villain system stripped Wei Tianyi's knowledge, his proficiency in alchemy was reduced to only the third rank. This round, Sun Yin was doomed to lose. Ziruo pretended to hesitate, saying, "I do know a bit about making medicine, but only the basics. Are you afraid?" Wei Tianai sneered, taking a step forward. "If you win, I'll forfeit all my cultivation and let you decide whether to hand me over to the Tide Sea clan or throw me into the abyssal prison. But if you lose, you'll kneel and apologize." Ziruo's heart filled with cold laughter upon hearing this. The fox had finally shown its tail, having been beaten to the brink of death in front of his own master. And even with his master's intervention, he couldn't regain face. How could this fated protagonist, armed with a system, endure such humiliation? But this was exactly what Ziruo had hoped for. Ziruo smiled and said, "You don't need to provoke me with such tactics. I'll take your bet." Sun Yin also smiled and said, "Sister, since these two young ones are willing to settle their differences through the path of alchemy, let us serve as witnesses and arbiters of their contest. What do you think?" Ming Qiao frowned deeply and quietly approached Ziruo, whispering, "Are you confident in your skills with medicine?" Ziruo chuckled and replied, Can't Elder Ming Qiao teach me a bit in the meantime? Nonsense. The path of alchemy is easy to learn but difficult to master. Since Sun Yin holds Wei Tianai in such high regard, it means his alchemical skills are far from ordinary. In such a short time, what can I possibly teach you? It's better to refuse this bet. As Ming Qiao spoke, she was about to step forward, but Ziruo grabbed her arm. In the path of cultivation, challenges are everywhere. If I retreat just because I'm not as skilled as him, this bet will surely become a stumbling block on my journey. Losing would only cost me some face, so Elder Ming Qiao, there's no need to rush to refuse. Seeing Ziruo's sincere gaze, Ming Qiao suddenly saw a glimpse of Xiao Xu inside, saying, "If that's the case, I'll try my best to help you grasp the basics of alchemy in a short time." But this? Just as she was speaking, Sun Yin walked over with a smile. Ordinary medicinal pills won't suffice for their contest. How about we set the challenge as creating a heavenly grade pill? Ming Qiao immediately glared at Sun Yin, saying coldly, "Don't even mention heavenly grade pills. Even with earth grade pills, your chances of winning are over 90%. Why the pretense?" Sun Yin chuckled and said, "Then, as you wish, earth grade pills it is." But Ziruo smiled and said, "No need. Let's go with heavenly grade." This statement surprised both Sun Yin and Ming Qiao. While Ming Qiao was astonished, Sun Yan's surprise was mixed with suspicion. "In that case, let's begin the alchemy in an hour. You can use any ingredients from the pharmacy," Sun Yin said, glancing at Wu Zhimao. "I have that authority, don't I?" After receiving Wu Zhimao's confirmation, Sun Yin and Wei Tianai immediately headed to the pharmacy. Ming Qiao sighed and said, "Young Master Yin, you truly baffle me. If you knew you were going to lose, why deliberately increase the difficulty?" Ziruo smiled and replied, "Since I knew I was going to lose, why not raise the stakes and reduce both sides' chances of success?" Elder Ming Qiao, I have an idea. Why not create a pill to restore your physical body? Are you mad? Ming Qiao said, half laughing, half exasperated. That's a divine grade pill, even stronger than heavenly grade. Even for me, the chance of success is only 70%. Moreover, the ingredients for a divine grade pill, the Misty Blossom sect might not even have them. Ziruo smiled and said, "Actually, after parting ways in the eastern wilderness, I managed to gather some divine grade ingredients beneficial for the soul." Elder Ming Qiao, just tell me which ingredients you need. Ming Qiao sighed deeply and said, "Young Master Yin, well, no more talk. I will remember your great kindness, young Master Yin." The pill to restore the physical body is called the Body Forging and Primordial Spirit Pill. In addition, it requires the auxiliary medicine Frozen Body Essence, which I've already refined. Now, we only need the main divine grade pill. As she spoke, Ming Qiao gathered her strength and, with a wave of her hand, conjured an image of the Yao Cai in midair, explaining, "The ingredients for the Body Forging and Primordial Spirit Pill are, firstly, the divine grade Zhu Xing Ming Tong fruit, secondly, the divine grade Ci Sha Pong, and thirdly, the divine grade Snow Mist Ganoderma. These three are the most crucial ingredients. The rest are mostly ordinary ingredients, which I also have many of, and the missing ones should be available in the Misty Blossom sect's pharmacy." Ziruo glanced at the shapes of the divine grade medicinal ingredients that Ming Qiao had conjured in the air and quickly searched for Zhu Xing Ming Tong fruit and Snow Mist Ganoderma in the Villain System store. The prices were quite reasonable, each costing only 5,000 villain points. As for Ci Sha Pong, he had already acquired it during his time in the Eastern Wilderness. The moment Ziruo exchanged for Ci Sha Pong, the divine alchemy scripture reacted, instantly channeling a pure energy into his qi, and a surge of power began to gather around him. "He's breaking through at this moment," Ming Qiao exclaimed in panic. Ziruo quickly handed over the ingredients and said, "Elder Ming Qiao, here are the 3 divine grade ingredients. Please check the pharmacy for the rest. I need to focus on breaking through my cultivation." Ming Qiao took the ingredients, glanced at Ziruo, and immediately flew towards the pharmacy. Nyoamo approached with the little monkey in his arms, silently sitting beside Ziruo without a word. Ziruo couldn't help but smile at the sight, and then focused on breaking through his cultivation. At the same time, he also used the remaining points in his mind to exchange for medicinal ingredients that boost cultivation and swallowed them all at once. Given the nature of the divine alchemy scripture, there was no concern about potential conflicts between ingredients or the inability to absorb the medicinal effects. The divine alchemy scripture instantly absorbed the massive amount of medicinal power. In addition to the inherent medicinal effects of the ingredients, a surge of pure energy directly rushed into Ziruo's qi. Nyoamo, sensing Ziruo's cultivation suddenly erupting, saw it rapidly rise to the King Profound realm. Just as he was about to congratulate Ziruo, he saw that Ziruo remained seated with his eyes closed, and his aura not only didn't diminish but continued to rise. This continuous breakthrough? Nyoamo exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Ziruo's aura surged like a geyser, and his cultivation continued to break through King Profound Realm 1st rank, 2nd rank, 3rd rank, until it finally stopped at the 4th rank of the King Profound Realm. Nyoamo was utterly stunned. He had never seen anyone break through in such a manner, nearly a full major realm in one go. From the 5th rank of the Heaven Profound Realm to the 4th rank of the King Profound Realm, such a rapid advancement must have been based on an incredibly solid foundation. Finally, when Ming Qiao returned, Ziruo stood up, his spirit invigorated and his chi force abundant. More importantly, his proficiency in the divine alchemy scripture had now reached the 8th rank. Judging from Wei Tianya's proficiency, at the 6th rank, he was already capable of refining heavenly-grade pills. Now that Ziruo had increased his proficiency by 2 ranks, his chances of successfully refining a divine-grade pill must be even higher. Chapter 68. Ming Qiao's guidance begins the alchemy process. Ming Qiao was also surprised when she saw Ziruo and exclaimed, "Your cultivation." Ziruo shook her head and said, "Let's not talk about that for now. Almost half an hour has passed. Elder Ming Qiao, please hurry and tell me the techniques for refining the body-forging and essence-restoring divine pill, and the key points to pay attention to." Ming Qiao nodded and said, "All right, follow me." She led Ziruo to the furnace prepared by Wu Zhimao and explained. Among the 3 divine herbs in the body-forging and essence-restoring divine pill, the Zhu Xing Ming Tong fruit is used to gather qi and blood for the new body, the Ci Sha Pong is used to form the meridians, and the Shui Wu Ling Ji is used for the skin. When refining, the Zhu Xing Ming Tong fruit is processed first, followed by the Ci Sha Pong, and finally the Shui Wu Ling Ji, corresponding to the body containing meridians and the meridians containing blood. There are 2 main challenges in refining. First, once the Zhu Xing Ming Tong fruit is processed, it can only remain in the cauldron for a maximum of 2 incense sticks of time. The Ci Sha Pong can only last for 1 incense stick. If exceeded, the medicinal properties of these 2 herbs will dissipate completely. Meanwhile, the Shui Wu Ling Ji requires at least 1.5 incense sticks of time to release its medicinal properties. Less than that and it will be useless. Ziruo frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "So, to perfectly refine the pill, it would require simultaneously processing all 3 herbs? And the timing for adding the herbs must be extremely precise?" Ming Qiao shook her head and said, "That's only the first challenge. The second is the most difficult. The Zhu Xing Ming Tong fruit needs to be slowly baked with gentle fire, while the Ci Sha Pong requires continuous heating with strong fire. The hardest part is the Shui Wu Ling Ji, which constantly changes its heat tolerance, so the fire intensity must also be adjusted continuously during the refining process." "That sounds complicated," Ziruo muttered, furrowing her brow. She immediately opened the system store and searched for the body-forging and essence-restoring divine pill, only to be shocked by the price. A whopping 50,000 villain points. Seeing the change in Ziruo's expression, Ming Qiao said, "Based on your current understanding of alchemy, your chances of successfully refining the body-forging and essence-restoring divine pill are less than 50%. I think it's better to just refine an ordinary heavenly-grade pill instead." But Ziruo just smiled and said nonchalantly, "How can I know without trying?" So, in the end, The remaining auxiliary materials and these 3 herbs are all integrated together, right? Seeing that she was determined, Ming Qiao didn't say anything more, only feeling a bit sorry for the 3 divine herbs. She then explained, yes, the core of the pill is the juice of the Zhu Xing Meng Tong fruit, the structure is the meridians of the Ci Sha Pong, and the flesh is the medicinal paste of the Shui Wu Ling Ji. The other auxiliary herbs form the pill's shell, and the body-forging and essence-restoring divine pill will be complete. Ziruo nodded and carefully went over the entire process in her mind before saying, I understand. Ming Qiao couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile. The process of refining the body-forging and essence-restoring divine pill was so complex that just hearing it once and claiming to understand, it was likely just a waste of divine herbs. With these thoughts in mind, Ming Qiao retrieved a 3-legged cauldron from her spatial ring and said, Young Master Yin, use this cauldron. The cauldron was only the size of 2 palms, but felt extremely heavy. The 3 legs supported the round body of the cauldron, which looked quite ordinary. Ziruo took the cauldron, opened the lid curiously, and was surprised to find that unlike other cauldrons with only 1 chamber, this one had 4 chambers separated by partitions. The central chamber was circular, with 3 equally spaced chambers around it. This unusual design immediately gave Ziruo an idea. Could this cauldron have been specifically made for refining the body-forging and essence-restoring divine pill? Ziruo asked in surprise. Sort of, Ming Qiao replied. This cauldron is called the 3 Talents Returning to Origin Cauldron. It was designed to handle the simultaneous heating of 3 or more herbs. However, this cauldron is a fake. It's said that the real 3 Talents Returning to Origin Cauldron is used for refining sacred pills. This one is just a replica I made based on legends, using ordinary black iron. Ziruo smiled and held up the cauldron, saying, Black iron, an ordinary material, is still a coveted material for forging swords. At that moment, Sun Yin walked over with a smile and said, Young Master Yin, how are your preparations going? Seeing his self-satisfied expression, Ziruo also smiled confidently and said, Fully prepared. Even refining a divine pill wouldn't be a problem right now. Sun Yin naturally thought he was just bragging, so he chuckled and said, If that's the case, then please take your place. Ziruo immediately placed the cauldron and herbs next to the furnace prepared by Wu Zhimao, setting the cauldron aside. On the opposite side, Wei Tianai also took out another cauldron and placed it in front of him. The cauldron was about the same size as the 3 Talents Returning to Origin cauldron, but its body was greenish-blue and reflected a faint light. Ziruo recalled the information from the system, which mentioned that Wei Tianai indeed had a cauldron called the Living Cauldron. It seemed to be another product of the Supreme Alchemist system. Wei Tianai then took out some herbs and placed them beside him. Ming Qiao saw this and felt a pang of worry. Among the herbs, there was also a divine herb, which meant Wei Tianai was also planning to refine a divine pill. With Ziruo already having no chance of winning, this made his chances even slimmer. Sun Yin, seeing that both were in position, turned to Ming Qiao and said, Listen up, the time limit for the competition is 2 hours. The one who refines the highest quality pill within 2 hours wins. Now begin. As soon as Sun Yin finished speaking, Wei Tianai immediately started taking the herbs one by one and throwing them into his cauldron. Ming Qiao saw this and couldn't help but frown. Wei Tianai's technique was as crude as a beginner's. Adding herbs in such a disorderly manner would inevitably cause the medicinal properties to react with each other. Not only would it be impossible to form a pill, but it might even produce a poisonous concoction. Seeing Ming Qiao's expression, Sun Yin walked over and said with a smile, Sister, do you think Tianye's technique is too casual? Ming Qiao didn't even look at him, saying coldly, How dare I comment on the disciple of my senior brother? Sun Yin didn't care about Ming Qiao's attitude and continued smiling. Indeed, if Tianye were using an ordinary cauldron, those herbs would have been ruined long ago. But Tianye's cauldron is different. Sister, have you ever heard of a greenish-blue cauldron among the 12 divine cauldrons? Ming Qiao looked at Wei Tianye's cauldron with suspicion and said, When did a greenish-blue cauldron ever appear among the 12 divine cauldrons? There isn't one, Sun Yin laughed. But the strange thing is, Tianye's cauldron is not only on par with the 12 divine cauldrons in quality, but also has a special function. As he spoke, Sun Yin pointed at Wei Tianyi, who was adding herbs to the furnace, and said with a smile, "That cauldron can simultaneously bake herbs and perfectly integrate their medicinal properties, even enhancing their effects." Ming Qiao's brow furrowed even tighter. Not only was Wei Tianye's skill superior, but even his tools were better. The scales of victory were tilting even further in Wei Tianye's favor. Thinking of this, Ming Qiao helplessly looked at Ziruo, only to see him standing still, holding the cauldron and smiling as he watched Wei Tianye's alchemy process. Chapter 69. Strolling carefreely, anxious as fire. What is young Master Yin doing? Ming Qiao wondered, her heart filled with doubt. At a time like this, he's walking around as if he's taking a leisurely stroll in a garden. Has he decided to forfeit? Sun Yin watched Ziruo with a cold smile in his heart. Wait until Tianyi completes the celestial night pill, then see how you can still laugh. Ziruo's reason for not starting to refine the medicine was his own. The materials for the body forging and primordial soul pill were only enough for one attempt, and the time required to refine this batch of pills was no more than half an hour. There was only one chance to succeed, so there was no need to rush. What Ziruo was most concerned about now was what kind of pill Wei Tianyi would refine, given that half of his proficiency in the divine medicine scripture had been stripped away. At this moment, Wei Tianyi had stopped adding ingredients and was controlling the temperature of the furnace, intently watching the cauldron before him. After a short while, a fragrant aroma slowly emanated from the cauldron. Wei Tianyi seemed to relax slightly, opened the lid, and with a surge of strength, extracted a clump of dark blue medicinal liquid that exuded a strong fragrance. Then, a lotus-like flame suddenly appeared in his left palm, and the dark blue liquid in his hand began to churn and bubble, looking incredibly magnificent. Wei Tianyi controlled the liquid in his left hand while carefully placing the divine herb into the cauldron with his right hand, continuously sending strength to regulate the temperature of the flames. His expression gradually grew serious, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Just then, the cauldron suddenly shook violently, and a puff of black smoke slowly rose from it, accompanied by the smell of burning. Wei Tianye's face changed drastically. Hastily opening the cauldron, he saw that the divine herb inside had turned into a lump of charcoal. Sun Yin frowned deeply at the sight. Wei Tianyi sighed helplessly, casually tossing the dark blue liquid into the flames, and then took out another pile of herbs. However, this time there were no divine-grade herbs among them, replaced by 4 heavenly-grade herbs. Ming Qiao let out a slight sigh of relief, though it was only a small one. Based on her understanding of Sun Yin, Wei Tianyi should at least be able to refine a heavenly-grade pill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen divine-grade herbs when selecting ingredients. If that were the case, Ziruo's chances of winning were still extremely low. And yet, Ziruo was all smiles, standing with his hands in his pockets, watching Wei Tianye's actions, while he himself remained completely still. Half an hour had passed, and he hadn't even lit the fire. Sun Yin also noticed the 3 divine-grade herbs beside Ziruo and said disdainfully, "Taking out 3 divine-grade herbs, is he trying to make people think he's going to refine a divine-grade pill?" Ming Qiao, hearing his ridicule, ignored him and silently watched Ziruo, her heart full of doubts. "What are you thinking? He can't refine a divine-grade pill anymore," Ziruo said coldly with a smile. "Is he now preparing to refine a heavenly-grade pill?" Wei Tianyi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, looking at Ziruo's unlit cauldron, and said in a deep voice, "You should focus on yourself. If you don't even manage to refine a simple wound-healing potion by the time limit, it'll be quite embarrassing." Ziruo shrugged and said, "Anyway, I never knew how to refine medicine in the first place." Wei Tianyi sneered, no longer paying attention to Ziruo, and once again threw the heavenly-grade herbs into the cauldron, controlling the temperature of the flames to dry the herbs. However, Ziruo's carefree smile remained in his sight, making him full of doubts. Is Ziruo really planning to give up? But why did he accept my challenge in the first place? Could he have some other plan? No, he must be bluffing, knowing he's bound to lose, so he's trying to disrupt my mindset. I should have listened to my master and just refined a heavenly grade pill directly. Now I'm letting him watch the fun. Why hasn't this herb dried yet? Wei Tianye's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, and the heavenly grade herb he had placed in the cauldron showed no reaction under his control of the temperature. Maybe the fire is too weak? Wei Tianye increased the heat, and instantly a burnt smell wafted out. The heavenly grade herb had turned into black ash in an instant. Wei Tianye became somewhat panicked. Distracted as he was, he failed to notice that his control over the herbs had significantly deteriorated. Ziruo, seeing this, laughed out loud. Even a heavenly grade herb is ruined by you. I guess you're going to refine an earthly grade pill next? Wei Tianye frowned deeply and without hesitation took out another heavenly grade herb, throwing it into the cauldron. After a while, the smell of burning came again. Wei Tianye finally realized that his control over the timing and temperature had gone seriously wrong. His proficiency in alchemy had been largely provided by the divine medicine scripture, and with half of that proficiency stripped away, the corresponding alchemical experience had also been lost. Impossible. Impossible. I've refined this pill many times before. Wei Tianye hurriedly took out another heavenly grade herb and hastily threw it into the cauldron. This time, there was no burnt smell, but when he opened the cauldron, the liquid instantly shattered, splashing everywhere. Ming Qiao, seeing this, said with a cold smile, "Brother, even your direct disciple doesn't know that the liquid of the donghua Yeshiguo needs to be cooled before opening the cauldron? Can he really refine a heavenly grade pill?" Sun Yin frowned deeply and said loudly to Wei Tianye, "Tianye, switch to earthly grade pills." Wei Tianye reluctantly took out an earthly grade herb and some auxiliary herbs, finally getting back on track. By this time, an hour had passed, and Ziruo remained completely still, continuing to watch him. This time, Wei Tianye didn't make any more mistakes. He methodically added herbs, controlled the fire, kneaded the pill, and finally, a fragrant aroma accompanied by a faint glow appeared. Wei Tianye had finally refined an earthly grade pill. However, looking at this pill, Wei Tianye felt a bit timid and timidly presented it to Sun Yin. Ming Qiao glanced at it and said with a smile, "Although this earthly grade pill is of poor quality, it's still an earthly grade pill. For someone his age to refine an earthly grade pill is indeed rare. Congratulations to brother for taking on a good disciple." Sun Yin, hearing Ming Qiao's ridicule, twitched his mouth in anger and snorted coldly. Tianye is seriously injured, and although he has taken medicine, there are still some effects. Otherwise, refining a divine pill would be no problem at all. Moreover, sister, you should pay more attention to that Yin fellow. There's only half an hour left, and he still hasn't lit the fire. At this rate, even if neither of them refines a divine pill, Tianye will still be the winner. Ziruo, hearing Sun Yan's words, turned to look at him and said with a smile, "Old man, how about adding a bet? If I win, will you bark like a dog?" Chapter 70, Divine Grade Elixir, Spirituality Emerges. Sun Yin was immediately enraged, sneering and saying, "You impudent brat, if you dare spout nonsense again, I'll rip out your tongue." Ming Qiao couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. At this point, she was almost certain that Ziruo was far from being as ignorant about elixirs as he claimed. Otherwise, given his character, he wouldn't have provoked Sun Yin knowing full well that he was bound to lose. Thinking this, Ming Qiao immediately pretended to be stern and said, "Ziruo, how can you be rude to an elder? Apologize at once." As she spoke, she turned to Sun Yin and said, "Kids these days don't know their place, brother. Please don't take it to heart. However, I think the idea of adding stakes is quite good." Ziruo naturally caught the meaning behind Ming Qiao's words and immediately smiled, saying, "Lord Sun, what do you say? Dare you bet with me? If I lose, my head is yours." Sun Yin sneered upon hearing this, his voice deep as he said, "Fine, Ziruo, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. I accept your bet." Ziruo just chuckled, then raised his hand to gather a burst of energy, igniting the fire source in the alchemical cauldron, officially beginning the process of refining medicine. At this moment, the alchemical knowledge brought by the divine pharmacopoeia manifested. In Ziruo's eyes, the herbs and the cauldron appeared as clear data. The temperature of the flames, when to add the herbs, the size of the fire, and the duration of herb evaporation all appeared vividly in his mind. He was now completely immersed in the art of alchemy, his hands continuously controlling the temperature of the flames, always maintaining a gentle fire to slowly roast the first divine-grade herb. Ming Qiao was overjoyed at this sight. She had indeed not misjudged. Ziruo was indeed proficient in alchemy. His technique and control were even superior to hers. On the contrary, Sun Yin and Wei Tianai were both somewhat surprised. However, this was only the first herb, and the final outcome was still uncertain. After a while, Ziruo finally began to add the second herb. His hands controlled the fire, and the flames under the cauldron immediately split into two sides. One side gentle, the other fierce, with no interference between them. Sun Yan's brows furrowed deeply at this sight. As the Lord of the Valley of Medicine, and having had some dealings with the prison king Yin Daohan, he had never heard that Ziruo was a genius in alchemy. No, I absolutely cannot let him succeed, Sun Yin thought to himself. Finally, the third herb was added to the cauldron, and the roasting of the divine elixir was nearing its end. Ming Qiao's heart couldn't help but tense up. The most critical moment had arrived. Controlling 3 different fire temperatures simultaneously, whether Ziruo could successfully form the elixir depended on this moment. Ziruo still controlled the temperature with both hands, but the gentle and fierce fires occasionally alternated under the chamber containing the third divine herb, the snow mist Ganoderma. Ming Qiao's eyes lit up at this sight. Even she hadn't anticipated this method of controlling the third fire. Normally, at this stage, one would need to split their energy into 3 streams to control 3 different fire temperatures. But Ziruo's method only required controlling 2 fire temperatures, gentle and fierce, and adjusting the balance between them when the snow mist Ganoderma's requirements for fire changed. This made the most difficult part significantly easier. Sun Yin felt as if a heavy stone had been placed in his heart. Finally, he steeled his resolve and secretly gathered a gust of wind energy, sending it through the bottom of the cauldron. Fire follows the wind, and windy weather is the most unsuitable for alchemy, a fact known to all alchemists. The weather today was originally windless, but this sudden gust of wind almost caused Ziruo to fail. Ziruo immediately sensed someone was interfering and cursed inwardly, then focused even more on controlling the fire. However, Sun Yin manipulated the wind so that it came and went unpredictably, forcing Ziruo to constantly adjust the flames, making the already difficult fire control even more challenging, even harder than truly controlling 3 fire temperatures simultaneously. The once certain victory now became a tense standoff. Ming Qiao also noticed Ziruo's predicament and immediately realized Sun Yin was meddling. Wind control was one of his specialties. Brother, isn't it a bit underhanded to interfere like this during a juniors competition? Ming Qiao said sternly. What are you talking about, sister? Sun Yin said flatly, it's just a few gusts of wind. How can you blame me for that? We alchemists don't always refine medicine indoors. Dealing with wind interference is something every alchemist should master. If a few gusts of wind cause him to fail, then he doesn't deserve to be an alchemist. Seeing him stubbornly deny it, Ming Qiao had nothing more to say, only frowning as she looked at Ziruo. At that moment, Bai Rou raised her hand and gathered a burst of energy, which formed a bubble around Ziruo. The wind made the bubble roll continuously, but it couldn't affect Ziruo, who was refining medicine. Sun Yin sneered upon seeing this. What's this? Should we find someone else to help control the fire for that Yin brat? Bai Rou immediately retorted. You were the one who started cheating with the wind. Sun Yin finally noticed Bai Rou and sneered. Do you have any evidence? At that moment, Ziruo's voice rang out. Bai Rou, don't worry. Just a few gusts of wind won't affect me. Only then did Bai disperse the bubble. Ziruo continued to control the temperature, then added the auxiliary herbs in mid-air, finally reaching the last stage of forming the elixir. Sun Yan's brows were tightly furrowed. At this stage, controlling the wind was meaningless. The phase of kneading the elixir no longer required precise fire control. Ziruo's hands danced outside the cauldron, slowly kneading the liquid and powder of the herbs inside through his energy. Finally, with a strong medicinal fragrance, a dazzling golden light shot straight up from the cauldron, and within the light, a golden elixir emerged from the cauldron and flew into the sky. Ming Qiao quickly shouted, "Divine-grade elixir, spirituality formed. Young Master Yin, quickly catch the elixir." Ziruo immediately leaped up, chasing after the elixir. He raised his hand, gathering a burst of energy that formed a large hand, sealing all possible escape routes for the golden elixir. Then, with a firm grasp, he caught it and landed before Ming Qiao. "Elder Ming Qiao, please inspect the elixir," Ziruo said with a smile. Ming Qiao trembled as she took the elixir, feeling the struggling spirituality within the body refining and primordial rejuvenation divine pill. Excitedly, she said, "Divine-grade elixir, medium-high quality. Young Master Yin, you've succeeded." Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the medicinal duel, successfully humiliating the protagonist. The protagonist Wei Tianya's aura value decreased by 300, host's villain value increased by 300. Ding! Congratulations to the host for humiliating the protagonist in the field of the Supreme Alchemist system. The protagonist Wei Tianya's aura value decreased by 500, host's villain value increased by 500. Chapter 70, Divine-grade elixir, spirit awakened. Sun Yin was immediately enraged, sneering as he said, "You impudent brat, if you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll rip out your tongue." Ming Qiao couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. At this point, she was almost certain that Ziruo was far from being as ignorant of alchemy as he claimed. Otherwise, given his character, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Sun Yin knowing the odds were against him. With this thought, Ming Qiao immediately adopted a stern tone. "Ziruo, how can you be so disrespectful to an elder? Apologize at once." As she spoke, she turned to Sun Yin and said, "Children can be disrespectful, brother. Please don't take it to heart. However, I think the idea of adding stakes is quite intriguing." Ziruo naturally caught the meaning behind Ming Qiao's words and immediately smiled. "Lord Sun, what do you say? Dare to raise the stakes with me? If I lose, my head is yours." Sun Yin sneered upon hearing this and said in a deep voice, "Fine, Ziruo, since you're seeking your own doom, don't blame me for being merciless. I accept your bet." Ziruo smiled and raised his hand, condensing a burst of energy to ignite the fuel in the alchemical cauldron, officially beginning the process of refining medicine. At this moment, the alchemical knowledge from the divine pharmacopoeia manifested. In Ziruo's eyes, the herbs and the cauldron transformed into clear, precise data. The temperature of the flames, the timing of adding herbs, the size of the fire, and the duration of herb evaporation all appeared clearly in his mind. He became fully immersed in the alchemical process, continuously controlling the temperature of the flames with his internal energy, maintaining a gentle fire to slowly roast the first divine-grade herb. Ming Qiao watched with a surge of joy. She had indeed not misjudged him. Ziruo was indeed proficient in alchemy. His technique and control were even superior to hers. On the contrary, Sun Yin and Wei Tianyi were somewhat surprised. However, this was only the first herb, and the final outcome remained uncertain. Moments later, Ziruo began to add the second herb. His hands controlled the fire, splitting the flames beneath the cauldron into two sides, one gentle, one fierce, without interfering with each other. Sun Yan's brows furrowed at the sight. As the head of the Medicine Valley and having had some dealings with the prison king Yin Daohan, he had never heard that Ziruo was a genius in alchemy. "No, I can't let him succeed," Sun Yin thought to himself. Finally, the third herb was added to the cauldron, and the roasting of the divine elixir was nearing its end. Ming Qiao's heart was also raised. The most critical moment had arrived. Controlling 3 types of fire simultaneously, whether Ziruo could successfully form the elixir depended on this. Ziruo continued to control the temperature with both hands, occasionally alternating the gentle and fierce fires beneath the chamber containing the third divine herb, the snow mist Ganoderma. Ming Qiao's eyes lit up. Even she hadn't expected such a method to control the third type of fire. Normally, one would need to split their internal energy into 3 streams to control 3 types of fire. Ziruo's approach, however, only required controlling 2 types of fire, gentle and fierce, adjusting the balance between them as the snow mist Ganoderma's requirements for fire changed. This made the most difficult part significantly simpler. Sun Yin felt as if a heavy stone had been placed in his heart. Finally, he steeled his resolve and secretly condensed a gust of wind, letting it pass beneath the cauldron. Fire follows the wind, and windy weather is the most unsuitable for alchemy, a fact known to all alchemists. The weather had been calm with no wind at all, but this sudden gust nearly caused Ziruo to fail. Ziruo immediately sensed someone was interfering and cursed inwardly, then focused even more on controlling the fire. However, Sun Yin manipulated the wind intermittently, forcing Ziruo to constantly adjust the flames. This made an already difficult task even harder, even more so than truly controlling 3 types of fire simultaneously. The situation that had seemed certain now became tense. Ming Qiao also noticed Ziruo's struggle, and immediately understood Sun Yin was meddling. The art of controlling wind was one of his fortes. Brother, is it really appropriate to use such interference in a competition between juniors? Ming Qiao said sternly. What are you talking about, sister? Sun Yin replied indifferently. It's just a few gentle breezes. How can you blame me for that? We alchemists don't always refine medicine indoors. Dealing with wind is something every alchemist should master. If a few breezes cause him to fail, then he's not worthy of being an alchemist. Seeing him desperately trying to justify himself, Ming Qiao had nothing more to say. She could only frown and look at Ziruo. At that moment, Betrayals raised her hand and condensed a burst of energy, forming a bubble that gently surrounded Ziruo. The wind made the bubble roll, but it couldn't affect Ziruo, who was still refining medicine. Sun Yin sneered upon seeing this. What's this? Should we find someone else to help control the fire for that Yin brat? Betrayals immediately retorted, You're the one who started cheating with the wind. Sun Yin finally noticed Betrayals and sneered, Do you have any evidence? At that moment, Ziruo spoke in a deep voice, Betrayals, don't worry. Just a few breezes won't affect me. Betrayals then dispersed the bubble. Ziruo still controlled the temperature, then added the auxiliary herbs in mid-air. Finally, it was time for the elixir to take shape. Sun Yin's brows were tightly furrowed. At this stage, manipulating the wind was pointless. The final stage of kneading the elixir no longer required precise control of the fire. Ziruo's hands danced outside the cauldron, using his energy to slowly knead the liquid and powder within. Finally, with a strong medicinal aroma, a dazzling golden light shot up from the cauldron, and within the light, a golden elixir rose from the cauldron and flew into the sky. Ming Qiao quickly shouted, Divine Great Elixir, Spirit Awakened. Young Master Yin, catch the elixir. Ziruo immediately leaped into the air, chasing after the elixir. He raised his hand, condensing energy into a large invisible hand that sealed all possible escape routes for the golden elixir. Then, he grabbed it and landed in front of Ming Qiao. Elder Ming Qiao, please inspect the elixir, Ziruo said with a smile. Ming Qiao trembled as she took the elixir, feeling the struggling spirit within the body refining and primordial essence elixir. She said excitedly, Divine Great Elixir, medium high quality. Young Master Yin, you've succeeded. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the alchemy duel, successfully humiliating the protagonist. The protagonist Wei Tinya's luck value decreased by 300, host's villain value increased by 300. Ding, congratulations to the host for humiliating the protagonist in the field of the Supreme Alchemist system. The protagonist Wei Tinya's luck value decreased by 500, Host's villain value increased by 50. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stripping some functions of the Supreme Alchemist system. The stripped function is the Elixir Formula Store, Equipment Store. The corresponding stores of the protagonist will randomly lose half of their items. Hearing the system prompts, Ziruo smiled and said, "I've done my duty. Elder Ming Qiao, you should find a place to take the elixir." Ming Qiao shook her head and said, "Not yet." Then, she looked at Sun Yin and said, "Brother, what about the bet?" Chapter 71. Sun Yin leaves the peerless alchemical furnace. Upon hearing Ming Qiao's words, Sun Yin's brows furrowed tightly. He glanced at her and said in a deep voice, "Sister, it's best to leave some leeway in our dealings. Why be so ruthless?" "Ruthless?" Ming Qiao's face showed a bitter smile. "Compared to the century of suffering I've endured, which is truly more ruthless, I'm merely reclaiming a bit of interest." Ziruo glanced at Ming Qiao, noticing her trembling shoulders and tightly clenched fists, the thumbs turning red from excessive force. Was there a deep-seated grudge between Ming Qiao and the Medic King Valley? Sun Yan's brows remained knitted, his teeth clenched. He then exhaled deeply and said, "Fine. Since my sister refuses to forgive me, I'll just act as I did before, trying to amuse you." As he spoke, Sun Yin looked at Ziruo and let out a series of barks, "Woof, woof, woof." Some of the disciples from the Misty Blossom sect couldn't help but cover their mouths to stifle their laughter, but a glare from Wei Tianai silenced them immediately. Indeed, the leader of the Medic King Valley keeps his word. Ziruo chuckled, then turned to Wei Tianai. "What about you? How will our bet be settled?" Wei Tianai's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked towards Sun Yin. However, Sun Yan's disappointment in Wei Tianai was evident on his face. With a cold laugh, he ignored Wei Tianai's gaze and turned to leave, his sleeves flapping. Wei Tianai felt as if his heart had sunk into despair. He looked at Ziruo and said heavily, "I submit to your judgment." Ziruo smirked. "Originally, you were destined to be sent to the black prison of the Netherworld, but I'll give you a chance. Hand over the Tidewater tribe members in your possession. And what about that small-time leader from the Hunters Guild who delivered the mermaid?" "I'll take you to them," Wei Tianai said, his voice hollow. With that, Wei Tianai led the group to a cave within the Misty Blossom sect. The cave appeared to be a place for alchemical experiments, with a strong medicinal aroma filling the air even before they entered. The walls were lined with various moisture-loving herbs and fungi. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a massive alchemical furnace standing in the center of a chamber, surrounded by channels for fire that encircled it in a circular pattern. Strange veins resembling text were etched into the floor. "The Jiuqin Dragon Tiger Furnace?" Ming Qiao exclaimed in surprise. "What furnace?" Ziruo asked, puzzled. "The Jiuqin Dragon Tiger Furnace is a treasure among alchemists," Ming Qiao explained, gazing at the towering furnace that stood nearly twice her height. "Among the tools used by alchemists, the finest are known as the 4 furnaces and 12 tripods. The 4 furnaces include the Tianfang Zhimya furnace, the Sifang Dingjin furnace, the Xuanli Zhengyan furnace, and this very Jiuqin Dragon Tiger furnace. For a long time, the 4 furnaces have been legends in the alchemist world. Some have seen and even used them, but few truly possess them. The Medic King Valley once had a Xuanli Zhengyan furnace, which mysteriously disappeared. It's said that the 4 furnaces possess a spirit of their own, appearing only by the side of those who need them the most. Who would have thought it would be found here?" Ziruo glanced at Wei Tianai upon hearing this. No wonder he refused to leave the Misty Blossom sect. He had this peerless alchemical furnace. "Indeed," Wei Tianai said with a bitter smile. "It was because of this furnace that I achieved what I have today. But alas." His voice trailed off as he shot a resentful glance at Ziruo. Ziruo, however, remained unfazed. "That only proves you weren't meant to possess it. By the way, Elder Ming Qiao, what's so special about this furnace?" Ming Qiao spoke with excitement in her voice. "The Jiuqin Dragon Tiger Furnace not only maximizes the potency of medicinal ingredients, but also significantly enhances the process of rebuilding a physical body. You mean this furnace can be used as a vessel for rebuilding a physical body? Ziruo asked, intrigued. Ming Qiao nodded. Everything I need for rebuilding my body is already prepared. Now, all I need is someone to guard me while I begin the process immediately. Ziruo nodded and turned away Tianai. Where are the members of the Tidewater tribe? They're here, Wei Tianai said, waving his hand. A hidden door appeared in the surrounding stone wall. As it opened, a male merfolk lay on a stone bed, barely clinging to life. Beside him, a man was tightly bound by chains, his breathing steady as if asleep. Upon seeing the Tidewater tribe member, Biro let out a cry, "Hail!" Biro rushed forward, taking out the pearls formed from seawater and dissolving them to pour over the merfolk's body. Though the merfolk struggled to open his eyes, he remained weak, unlike Biro's initial recovery. What did you do to him? Biro demanded, glaring at Wei Tianai. I extracted half his blood, Wei Tianai explained. The blood of a merfolk can be used to create elixirs that grant ordinary people extended lifespans. Before he could finish, Biro slapped him across the face. Normally, with Wei Tianai's strength, he could have dodged such a blow, but now, with no will to resist, he was knocked to the ground. You're not human, Biro said, struggling to contain her anguish. Nyoamo couldn't help but scoff. It's precisely because he's human that he's capable of such deeds. Isn't this how all humans are? Even our beast tribes are hunted without mercy. Ming Qiao frowned slightly, wanting to say something but holding her tongue. At that moment, the merfolk on the stone bed seemed to regain a bit of strength. He struggled to speak, "Coo coo." Biro quickly turned and held the merfolk's hand. I'm sorry. I came too late. But don't worry, I will bring all our people back to the sea. Hearing this, the merfolk relaxed his grip and passed away. Biro, tears in her eyes, spread her arms, and a mist of water formed around the merfolk's body. The mist gradually condensed into a shell, which then shrank and hung at Biro's waist. Ziruo stepped forward to comfort her. Don't worry. Once I find the Hunters Guild's headquarters, I'll track down everyone who bought your people. Biro nodded. Ziruo then looked at the man bound by chains. Is this the Hunters Guild member? Wei Tianai replied gravely, yes. After the transaction, he secretly followed me here. When he saw the Juchin Dragon Tiger furnace, I couldn't let him live. If word got out, the Hunters Guild, with their insatiable greed, would stop at nothing to steal it. Ziruo stepped forward and kicked the man. The man's eyes shot open, and he cried out in terror, Don't kill me! Please, don't kill me! Ziruo leaned down, grabbed him by the collar, and summoned a black portal of the netherworld. He tossed the man into the grasping hands that emerged. Do you know where the Hunters Guild's headquarters is? You're the prince of the Black Prison. I don't know, the man stammered. I've never been to the headquarters. Chapter 72. The location of the headquarters, Ming Qiao's reinvention. Ziruo sneered upon hearing this and said, Good, you have some backbone. I hope you can hold out a little longer, so I can feel more satisfied. As she spoke, she pointed at one of the ghostly hands and clenched her fist. The hand gripping the man's right leg suddenly tightened, and a crisp cracking sound echoed through the air. The leg immediately went limp and hung uselessly. The man burst into tears and wailed, I know. It's in Zangba Town, at the Suali Temple. Zangba Town, Suali Temple? Ziruo frowned deeply. No wonder the Mingwei has never been able to locate the Hunter Gang's headquarters all these years. It's hidden there. What kind of place is that? Biro asked curiously. It's a small town at the far northwest of the Luanggu continent, bordering the 10,000 mountains and the Demon Buddha Kingdom, Ziruo mused, deep in thought. It's a lawless zone, a no-man's land. In Ziruo's original memories, Yin Daohan had a deep hatred for this place, often troubled by the fugitives hiding there. As a result, even her original self harbored a strong dislike for the town. I've been there. Nyoamo suddenly spoke up. In fact, The name Zangba originates from the demon Buddha kingdom, meaning the god of greed. And Suali is the name of this deity. Unlike other deities in the demon Buddha kingdom, this one is real, just like the beast god. Ziruo looked puzzled and asked, "What were you doing there?" "Fighting." Nyoamo shrugged, pulling off his shirt to reveal a nearly 2-foot-long scar on his back. This scar was left by Suali. "When was that?" Ziruo quickly asked. "Hundreds of years ago," Nyoamo replied. "Back then, I was young, and my cultivation had just reached the Saint Beast stage. He was the most terrifying opponent I've ever faced. He only needed one move to leave this scar on my back." Everyone present was momentarily speechless. Nyomo's strength was far beyond that of a mere Saint level 5. In fact, among creatures of the same level, the ferocity of beasts far surpassed that of other races. And Nyoamo, being a battle-focused beast, was a force to be reckoned with. Even a Grand Emperor might not be able to defeat him head-on. Yet, this so-called Suali had managed to defeat Nyoamo in one strike during his Saint Beast stage. His power was beyond imagination. Ziruo suddenly wished Chu Ning were here. She was well-versed in the affairs of the demon Buddha kingdom and the four-race war that took place centuries ago. "So, are we still going?" Bairo asked timidly. Ziruo smiled and said, "Of course we are. The strongest in the lower realm is no more than a Grand Emperor level 5. Even if that Suali god is still alive, we still have Little Monkey to face him." Although she said that, Ziruo was inwardly a bit uneasy. At that moment, Wei Tianai stepped forward and said, "Ziruo, I've given you everything you wanted. Can I leave now?" Ziruo glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Are you really willing to leave like this?" Wei Tianai's eyes locked onto Ziruo as he said, "I'm not willing, but there's no other way. My current strength is inferior to yours, and even my alchemy skills can't match yours. But remember this, I won't give up. When I grow strong enough, I will defeat you fair and square, whether in battle or in alchemy." Ziruo smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking as if to a close friend. "In that case, I look forward to seeing your performance the next time we meet." Wei Tianai snorted coldly, brushing off Ziruo's arm and leaping away. Ziruo had already planted a surveillance mark on his shoulder. Wei Tianai still had 1,000 luck points and most of the top-grade alchemist system left in him. She would let him grow a bit more, fatten him up before reaping the benefits. "I've told you everything I know. Yanshitsi, please spare my life," the small-time leader of the hunter gang hastily pleaded. "I promise I'll never do anything bad again." Ziruo smiled and said, "I believe you won't do bad things again, but trust based on words is meaningless. For example, I can promise not to kill you now, but I could turn around and kill you the next moment." As she spoke, several ghostly hands emerged from the black prison gate, dragging the hunter gang member inside. A moment later, a spray of crimson blood mist erupted from the gate. "Besides, with the crimes you've committed, how could I possibly let you go and face the dead members of the Tidal Sea clan?" Bairo's face darkened as she touched the shell at her waist. Ming Qiao stepped forward and said, "Bairo, could you help me with something?" "Of course." Bairo quickly replied, "I'm about to use the Juchen Dragon Tiger Furnace to rebuild my body. During the process, I'll need Ziruo to control the flame, while my consciousness will be in a dormant state. Ziruo will be in charge of the fire below, and I'll need someone to monitor the boiling state of the medicinal liquid to inform Ziruo when to adjust the flame. So, I hope you can help." Ziruo glanced at Ming Qiao. Monitoring the boiling state of the liquid didn't actually require an extra person. It seemed Ming Qiao was trying to distract Bairo, helping her move past her grief more quickly. Bairo didn't say much, just nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, I'll do my best." Ming Qiao smiled and nodded, then turned to Nyoamo and said, "Nyoamo, would you mind stepping out for a moment?" Nyoamo snorted, blowing a puff of white air from his nostrils. He picked up Little Monkey from Ziruo and walked out of the cave. Ming Qiao then waved her hand, opening the Juchen Dragon Tiger Furnace. She condensed a stream of water vapor and thoroughly cleaned the inside of the furnace. Next, She took out some herbs from her spatial ring and tossed them inside. She lit the fire at the base of the furnace, and as the circular fire channel ignited, the herbs were soon baked, releasing a fragrant aroma. Ming Qiao then condensed another ball of water vapor, filling the furnace halfway with water. She gently stirred until the liquid inside turned a light pink, then added a dozen more herbs and continued stirring. After a while, a pot of fragrant pink liquid filled the furnace. Ming Qiao then said to Ziruo, "Ziruo, listen carefully. Keep the flame at a level where the liquid is hot but not boiling, warm but not simmering. At times, you may even need to extinguish the fire temporarily. Do you understand?" Ziruo nodded. Ming Qiao then took out the divine pill in her hand and leaped into the liquid. At this moment, Ming Qiao had returned to her spirit form. Her body completely ethereal and without substance. Ziruo carefully controlled the temperature. Controlling the gentle flame was the most challenging part, and maintaining the liquid at a state where it was hot but not boiling, warm but not simmering, was even more difficult. Fortunately, with Ziruo's current mastery of the divine alchemy scripture, this task was second nature to her. "It's starting to change," Biro suddenly said from above. Chapter 73. The Return and Battle Against Sun Yin. In the medicinal cauldron, Ming Qiao was suspended in the center, surrounded by the Zugdi Huanyuan divine pill. Around the pill, countless vein-like patterns began to form, their pale yellow hue tinged with a hint of green, resembling the stem of the thorny salsola. As these vein-like patterns coalesced into a human form, the Zugdi Huanyuan divine pill began to condense a crimson liquid that filled the veins, much like blood rushing through the entire circulatory system. Some of the veins turned a deeper red as a result. At that moment, Biro suddenly exclaimed, "Young Master Yin, the medicinal liquid is getting too hot." Ziruo could feel it too, and quickly began to control the fire to extinguish it, while Biro condensed a stream of water vapor to dampen the cauldron and cool it down. The Zugdi Huanyuan divine pill underwent another transformation. It began to dissolve, absorbing the surrounding medicinal liquid and condensing around the veins to form a white skeleton. As the skeleton took shape, a fleshy body slowly began to form around it. Ziruo sensed the temperature of the liquid suddenly drop and quickly reignited the fire to maintain the temperature. Under the influence of the divine pill, the liquid condensed into a delicate, translucent body that floated on the surface, absorbing the surrounding liquid to slowly complete every inch of skin. Finally, all reactions within the cauldron ceased. Ming Qiao's perfect body slowly rose from the cauldron, opened her eyes, and then gently descended. Ziruo watched as Ming Qiao's flawless, naked body, smooth and tender, slowly descended, and felt his throat go dry. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Ming Qiao's body was beyond mere temptation. It was as pure and delicate as a newborn baby, with pink skin free of any hair. Yet, this very body exuded an aura of sacredness, untouchable by mere mortals. The sight of this goddess-like figure, naked and unadorned, evoked a perverse thrill in Ziruo. He took a deep breath, quickly removed his black and gold cloak, and stepped forward to wrap it around Ming Qiao. As soon as he approached, Ming Qiao suddenly collapsed into his arms, surprising him. Worried that something was wrong, he quickly asked, "Elder Ming Qiao, are you all right?" Ming Qiao opened her eyes, her voice tinged with shyness. "I'm fine. It's just that my body is newly formed, and both my bones and muscles are still very fragile." Ziruo nodded, wrapping the cloak securely around her and lifting her onto his back. "My apologies, Elder Ming Qiao." Ming Qiao, unable to muster any strength, felt relieved that Ziruo did not attempt anything improper. The embarrassment she felt slowly subsided. At that moment, a loud crash came from outside the door. Ziruo frowned, placing Ming Qiao on the stone bed and instructing Biro, "Miss Biro, please take care of Elder Ming Qiao. I'll go out and see what's happening." With that, Ziruo dashed out of the cave. As soon as he stepped outside, a blade of wind energy, sharp as a knife, sliced past him, cutting into the cave entrance and obliterating a thick layer of the stone wall. There stood Nyoamo, wielding a massive blade, with the little monkey perched on his shoulder, growling and baring its teeth. Opposite them stood two figures, none other than Sun Yin, who had returned, and by his side, Wei Tianai. Seeing Yin Ziruo, Sun Yin let out a cold snort. It seems my junior sister's body has been successfully reforged. Perfect timing. Yin Ziruo's brow furrowed as he spoke sternly. Sun Yin, as the leader of a sect, how can you stoop to such despicable acts? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? You impudent brat, Sun Yin retorted coldly. If I kill all of you, who will dare to laugh at me? I didn't expect there to be a saint-level beast here, but dealing with you is just a matter of time. Yin Ziruo's heart tightened. He had anticipated Sun Yan's murderous intent, but hadn't expected it to come so quickly. Yin Ziruo, take the beast god and leave. I'll handle this. Nyoamo raised his hand and tossed the little monkey to Yin Ziruo. I'll hold them off. Holding the monkey, Yin Ziruo didn't want to leave just yet. Ming Qiao was still weak, and with Biro, they wouldn't get far. Sun Yin was undoubtedly at the emperor level, and even Nyoamo might not be able to hold him off for long. If that happened, none of them would escape. The only hope was to use the demon seed to control the beast god monkey and use its power to quickly deal with Sun Yin. That way, they might have a chance at survival. But at this moment, Yin Ziruo was completely exposed. If Wei Tianai attacked him, that last glimmer of hope would turn into a death sentence for all of them. Just then, Wei Tianai suddenly spoke. Master, let's go. I don't want to do this. Silence. Sun Yin roared. A man with great ambitions does not hesitate over trifles. Yin Ziruo and Ming Qiao are obstacles on our path. They must not leave Wuxia sect alive. You've already disappointed me once. I won't tolerate a second time. Wei Tianai lowered his head, unable to argue. Seeing this, Yin Ziruo hatched a plan and spoke firmly. Sun Yin, don't think that just because you and your disciple are working together, we'll let you have your way. Out of respect for Wei Tianai, I can pretend this never happened. Now is your chance to leave. Sun Yin laughed bitterly, his voice filled with anger. Arrogant fool. Even without Tinya's help, you're nothing but fish on my chopping block. Tianai, step back. Today, I'll teach this brat a lesson. Wei Tianai sighed and leaped back dozens of meters. Yin Ziruo sneered and dashed back into the cave. Sun Yin sneered in return. Talk big all you want, but you're running faster than anyone. Before the words had even finished echoing, a black shadow shot past, appearing in front of him in an instant. A massive fist made of concentrated energy was already hurtling toward him. Sun Yan's heart raced as he quickly raised his hand to summon a barrier of wind energy to block the attack. Boom! The explosion created a vacuum zone dozens of meters wide, reducing everything nearby to dust. Sun Yin was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing into a tree. The little monkey hovered in midair, a towering ape shadow enveloping its body, like a war god standing proudly in the world. Its cold gaze locked onto Sun Yin from a distance. Nyoamo exclaimed in surprise. The beast god has awakened again. Yin Ziruo cursed inwardly. Nyoamo had clearly become a die-hard fan of the beast god, but his willingness to step up and sacrifice himself to hold off Sun Yin was deeply moving. Yin Ziruo gestured to Nyoamo, signaling for them to attack together. Nyoamo nodded enthusiastically. Understood, beast god. I, Nyoamo, won't let you down. With that, he raised his massive blade and roared. You shameless old scoundrel, taste a blade from your grandpa Nyo. Chapter 74, Crushing Sun Yin, heading northwest. As Nyoamo spoke, he infused his long blade with power, causing the blade's radiance to extend tens of meters. He leaped into the air and slashed down at Sun Yin. Sun Yin, who had just barely recovered from being struck by the fist of the beast god controlled by Yin Ziruo, saw the blade coming towards him and quickly dodged. However, he was immediately met with another massive fist, this one radiating an inexplicable heat that felt like it could incinerate everything. Sun Yan's heart skipped a beat. With a gust of wind around his feet, He soared like a kite to over 100 meters in the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. What kind of monkey is this? It actually possesses the cultivation of a 5th-rank emperor. Hovering in the air, Sun Yin was astonished. He suddenly recalled Nyoamo repeatedly calling it the beast god and exclaimed in surprise. Could it really be the beast god of the 10,000 mountains? Before he could finish, the giant monkey's phantom grabbed 2 thick trees from the surroundings, stripped off their branches, and held them like massive clubs, charging straight at Sun Yin. At the same time, Nyoamo roared loudly, his body swelling like a balloon, transforming into his true form nearly 5 meters tall, wielding his long blade and rushing forward. Seeing this, Sun Yin quickly pulled out a palm-sized medicinal cauldron. The cauldron, entirely black, was engraved with inscriptions. As soon as it appeared, it began to rapidly grow larger. Black gold divine cauldron. Suppress? Sun Yin shouted, forming a sword finger with his hand, and then threw the black cauldron towards the monkey. Ziruo was about to dodge when he felt an immense pressure emanating from the cauldron, as if a mountain was crushing down, making it nearly impossible to lift his head. Before the cauldron could even get close, he was forced to fall to the ground. Nyoamo was shocked and quickly flew up, but both he and Ziruo were pinned to the ground by the pressure of the cauldron. Sun Yin let out a long breath, descended, and stood on the cauldron, sneering. A 5th-rank emperor? Not much to look at. Under my black gold divine cauldron, you must surrender. I wonder what kind of elixir I could refine with your 2 bodies. As Sun Yin stood on the cauldron, another wave of pressure descended, causing the ground beneath Nyoamo and Ziruo to sink into a deep pit. At that moment, a soft command came from the cave entrance. Retrieve. Immediately, the pressure from the black gold divine cauldron disappeared, and its body began to shrink. A flash of black light later, it flew to the cave entrance. Sun Yin was shocked and looked up to see Biro supporting Ming Qiao at the cave entrance. His brows furrowed as he clenched his teeth and said, "Sister." Ming Qiao picked up the black gold divine cauldron and softly said, "This cauldron was left by our master for the head of the medicinal King Valley to refine medicines. Yet you use it to harm others. You are unworthy to be the valley master." Sun Yin was stunned upon hearing this. Ziruo seized the opportunity and leaped forward, pressing down on Sun Yin. The giant monkey's phantom rained down punches like a storm, the roaring sounds accompanied by rising dust, and the surrounding trees swayed and fell from the intense vibrations. Enough! Sun Yin suddenly roared, and a gust of wind surged, pushing Ziruo back 2 steps, giving Sun Yin a chance to quickly retreat from his grasp. Sun Yin was now covered in wounds, spitting out a mouthful of blood, barely able to stand. Seeing this, Ziruo was about to pursue when Wei Tianai suddenly appeared in front of Sun Yin, saying, "No, please, spare him." Ziruo, however, showed no mercy. People like Sun Yin would never be grateful for sparing their lives. Instead, it would only fuel their desire for revenge. Ziruo controlled the monkey to leap forward, kicking Wei Tianai aside, and prepared to deliver the final blow with the Azura flame. At that moment, the demon seed's effect ended, and Ziruo's consciousness returned. The phantom of the monkey disappeared, leaving only its sharp claws to carve 3 deep gashes on Sun Yin's face. Inside the cave, Ziruo quickly flew out, seeing the monkey standing still. He called out, "Come back." Hearing Ziruo's voice, the monkey hopped over to him, climbing up his clothes to his head. Ziruo said in a deep voice, "Wei Tianai, take your master and leave." Wei Tianai looked at Ziruo, bowed deeply, and then flew away with Sun Yin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining favorability from the Chosen One, increasing luck value by 100. Could the Chosen One also increase his luck value? Ziruo was puzzled and surprised. In his understanding, the villain system and the Chosen One should be opposing forces. However, after some thought, he understood. The Chosen One was merely a tool for Ziruo's growth, whether through relentless humiliation or recruitment. If he could absorb all of the Chosen One's luck and still turn him into a subordinate, that might be the perfect way to complete the mission. In summary, the villain system had endless possibilities, and Yin Ziruo had yet to fully comprehend them. Seeing Sun Yin and Wei Tianai completely gone and unlikely to return, Yin Ziruo breathed a sigh of relief. Ming Qiao, at the same time, suddenly felt weak and collapsed, and Yin Ziruo quickly went forward to help support her along with Bairo. Niuemo reverted to his human form, somewhat dissatisfied, and said, "Why let him go?" Yin Ziruo sighed and said, "The monkey's strength is inconsistent. If he were to fight to the death, you might not be able to stop him." Niuemo wanted to say more, but realized Yin Ziruo was right. He sheathed his blade and silently stood by Yin Ziruo's side. Yin Ziruo looked down and said, "Elder Ming Qiao, are you all right?" "I'll be fine." Ming Qiao struggled to sit up but felt too weak to muster any strength, so she said, "I just need some time to recover." Yin Ziruo said in a deep voice, "In that case, we'll ask Wu Zhimao for a carriage. That way, you'll have a place to rest. The 1-month deadline set by Yang Qiyun is almost up, and it will take a few days to reach Zangba town. We can't delay. We need to leave as soon as possible." Saying this, Yin Ziruo carried Ming Qiao back into the cave, gathering all the medicinal herbs inside. Upon exiting, he destroyed the cave entrance with a single strike. The group then descended to Wuhua sect, where they discussed the carriage with Wu Zhimao, who readily agreed to support them and quickly distanced himself from Sun Yin and Wei Tianai. The only condition was that Yin Ziruo not implicate Wuhua sect in the actions of Wei Tianai and Sun Yin. For someone like Wu Zhimao, balancing immediate benefits and hidden risks was crucial. He might not completely sever ties with Medicinal King Valley, but he would never align himself with the Prison King's son like Sun Yin. Thus, the group set off in a carriage, heading northwest to Zangba town. After 5 days, they finally arrived at this frontier town. Chapter 75. Ambush outside the town. A bloodbath begins. The carriage halted outside the town, and as the group disembarked, a sense of desolation and menace greeted them. Niuemo furrowed his brow deeply and said in a low voice, "This town is thick with a heavy aura." "More accurately, it's a deathly aura," Yin Ziruo replied gravely. At that moment, a dry gust of wind blew past, and Bairo pointed to a flagpole in the distance, exclaiming, "Look over there!" Everyone looked up to see a flag fluttering on the pole. The wind had lifted it, revealing what was beneath. A dried corpse clad in heavy black armor. "A shadow guard," Yin Ziruo exclaimed. The sight of a Mingwei from the Yuming Black prison dead in Zangba town, hung up as a warning, made it clear that Zangba town was in open defiance against the Yuming Black prison. "Are they trying to intimidate you?" Niuemo asked. "I don't think so," Yin Ziruo replied. "The Mingwei have been tracking the hunter gang for a long time. Perhaps this Mingwei was caught by the hunter gang while pursuing them here." Yin Ziruo flew to the flagpole, removed the corpse of the Mingwei, searched it, and found a badge. As he was about to descend with the body, he instinctively glanced into the town and felt a surge of anger. Dozens of flagpoles stood erected in the town, each one displaying the body of a Mingwei. Taking a deep breath, Yin Ziruo descended with the body in his arms and looked at Ming Qiao, saying, "Elder Ming Qiao, if I go on a killing spree, would that bother you?" Ming Qiao was puzzled and about to respond when dozens of heads suddenly popped up on the town wall, each holding a bow and firing a barrage of arrows at the group without a word. "Be careful," Ming Qiao shouted, raising his hand to deflect the incoming arrows with a burst of energy. However, the arrows were tied with jars, and as the deflected arrows hit the ground, the jars shattered, spilling out black liquid. "It's naphtha." Yin Ziruo immediately became alert. A flaming arrow streaked toward them, igniting the naphtha on the ground. Boom! The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the entire area. Yin Ziruo snorted coldly, stomping his foot with a surge of energy that kicked up a cloud of dust, instantly extinguishing the raging fire. At that moment, a voice echoed from the wall, declaring, "Prince Yin, this is a warning from our second-in-command. As you can see, this is the fate of those who meddle with the Mingwei. Zangba town is no place for the likes of the Yo Mingi. The hunter gang is not an organization you a mere prince, can trifle with. If you cooperate, all is well. Otherwise, you'd best leave and never return. Ziruo smirked and turned to Ming Qiao, saying, Elder Ming Qiao, regardless of your opinion, today I will unleash my fury. With that, Ziruo leapt into the air, soaring to the top of the wall. His Jinyu Xianjing energy transformed into a torrent of chains, intertwining like vines. The rolling chains were unstoppable, accompanied by the swarming ghostly hands of the black prison gate. In an instant, the wall was enveloped in black mist, followed by bursts of blood, staining the wall in shades of black and red. Nyoma grinned coldly, saying, Not bad, not bad. I thought he was a soft-hearted fool, but it seems he has a ruthless side after all. Ming Qiao shot him a glare, then turned to see Ziruo returning. Before Ming Qiao could speak, a figure appeared on the wall, the third in command of the hunter gang, Nine-Eyed Fox. Holding a slightly plump middle-aged man, Nine-Eyed Fox sneered, Prince Yin, long time no see. I didn't expect you to actually show up. It's a shame you've walked right into the death trap we set for you. Ziruo sneered back, a death trap with a few measly pawns? Pawns? Nine-Eyed Fox laughed, then threw the middle-aged man in front of Ziruo, who caught him with a burst of energy. Tell Prince Yin who he just killed. Nine-Eyed Fox ordered. Ziruo frowned, looking at the middle-aged man. The man's face was filled with terror as he stammered, They were the young men of the town, forced by the hunter gang to ambush the Mingwei from the Yoming. Ziruo, Nine-Eyed Fox said viciously, Did you hear that? You killed innocent townsfolk, fathers, husbands, sons. None of them had blood on their hands. Now, your hands are stained with their blood. What right do you have to claim the moral high ground? Nine-Eyed Fox laughed maniacally. At that moment, Ziruo gave a contemptuous laugh and said to Nine-Eyed Fox, I've never thought of myself as being on the side of justice. Nine-Eyed Fox's laughter abruptly stopped, his brow furrowing as he demanded, Then why are you interfering with our hunter gang's business? Ziruo's face darkened, and with a light stomp of his foot, he shot up to the wall, grabbing Nine-Eyed Fox by the shoulder and placing a hand in front of his face, saying, First, my hands are clean. No blood, not even theirs. With that, Ziruo delivered a powerful punch to Nine-Eyed Fox's jaw, sending him flying. Following up, Ziruo closed in and delivered another punch, saying, Second, whether I'm on the side of justice or not is not for you to decide. Nine-Eyed Fox was nearly broken by the two punches, his wounds reopening, and he spat out blood and shattered teeth, staring at Ziruo in terror. How could your strength have increased so rapidly? Last time they met, Ziruo was only at the 4th level of the heavenly realm, but now his speed and power far surpassed Nine-Eyed Fox's. It was clear that Ziruo had likely reached the 5th level of the kingly realm. Realizing the danger, Nine-Eyed Fox exclaimed, This can't be, and tried to escape with a spell. But Ziruo appeared before him in an instant, grabbing his arms and grinning coldly, Third, I'm interfering with your business simply because I feel like it. With that, Ziruo kicked Nine-Eyed Fox in the chest, then tore his arms off with a brutal twist, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. In Nine-Eyed Fox's eyes, Ziruo was now a demon, and the pain in his arms was so intense that he nearly passed out. But he stayed conscious, witnessing Ziruo's most terrifying visage. Slowly approaching, Ziruo's lips curled into a mocking smile as he tossed the severed arms aside, holding his hands up before Nine-Eyed Fox, saying, See? My hands are still spotless. Black prison gate. Behind Nine-Eyed Fox, a dark portal opened, dragging the horrified man into the abyss. Chapter 76, Traps Laid, Arrival of the Second in Command. Watching everything unfold on the wall, Ziruo remained expressionless. In his hands, he condensed primordial divine flame, adjusting its core. The vermilion flames dimmed, replaced by the golden glow of the sand-melting divine flame. With a wave of his hand, Ziruo summoned the flames, and in an instant, the gate and the wall were reduced to nothingness. Ming Qiao, witnessing this, could only shake her head in resignation. In truth, Ming Qiao had already considered treating Ziruo as a second Xiao Xu to cultivate. However, Ziruo was different from Xiao Xu. When she met Xiao Xu, he was still young, and his temperament and disposition could be molded. Unfortunately, during those 3 years, she had been too impatient, focusing solely on imparting skills without teaching him the principles of life. Even worse, she had been influenced by her own views, causing Xiao Xu to become somewhat radical in his hatred. Ziruo, on the other hand, hailed from a noble family, with both parents alive and well-educated. If there was any flaw in him, it was perhaps his somewhat excessive rigidity, influenced by the influence of the underworld prison. He was unyielding and coldly ruthless toward his enemies. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. She couldn't expect to have a significant impact on him, especially since Ziruo wasn't a bad person. His actions were simply a reflection of his usual demeanor. Seeing so many corpses of the ghost guards, anyone would struggle to remain calm. If she were to see the bodies of her own disciples hanging from flagpoles, she might even be more ruthless than Ziruo. When Ziruo descended, the group finally entered the town. Along the way, he retrieved the bodies of the ghost guards, collected their badges, and cremated the remains. However, the townspeople they encountered glared at Ziruo with almost palpable hatred, hurling rotten vegetables, eggs, and stones at him. Yet, Ziruo remained silent, allowing the objects to strike him without resistance. He continued his grim task without a word, retrieving and cremating the bodies one by one. It became clear to the group that perhaps Ziruo wasn't truly indifferent to the deaths of those on the wall. He simply hadn't expressed it. Finally, after cremating the last of the ghost guards, Ziruo smiled at the group and said, "All right, let's move on." Betrayals quickly stepped forward, condensing water vapor to cleanse the filth from his face and body. Nidhogg snorted and said, "I can't figure you out. How could you endure that?" Ziruo chuckled and replied, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not some great saint. I just can't be bothered to retaliate against common folk." Nidhogg couldn't help but retort, "You could have dodged though. Don't tell me a Wuxia cultivator of the 4th rank can't avoid a few rotten vegetables and eggs? What's the point?" Ziruo shrugged, smiling wryly. "They can't hurt me anyway. Let them throw their tantrum. You say you don't care, but you still feel guilty, don't you?" Nidhogg sneered, "Hypocritical human emotions." Betrayals, however, smiled at Nidhogg and said, "Didn't you say that aside from the beast god, you don't care about anyone else? Yet, you still stood guard at the cave entrance to block Sun Yin for us." Nidhogg's face showed a hint of discomfort. He glared at Betrayals with a trace of anger, but seeing her smiling face, he snorted and turned away, exhaling a puff of white mist. Ming Qiao couldn't help but chuckle, raising her hand to condense a burst of energy to dry Ziruo's soaked clothes. Ziruo smiled and said, "We're approaching Suali Temple." Looking ahead, they saw a narrow path leading up a hill at the edge of the town. The path was flanked by dense trees, forming a corridor barely wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. At the end of the path, a temple stood amidst the forest, its size almost larger than the entire town of Zangba. Ming Qiao frowned, her voice low and serious. "Be careful. There must be an ambush here." Before her words faded, a sharp whistling sound filled the air. Countless arrows flew from the horizon, blotting out the sky as they rained down. The arrows were imbued with energy, far more potent than the ordinary arrows they had faced earlier. Seeing this, Ziruo raised his hand, summoning a towering underworld gate. The arrows pierced through the gate and vanished. After the barrage, the ground around them was littered with arrows, their feathers densely packed like summer grass. Ziruo's brow furrowed, but before he could speak, a thunderous rumble echoed from ahead. A massive boulder rolled down the path, guided by the tightly packed trees on either side, hurtling toward them. Stepping forward, Ziruo said, "Brother Nidhogg, lend me your blade." Nidhogg immediately unsheathed his long sword and tossed it to Ziruo. Catching the blade, Yin Ziruo infused it with the sand-melting divine flame. As the boulder approached, he swung the sword, and the blade's radiance, empowered by the flame, sliced through the boulder. The 3-meter-tall rock was cleaved in two, and with a sweep of the blade, the halves were propelled by the energy